Chapter 2066 Search. Ryu had already seen that the path to strengthening his spacetime soul nature, or rather maximizing it to the greatest degree, was taking the approach of extreme complexity. Until now, Ryu had done a very good job at this, but it was still limited in its effectiveness when he was facing off against the strongest enemies. Well, at least not the ones that were wholly incompetent. Usually, as one strengthened, your movements would become so controlled and perfect that even the simplest of actions could carry a great deal of power. Often, reaching the peak of complexity was often only seen as the beginning, before one should continue and refine it until a technique, comprehension, or Tao became an extension of one's breath. This was how things were meant to be. But for the first time, Ryu had been faced with a situation where he had to do the opposite. Everyone gained access to a degree of control over time and space once their comprehensions reached a certain level. Even transcendents could already break into the void, a high level of space control. Because of that, Ryu felt that the only way to maximize his spacetime soul nature was to layer it in so much complexity that only someone with a deep affinity could possibly parse apart everything that was happening. However, in his battle with Serial, that had become a detriment. She had eyes capable of seeing through too much, and despite not having a spacetime affinity herself, she was able to counter him well. The worst part was that because he was layering in complexity to try and fool her eyes, he was using up too much time to move the way he wanted to. And that was the other issue with complexity. In battle, most wouldn't allow you the chance to gather up your momentum or cast some intricate technique unless you earned it. That was why simplicity was so important. Only the strongest of warriors could possibly explode with 99% of their strength in short, abrupt movements. But now, there seemed to be something particularly unique about his spacetime affinity. Much like how his Empyrean Warframe bone structure allowed him to make the elements around him an extension of himself. Why wouldn't space and time be the same? It was like Ryu could be spacetime rather than just control it. It was the flow of his blood, his breath, even an extension of the synapses of his mind. And therein lay one of the most shocking matters here. It wasn't related to all of these fancy bone structures, but rather the simplest of them all, the ice jade crystal body. Ryu had learned recently that part of the reason, or maybe even 90% of the reason for his shocking intelligence was his ice jade crystal body. After he learned that, he even had hopes of returning to it. As great as his boundless cosmos bone structure had been, his greatest asset had always been his comprehension abilities. What he didn't expect was to return to it in this way, but it could only be said that it was truly a stroke of fate. His mind felt as though tendrils of diamond were running through it, almost like his neurons had become a fiber optic lane of sparking lightning. Every thought came so smoothly and calmly, sharply and quickly. There was no lag between an intention to do things and the actual actions, and it felt like anything he thought of could be seen through a million different angles in a split second before a conclusion could be reached. He had only just sat down to analyze the changes to his body, and yet he had already seen through so many myriad changes in what was nothing more than a split moment. A part of Ryu couldn't help but wonder if it was this amplification of his Li Jade crystal body that caused Little Gem to suddenly become so attached. After all, there were 4 aspects to his bone structure, and one of them was emitting a scent that was especially friendly to beasts. Of course, by now, Ryu realized that things weren't so simple. In fact, it was because of this that he had been able to succeed in the end. This so-called scent was actually just a product of the oneness with the elevens his ice jade crystal body had. That was to say that among all the bone structures, the ice jade crystal body was among the closest the human race had to becoming beasts themselves. That was when it all came together for Ryu. His ice jade crystal body had such a calming effect on beasts because they saw him as one of their own. In fact, it might even be said that the real reason Little Gem was so attached to him was that he was the first of her kin that actually showed her true affection. But that still left 3 other factors. There was the flexibility, the balance, and finally, Shu. A surge of chi surrounded Ryu. Large amounts of chaos chi poured in from all directions. This feeling, he had missed it. Ever since he lost his ice jade crystal body, he had been forced to cultivate just like everyone else, breathing in chi through the mouth and nose. But now, he had returned to his most natural state. Chaos chi poured into his pores, cleansing him from head to toe and making him feel full and revitalized. His connection with the chaos plane deepened and swirls of dark gold flooded the scene around him, piling up and growing to the point that Ryu himself seemed to have grown in size. Ryu was already at the peak of the omniscient realm, but he still felt like he was a bottomless well. The shimmering cadence of his two spiritual foundations proved it so. Chapter 2067, A New Nature. Ryu's beyond perfect extreme spiritual foundation required so much chi that he rarely ever saw the needle move when he cultivated. It required decades of passive cultivation before he could make it to the omniscient sky god realm, not to mention several substantive breakthroughs on top of that. But all of a sudden, Ryu felt like he was cultivating in the mortal realms again. It was a shocking change that made him realize that if before it was just his Tao holding him back from breaking through, now there was no doubt that this was the case. It was the only thing he was missing here. Ryu opened his eyes and exhaled a breath. The power of Tao bones was surely shocking, but he raised a hand and touched his forehead. The hidden line that was his third eye rested in silence. This was what he was the most excited about. Unfortunately, it would take him time before it truly began to show its power. This eye wasn't exactly a new eye. It was still his mysteries of heaven and earth pupils. Instead, it could be said to just be an evolution that would take them to an entirely different level. Ryu had felt that his space-time soul nature was actually constraining rather than helping his heavenly pupils. He was proven correct after he diverted his space-time soul nature to this eye instead. Even without doing anything else, he could feel that his mysteries of heaven and earth pupils were far more in tune with karma and fate as a result, and their strength had easily doubled when equalizing for all other factors. When it was also considered that his body was far more powerful now and could actually withstand using more of his strength as well, let alone double, the strength improvement his eyes had experienced could only be counted in orders of magnitude. Before, he had almost died when he used his eyes on a Tao sovereign. Right now, he felt like he could do it with ease. This was the soul nature that had always been meant to pair with his eyes. The space-time soul nature, although powerful, was interfering with its greatest abilities. Unfortunately, the eyes were the window to the soul, so it wasn't just a simple matter for Ryu to get rid of it. And he also didn't want to, let alone how powerful space-time was. Just the fact it was likely from his future self was incredibly important. There had to be a reason he had chosen to leave it behind for himself. If he got rid of it and then needed it later, who would he blame? That only left one option: make another eye. The process was actually much trickier than Ryu let on. That was because he couldn't just smack an eye into the middle of his forehead and call it a day. He needed to rewire his brain to allow the eye to actually function properly, and he also needed to find a way to make sure each soul nature went to a different eye. After all, the soul natures had all blended together in the past. Technically, even space-time was supposed to be two separate soul natures. So that was its own problem. Luckily, the words of the dream wraiths had enlightened him to the situation with his brain and how it related to his ice jade crystal body. So while it was reforming and he was also shaping his bone structure, he had the opportunity to not only reconstruct his bone to allow for the shaping of a third eye, but he could also organize his flesh in a way that was conducive to what he wanted to achieve. The ultimate result was him killing two birds with a single stone, solving both problems at once. That only left one question. If the eye was the same, then what could it actually do? Well, to say it was the same wasn't entirely accurate. What Ryu wanted to do was reconstruct the mysteries of heaven and earth pupils such that instead of working with fate and karma, they instead worked with space and time. This was far easier said than done. After all of the prediction abilities of the mysteries of heaven and earth pupils functioned so perfectly only because it could read fate and manipulate karma. Plus, even if he succeeded, he would just end up with inferior versions of all of his already powerful heavenly pupil techniques. What was the point? However, this also wasn't exactly what Ryu wanted to do. He wanted a new, second form of his mysteries of heaven and earth pupils that could bolster, support, and even increase the strength of his normal mysteries of heaven and earth pupils. Take rob the world of its color, for example. Ryu had been able to manipulate it, turning it into a blade that could act directly on the strings of karma in lines of fate. This was how he had managed to kill a Tao sovereign, albeit with the help of others. He had severed their connection to a fundamental comprehension they relied on, thus rendering them worthless. Ryu had done this to the three-pupil woman as well. This was why one of her pupils had gone dim. He had severed the connection from her. But what if Ryu could mix time into this ability? Instead of just reading the current line of fate, he could layer them with strings of karma from the past, creating even better predictive models that would make the percentages he was working with near or at 100%. Or he could take a peek into the future directly through lines of fate, forgoing the need for the effort at all. Or what if he fused space elements into rob the world of its color, allowing him to strip a person of even their coordination with space, and rendering most of the laws of the world worthless around them? How disoriented would a cultivator be if they couldn't control atmospheric chi properly because they had no concept of what chi was right near them, or millions of miles away? And those were just the worst examples Ryu could think of. Chapter 2068 Silver Star. Ryu exhaled a breath and opened his eyes. The power of his eyes, when they were completed, would be truly profound. But actually completing them would take a great deal of work. First, he would have to turn what was originally potential back into raw power and understanding. It had to be remembered that when he originally got the Silver Star, he had used it to study it from the outside, trying to grasp the visualization that was attached to it. But when he got his perfect Black Buddy soul, he swallowed it up and turned all of that comprehension into raw potential instead. This was a perfect choice in the immediate situation, but now what he would need to do was reach a point where he could rebuild and form that visualization on his own. Remembering the complexities of that star, Ryu still felt a bit overwhelmed, but it wasn't nearly as terrible as it was in the past. Ryu remembered a time when he couldn't even look at the Silver Star directly, but now he was capable of using his origin flame to remember at least its first few layers. Now, he had enough insight to realize that his Silver Star was separated into 10 layers, each one progressing toward the core where the most complex layer was. Right now, Ryu was fairly confident in forming the first layer, but he only had 50% confidence in forming the second. This went to show just how shocking the difficulty of it all was. It was hard to imagine the level his future self had reached. Right now, he already felt that he was peaking toward the best experts in the world. Soon, he would be able to step into the Lord realm and display even greater might. But he was still so far away. He couldn't even pinch his own wife's ass without losing an arm. Where was the justice and humanity in that? He needed to get stronger. The second thing he would need were resources, of course. He had made use of his tribulation lightning this time around to gather a lot of the strength that he would need, but this was still just a foundation. He would need much more. Whether that came from more tribulations or other natural treasures didn't matter. One way or another, he would need it. And finally, ironically enough, he would need more fate. Although these eyes were breaking free of the fate and karmic soul natures that were much better suited to his original pair, that didn't mean they didn't need fate of their Silver Star. Heavenly pupils were inextricably linked to the power of their fate. This was why their strengths varied depending on the world they were in and their rankings. If Ryu wanted to create a new type of mysteries of heaven and earth pupils, he couldn't just make it and expect it to work properly. It had to have fate worthy of his original mysteries of heaven and earth pupils. And that was when it all clicked for Ryu. Why was this visualization in the shape of a silver star? Wasn't this the exact same shape as his fate star? Was it really a coincidence? Originally, Ryu hadn't thought much about it. There were plenty of silver stars in existence, and he was likely not the only one with a fate star that was silver. Although they had looked eerily similar, considering the trillions upon trillions of stars there were, he had never felt comfortable drawing the parallel until he unlocked his fate soul nature and realized the truth of the matter. It was forged by him to begin with. Obviously, then, one of the biggest mysteries of the Silver Star visualization wasn't just the mysteries of spacetime that it held, but also the mysterious connection it held with his original fate star. Right now, Ryu's fate star wasn't moving at all. His fate had seemingly been cut off, and now, according to the eyes of many, he would never amount to anything. Although he seemed to have great momentum now, Ryu knew that the reason he had yet to break into the Lord realm was only in part due to the fact he wasn't yet satisfied with his Tao. The other reason was because he knew that the danger that would come with doing so was something that he couldn't justify just yet. With his sensitivity toward fate, he could feel a danger that made his spine tingle and his hairs stand on end. He needed to grow more powerful. If he could leap over this hurdle, he was confident that he would reach his goal in short order. If he couldn't, he would likely die. Even so, there was a calm expression on his face. He pulled little Gem down from his head and stroked her soft fur. The little griffin smiled happily, twisted around in his embrace before yawning and settling down into a nap. She had been doing a lot of sleeping these days, and Ryu found it to be somewhat amusing. That was because, like he had said before, he could tell that the little one wasn't nearly as weak as she seemed to be. In fact, her cultivation had already soared in just these first few hours. Just as she was sleeping, she had already returned to the stage of a fourth-order beast, the equivalent of the spiritual severing realm. Of course, this wasn't much for a beast that had just been a god beast. But even recultivating shouldn't be so fast. It hadn't even been a day yet, and she wasn't even actively cultivating. It was like the world was cultivating for her. This was the shocking strength of the griffins. From what Ryu knew, the world pupils, the pupils that he had always known to be number 2 to his own, came from this. Gashi. He was truly interested in seeing how strong it was. He rose to his feet, still stroking the little griffin. Since his return would take some time, he would see what he could do with the stragglers in his inner world first. Chapter 2069 One Man. Ryu found the situation in his inner world to be pretty much as he expected. Kira and the 3-pupiled woman were listless. He didn't even bother to chain them down. In his world, they couldn't do anything that he wouldn't allow them to, so they could only sit in place. Though, even if he allowed them to roam freely, it was up in the air if they would even deign to do so. That was because Kira's Tao of Heart was crushed, and the 3-pupiled woman wasn't far from it. Then there was, of course, Arya Moon. She was still absolutely furious, and unlike the others, she hadn't seemed to have run to the end of her rope just yet. She was still scratching and clawing, trying to find a way out. It was just unfortunately useless. Finally, there was Hraka, and as a bonus, there was Little Silk. After seeing his wife's combat style, if you could even call it that, Ryu was truly speechless. With their connection, Ryu could share memories and thoughts with Ailsa as he pleased. So he understood much of what she had gone through already, and he likewise understood her combat style and how it worked. Ailsa was practically Ryu's mirror. Much like him, she had been born with what seemed like one set of meridians, but it had ended up being suppressed until they both found methods of awakening their second set. In Ailsa's case, she was both a Kabus and Cultus fairy. On the one hand, she was the absolute best companion that a necromancer could ever want, and on the other, she was able to nurture the most powerful existences in the world. When such a person appeared in a single body, and they were given trillions of years to be idle, they were essentially a one-woman army. There was a reason why Ailsa had almost overrun that section of the heavenly court all on her own. She had the capital to do so, but was Ryu really that inferior to his wife? Of course not. He just didn't really like relying on others. He never had much fondness for the path of necromancy. Originally, when he and Ailsa were mapping out how he might take revenge on the martial gods in Sacrum, he had to lay out several paths toward becoming a one-man army himself, and ultimately that was a path that he had to take. But it wasn't the path that he most wanted to take. Much like Ryu's dislike of talking after his rebirth, preferring to use his fists when he could manage it, he likewise far preferred to use his own abilities in combat as well. Although he was good at controlling corpse puppets, he always ended up drifting away from the path for one reason or another. Now, however, Ryu felt more assured in himself and his path. Rather than trying to follow the path of necromancy out of necessity, he felt that he could do it with true intent. He felt truly free for the first time in his life. So was his wife better than him in this regard? He didn't believe so. In terms of raw nurturing ability, Ailsa would always have him beat by miles at that. But in terms of resources, he had perpetual access to 2 of the most powerful Qis in existence, both Chaos Qi and Embryonic Qi, the second of which practically allowed him to rewrite the entire foundation of a person's talent. This was why when he started picking up new recruits, his main focus had not been on their raw strength, but rather their Tao hearts. And Panna fit that bill perfectly, as did Arya Moon. Even if it was in terms of nurturing, what could Ryu's eyes not see through? He might not have the systematic methods of nurturing his wife had, but he did have methods of seeing through a person's weakness and targeting them. When all things were factored in, when it came to nurturing, both Ailsa and he were practically awash. They were neck and neck. And honestly speaking, Ryu should be ahead with the weight of embryonic chi doing a lot of heavy lifting. There was no reason why he shouldn't be able to create an army just as strong as she had, and do it even faster at that. This three-pupiled woman and Kira were also decent starting talents. At the very least, they were far beyond Empana in this regard. Kira and his ancient sinew bone structure had a lot of potential that he was simply too cowardly to use, while the three-pupiled woman's desire to steal Ryu's heavenly pupils had given him several ideas on how to best make use of her. The trouble was that not only did he not know where he would suddenly find a bunch of heavenly pupils to try out on her, but both of them had weak Tao hearts that made him hesitate about whether it was worth nurturing them at all. However, in the end, Ryu made a different decision. Wasn't the solution easy? If they had a weakness, get rid of it. How could you remove the need for a Tao heart's influence? That was obviously by turning them into corpse puppets. Why should he keep them alive if their Tao hearts were worthless? Instead, he would refine their corpses using a new method. Then, he would make use of their talents from the afterlife. If their Tao hearts were weak, he would eliminate the need for them entirely. Ryu flipped over a palm, and a book bound in human skin appeared in his hands. By now, he had already read through this book from front to back, and the shocking amount of information in it awed him even in his current state. Now, it was about time he put those actions into practice. His one-man army would start now. Chapter 2073 Methods. Ryu took a step forward and picked up Kira. The man showed only a slight bit of fight in his eyes before he went slack. It seemed that even his fear of dying wasn't enough to snap him out of it entirely, and that made him worthless to Ryu. Kira had no idea that this was the last chance that Ryu was giving him. And, unfortunately, neither did the three-pupiled woman he had never bothered to learn the name of. It wouldn't matter. In the end, they would be completely different people after this. He could keep their names or name them whatever he wanted. Little Gem yawned and opened her large eyes. Their whites seemed to be able to see through the world, and they were filled with an innocence that belied her indifference toward Ryu's actions. How she managed to maintain an innocent facade while also being so indifferent to death and struggle was a true marvel. Ryu picked up the three-pupiled woman, and though she struggled a little bit more, her despair was all too clear. At the very least, unlike Kira, she actually tried to threaten him. "Didn't you hear what I said to him?" Ryu asked, shaking Kira around. "If I had his bone structure, the entire ancient beast race would be my enemy. Do you think I care about your three-pupil clan?" The woman froze, the words on the tip of her tongue becoming akin to burning acid in her mouth. She wanted to spit it out, and yet it had already penetrated too deeply, retreating to her throat. No matter what she said now, would it matter to such a madman? Now, I do wonder why someone like Lamb would keep such useless geniuses around him. You all aren't even very good pawns. I have a feeling that it's because he saw something in your talents that he could make use of. So why don't we find out together? Ryu shook his hand, and the clothing on both Kira and the three-pupiled woman froze over before they shattered before his eyes. The woman shrieked, trying to protect her naked body, but Ryu hardly looked at her. He even found her attempts somewhat amusing. With a flick of his wrist, he tossed them into the air, his thoughts flickering. Until now, he still hadn't decided exactly what method he should use. The first time he refined a corpse puppet, he had used a living method of a Path Extinction Realm genius from Sacrum. She had found a method of refining living corpses that learned to maintain some of their wills and didn't require perfect control over them. This method allowed a body and soul to grow into a new life while also lessening the burden on a necromancer by several degrees. However, for obvious reasons, Ryu couldn't use that exact method anymore. It was ingenious, but it was also the product of a very weak existence. Back then, someone in the Path Extinction Realm was someone that even Ryu could only be extremely wary around, lest he lose his life. But now, such an existence didn't even need more than a thought for him to kill. Saying that he would have to lift a finger was more of an insult to him than anything else. How could he possibly use those methods to refine sky gods? Of course, Ryu was more than capable of modifying it, improving it, and strengthening it based on the foundation he already understood. But he honestly didn't have any interest in it. The more he thought about it, the more he felt like the method that Path Extinction Realm Expert had created was just an inferior form of summoner necromancy. It destroyed the soul of a person, just to rebuild an inferior soul that would never be as strong as the original. Sure, the corpse puppet would have more will than the usual brain-dead corpse puppet, but that would inevitably be limited. As for the matter of cultivation, that would only work in Sacrum where there was no emphasis on the Tao at all. It had to be remembered that a secondary benefit of using this method was that the corpse puppets would be able to continue cultivating on their own, rather than having to be continuously refined with stronger and stronger resources and materials. However, here where the Tao was so important, even if they could gather Qi, it would be worthless. In that case, Ryu decided that he would divide his puppets into two categories. The first he would keep alive and control through summoning methods. These would be his summons. The second would be puppets he killed and refined the bodies of. These would be his corpse puppets. But that still didn't explain very much. Sure, he wouldn't use the live refinement method of that Path Extinction Realm Expert. That still, however, left countless other methods he could use. The three he focused on, though, were three shocking methods described in the Human Skin Tome: the Spiritual Foundation Method, the Bloodline Method, and the Fate Star Method. When Ryu was reading these methods, he found it hard to believe that this was a tome that he had ignored for so long. But it was also the case that much of it couldn't be read by him in the first place. It was only after he grew so strong that he could even begin to digest what was before him, and most importantly, that the tome allowed him to read it. Each method was more shocking than the next. The first required using the spiritual foundation of the person to consume them and their lives, replacing their egos with the Tao heart. This wouldn't give them intelligence, but instead make them instinctual machines not much unlike Ryu's own Tao heart that only sought to improve as quickly as possible. The second method only worked on corpse puppets with special bloodlines. It used the ancestors of their bloodline to refine their lives away. And the last, Chapter 2071 IC, the Fate Star method was the most shocking of them all. It was using a person's very fate to refine them into a corpse puppet, allowing one to commandeer the luck of their corpse puppet, incorporate it into themselves, and distribute it as you pleased. Ryu only described these methods at a surface level, but each one was truly shocking. Ryu had to create the one above all Tao method before he could use his Tao heart the way described in this refinement method. And the fact he wasn't struck down choosing such a name went to show just how powerful his self-created method was. And yet here was a refinement method that used the same concept. The bloodline method seemed to be the most lackluster of them all, until one realized that the bare minimum requirement for its use was a Lord-grade bloodline. Otherwise, it would lead to a worthless refinement. Lord-grade bloodlines didn't sound impressive. But first, one had to consider that this was the minimum requirement to just get started with the technique. In addition, clans with Lord-grade bloodlines were all exceptionally rare. If one took the true martial world as an example, one wouldn't even start seeing such clans until the 7th heaven. But the problem was that the 7th heaven was ruled by sects, not clans. As a result, even there, one wouldn't see their first Lord-grade bloodline lineages until one entered the 8th heaven, and even then they were sparse and far between. In addition, this Lord-grade bloodline requirement wasn't just a casual one. It required a long line, a lineage that spanned ages. That meant that just being born with a Lord-grade bloodline wasn't enough. One had to have been born into the family for it to work. There were two types of bloodline inheritors: those that inherited what they got from their parents, and those that spontaneously gained their bloodlines, much like one might be born with a random bone structure or spiritual foundation. This technique only allowed the former to function, and that's what made it so shocking, because once again, much like the most shocking of the three, it relied heavily on fate. And finally, there was the one that Ryu couldn't take his eyes off of, the Fate Star refinement. But there was also a reason he was hesitant about it. For one, everyone's fate was different. Even if their fates would be decent because they were born with good talent, that didn't mean that it was best to use them like this. And second, all of these methods were dangerous. The spiritual foundation method, if his Tao heart wasn't strong enough, could end up impacting him and causing his own Tao heart to shatter or have a shadow cast over. The bloodline method could cause the ancestors to sense him and lash out for trying to harm their descendant. The more powerful the bloodline, the more dangerous it would be. And the Fate Star method was the most dangerous of them all. However, Ryu grinned. I already have no fate anyway. He could use the bloodline method and the spiritual foundation method on the woman. But for Kira, only the spiritual foundation method would work. Right now, however, Ryu would use the Fate Star method as a foundation, and the other viable methods as a boost. Since he was going to build an army, he would do it the most shocking way possible. The woman tried to struggle in the air, but every time she moved, she found herself exposing more of her naked body, and that only made her more embarrassed and furious. Ryu directly ignored her as his hands moved together slowly. Then, in a blinding cadence, he began to swiftly form one hand seal after another. I'll need to modify this here and this. With a tweak here, I should be able to do both. We'll start with the simpler method and combine the Fate Star method with the spiritual foundation method. That will lay the foundation for when I need to add in the bloodline method for the woman later. Ryu didn't plan ahead for this. He had vague concepts in his mind, but he didn't feel a need to flesh them out beforehand because his mind felt like it was riding a shooting star through the skies. His thoughts moved so swiftly and fluidly that combining these complex methods didn't even seem to be that much of an issue. And there was, of course, another reason as well. This book was created by someone who had reached such a high level of cultivation that they began to faintly tap onto the edges of fate and how to manipulate it. Thus, they created these three methods. However, Ryu wasn't just tapping into the edges of fate. He had a soul nature of fate and karma, and the strongest pupils in existence. These methods that took his individual reach to the pinnacle of cultivation to form were practically forged for Ryu himself. His gaze flashed as he formed the final seals, and there was a burst of light from the depths of his pupils. Images flickered across his irises until he laid eyes on Kira's Fate Star. It was a blazing ball of bronze. Rings of eastern flood dragons circulated it and roared out at Ryu the moment they sensed him. The creatures seemed to be licking their wounds, feeling the despair of their owner, but it was far too late for such regret now. You had such potential, and you squandered it by being a coward. Ryu had never seen a Fate Star with such phenomena rolling around it before. Even his own didn't have such things. It was clear that Kira's Fate Star expected him to become a king of beasts, and yet he decided to go after small fry constantly, too cowardly to target anything that would give him real strength. I'll show you what real strength is. Ryu's gaze flashed once more, and a roar came from the depths of his soul. The flood dragons were shaken, only for their sudden movement to catch Ryu's eye. I see. So that's what your master wanted. Chapter 2072 Fate Stars. Kira's Fate Star quite shocked Ryu. In truth, Ryu didn't spend a lot of time looking at Fate Stars. However, compared to practically anyone else in the world, he had the absolute easiest time. Even back when he didn't have a single drop of cultivation, he could use his eyes to peer into fate, let alone now that he had a fate and karma soul nature to match it. However, back during his first life, he had had no interest because his own fate was so bad. He was always destined to shine brightly for a short span and then fall to his death. As for the fates of other people, he never cared to look. Had he? Maybe he would have been able to see the plans of the martial gods ahead of time and planned accordingly. In that regard, Ryu's arrogance was his own downfall, and that was something that he had yet to truly grapple with. Now that he was finally using this naturalized ability of his Mysteries of Heaven and Earth pupils, he was finally getting a real look at what other Fate Stars had to offer. But rather than being like a headless chicken, this came with a natural sort of understanding that only someone with a soul nature like his could possibly understand. And all of that could be summarized in a single line. Kira's Fate Star was truly shocking. In fact, it was brighter than Ryu's Fate Star had ever been at any single point. Even before he lost his fate entirely thanks to the martial gods. Though, to be fair to Ryu, he had always been under the thumb of the martial gods. It was hard to tell what his Fate Star had been like before it was restricted by divine chains. But for Qilin to have such a fate, one could imagine what he would be like in the future, if not for the fact his fate had been forcefully deviated. It seemed that Ryu had wrongfully blamed Qilin. From what he could see here, the odds that it was Kiran's choice to take the path he had was unlikely. He could sense some unhappiness on Kiran's fate star, and also a hand in the shadows moving everything along to work for him. Judging by the fate star itself, it seemed that Qilin had originally been fated to exactly what Ryu wanted him to do most: to drink the blood of dragons and use their skulls as cups. However, someone guided him to do something else. Eventually, he veered off the path so far that he was showing signs of blinking out. That was the thing with fate stars. They weren't guaranteed outcomes. Much like everything else, they were just opportunities that the person in question still had to be the one to grasp. If you couldn't do that, then it wouldn't matter. Even if you had the fate of an emperor, you would end up a servant nonetheless. But this made things far more interesting for Ryu. He had no interest in helping Qilin rebuild his fate and Tao heart, since he was already in such a ruined state, and his fate star was so powerful. He would gleefully take advantage of Lam's hard work and make it his own. However, the fact that Kiran's fate was so powerful would certainly make it more difficult. It even made Ryu hesitate about whether he should be using multiple refinement methods at once in this situation. The only reason he had been so confident before was because he thought Kiran's fate star would be easy to manage. But this no longer seemed to be the case anymore. Ryu's gaze flashed and a wild grin spread across his face. There was only one way forward now. How could he, Ryu Tatsuya, ever take a step back? A roaring rumble came from the depths of Ryu's soul, as a projection of his own fate star appeared behind his astral form. He pressed his hands together and complex visualizations and runes appeared all around. Altars, sickles, eternity balances, manifestations of all kinds wrapped around him, exuding an odd, intangible ancient will that stood above the world. Bang! Ryu felt a wave of pressure nearly blow his soul apart, but his eyes flashed, the waves of fate attack brushing off of him as though they were wind, and he was wielding his northern heavenly wind once more. Roar! 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 I can roar too, Ryu said coldly. Your master never lived up to his potential. This is why you can only take the form of flood dragons now. How could you possibly compare to me? Ryu's body rumbled and his gaze turned blood red. A slit split his irises in two and the world shuddered. This was the first time Ryu had used his bloodlines since his body reconstruction, and the universe immediately felt it. A true dragon emperor had been born. Roar! The sound drowned out everything. Veins popped along Ryu's neck as he felt the majesty of countless dragons before him supporting his dragon's roar. The flood dragons were immediately shaken and nearly blown to pieces. Ryu's hand seals suddenly accelerated. In his line of sight, as though it had been right next to the fate star, Ryu could see Kiran's spiritual foundation just as easily. His third perspective locked it down, the simple lake of endless bronze. In its center, a godhood that took the shape of a lion beast roared to the skies. But it only made Ryu feel disgusted. He would refine all of that out. All of it. If Qilin was going to be his corpse puppet, he was going to have to be one of the strongest corpse puppets in existence. In the future, when he needed to teach his wife a lesson, he couldn't have any weakness on his team. In which case, he wouldn't accept anything but the absolute very best. Refine. Bang! In Ryu's inner world, a great change was taking place. Chapter 2073 Revert. Ryu's attention was split between the abyssal plane and his inner world. The more he took from the former, the more the latter seemed to be overturned. Qilin was writhing in pain, but he was hardly able to move as bronze energies drilled into his body. The three-pupiled woman was shaking as well, but she was far more so in fear. She knew that whatever was happening to Qilin now, she would be next. Qilin might not care about his life anymore, but she didn't care about her own. Unfortunately, nothing she did would change things. Ryu managed several things at once, the bronze energies sinking deep into Kiran's body and looping around his meridians. Every time they completed a loop, another rune would form. Sometimes on his dantian, sometimes on his soul, sometimes in his flesh and blood. The technique of refining a corpse puppet in this case required using their body as a conduit for refinement. From an outsider's perspective, it almost looked like Qilin was refining himself into a lich rather than it being Ryu who was controlling everything. And that was part of what made the technique so absolutely shocking, and so difficult to use at that. Other necromancy corpse refinement techniques were external. They used external items to refine down corpses, and often required a person to actually be dead first lest they reject the situation they were in and ruin everything. However, this process required the person to be alive and the necromancer to be strong enough to ignore their fight. Even now, despite what the woman thought, Qilin was putting up a little bit of a fight. It just wasn't nearly enough. And as more and more of his fate star and spiritual foundation were refined down into runes, he struggled less and less until the runes finally began to appear on his skin. When this happened, Qilin stopped shuddering entirely. He hung there in the air, in silence, his body dangling by some mysterious force. The runes became so densely packed that they eventually layered over one another, and then, all of a sudden, they fused into one. Qilin's body shuddered one last time as a faint cry echoed through the air before he settled back down to true silence once more. The world fell into silence around them as Ryu snapped awake, gasping for breath. He didn't expect his first challenge after growing so powerful would come so soon, but maybe that was just the way the cultivation was. And maybe even the way he preferred things to be. The fact that what was essentially just a mental realm method had tired him out so thoroughly went to show how difficult everything was. Though, to be fair to Ryu, he had yet to allow his mental realm and perfect blackbody soul to swell up to accommodate the space his new and improved body would allow it. "I'll do that now." Ryu ignored the three-pupiled woman and actually began to refine pills instead. He stepped out of his world, carelessly stole more resources from his wife's sect, and then returned to begin his refinement process. The world, that had only just settled down, had a new tribulation descend the moment after. It seems, I've improved again. Couldn't even be said to be an improvement. Ryu could have asked Hope to refine the pill for him, but he had chosen to do so himself this time on purpose, just to feel out the new differences in his brain. And he was so much sharper, so much stronger, so much more shocking in his methods. It felt like night and day refining pills now, almost like it was refining them for the very first time. To say he had formed a pill worthy of heaven's blessing was an understatement. He had only used materials at the omniscient grade at best, and yet looking at the pill, he was certain that even sovereigns would drool over it. Of course, the only reason this was possible was because he had spent all those months reading all the records his wife had left behind. He also may have shamelessly shared in her alchemy experience over these years as well. But even for him, digesting trillions of years' worth of experience was too difficult to do in such a short time, sharper brain or not. It could be said, then, that the latter played a minimal role in everything and he did most of the heavy lifting. Ryu shook his head, smiling a cheeky grin and popping the pill into his mouth. His body shuddered and then a smooth aura began to pour out from him. What was most shocking was, he ate the pill before it had a chance to undergo its tribulation. As Ryu was eating it, the bolts of lightning fell from the skies and Ryu absorbed them all, using them to make the pill's effects more potent. Several hours later, Ryu exhaled and his aura shocked the world. The air around him trembled and his mental realm seemed to have expanded to the point it became a fathomless world of its own. This is a threshold. The soul as world threshold. There was a separation between those who were true mental realm masters and those that were just allowing their souls to naturally progress along with their cultivations. This difference, though, was only seen the most prominently after the Lord Realm. But what was most shocking here was that Ryu's soul had yet to break into the Lord Realm. He was only allowing it to expand to the greatest extent it could within the omniscient realm, and yet he was absolutely certain that he had hit that legendary threshold already. Soul as world was a shocking phenomenon where one's spiritual sea and spiritual quintessence grew to the point where it could truly rival a world in size and scope. But this wasn't just some arbitrary measurement. That was because when one's spiritual sea reached this point, it could revert. Chapter 2074, aren't you? Ryu pressed his palms together and his aura surged. The endless black ocean that was his spiritual sea began to churn. Out from the center of it, A kernel of spiritual quintessence solidified, becoming a smooth black marble. Then, with a rush, his spiritual sea began to churn toward it. Large amounts of spiritual quintessence began to convert, pooling into this polished black marble and allowing it to grow larger and larger. Soul as world was the threshold one could reach, allowing their spiritual quintessence to reach a solid state. At this level, the worries about injuries to the soul became near non-existent. It had to be remembered that whether it was in sacrum or elsewhere, the soul was very fragile. The reason visualizations were used in place of normal soul techniques in sacrum was because it was the only way they knew of to protect the soul from direct harm. This was why the crystal-edged weapons were so shocking. They allowed one to attack with their soul directly, something that wasn't otherwise possible. However, when one reached the soul as world realm, the spiritual sea became almost akin to a spiritual foundation itself, a solid mass that energy could be extricated from. This mass provided an extra layer of protection that the soul wouldn't usually have on its own, allowing for more targeted attacks. When Ryu first got to the true martial world, he was shocked to find that they had soul techniques that didn't rely on visualizations at all. He had wondered how they managed it. But the truth was that those soul techniques were much weaker than they could be precisely because they had methods baked into them that protected the soul. Beyond those mental realm techniques were soul techniques known as world soul techniques. These truly unleashed the power of the soul to the greatest extent. For Ryu, who already had a soul that could pretty much tank most damage and recover easily, this was only bringing him to a whole other level. World soul techniques, is it? It seems that maybe I can start using those as well. There were dozens of techniques his Tao heart and soul had created together that he just couldn't use, and world soul techniques were among them. 3 to be exact. They were shockingly simple and direct in their efficacy, and all 3 relied on his eyes. The first was a mesmerizing technique, the second was an interruption technique, and the last was a direct attack. The mesmerizing technique confused the mind. It was known as illusory instant. He could pull the wool over the eyes of an enemy. Of course, he described it simply, but this sort of illusion ability was only a few steps shy of Serial's abilities to truly put this matter into perspective. Against an opponent with a soul that was too weak, he could kill them before they even knew what was happening. The disruption technique was known as sudden flare. It did exactly as its description entailed, sending a flare of disruption into the mind of an enemy to interrupt a technique they were preparing. Finally, the attack technique. It combined concepts of visualization, his god aura, and his soul to pierce into the mind of an enemy, wiping out a weak soul in an instant. It was known as God's Eye, but to call it an attacking technique wasn't quite accurate, because it would have been just as accurate to call it a defensive technique at the same time. And that was because Ryu's eyes flashed and an illusory shield suddenly reflected in his eyes. Mage Lock. It was an ability he had picked up from the incomplete heavenly battlefield, an inheritance from the Mega Sky God. Ryu had never forgotten about the methods of protection the Sky God taught him, but it just wasn't good enough for him to use these days, especially now that his cultivation had long surpassed this individual. But the concepts worked fine enough. God's Eye took advantage of Ryu's eyes, or more accurately, their durability. Flooding God aura that came from weapons into one's eyes was a good recipe for blinding yourself forever. But Ryu's eyes had survived a tribulation more shocking than what most Tao gods would face. It would be just fine. And because of that, Ryu's gaze flashed again and a sword formed within them before cutting out. The world only seemed to ripple slightly, but Ryu's eyes couldn't help but narrow nonetheless. The laws of the world themselves had been cut apart, and there was absolutely no chi in the regions the invisible sword had passed through. Fascinating. He was surprised by the strength of his own technique, something that he never thought he would say. This would certainly be a powerful trump card. He would be able to kill most Tao lords with a single look now. It wouldn't even take much effort or even lifting a finger. The technique would be even more powerful if not for the fact his god aura was holding it back. The reason he could comprehend so many weapon god auras was because of his eyes and his Tao. But right now he almost felt like his Tao was holding him back. It was an amusing thought if you really looked into it. Ryu's Tao had already transcended the level of this world several times over. It was a founding Tao most could only dream of. But he just felt unsatisfied. This was part of the reason he didn't allow his soul to break into the Lord realm just yet along with his body. He felt like he might end up needing it. Regardless, Ryu stood, feeling that he was ready to continue. He approached the three-pupiled woman who was already pleading, tears flooding out of her eyes. "Aren't you the one who tried to take my eyes?" Ryu asked calmly. "I hate cowardly people like you the most, even when they come packaged up with a pretty face." Ryu's words fell the instant his hands blurred into action. Chapter 2075 No longer. When Ryu saw the woman's fate star, it was like he was staring at an eyeball looking right back at him. It carried a cold, heart-shuddering sort of blueness to it that felt both royal and lofty at the same time. It was clear at a glance that the woman's fate had been toyed with as well, but that would only benefit him. Much the same way flood dragons couldn't compare to a true dragon, imperfect pupils could never compare to the mysteries of heaven and earth pupils. The process was even smoother this time. Ryu's soul was too powerful now, and he almost felt silly taking the risk before. But you live and you learn. The true problems came when he came face to face with her ancestors. They were rightfully infuriated. Using bloodline refinement on their descendant was a huge no. Quite quickly, Ryu realized why it was that this woman was so special. Her three-pupiled clan had a very unique bloodline, in that it was hard to say that they had a bloodline at all. Their bloodline was practically a blank slate, only capable of doing two things: increasing the folds of their brain so that they could take in information from 6 pupils at once, and strengthening their eyes akin to how you might strengthen a muscle, and even bone depending on how far you went, using their unique meridian tracks. The unique meridian system of the three-pupiled clan was a large part of the reason their bloodline worked the way it did. The network of meridians in their eyes was even more complicated than the one in their bodies, and it seemed prepped and primed for any one of the directions they might try to take their eyes in. This was why Ryu called it a blank slate. However, there were still some foundational abilities, mostly techniques and talents that could be passed down. For example, their eye-stealing talent, the Severing Heaven's Eye method. This was probably the most shocking of their methods, and the one the woman had likely wanted to use on him. Using this, they could snatch the ocular abilities of others without changing the foundation of what they were. Usually, if one wanted to steal heavenly pupils, it was necessary to transplant the entire eye. But if a three-pupil clan member unlocked this talent, they could snatch an ability and incorporate it into just one of their pupils. Originally, Ryu thought that this meant they could have 3 total ocular abilities at once. But in practice, they could have 6 if their talent was on a high enough level. Ryu realized that this clan was even more shocking than he knew, and their bloodline reflected that. Relatively speaking, the three-pupiled woman's bloodline was quite weak among her lineage. But her fate was oddly strong. She seemed destined to overturn the cards she was dealt at the start, but never got the chance because I.M. found her first. Ryu wasn't sure what methods Lam had used, but he managed to overturn things in her mind so thoroughly that she ended up barely less cowardly than Kira himself. It was an odd mix of things that couldn't be understood at face value. Ryu found himself more and more curious about I.M. and his intentions. Unfortunately, he had already killed Adlil, or he would have checked to see what other curious matters he had. What Ryu didn't know was that I.M. was only interested in Adlil because the tweak of his fate caused by ending up with the crystalline sword. It wasn't until I.M. saw Ryu with the weapon in his hands that he realized that the one with the odd fate star that he was looking for wasn't Adlil, but rather Ryu. As for how these things would play out, only time would tell. Boom! A heart-shuddering aura erupted from both the woman and Kira. Soon their eyes snapped open. Kira's eyes had been replaced by orbs of polished bronze. As for the woman's, her entire eyeball was blue, shimmering like an exploding nebula. But within, 3 pupils floated, weaving through the pattern. They both fell somewhat limply to the ground. It wasn't until Ryu took control of them that they stiffened up, their strength blooming. Ryu could feel exactly how strong they were, and though he felt it wasn't bad, it wasn't enough. Not nearly enough. Bringing them out wasn't even worth his time right now, even with the current sturdiness of their bodies. He would need to find some more resources for them, namely, blood for Kira, and presumably strong pupils for the woman. I should probably name you. We'll just call you Blue from now on. Ryu controlled them and had them jump into the river of embryonic chi. This would refine out any impurities that remained from their last lives, and it would also set the perfect foundation for their improvement into the future. Pop! The sound caught Ryu's attention, and he looked above his head to find little Gem waving her little paw around. Ryu caught something out of the corner of his eye and was speechless to find that it was a jar with a pair of eyeballs inside of it. This can't be. On Sacrum, they were the 13th ranked heavenly pupils, also known as the heavenly reflection pupils, and probably one of, if not the strongest defensive heavenly pupils in existence. Its foundational ability was reflect. 20% of an enemy's attack strength, no matter what, would be reflected so long as the user had eyes on it. However, it also had far more powerful abilities, such as absolute reflect, which allowed the full reflection of an attack that was completely understood by the user, or reflective state, which allowed the user to enter a battle form that allowed the power of the enemy's attack to be gathered and used in their own attack, or Mind of Aegis, which summoned a shield for the mind and made a user of these pupils immune to all mental attacks and assaults on the soul. And these were just the directly defensive abilities. It still also had some auxiliary and attacking abilities. Ryu was stunned that little Gem would just directly give him such a thing. Before, that is, a large amount of ancient beast corpses began to appear, including griffins. Looking at the sight that was before him, Ryu suddenly realized he wouldn't need long to upgrade them at all. Chapter 2076 Willing. Ryu settled down. The more he thought about it, the more it made sense for an expert of little Gem's caliber to have these sorts of treasures on her person. She had probably thrown away more wealth than Ryu had gathered in his life. To be a Tao god who had lived for so long just came with that sort of territory. In fact, that was the case even if you were just a normal Tao god, let alone if you were an existence that stood above even more Tao gods. Still, this left Ryu a bit confused. If little Gem had such free reign, then what had stopped her from coming to Ailsa's side all this time? Was there some disagreement between Ailsa and little Gem? Ryu didn't believe so. He would have seen it in Ailsa's memories. And from what he could tell, their relationship was just fine, albeit a little stiff after not seeing one another in so long. That meant that there was likely something else stopping little Gem, and it was most definitely related to someone even more powerful than her. The Griffin world of this quadrant of greater existence was most definitely among the most powerful worlds regardless of location and Tao ceiling. Whoever could rule such a world would definitely be an existence that was comparable to Ailsa at the very least. But therein lied something of interest. Little Gem was a cursed being. The fact she had managed to break that curse should make her unfathomably powerful. So, was it that Ailsa's potential was still able to suppress and surpass little Gem's? Or was it that someone had suppressed little Gem? Ryu's eyes narrowed. He was certain that little Gem was able to talk by now, but the little one hadn't said a single word since returning to his side. There was definitely more to this that she just hadn't gotten to. And clearly, the reason for that was because Ryu was still too weak. All right, Ryu chuckled, reaching up and stroking little Gem's fur. In that case, he would focus on other things first. He still had 2 men to make suffer particularly horrid deaths. Ryu lost himself in his work. The more he practiced necromancy, the more he realized just how much he liked it. In his first life, the secondary professions he picked up were just a means to an end. He wanted to make himself useful, and the idea of rotting away on the shrine plane every day for the rest of his life was suffocating. So he had done something about it. He spent over 90% of his most formative years in the Tatsuya library, gathering up knowledge about herbology and formation mastery, becoming the best rune master on Sacrum. He couldn't find that love because he had always preferred to do something else. He wanted to be the man swinging a spear and standing above the skies, not some court minister in the background scrounging up what he could through his little schemes and his sharp tongue. That was why during his second life, for the vast majority of the start of it, he didn't even care to practice with any secondary professions at all. He just relied on what knowledge he already had, but he never made a grand effort to sharpen his skills or improve. It wasn't until after what might even count as his second rebirth that he began to change a bit. He dabbled more into alchemy, learning what he could about it, and he was forced to refine his skills of other subjects more in the true martial world because that world was several levels above sacrum in terms of foundation. But now, he had settled down even more than that. He found that refining corpses was like the world forcing him to bring all of his secondary profession knowledge together. Alchemy,
Formation mastery,
herbology. In fact, after he reached a certain point, he realized just how important blacksmithing would be as well. If he didn't equip them properly with weapons and armors, how would they reach their best potential? These corpse puppets wouldn't be like his summons. They would only grow based on the resources he put into them and how well he executed his refinements. They were practically like pills in his cauldron. How far they went was dependent on him. And then there were his summons who still had their own Tao hearts and paths of cultivation. If he wanted to maximize them, there might be an argument for not giving them the best weapons possible. However, he still hadn't decided that with any certainty just yet. But these thoughts allowed Ryu to actually delve into a new form of refinement that left him fascinated. Was it possible to create armors that directly fed into or benefited from one's talents? Could he use his knowledge of bloodmancy to form armors? Could he build a helmet for Blue that would allow her to maximize her eyes more? Or maybe deepen her well of focused chi? Maybe he could create an armor for Kira that could siphon away blood essence on its own and replenish his vital chi. The thoughts and possibilities were endless. And since he was a throne, he didn't care and used the resources of the rebirthing cultist sect with impunity, jumping from one idea to the next as though he was having more fun than he was doing any serious cultivation. There was a broad smile on Ryu's face at some unknown time. He had completely forgotten about everything else as he siphoned his way from idea to idea. He even wondered if he should go and steal more shrines from the fiends to create more powerful weapons. But in the end he decided against it for two reasons. For one, there was probably a reason Ailsa didn't go all the way in wiping them all out. There were definitely more secrets holding the fiends together even if they had lost this battle. There was no telling if they had really lost the war. And second, Ryu didn't have time to set up the sort of scale he would need to refine the false shrines. It had to be remembered that last time he had to commandeer an entire domain before he could succeed. Due to that domain couldn't even be used properly for at least the next few millennia. For now, he would just have to stick with what he had, and the results weren't bad. He ended up creating a half-dozen armors, 3 for each of them. On top of that, he created another half-dozen weapons. Well, he created more than that, it was just that he had scrapped the others because they weren't up to par with what he wanted. All right. Ryu stood, feeling that he had spent almost too much time on these two corpse puppets, and he had neglected his summons too much. Between building their armors and allowing Kira to absorb a great deal of ancient beast blood, and Blue to consume the 13th ranked heavenly pupils, it was about time his summons got some attention too. Not long later, Ryu stood before Arya, Hraka, and Impana. Arya was still writhing around like an infuriated wild animal. Could only be said that her energy was truly great. Unfortunately, it wouldn't make much of a difference. Of them all, Impana was lagging behind the most. He had reverted back to his World Serpent bloodline, but compared to Hraka, who had been soaking in embryonic chi for decades, and Arya, who was already a world-shocking talent from the start, it was clear that he had lagged considerably. However, comparatively speaking, Impana was also the one among them with the fiercest Tao heart. And Ryu had an idea for that. Impana, it will take you time to catch up to them, normally speaking, that is. But I have an idea for a new cultivation system and you are perfect for it. Impana was taken aback, not quite knowing what to say. If it was anyone else who was speaking about a new cultivation system, he might look at them as though they were a fool. How long had the current system existed for? Who was arrogant enough to say that they had a new method? I am willing, Impana said. Ryu's gaze sparkled. Little Gem. Little Gem lazily yawned and then waved a palm. A strong world energy descended. And Impana found his cultivation being stripped from him layer by layer, piece by piece. He was stunned. The amount of people who wanted a chance to recultivate amounted to probably 100% of the population. Who could say that they had taken every step perfectly? Stay sharp, Ryu said coldly. I will now transfer the method to you. Whether you can make it to the very end will be dependent on yourself. You have all the resources in the world here. If your Tao heart is strong, you will thrive. If not, you will fall here. Chapter 2077 Clumsy. Ryu squatted on the balls of his feet, pulling Arya up by her collar. She spat at his face, but it was blocked by a barrier before it could even exit her mouth a few inches, before being incinerated to ash. Ryu didn't say much, only pressing a palm to her forehead. "Get out of my head!" Arya roared, her one bronze eye and the other icy blue one flashing wildly. Unfortunately, it was useless. Her soul was far too weak in comparison to his own, and she was ruthlessly suppressed in a single bound. Soon, she found a magus maze in her mind, one that forced her to listen to all of Ryu's orders, and also revealed all of her thoughts to him. Before, Ryu hadn't had a proper summoning heritage, so he didn't actually end up formally making Hraka and Impana his summons just yet. It was just that he was fairly confident that they would always listen to his orders. However, after studying the human skin tome, he had come up with his own summoning method. He had never tested it before, but he had decided to use it against the most unruly of his summons. In the end, he turned out to be correct and everything went smoothly. Not that it was much of a surprise for him. He let go of Arya's collar and stood up. "Get up," he said calmly. Gritting her teeth, Arya complied. Ryu began to control her to take various actions, and eventually the two began to spar. Wounds began quickly accumulating across the petite fiend's body. She suffered again and again, and the rage in her eyes was quickly becoming helplessness. Ryu had allowed her to attack at her full power for a while, and she had thrown everything she had at him, but it was still worthless. It was like they weren't even in the same league anymore. The separation between the two was so enormous that she couldn't even see the peak he stood on. She had once been a great genius that many drooled over. Her own clan was willing to give her any and everything she wanted just to make sure she remained happy. And yet now, you only control Sovereign Earth and Sovereign Ice Chi, not even Ancient Earth and Ice, let alone Primordial Chaotic Earth or Primordial Chaotic Ice. Ryu observed after Arya collapsed with exhaustion. Arya grit her teeth. That was actually a great pride. Why did it sound like an insult coming out of Ryu's mouth? She had never felt so humiliated in her entire life. Your Sovereign Earth and Sovereign Ice are also both quite weak. They seem to be restricted by this world rather than being the best representations of themselves. Ryu had already noticed that his Chaos Chi varied in strength depending on the world he was in. Clearly, this was the same for Arya. It sounded quite shocking that Arya would have Chi that was so weak. It had to be remembered that Chi in this world was separated from fragmented up to God, and then beyond God there was still Ancient Chi and Primordial Chi beyond. Then, sitting beyond that was Chaos Chi or Essence. Arya didn't even have God Chi. She had Sovereign Chi. And that was a Chi level you would start finding on the 8th heaven, and see most often on the 9th heaven. For a genius of her caliber, this seemed out of place. But this made sense to Ryu. After all, what really gave Arya her strength was the fact that she was a child, that being that she had not just one element in her body like most fiends but rather two. Because of this, even when she faced geniuses who controlled one type of ancient Chi, they weren't a match for her. So what would happen if Ryu allowed her the chance to control primordial chaos Chi? In truth, it just might kill her. It had to be remembered that the reason why there were so few dual elemental fiends was because those that were born often died early, unable to withstand the pressure that came from their talent. Although Arya had already made it to lordship and had passed that period of volatility. As a result, forcing her to change her foundation now would definitely push her toward the edge. However, Ryu didn't care. "You're weak," Ryu said. Arya clenched her jaw. But for once, she said nothing at all. "I will give you an opportunity to. If you survive, good. If you don't, good. Your life and death means nothing to me." Arya's gaze became deathly sharp. Every fiber of her being wanted to tear Ryu to pieces, but she didn't even have the strength to lift a finger. "Good luck." Arya's eyes widened. Couldn't be that he wanted to put her through something like that right now, right? She was completely spent. She had no more energy whatsoever. And then. Arya's screams filled the skies as blood poured out from her pores. But by this point, Ryu had already turned his attention to Hraka. The blue-skinned fire giant woman looked beautiful as always, and she was actually wearing more clothes this time. It seemed that her talk with Ryu had given her a bit of a light bulb moment. Ryu couldn't decide whether he was amused, happy, or disappointed about this. But what he did know was that Iraka had a foundation more solid than any of his other summons, even in comparison to Arya by now. Her cultivation was especially slow, and she spent often days at a time now bathing in embryonic chi. The more she used it, the less of an effect that seemed to have. But that was only because all of the changes that could be seen with the physical eye had long since occurred. Despite her size, the woman was no less beautiful than any one of Ryu's wives. If one adjusted for cultivation, that is. Right now, Hraka was still only a perfect sky god, a far cry from many of his wives. But she seemed to have budding potential ready to burst out at any time. And Ryu had the perfect path for her. He flipped over a palm and a white flame appeared. It was the very same flame that had followed him from the start of his cultivation journey, and the very flame with a name he couldn't pronounce. Since he had incorporated the White Phoenix spiritual foundation so far into his cultivation foundation now, he might as well go all out and stop ignoring this beautiful flame. Flame giants had a very complex background. In many tales, giants represented the beginning, not of the universe, but of life itself. It was rare to find a story of the telling of the start of a humanoid race without giants being part of it in some way, shape, or form. They were often painted as a naive race, one without much intelligence, and one with an almost careless clumsiness that might either bring hope or destruction to a world. The fire giants embodied precisely all of that. The clumsiness of the beginning, a budding chance for a future. They were the true Prometheus. For a race like this one, it could be said that this white flame was exactly what Hraka needed. This white flame that Ailsa had only described in a single line. A flame that had existed since the beginning of time itself. "Kneel for me," Ryu said lightly. Hraka nodded and kneeled. Even now, she was still about a head taller than Ryu, even after sitting on her heels. But it was enough. Ryu pressed a palm forward and touched the center of her chest. With a flare, a white phoenix appeared behind him. Iraka's body was practically an open chasm, ready to be molded to Ryu's image. Her meridians were as wide as oceans and her blood vessels were as open as skies. She was ready. Ryu came out of his inner world, slowly opening his eyes while still within the
Rebirthing Cultist sect.
He stood and strolled out, ignoring most of the people he came across until he found himself in front of Wobbling Fairy's courtyard again. After some thought, he just directly barged in and closed the doors after him. He found the little fairy woman rocking in a chair, back to her usual innocent, drunk self. She looked up to see Ryu and gave him a big smile, but it felt fake. Not because there was a hidden darkness behind it, but rather because this was the smile she would likely give anyone who had just barged into her courtyard like that. It was like she had completely lost any semblance of a backbone she had, turning into a puppet of a woman only there to smile and act the part of a fool. Ryu found himself standing before her in silence, his mind seemingly trying to work something out. Chapter 2078. Who? Ryu didn't say anything for a long while until he pulled up a chair and sat across from her in silence. Looking into the eyes of this woman, he could feel that she had a story. It was just that he didn't care to find out what it was before. The reality of the matter was that he didn't particularly care about Wobbling Fairy. He couldn't drum up sympathy for a woman he had no affection for. It also didn't help that he seemed to have decided that he was a hypocrite now. But what was a hypocrite if not self-contradicting? He did things according to how he felt. If he had forgotten about her, he wouldn't have even minded leaving this world without saying goodbye. He wouldn't have felt the need to come here at all. But since he had remembered how, why wouldn't he? Wobbling Fairy looked at him with a somewhat silly smile that hid everything about her true self deep within her body. She didn't seem to be a woman he had slept with before at all, but maybe that only made sense. By now, it had already been decades since the last time he saw her. Time flew by at a blazing pace, and yet here she was, still sipping her wine and staring out into the world without much focus at all. There was silence between the two of them for an entire 3 days. Neither one said a word, though Wobbling Fairy offered Ryu wine several times as though she had forgotten that he had rejected before, or because she thought he might have changed his mind. There was something particularly innocent about her current appearance, an appearance that made her the darling of the rebirthing cultist sect, one that made everyone want to protect her with their lives. She looked like a woman who still carried a bit of baby fat on her cheeks, but she had an undisguised beauty nonetheless. It was likely she was being pulled in two different directions at once, one side toward an elegant maturity, while the other was holding on to a childhood that Ryu knew nothing about. Maybe Ryu could have looked through Ailsa's memories to find out Wobbling Fairy's past, but his Dao heart seemed to have kicked in again. The idea of relying on a wife he had yet to capture back to snag another one didn't taste right in his mouth. So, in the end, after accompanying Wobbling Fairy, he stood and extended a hand. Wobbling Fairy looked at the hand a bit confused, almost like a curious child. She had such a pure innocence in her gaze that Ryu felt even his own heart soften. A part of him was telling him that this wasn't the real woman beneath it all. But after 131, observing her for so long, he realized that while it was true that there was a very real piece of her that was buried, this piece was no more real than what he was seeing right now. Both women were Wobbling Fairy. It was just that she wanted to forget another half of her. That innocence, that purity, not of body, but rather of mind. It reminded him a lot of Yana. Wobbling Fairy was still blinking in confusion, but she took Ryu's hand nonetheless, blushing slightly when she felt his warmth. That was when Ryu realized. This version of Wobbling Fairy truly had no idea what happened between them. When he understood that she had accommodated him all these days, while he just sat there staring at her in silence, without saying a single word or complaining a single time, Ryu sighed and pulled Wobbling Fairy into his embrace. The fairy was taken aback, not expecting such a thing. The blush on her cheek became even more furious, and for the first time, she struggled a little. Ryu could remember the words Wobbling Fairy had first spoken to them when they met. Well, her projection, anyway. "I don't like you. You're too arrogant." Ryu could imagine that her current self probably felt much the same way. Or maybe she felt that his current self was different from the one she had met all those decades ago. Wobbling Fairy might not have memories of what happened between them, but she could more than likely feel the closeness that came from facing a man who had her primordial Een in her. I. Wobbling Fairy was completely flustered, not knowing how to deal with this situation. For as long as he could remember, she had been under the protection of her sisters of the sect. Whatever had happened in her past, at the very least, couldn't be remembered in this state. As such, she had two personalities. One that grew up with those memories and one that didn't. The current her was practically a blank slate. Although she had felt that it was weird a man would come to her courtyard, all but barge in, and then accompany her for so long, the only thing she was actually sad about was the fact that he didn't want to accompany her for a drink. However, after a slight struggle, tears began to pour out from Wobbling Fairy's eyes for reasons she didn't understand. She was now just as stunned by the hug as she was her tears. But soon, her lips were quivering and her throat was hiccuping, her sobs choking out as she began to cry harder. Ryu didn't say anything, not even bothering to catch the wine she had accidentally tipped over and spilled all over the ground. He didn't know what this woman's story was, but what he did know was that he hadn't felt right just leaving her here, so he had come. And now that he was seeing such an innocent soul in this state, he found himself feeling angry. A flash of fury lit in his eyes before he reeled it in. Who was making his woman cry like this? Chapter 2079. Stop? Wobbling Fairy's sniffles only came to a slow stop hours later. I'm sorry. I don't know. Wobbling Fairy seemed taken aback by her own words, and soon enough, when Ryu looked down, he found that a lot of the pure innocence in her eyes was gone. But he had already expected this. The reason Wobbling Fairy always had wine on hand was because her body was too special. Even wine that could knock a Dao god out could be purged as impurities from her. If she wanted to stay drunk, not only did she need especially strong wine, she needed to be sipping at it constantly. After spending hours on nothing more than crying, it wasn't a surprise that she had slipped out of her drunk state. But what was surprising to her was that she had spent so long focused on crying that she didn't even realize when she slipped back into her real self. Usually, the demarcating line was clear as day to her. But this time, it wasn't until she spoke that she realized the change. Ryu loosened his grip on her and looked down at her tear-stricken face. There was a calmness in his eyes that made her even more confused. Should she be offended by how casually he was taking her grief? Or should she feel safe leaning against such a pillar of support? She didn't know. And she also didn't know how much these thoughts were being colored by her dislike of Ryu either. That was until Ryu cupped her cheeks and wiped her tears away with his thumbs. For some reason, Wobbling Fairy found herself not resisting, and the confusion in her eyes only deepened. What if this wasn't related to Ryu at all, and she was really just so fragile that any hint of kindness had left her in a middling mess? Of course, she had received her fair share of kindness in her life, but was it the right kind? Was it kindness directed at her real self? Or was it the innocent version of her everyone seemed to like being around? Even for Ryu, it seemed that the only reason he was giving her a chance now was because of that innocent side of herself. Sometimes living creatures are contradictory. Ryu suddenly said softly, "It's perfectly fine to clash with even yourself. There is no one person in the world that has a perfectly linear train of thought. Don't think that you either have to be one thing or the other." Wobbling Fairy's eyes widened. Suddenly, her eyes were brimming with tears again, but she quickly wiped them away herself, feeling that it would be too embarrassing if she started crying again. "You're coming with me," Ryu said. "Huh?" Wobbling Fairy was so numb to all the surprises that she didn't even quite know how to react to this one. "You're coming with me," Ryu said. He didn't usually like to repeat himself, but for his women he seemed to bend his own rules all the time. "What? Why?" Wobbling Fairy didn't know how to react. Why wouldn't a wife travel with her husband? Wobbling Fairy didn't even know what to say. Hadn't she already told Ryu that she wouldn't be his wife? How could one man be so shameless? "Let's go." Wobbling Fairy found herself being tugged along. "What is your name?" Ryu asked. "Your real name." Wobbling Fairy opened her mouth to respond, and then froze as though she had forgotten the answer. Her brows furrowed. "You know your last name, at least, right?" Ryu said with a grin. Wobbling Fairy was rendered speechless again. But before she could react, her waist was swept into Ryu's arm, and he appeared high above the rebirthing cultist sect. Almost instantly, several gazes landed on the scene of the blushing Wobbling Fairy and Ryu, whose face seemed to be almost a little too proud right now. "Today, I'll be announcing a union between your sex Wobbling Fairy and I, Ryu Tatsuya." With fairies and fae of the sect were taken aback again. But recalling the time Ryu spent years in Wobbling Fairy's courtyard, they turned downcast soon after. Wobbling Fairy didn't even know how to call out and refute, and she didn't seem to have the strength to say the words at all. Star River appeared in the skies with a frown on her face, staring daggers at Ryu. Wobbling Fairy was practically everyone's little sister. How could she just be swept up into marriage like this without anyone knowing? And by the likes of this shameless bastard at that? That was just unacceptable. "Objections?" Ryu asked innocently. Star River looked toward Wobbling Fairy, only to find that she wanted to find almost anywhere to hide, even if that place was Ryu's chest. Seeing her little sister in such a state, Star River already realized that Ryu was at the very least not lying entirely. Star River also mistook the changes to Wobbling Fairy's temperament as the difference between a young maiden and a mature woman. Though she had guessed wrongly, the conclusion was much the same nonetheless. Star River scowled, remembering the first words that Wobbling Fairy had spoken to Ryu and feeling even more aggrieved. "Little sister, didn't you say you didn't like this man? How did you let him trick you anyway?" Star River's little nose wrinkled up, and even as a Tao god she didn't seem mature enough to hide it properly. Boom, boom, boom. "Stop!" At that moment, Ryu heard a voice he hadn't heard in a while. His wife's disciple, Renushka. He had no idea where she had gone, but her temper seemed to be just as great. "Stop what?" Ryu asked almost disinterestedly. He had suddenly gone from a man who looked to be joking around to one whose patience was wearing thin. "I don't know what you've done to my little sister, but I'm going to make you pay for it. Ryu shook his head. As my wife's disciple, you are technically my daughter in martial law now. I would advise you step down lest I be forced to embarrass you. Chapter 2080 please. You. What? Renushka didn't even quite register what Ryu had just said at first. Her tongue was running faster than her mind, and she felt like she just had to give a generic witty reply back to make Ryu accept the battle. She was still a Tao Lord, but from what she could tell, Ryu's body had at least broken into the Tao Lord realm as well. Although they were still mismatched, she had been wanting to teach this arrogant bastard a lesson for a long while. Back then, she was the one who had gone to save him from the entrapment of the Luminara clan before dropping him off at the Beast Domain with the 10-year limit that Ailsa had given him. Of course, Ryu had ended up doing things in a much shorter time frame, but Renushka hadn't been there for that, having entered seclusion to complete another task her master had given her. She had only just exited, only to find that the arrogant bastard she too hated was actually taking advantage of their sex little pearl? That was absolutely unacceptable. She had to at least teach Ryu a lesson before things got out of hand. But now, she was absolutely infuriated. A sword appeared in her hand, and she pointed the tip right at Ryu's chin. Take those words back right now or I will have your head. Renushka was so infuriated she saw red. She didn't care if Wobbling Fairy had even the slightest bit of feeling for Ryu. Even if they were real, for the words that Ryu had just spoken, she would have his head no matter what. I will give you 3 seconds to lower your sword, Ryu said. A chilly wind suddenly passed through, and even Star River felt a tingle crawl up her spine. The atmosphere had completely shifted, and suddenly Star River remembered the time Ryu started crippling and ejecting their disciples from the sect one after another. Renushka didn't know it, but Ryu was someone with a hair-like trigger. It was hard to tell what would set him off under normal circumstances, let alone when it was a situation that anyone would be infuriated by. No cultivator with the slightest backbone would be okay with someone pointing a weapon at them, let alone Ryu. The only reason he hadn't already attacked to kill was because of exactly what he had already said. This was Ailsa's disciple. A master for a day, a parent for life. If she was Ailsa's disciple, then for all intents and purposes, she was by extension as important to Ailsa as a daughter would be. Ryu very much doubted that Ailsa would take in any disciple casually. By the same token, Renushka was also almost certainly a powerhouse amongst lords. As for how good she was, Ryu never bothered to find out. He didn't care. But if she made him find out, things wouldn't necessarily end well for her. Not at all. Renushka was only more infuriated by Ryu's words, and she suddenly pierced forward before anyone could say anything. Her fury seemed to have risen to her head. Not only was Wobbling Fairy important to her, but Ailsa was no different from her own mother. Ailsa had once spoken about the kind of man her husband was. In fact, Renushka might be the only one who knew that Ailsa was truly married at all, while everyone else could only speculate and draw baseless conclusions from rumors. The man she envisioned was nothing like Ryu at all, and he certainly wouldn't be picking up women in the sect of his own wife while he had several more women at his beck and call on top of that. Renushka only realized that she might have gone too far halfway through, but even so, her fury wouldn't be abated. Rather than slowing down, she accelerated. There was only a small gap between her sword and Ryu to begin with, and yet, her sword passed through nothing but air. Ryu didn't even look like he moved, but the distance between the sword and his neck remained the exact same. He still held Wobbling Fairy's waist in one arm, while his other didn't even budge in the slightest. He looked as calm as could be, indifferent to the world. And yet, there was a chilling cold that pervaded the air. He said indifferently. Bang! The air exploded and then, Poochie! Renushka's eyes widened as she grabbed at her throat. At some unknown time, a sword had torn through her throat, blasting out a hole through the back of her skull. Renushka! Star River screeched. Renushka! Wobbling Fairy's eyes widened, but the grip Ryu's hand had on her waist was so tight that she found herself frozen in place. Star River caught Renushka, her eyes filled with a light of panic. Blood covered her hands immediately, and she seemed to have forgotten everything she knew at that moment. It was only after panicking for several seconds that she seemed to recall something and hurriedly pulled out several pills, stuffing them into Renushka's mouth. But the blood continued to pool. Please! Wobbling Fairy tugged on Ryu. For some reason, she felt that she could stop this. However, when Ryu looked over to her, she felt like she had descended into an ice cellar. She had seen it clearly just now as well. Renushka had definitely tried to kill him. With her cultivation, she had more than enough time to react, but she had still chosen to double down. Maybe that was because she realized that she had already offended Ryu beyond the point of return. But did the reasons matter when she had already acted with such impunity? There was simply no going back. Wobbling Fairy's eyes began to brim with tears again. Please, please. To Wobbling Fairy's surprise, Ryu's expression suddenly softened. All right. With a flicker of his eyes, the pills Star River was using suddenly began to work properly. Chapter 2081, An Angel's Descent. As Ryu had expected, Renushka was quite powerful. But there were several things working against her that Ryu had seen through. For one, she was too arrogant, and that was coming from Ryu. She really thought that just because she had her blade out like that, and that she was close, that his head was actually just on a platter for her taking. Second, there was a Tao god right there. By default of Star River's presence, lords and sovereigns couldn't even begin to use their control, leaving her unable to use her full strength. Third, Star River couldn't affect Ryu's control at all. That was because when it came down to it, if he was truly desperate, Ryu could always use his Child of Order constitution, which would allow the laws of the world to work for him. As though that wasn't enough, he still had his own inner world. Renushka had all of these disadvantages active before she even attacked. By then, it was easy for Ryu to use a 1-inch, 1-mile principle to make her feel like she had stabbed at air. His control over spacetime was leaps and bounds beyond anything it had been able to do in the past. And then there was the final attack. That was nothing more than fate reversal on a much higher level than anything he had ever displayed before. And the reason he could do it was precisely because Renushka couldn't use her control. Usually, Ryu had to get injured first before he could use fate reversal. But this time, he used his fate and karma soul nature to pick out a different timeline, one where Renushka's blade had succeeded in killing him. Then he reversed that one. This was one of the more powerful abilities that his new spacetime mysteries of heaven and earth pupils could allow him to access. Unfortunately, this time it only worked because Renushka couldn't use her control. But when his eye was complete, it wouldn't matter what control his opponent had. The world would be his oyster to do with it what he pleased. This time, your life was saved because my wife pleaded for you. Nothing more, nothing less. The next time you piss me off, I won't be nearly so kind. Star River sighed a breath of relief when Renushka finally showed signs of healing. She couldn't help but feel rage when she heard Ryu's words, but she really didn't know what to do. Of course she was biased toward Renushka, but this time, she had truly gone too far. She didn't even know if she could even blame Ryu had he killed her outright. It's time. I'll return with you to my home, Ryu said with a smile toward a somewhat dazed Wobbling Fairy. It was clear that she was shocked that Ryu had actually listened to her words. She could tell that just moments ago, Ryu truly had every intention of killing Renushka, even if it infuriated Star River. You'll get to meet my parents. Who knows, maybe my father will scold me again for bringing too many women home. But I know my mother will be happy. Wobbling Fairy blushed. What was this man talking about? The rest of the sect could only watch as Ryu vanished with Wobbling Fairy by his side. Ryu? Wobbling Fairy asked softly, the confusion in her eyes still very much there as they strolled through the skies toward their final destination. Yes. Why? Ryu blinked. Why what? You? Wobbling Fairy was speechless. Did she really have to say it out loud? Ryu laughed. I'm waiting. What do you want to ask? Wobbling Fairy grit her teeth. Why did you spare Renushka? Isn't that what you wanted me to do? We can go back and kill her now. To be honest, she really did piss me off back there. That's not what I meant. Ryu laughed again. Of course he understood what she meant. I already gave you the answer. Isn't that what you wanted me to do? What other reason do I need? Wobbling Fairy didn't even know what to say, and almost started crying again. What are you talking about? Why are you such a fool? She wiped the unshed tears from her eyes, cursing herself for crying again. She couldn't even remember the last time she had cried, but now it felt like an every moment occurrence. Me? A fool? Never me. How could you say such a thing? Wobbling Fairy found herself laughing. And what would you do if I told you to leave all your other women and only be with me? Okay. Anything but that. Ryu nodded without missing a beat. Wobbling Fairy was rendered speechless again. This man truly had a face as thick as a sex wall. He didn't even miss the smallest beat. Anything but that? Wobbling Fairy asked with emphasis. Of course. And if I told you to castrate yourself? Okay. Anything but that. Ryu nodded again. To disrespect your mother? Okay. Anything but that. Fight your father? Okay. Anything but that. Wobbling Fairy went from being speechless to just laughing. This man was a hypocrite through and through, and he was facing against his own hypocrisy with such a bold face that he didn't even seem to recognize his own flaws. Either that or he was aware and simply didn't care. What if I don't want to be your wife? She finally asked. You have no choice, unfortunately. Ryu nodded again. And why's that? Think of how sad you'll be if you leave me and then realize there's no man that could ever compare. How depressed would you be? If you think about it, I'm really just saving you from yourself. No need to thank me. Such things are trivial between husband and wife. Wobbling Fairy was rendered speechless once more before she started laughing so hard that a different sort of tear streak began to accumulate on her soft, rosy cheeks. Her laughter filled the skies and sounded like the bells of an angel's descent. Chapter 2082 The Seventh Heaven. The Seventh Heaven. The world had been in an odd, perpetual state of war for a long while. With the ascension of the Radiant Star sect, the Fading Star and their allies had done their best to suppress and repress them. This situation only became worse after the shift in fate. However, almost 100 years later and the Radiant Star sect still stood strong. One would say that a large part of that was because of Aika, their Tao sovereign. Fueled by fury and sadness, one would think that she was the sole reason for the change, but this wasn't the case. In truth, Aika had been far more distraught than anything else. It was difficult even for her cultivation to improve these days. Although she was filled with her own fury, it didn't supersede how downtrodden she was. The real reason the Radiant Star sect was able to make it this far was because of the rise of two people, one far more expected than the other. The first was none other than Old Wan. After he, too, broke into the Tao sovereign realm, it gave the sect a stabilizing force that was able to go against all of their enemies while only being slightly at a loss. He seemed to carry a great deal of power with him, but his advancement only made Aika more distraught. That was because she knew that Old Wan wasn't yet ready to break into the Tao sovereign realm. He didn't have a sudden and perfect enlightenment that she had. Rather, he had pushed himself to do so because she was unable to hold up the sky on her own. This only made her feel an even deeper guilt. She knew that Old Wan was no less talented than she was. The reason he hadn't broken through yet was because he was looking for the perfect path. A path that would lead him to godhood. True godhood. And yet now, because of her once again, yet another had lost their light for the future. It was tearing Aika up on the inside to suffer through these matters. She felt like it was all her fault. All of her fault. If she hadn't been so eager to return to the seventh heaven with her little bit of power, Ryu would have never died. His wives would have never been taken away beneath her own watch. Old Wan wouldn't have been forced to give up his future for the sake of immediate survival. If only she had listened. If only she had followed Old Wan's carefully laid out plans instead of going off on her own to do as she pleased. These sort of thoughts broke Aika. It didn't matter what anyone else said. She knew that she was at fault and she couldn't think any way else. The fact her Tao heart hadn't already collapsed was just a miracle in and of itself. But maybe the only reason it hadn't was because after being so useless, she couldn't bring herself to become a worthless bag of flesh. If nothing else, her cultivation was all she had left to atone for everything she had done. This one thought was the only thing keeping her small frame from collapsing in on itself. Well, that and the fact their sect gained a new beacon of the younger generation to help them hold up the skies. Jojo. Watching Jojo grow, diligently guiding her in all the ways she could, was about the only thing that could make Ika smile these days. And it could be said that Jojo was the true reason they had yet to collapse. For a sect, what they needed wasn't just immediate strength, but they also needed a light of hope for the future. With Ryu dead, and Selhira stolen away, they hadn't had a backbone left on the latter front, until Jojo began to shine through with her talent, her sword and her armor leading her way. In just over 70 years, Jojo had managed to cross several thresholds of cultivation, reaching the omniscient realm. She had a half-foot into the Lord realm already, and it seemed like she could break through at any time. But she was still unsatisfied with her Tao of the sword. It had to be remembered that anyone following a pure weapon path would always have a harder time than their predecessors. That was because in order to forge their own path, they had to shed away the tugging fate of all those that followed before them. It could be said, then, that those following weapon paths had the slowest cultivation of all of their companions. This was why Jojo had been the last among Ryu, Selhira and herself to break into the true Sky God realm. But between Ryu's death and the current time period, it seemed as though she had grasped something. Fleeting though it might be, she was the sole reason the younger generation of the Radiant Star sect wasn't overrun by the powers that surrounded them. A pillar of the older generation and a pillar of the younger generation was all that separated the Radiant Star sect from true destruction. And as the battle was strung out, the ferocity of things began to lull into a low simmer. The fading Star sect and their allies changed their methods and began to apply a slow, consistent pressure against the Radiant Star sect instead of looking for a sudden blow, and this change had led up all the way until today, a day when explosive news reached their ears from the 8th heaven. Starlight, chosen of the fading Star sect, had returned from his master's tutelage. This was already explosive news in and of itself, because many were aware that Starlight's master was a powerful existence of the Tao sovereign realm. But what was more important than that was the fact that Starlight himself had managed to become a lord. Suddenly, the situation of the 7th heaven was embroiled in yet more chaos. Chapter 2083 Rage of the Heavens. Maybe a lord didn't sound very impressive. If two sovereigns in Ika and Old One couldn't change and stabilize the situation, then how could a mere lord do so? But there were two main issues to account for here. First, the 7th heaven didn't have many lords to begin with. Jojo was able to have a huge impact despite still being in the omniscient realm. It wasn't until the 8th heaven where lords became a bit more commonplace, but even then, there might only be one in several trillion cultivators. These weren't existences that just popped up everywhere, even if Ryu's life now made it feel like it was so. And second, Starlight was far from a normal lord. Starlight was under the tutelage of a hegemon of the 8th heaven. It was also said that he was granted the chaotic silk meridians from this master of his, and as a result, his power had grown at an exponential rate the more perfectly he assimilated with it. But these were just external matters. Sure, a powerful master would likely not raise a useless disciple, and powerful talent likely wouldn't forge a mediocre genius. But these weren't the matters that should be considered the most. Instead, what had caught the attention of the world was Starlight's tribulation. In the cultivation world, tribulations could be triggered by a great number of things. Sometimes they were artificial, like what Ryu had experienced when his Tao first broke through on the 1st heaven, or sometimes they were natural, like all the times Ryu had caused tribulation pill clouds to descend. However, there was a third category of tribulations, one that was unavoidable and the very reason why the crossing over from omniscient to Lord was such an enormous hurdle. Cultivation tribulation, also known as the Rage of the Heavens tribulation. The control a Lord had over the world was so far beyond what lower sky gods could match that this seemed to be the only appropriate response by the heavens. The Lord realm was a tipping point, a point where cultivators began to take more than the heavens could easily return. As such, the rage of the heavens was called down, causing an exceptionally high death rate. It could be said that for every 1,000 omniscients that even reached the threshold to trigger a Lord rage tribulation, 1,000 would die. It wasn't until you began to get into the 6 and 7 figures that you might get 1 or 2 survivors. and this was often regardless of talent and background. That was because the rage of the heavens couldn't be fooled. Everyone had the same odds of survival. These matters, though, could be skewed. If everyone had the same odds of survival, why did it seem that so many geniuses could weather the storm? And that was precisely where the danger Ryu felt lying on the horizon came from. These geniuses could survive the tribulation because they had the fate to do so. They were granted blessings by the heavens that gave them slightly higher odds of survival than all others, and this was precisely what they relied upon to reach the realms they did. But Ryu, he had no such fate. That said, this matter wasn't about Ryu. In the documented history of rage of the heavens tribulations, there were many separating tiers, and usually this decided just what kind of shocking existence would be birthed on the other side, should this existence survive, that is. The first tier was known as the Foundation's Rage Tribulation. This tribulation was the most normal of them all and only required one to survive a normal barrage of lightning. Whether it was a First Revolution's Foundation's Rage Tribulation or a Ninth Revolution's Foundation's Rage Tribulation, would decide whether one had to only survive a single volley of lightning or 9 of them. It could be said that in the history of the true martial world, basically no one got First or Second Revolution tribulations. That was because of the unique geography of the landscape. Lords almost never appeared beneath the 7th heaven. And those above this threshold all met certain standards of cultivation and talent that weren't easily falsified. As such, the Third Revolution was considered the standard of a normal lord. If one was a 6th Revolution lord, you were leagues beyond a 3rd Revolution one. It could be said that a lord of the latter caliber could one-shot one of the previous caliber. However, this gap wasn't large enough for a 6th Revolution lord to defeat a 3rd Revolution sovereign. That said, a 9th Revolution lord might be able to fight a very close battle and just barely lose to a 3rd Revolution sovereign, assuming that they were already at the peak of the lord realm and the sovereign wasn't very far into the sovereign realm. However, it was said that Starlight wasn't a 9th Revolution lord. He was an elemental rage lord. Above the revolution's rage lords were the elemental rage lords, existences that didn't just face lightning tribulations but elemental tribulations. In fact, not only was Starlight an elemental rage lord, he was a 7 revolution elemental rage lord. With a normal 7 revolution rage lord, they would face 7 volleys of lightning, each one growing progressively more powerful. This would amount to a total of 63 lightning bolts with 9 for each revolution. However, elemental rage lords faced off against wind tribulation, fire tribulations, water tribulations, and finally earth tribulations. They didn't have 7 volleys. They faced off against 7 times 4 volleys, for a total of 252 different assaults on their life, each from a different walk of life. The elemental tribulations weren't just difficult because of the number, but rather also the variety. What cultivator could boast perfect immunity to all of the elements? Eventually, whether it was wind, fire, water, or earth, you would run into a combination or a variation of these elements that you couldn't defend against. And this was the tribulation that Starlight had made it through. Author's note below. Heya everyone. If you're a fan of me, please help out my other novel, Genetic Ascension. Please go to your profile inbox events, and then click on Vote for your favorite WSA candidate author. To help GA out, smiley face. The more you guys vote, the higher likelihood there'll be of GA getting an adaptation in the future. Love, happy reading, smiley face. Awespec. Chapter 2084, End of the Road. According to the record of the true martial world, an 8th Revolution elemental rage tribulation was the highest to ever appear in recorded history. There were speculations that a 9th Revolution existed, but none were certain about this. It could be said that because of his existence alone, Starlight had swayed the fate of the 7th heaven practically single-handedly. Although it was very difficult to survive such a tribulation, when one was successful, they became wrapped up in the favor of the heavens. The amount of investment the heavens needed to give to an existence that entered the Lord realm was so great that the heavens obviously wouldn't like such a person to die. As such geniuses were incredibly difficult to kill for reasons that extended beyond just their trump cards. The heavens themselves didn't necessarily want them to die. And for Starlight, who had now become the backbone of the fading star sect, it seemed inevitable that they would come to rise as well. It was under this situation that the pressure on the Radiant Star sect reached a completely new level. Armies set out and marched toward their borders. Near their helm, a young starlight sat with twinkling blue eyes and skin as dark as night. His handsome countenance didn't seem to have much of an expression on it as he looked forward in silence, his thoughts only known to himself. He hardly reacted even when the tall walls of the Radiant Star sect appeared before him. All he did was calmly stand to his feet. The man he wanted to face off against wasn't here. It made it all feel pointless. The Radiant Star sect's situation might be bad, but their growth wasn't too poor either. The geniuses they had brought up from the lower heavens had finally managed to reaffirm their foundations and strengthen themselves. They had been mostly chosen for their character, and with the resources of the Radiant Star sect constantly being poured into them in these hard times, they had done well enough to overturn their situations. In addition, some of these disciples had even been granted the opportunity that Ryu was once given to take on the Radiant Bloodline. Thanks to this, their talent had undergone a fundamental change as well. While it was true that Old Juan and Jojo were the ones upholding the skies, they played a strong part in it all as well. These disciples gripped their weapons, looking out into the distance. Unlike the past, they didn't have a hint of fear on their faces. They were battle-hardened, and the number of them that were left were all the ones that had already been through more life and death situations than they could count. While it was true that many had died, it had shed much of the weakness of the sect. Even so, when they laid eyes on the calm starlight in the distance, some of them couldn't help but pale. Though their faces were still filled with determination, they couldn't control the impulse of their bodies. This was simply the natural reaction of their hearts. This man was powerful, more powerful than any one of them. They had a feeling that even if they were in the Lord realm as well, it wouldn't make the slightest bit of difference. Just what did it feel like to face off against an elemental tribulation? To feel as though the skies were falling down on you and Mother Nature herself wanted your head on a pike? To face off against such danger and yet come out on top in the end. Wasn't that what Starlight had done? Against such an enemy, could you even raise your head up properly? He had seen to the ends of the heavens and come out alive. How could they match up against his momentum? Jojo stood on the wall silently, her great sword on her shoulder and her armor reflecting in the dreary sunlight above. The rays barely peeked through the crowd, cascading down with a gloominess that fit the atmosphere. The forests around their sect had been leveled once again, leaving nothing more than a clear lane for their enemies to make their way forward. She could feel the pressure from Starlight as well. It was why her brows were furrowed. The gap between Omniscient and Lord was far too large for anyone to bridge in her estimation. But against an opponent like this one, it was even more impossible. The only person who could match up against Starlight was Samson. But Jojo's senses now were completely unlike what they had been in the past. She knew for a fact that Samson stood not the slightest bit of a chance against Starlight. He would be lucky to last a few exchanges. As for Samson himself, high in the skies above, Aika stood with a pale face. It didn't look like fear, but rather fatigue. By her side there was Old Juan, and across from them, there were two sovereigns. One of them was the ancestor of the Fading Star sect, Sovereign Black Worm. But the other, he was a man who Ryu had never seen personally, but he would surely recognize nonetheless. He was none other than the chaotic space sky god, Starlight's master and the very man whose inheritance Ryu had turned down with disgust. The chaos space sky god looked like a man with a single foot in the grave already. His wrinkles drooped down his face and his eyes were a murky white. With how hunched his back was, one would think he was bending over to smell the roses. And yet, there was a chaotic fluctuation of space rippling around him that filled one with a sense of imminent danger. He might have a foot in the grave, but he was still a peak Dao sovereign, while Aika and Old One both were just lower Dao sovereigns. They were already struggling with dealing with Black Worm alone, but now, felt like the end of the road. Chapter 2085 indeed. Standing in silence, the four sovereigns faced off against one another. But chaotic space didn't seem to care enough to look them in the eye. Instead, he was staring down through the clouds before, a light smile on his face as though a grandfather watching his grandson soar through the skies. Of course, the person he was watching was none other than Starlight, his disciple. The old man seemed to have completely forgotten about Ryu's existence. But how could he not? With a disciple who had cleared the 7th revolution of the elemental rage tribulation, he would be able to gather up quite a large amount of fate as his master. This way, the door to Tao godhood had creaked open just the slightest bit. All he needed to do now was wait for an opportunity to walk right through it. As for this, he saw it as nothing more than a farce. Soon enough, he would be able to get what he wanted. He was here as nothing more than a formality. Aika grit her teeth. The last flickering embers of the fiery temper she once had trying to stoke themselves again only to be doused by the cold, harsh reality of what they were facing here. Her inability to control herself had gotten them here. At the very least, she could control her temper now and give them the smallest bit of a chance. Hopefully. She gripped her fists tightly, a tear rolling down her pale cheek. Down below, Samson gripped a heavy glaive in his hand and took a step forward. Much like Jojo had said, there was only one path to take right now, and that was the path of battle. This was a fight he had to win no matter what. Even if he didn't know how he would do it, he would have to find a way. He landed on the ground and faced off against the army, trying to build up momentum for himself. But even while just sitting there silently, Starlight felt crushing. Samson felt his knees almost go weak as cold sweat poured down his back. While to another, he looked as though he was standing ramrod straight. Those that knew him well knew that he was approaching the very edge of his limits, and Starlight hadn't even moved yet. If this is all you can bring forward, what is the point? Starlight said indifferently. Where is Ryu Tatsuya? The echoes of something rumbled through the skies. Samson gritted his teeth, remembering when he had butted heads with Old Wan over Ryu's death. Even now, he hadn't broken the news to Aika that Old Wan was the one who was responsible for Ryu's death. She was already so broken, he had no idea how he could even begin to do such a thing. Seeing that Samson didn't answer, Starlight shook his head. I will ask you one more time. Know that I don't have the patience for your nonsense. If you cannot answer, then say you do not know. If you lie to me, I will only make your death more painful. Samson clenched his teeth, expecting to hold his ground, but the creaking of his knees and the cold sweat that permeated his back overwhelmed him. His Tao heart shook and he suddenly found himself speaking before he could even control himself. He is dead. He's dead, damn it. Samson gasped for breath and the momentum, what little of it there was, completely deflated from the Radiant Star sect. Jojo's eyes dimmed and she exhaled a soft sigh. It was hard to tell if that sigh was for Samson's lack of a backbone, or if it was for Ryu's death. However, what Samson didn't expect was for Starlight to frown in confusion. When did he die? Samson gritted his teeth, but he felt that not speaking now would only be more embarrassing. He tried to force himself to relax and react as though he had wanted to start the conversation in the first place. So, he answered, That's impossible, Starlight said coldly. My master sensed him on the 8th heaven after the date you claim. Samson froze, not knowing how to react to this information. What did you say? Aika asked from above, her voice sounding almost frantic. However, a snort echoed before she could even speak more. Aika found a force ripping into her body. She barely managed to protect herself from all of her clothing being shredded to pieces and her body being exposed to the air. But that didn't stop her from coughing up several mouthfuls of blood. This isn't your place to intervene. Know when to be silent. Chaotic Space said coldly. Old Wan's eyes narrowed, but he didn't say anything. He had already speculated that Ryu was alive. He had even guessed that the man sent to take Selhira and Eska Wei was related to him as well. He had only confirmed that when a mysterious energy took away the best trump card he had against Ryu, that being Hope's fragmented soul. But now, hearing this, he was even more certain. It was a good thing that he had made plenty of preparations for this outcome. On the ground below, Samson was taken aback by this outcome as well and wasn't sure what to say. He stood in stunned silence and looked up into the air as though he wanted to see how Old Wan was reacting. Unfortunately, he didn't have the right to see any of what was going on up there. So you don't know about where he is, then? You likely also don't know that he's very much wanted by a great number of powers on the 8th heaven. But maybe that's why your little sect has managed to survive so long. If you did know anything, they would have long come after you. That man would never die so easily. Indeed, I wouldn't die so easily. What would the world even do without me? The sudden voice seemed to come from everywhere at once. Starlight's eyes narrowed into slits. Chapter 2086 5 seconds. Ryu walked across the skies as though it was solid ground. But more shocking than that, no one could seem to tell how he had appeared, and that included the 3 sovereigns in the skies. It was like in one moment he hadn't even had a tangible existence, and in the next, like he had always been there from the very start. The pressure of the battlefield didn't seem to bother him in the slightest. His white robes only slightly waving in the wind, no more than it should for a person on a leisurely stroll. He looked at ease, completely in his own element, and unbothered by everything around him. One would have thought that he had come to the Radiant Star sect by coincidence. Well, don't let my presence bother you. Weren't you going to kill him? Go ahead. Ryu's words seemed to shock everyone awake again, and Samson's expression couldn't help but change before it became somewhat sullen. If nothing else, Ryu's words made something quite clear. If others thought that he was here to save the Radiant Star sect, they were sorely mistaken. At best, he was here to pick up a few more worthy summons. Unfortunately, Ryu looked up and found that Aika was no longer as bright of heart and sharp of focus as she was in the past. But where there were losses, there were gains. His gaze shifted and landed on Jojo. She was only in the omniscient realm right now, but her Tao heart. He couldn't help but smile to himself as he remembered their last interaction. He still found it amusing even to now. Jojo would have probably blushed with some shame if Ryu's last words hadn't pissed her off so much. She had no idea what happened between Ryu and Old Wan. But even if she had, she wouldn't have any idea why he would transfer that hatred to Samson. However, Ryu had a very clear line for how he did things. Even if he couldn't see it by Samson's mannerisms, the changes to his breath and heartbeat, or the fluctuations to his fate itself, Ryu was smart enough to deduce many things. Even if Aika didn't know, he was sure that she wasn't stupid enough to have no suspicions at all. And if he was correct, Samson was probably the first to figure out what happened back then. Ryu didn't care if they were directly involved or not. Samson wouldn't be on the list of people he would be stepping in to save the life of. As for Aika, her naivete was mind-numbing. He could practically see through her like he was reading an open book. When he looked up into the skies and met her gaze, it was as though he was the sovereign and she was the omniscient. In these years he had been away, she had certainly found clues that had left her raising her eyebrows. But she hadn't been willing to take the final step to acknowledge what might have happened because Old Wan and Samson were practically her 2 blood brothers. They had grown up together, faced the destruction of their clans and sect together, weathered the storms of survival in this harsh world of cultivation together. It wasn't easy for her to peel away that final veil even if she found many things confusing. That wasn't enough for Ryu to have a distaste for her the same way he did for Samson. But what it was enough to do was for him to draw a clear line between the 2 of them. If she was worthy, he would have taken her on as a summon. But since her Tao heart was in shambles and he still owed her, he wouldn't turn her into a corpse puppet. After these matters today were finished, he would write off whatever debts they had left and leave with Jojo. Of course, only after he had Old Wan's head on a pike. Ryu looked down from his gaze above. From start to finish, he didn't even give Old Wan, Black Worm, or the chaotic space sky god a glance as though they weren't worth his time. What's this? Still not attacking? I don't have the patience to wait here all day. If you're worried about me taking advantage of your fatigue, I'll gladly give you some rest. Or say the word and I'll just kill him for you so we can get this over with. Ryu! Jojo's explosive temper finally couldn't take it anymore. She looked as though she wanted to cut Ryu down herself. In fact, her enormous sword had already appeared in her palms, her aura blazing like a sword piercing the clouds. Ryu looked over to Jojo. She was just as fiery as usual, her violet-red hair flickering like dancing flames. Her eyebrows actually seemed even more fierce than he remembered them, like 2 strikes of a match across her otherwise delicate features. Ryu had a preference for arrogant women who were very much in touch with their feminine side. All things considered, JoJo had the arrogance, but she was a tomboy through and through. But right now, the single hum that had come from Ryu's lips practically made the atmosphere freeze over. The only one who didn't seem to notice was JoJo, who had let her temper get to her head already. Could be said that, in this respect, she and Aika were two peas in a pod. You ungrateful bastard! Did you forget everything Sovereign Aika did for you? And who the hell do you think you are? Do you think I can't see through the fact you're just an omniscient? Do you think I won't cut you down where you stand? Ryu gazed at her indifferently. The longer JoJo's rage-fueled words echoed through the skies, the more she seemed to realize that Ryu was practically a brick wall. Is that so? Ryu finally asked lightly. A chilling breeze passed by, and for some reason, JoJo felt the fire in her heart dissipating somewhat. Attack then! JoJo froze. Goosebumps raced across her skin as a reaper's death grip wrapped around her throat. But it was then a blazing intent rumbled through her soul as her Tao heart shattered her fear apart. She couldn't take a step back now. Not when the sex morale was already teetering on the edge of destruction. She slashed out with all of her might, a blade of fiery light crossing through the air and appearing in front of Ryu in what looked like an instant. Ryu didn't even move. He just stood there, his hands almost carelessly clasped behind his back. The fiery scythe clashed with an invisible wall, or maybe the word clashed was too bold for what truly happened. It was almost like a punch landing on air, so silent and unbothered that it was hard to tell if JoJo's attack was an illusion or not. Slowly, the attack blinked out of existence and Ryu appeared in their sights clearly once more. Not an ounce of fatigue on his face. Ryu was far too lazy to explain himself. He wouldn't even do so to Aika herself. If she tried to stand in his way, he would kill her just the same as he would anyone else who pissed him off. The only reason JoJo wasn't lying dead in a pile of her own flesh and blood right now was because he had plans for her as a summon. Nothing more, nothing less. In fact, the fact she dared to attack him after his aura descended only moved her up his list further. You and I haven't been on the same level for a long while. Did you think those I've already surpassed could possibly catch up to me? Ryu asked lightly. The words drummed against JoJo's soul, but Starlight's as well, just the same. Now I will give you one more chance. Ryu shifted his gaze from JoJo to Starlight, who was down beneath him. Finish your battle quickly or I will finish it for you. I will give you 5 seconds. Ryu stood there silently as Starlight didn't reply. Time slowly ticked by from 1 second to 2, and then from 2 to 3. No one knew what would happen after the 5th second passed, but time, for reasons none could understand, seemed to have slowed to an absolute crawl. And then the 5th second ticked by. Ryu didn't say a word. He simply brought out a palm clasped behind his back and lightly patted at the air. Samson couldn't even react before his chest seemed to implode from the inside out. JoJo's eyes opened wide and all the air seemed to be sucked out of the battlefield. Bang! Samson crashed against the sect walls so heavily that they cracked and then collapsed, the formation that had once been protecting it seemingly being useless. Chapter 2087. Let me borrow. A lord was put on his last breath by an omniscient, in what could hardly even count as a single strike. It was as though Ryu had only lightly patted at the air, like he didn't even use much of his effort at all. The understanding that most had of the gap between omniscient and lord was overturned right before their eyes. They had seen Ryu fight above his cultivation realm before, but those were still somewhat acceptable. But there had never been a documented genius in the true martial world that was capable of bridging such a gap. And if there was, they certainly shouldn't have been able to do it so easily. The person that was the most shell-shocked, though, was Aika herself. She stood in the skies in a daze, her face growing paler and paler as tear streaks fell from her once delicate, now shallow cheeks. She looked as though she had lost her soul. But it was hard to tell if that was because Samson was on his last breath, or if it was because she had seemingly realized something else. Ryu descended from the skies and landed in front of Starlight, his gaze indifferent. Anyone who knew Ryu, though, felt that his actions were odd. Of course, that wasn't because of Samson. That was well in line with something Ryu would do. He had no intention of sparing or forgiving Samson just because he was stuck between a rock and a hard place. Ryu's hypocrisy seemed to be based on nothing more than selfishness, but as he had thought many times before, comprehension placed far more emphasis on how you came to know something rather than that you knew it. Ryu had always known that he was a hypocrite, but he embraced it now. And the reason for that was far more important than the fact he was. The world was filled with moral gray zones. No matter what philosophers tried to tell you, there was no objective morality. Was Samson wrong? From his perspective, certainly not. Samson believed that Ryu was already dead, and Old Wan's words back then were very reasonable. Ryu's fate was too volatile and he could too easily bring destruction to a sect trying to rise again like theirs. In fact, it was Ryu's presence in the first place that had given Sovereign Black Worm a chance to enter Tao godhood. However, Ryu just didn't care. 07-25. If you didn't stand with him, then you stood opposed to him. When Samson chose to hide Old Wan's deeds and live side by side with him for all these years, he had already slotted himself in as an enemy of Ryu's, and nothing at all would change that. Ryu didn't have the heart of a saint. Often, the worst people in a disaster situation were the fence-sitters who didn't want to choose a side, or the moderates who felt that both sides had their merits. To Ryu, there was no other side but his own. Bring out your weapon. This will be your last chance to do so before your pathetic master has to save you. Ryu said lightly. High in the skies above, the chaotic space sky god's eyes narrowed. He couldn't remember clearly the last time he had been disrespected by anyone, let alone a junior. And yet, now that he recalled, the last two that had dared to do this were both Ryu. He had pretty much expunged Ryu from his memory. If not because he had a small shadow over the heart of his disciple, he wouldn't have bothered to recall. In fact, the only reason he had sensed Ryu so clearly when he entered the eighth heaven was because he had a small bit of fate with Ryu. For someone at his cultivation level, he was very sensitive to such things. But it was clear and obvious now that Ryu didn't take him or his prestige very seriously at all. You will regret speaking those words, Starlight said coldly. Ryu didn't respond as he stood in silence, waiting for Starlight to do as he said. Star Chi began to descend from the skies and illusory bronze arms took shape. The world shuddered and an ancient sword took shape in one of the many arms of dense fog. A powerful momentum shook the space and the blade suddenly slashed out. Ryu didn't move in the slightest bit. He stood there in a lazy silence, only for a scene they had already seen once before to play itself out once again without the slightest shift. The blade light seemed to freeze in front of Ryu before it slowly faded away. Starlight's pupils trembled, not quite believing what he had just seen. He hadn't allowed Ryu's goading to stop him from pulling out his weapon. No amount of words would stop him from taking Ryu as seriously as he could. But what he didn't expect was that it wouldn't matter in the slightest. Is this all you have? Ryu asked lightly. I would say I'm disappointed, but I expected as much already. You were never going to be a match for me. 0. Starlight took a breath, forcefully stabilizing himself and not allowing Ryu's words to impact him. He didn't believe there could be a lord that could make him look so ridiculous, let alone an omniscient. Starlight unleashed a roar and his constellation solidified. The hands of Buddha descended from above in solid, aged gold. Starlight tried to warp causality, only for his expression to finally change violently. Whether it was time, space, fate, or karma, it was all so solid around Ryu that it felt like he was trying to pull a thin strand out from a solid block of steel. Ryu shook his head as though he was feeling bored. Indeed. Now that he thought about it, Starlight did like playing around with that sort of stuff. It was unfortunate that it was absolutely useless against Ryu. Ryu took a step forward and the ground trembled. The world warped around Starlight and his vision blurred. When his sight cleared, Ryu was standing so close to him that they could easily reach out and touch one another. Do you know why your master is pathetic? Ryu asked with a smile. A cold sweat permeated Starlight's back, but his throat was ironically dry. It's because he overestimates himself. He thinks that stealing the talent of others to bolster himself and his sycophants makes him great, almighty, and powerful. He's a coward who can only rely on others to bolster his chances at breaking through. He's the most spineless sovereign I've ever met in my life. Well, other than a certain snake. There was a reason the chaotic space sky god's inheritance appeared in both the incomplete and complete heavenly paths. Both times, the coward had been at the end of his life and he hoped to rely on others to help him break through. First, he had faced the bottleneck of the Lord Realm and managed to succeed in breaking through. Now he was facing the bottleneck of the Sovereign Realm and was trying to use Starlight to do the same. In truth, he was already close. The amount of fate that Starlight had gathered just based on his tribulation alone was massive. In all likelihood, it wouldn't take more than a few months before the chaotic space sky god began to feel his bottleneck loosening once more. But it would be a real shame if Ryu ruined that. Ryu raised a hand up slowly and Starlight explosively retreated, only to find that he was still standing in the same place. Stop! The chaotic space sky god's voice clapped like thunder, but Ryu had completely ignored him, grabbing only Starlight's neck and holding him up like a gutted animal. Ryu shook his head as though he hadn't heard Starlight's master at all. A shame. Your Tao heart was decent, but you listened to that fool and accepted a talent that wasn't your own. Ryu suddenly smiled. That's fine though. After I finish with you, you'll be like a brand new person. Poochie. Ryu's arm ripped through Starlight's dantian. Under the stunned gazes of those present, a genius of an era was ruined right before their eyes. Even the chaotic space sky god had simply never expected that Ryu would dare to do this in his presence. At that moment, it felt like Ryu's smile was nothing more than the image of a devil. Ryu slowly pulled his hand out of the convulsing Starlight's body. There was a sudden twist of space and Starlight vanished. Heavenly pupils. These were the first thoughts that everyone had. But they didn't even have much time to remain shocked about this before Ryu's aura bloomed. Chaos chi flooded the air and a dark gold ripple spread out from Ryu. In the instant this ripple touched the invading army, they burst into rains of blood. But Ryu didn't seem to care very much about them at all as he stepped out into the air. For the first time, his eyes landed on Old Juan. Hey, how about you let me borrow your head for a little while? I'll return it to your tombstone later. Chapter 2088 My Turn. Old Juan was staring at Ryu calmly. He could feel that something about this young man had changed, and many of the plans he had made seemed not to apply properly anymore. For a moment, it felt like there was a game of domain between the two and the world shuddered. But the facade was broken by a voice that was barely as strong as a whisper, so low that it felt like a butterfly was flapping its wings. If not for their cultivations, they might not have heard her at all. Ryu. What happened? Aika looked up with a pale face, her eyes almost pleading. She couldn't seem to bring herself to look at Old Juan as she begged Ryu for an explanation that could wish what she was feeling away. Ryu hadn't particularly planned on bothering with Aika much at all. As he had said, her Tao heart was in shambles, so she wouldn't make a good summon. And he owed her too much to turn her into a corpse puppet. He did things by his own letter of the law, and that was simply how his own moral compass weighed things out. However, when he looked over at her, he couldn't help but pause. He remembered the first time he met Aika. She was a valiant old lady at the head of the sex library, eager to force her little kiddos to read as many books as they could. Later, Ryu came to know how powerful she was, even having a hand at helping her break into the sovereign realm. In that time, she had poured her heart and soul into helping him as best she could, even going out to personally hunt for beasts for him to eat. There was not another sovereign in the world that would take out so much time for him, maybe other than his mother herself. She seemed to be arrogant to the outside world, but she probably had one of the largest hearts that Ryu had ever seen in a person. It was unfortunate that people like her tended to be the most fragile in worlds like this one. Ryu could still remember helping her get out of her marriage proposal to the disciples of the sect back then by defeating them. It was precisely because he respected what she had done so much that he never had thoughts of forcing her to acknowledge that proposal, even if under any other circumstances he would. If Aika chose to marry someone else in the future, and the world learned that she had once been promised to him, then the results of such a thing could truly harm his fate, especially if such information was left in the hands of someone with truly sinister intentions. But in a rare showing, Ryu chose not to care. Before this moment, he hadn't really considered why it was. But it seemed to be a difference between an underlying respect and the lack of such a thing. Wasn't there another person he had felt this way toward? In his first life, he had been perfectly alright with Elena marrying another person. He felt that his life was too fragile to be worthy of her. He didn't feel rage or discontent at the idea. He just wanted what was best for her. The first woman he had ever truly loved. Could he say that he loved Aika? No. He had never really looked at her that way. Maybe that was because he had first seen her as an old woman, or maybe it was something less superficial than that. Respect. Ryu gazed at Aika for a long while. He stood there among four sovereigns as though he belonged, almost carelessly giving his back to two of them as though any attacks they might make were entirely inconsequential to him. He took a step forward and his shadow loomed over Aika. When she didn't have a cultivation realm that made him feel suffocated, it felt a lot more like he was just looking at a frail woman. She was barely over 5 feet tall and her frame was slight. Her personality had once made her feel much larger than she was, but in the end, right now she looked like nothing more than a petite young woman. Ryu smiled and actually reached out, ruffling her hair. Aika was stunned, not quite knowing what this meant, but it seemed that her heart decided for her. She burst into tears, choking sobs she had been holding back on for a long while coming out in waves, as she found herself tightly holding onto Ryu. Ryu's brows raised, but he ended up shaking his head. He rubbed Aika's back lightly. "I like the way you do things," Ryu said suddenly. Aika's shoulders trembled, but her tears were still coming out in too large a torrent for her to respond. Anything she tried to say would just be choked down by more sobs. "I've never blamed you for your recklessness. In fact, I quite like it. I'm not a fan of sitting around in the shadows, plotting and scheming. Though I would surely be able to do so better than anyone else, I'm quite stubborn." I knew for a long while that there was an issue with Old Juan. Aika's trembling became fiercer, but once more, she didn't respond. However, I ignored it. I thought that defeating him in Domain would have taught him the lesson he needed to know. But in the end, I overestimated myself, it seems. At least in this tiny, insignificant frame of time. I didn't want to face the reality of having to plot and scheme my way through the next 100 years to deal with a snake in the grass because my ego didn't want to allow. And in the end, I suffered for it. And it seems like you have as well. Ryu gripped Aika's shoulders and wiped her tears away with his thumbs. He smiled broadly, one that seemed capable of replacing the sun in the skies. "You've protected me for many years. Now it's my turn." Chapter 2089. Same level. Aika shuddered once and her body vanished, appearing beside Jojo down below. Her figure swayed, but her disciple was able to quickly catch her. Jojo looked up into the skies with complicated feelings swirling in her eyes. She still didn't know exactly what had happened, but there were more than enough clues in Ryu's words. Was there something wrong with Old Juan? Judging by Aika's reaction and the fact she didn't even try to refute, it could only mean that there was at least some truth to it. In that case, could it be that Samson was also a problem? Her heart shook as she looked down toward Samson. The man was all but dead now. The only reason he wasn't already was because his Lord Realm cultivation was barely keeping him alive. And yet, it was precisely because of this cultivation that it was so shocking that he seemed to be on his last legs. Samson, somehow, couldn't seem to heal from Ryu's attack. High in the skies, Ryu turned to face Old Juan with his hands clasped behind his back, and his intentions still firmly placed to ignore the two sovereigns behind him. Old Juan still looked calm. He had the very same face that Ryu could recall. That amiable old man who was willing to be the butt of the joke so long as everyone else was happy. He played the role well. It was just that he had never fooled Ryu. If before their game of Domain it was nothing more than speculation for Ryu, after forcing Old Juan to play a simplified version of the game, there was nowhere for him to hide. Ryu had felt the truth of his incisiveness, that hidden snaking tail that Old Juan had always been carrying with him. And now he finally faced off against the man. "I never expected that you would actually have such powerful backing," Old Juan said slowly, obviously referring to Ryu's father. "I'm more surprised that you dared to stay here despite knowing that." A cowardly rat like you should have scurried away by now. Don't you think? I think we both know this was the best choice. With your arrogance, you wouldn't allow anyone other than yourself to kill me. And if your father listens to your words enough to allow you such willfulness, then he very clearly loves you very much. What will he do once your soul is in my possession? Ryu burst out into laughter, the booming cadence of his emotion pealing across the skies and darkening the clouds. Rumbling shook the very earth and sparks of blue lightning danced across the darkening clouds. Ryu's storm talent seemed to activate on its own, and the entirety of the seventh heaven responded to his call. He laughed so heartily that it seemed like he had truly heard the greatest joke in the world just now. Chaos chi continued to spill out of himself in waves, powerful, surging chi rampaging about and shredding the laws of the real plane apart before replacing them with Ryu's own thoughts and feelings. Such Ryu's presence alone seemed to tug the world in ways that couldn't be imagined. I don't think you understand what I came here to do, old bastard. This isn't a bid for revenge. I came here to slaughter pigs. I'll have you on my chopping board soon. I'll make you experience every inch, every shuddering horror of your body being refined into a puppet. You tell me, after your soul is dead and gone, and your eyes are a lifeless husk of what they once used to be, will your clever, witty retorts still be there? I'm eager to see. There was a flash in Ryu's eyes before his aura exploded. Heaven's gate. Open. Rumble. The seventh heaven began to break apart at its seams. An all-encompassing formation that suffocated the worlds below suddenly appeared as though trying to constrain and control something. But Ryu's momentum was so great that it had only appeared for a few seconds before it suddenly shattered apart. Those across the seventh heaven looked up in horror. It felt as though they were watching the dome of heaven collapse. Beautiful arrays of shattering glass falling from the skies in rains of energy and chi. The moment the seventh heaven's dome of heaven collapsed, it was as though a chain reaction had been triggered. Bang! 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 The sixth heaven, the fifth, the fourth, down all the way to the first. In that moment, artificial suppressions on the dais were torn apart as though they had never existed before, and a rain of energy fell onto all the worlds. What no one seemed to have realized before was that these domes of heaven didn't just manifest from nothing. They needed energy to run. And where else could that energy come from, if not the worlds they were attached to? It wasn't just the lower heavens that were suppressed either. In order to keep such a large array that covered an entire world active, even the ninth heaven took a large hit to their chi and law quality. But now, the entire operation came crashing down because of a single man. The moment the 7 lower domes of heaven collapsed, the 8th heavens shuddered before it shattered to pieces as well, falling in a rain that collapsed to the ground below. And then, the 9th heaven began to shudder as well, shaking and quaking at its very seams. Ryu took a deep breath, bringing his arms from behind his back and raising them wide as he basked in the changes to the world. A smirk curled his lip as he felt a shudder behind him. The true martial world's heaven unleashed a torrent of energy, and soon, it had taken a step forward, reaching the same level as the fiend world. And then it took another step forward, surpassing the fiend world by a step. And then it took another step forward, surpassing the fiend world by 2. And then it took yet another step forward, reaching the same level as the Griffin world. Chapter 2090. Don't you love? Ryu's laughter echoed through the skies as though he relished in the chaos he was bringing down onto the world. He had thought that something like this would happen. In fact, the very first time he saw the formations that artificially suppressed the Tao, he realized that something like this must be going on. The only reason he hadn't acted on it was 1, because he didn't have the capability to, and 2, because he didn't have a full scope of understanding of exactly what was happening. It wasn't until Ryu learned that there were higher-level worlds that things finally began to piece themselves together for him. He had gotten a lot of clues about just how dangerous the martial gods were, but he couldn't understand why the martial gods would settle down in such a weak world if there were much stronger ones around them. Logically, it was probably to hide away. But if that was the case, why not choose weaker worlds than this one? All things considered, the true martial world wasn't so bad. Plus, there was Sacrum, which they seemed to have great interest in. But despite having such interest, they only sent Elena's mother to handle things and never really put much effort into taking Sacrum over. If the martial gods had really wanted to go all out with their efforts, Ryu would have truly never had a chance. It wouldn't have even been close. But the martial gods always seemed to do contradictory things. They sent people to Sacrum, but not their best or their greatest. But then they targeted Ryu to stop him from tapping into his full potential at the same time. Why go so far for one thing but not the other? That was when Ryu finally got the final piece of the puzzle. The Heavenly Court. The moment Ryu felt them, and they spoke about him returning to the Heavenly Court, he understood. The martial gods never targeted him because they feared his potential so much. He bet that they were so arrogant in their own abilities that they couldn't even be bothered under normal circumstances. Ryu's talents were exceptional, but was a combination of the beyond perfect extreme spiritual foundation and the chaotic silk meridians really enough for them to take action? The answer was no. The more Ryu learned about the world, the more he realized that there were many talents out there with abilities comparable to and even beyond him. Well, maybe not anymore. Right now, there were likely only a handful of true chosen of his generation that could stand toe-to-toe with him. That said, it could even be said that the only reason Ryu had reached his current level was because of the attempts at suppression of the martial gods. But unfortunately for the martial gods, the only reason they had even attempted to suppress Ryu in the first place was in order to stop the heavenly courts from finding Ryu's whereabouts. Because finding Ryu would also mean finding them, the martial gods and the heavenly courts. Truly a match made in heaven, and somehow Ryu was trapped in between. The martial gods had sensed before the heavenly courts that Ryu was a chosen. So they chose to suppress him to stop the heavenly courts from sensing Ryu before they were prepared to face off against them once more. In the end, they had managed to delay these matters for hundreds of millions of years. And now, with the tidal steel coming, Ryu had a feeling that the martial gods were more than prepared now. Maybe that was even the real reason they had let it go so easily when Primus unchained his fate star. Not only was Ryu's fate already ruined by years of being sealed and suppressed, but they had already long since bought themselves enough time. Ryu could feel that the fate of this tidal steel appearance was pulling the currents of the world hard. Whatever the martial gods were planning, the other foot would certainly drop when this tidal steel appeared, but that was just fine by Ryu. He grinned so fiercely that his rage shone through. To think that all this time he was nothing more than a pawn to these people, nothing more than an inconvenient chess piece they had to move to the side just for the sake of buying themselves a few thousand years. A time that was nothing more than a blink of an eye to these experts. In Sacrum, a few 100 million years wasn't even enough to make it to the mere cosmic seed realm for even the best of geniuses. But they had ruined his life, destroyed his clan, killed his grandparents, all for such a small time frame. Ryu's laughter, filled with fury, only continued to billow through the skies. Raging lightning peeled across the darkness, the violent upswings of the wind knocking down trees and nearly blowing even lords off of their feet. At that moment, the shuddering auras that Ryu felt behind him shifted again. But he didn't even bother to look. He already knew what was happening. In fact, he had planned for exactly this. All across the true martial world now, there were many who were facing bottlenecks now that would be shedding past them. All their lives, they had been suppressed beneath the boot of the martial gods. And now they had suddenly burst through like a crack in the dam. Their suppressed cultivations would all suddenly skyrocket. World Sea Realm experts would trigger their tribulations to enter the Sky God realm. One after another, false sky gods would become true sky gods. Omniscients would become lords, and sovereigns would become gods. Boom! Boom! The auras of Sovereign Black Worm and Sovereign Chaotic Space shuddered, and they looked down at their Danteon in shock as they broke through the thin paper veil that kept them separated from the Tao God realm. Boom! 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 The skies shuddered and quaked as not one, but two tribulations descended from above at the same time. Ryu stood in the middle of it all, his arms spread out wide as he faced off against Old Juan, whose pupils had constricted into pinholes. "What is it, Old Juan? Are you very surprised?" The darkness of Ryu's voice hung high above, seemingly suppressing the world around him. "I'm sure you had many plans, many contingencies. Maybe you even hid certain failsafes in my body when you saved me the first time. I must say, Your abilities are quite exceptional to be able to hide something from me for so long. Old Juan's eyes narrowed. Back then, Ryu had accidentally broken into hegemony with his Tao, and a tribulation sparked from the dome of heaven. He hadn't been ready for it, and he nearly died. It was Old Juan that had saved him. In the time that Ryu had been out, there was no telling what Old Juan could have done. To him, Ryu had taken his time to go through his body carefully, but he had found absolutely nothing at all. But he simply didn't believe that someone like Old Juan could possibly have given up such an opportunity. That could only mean that Old Juan had used a method that Ryu simply didn't understand. Ryu thought that after completely reconstructing his body, he would get rid of whatever lingering danger there was. But it was still there. He had to hand it to Old Juan. Whatever method it was he relied upon, it was truly shocking to an extreme. Ryu could have let his father kill Old Juan, but somehow he felt that even this wouldn't guarantee the man's death.
Plus.
Ryu was nothing if not stubborn to a fault. He liked to do things his way and only his way. He had promised to himself that he would be the one to personally kill Old Juan, and his thoughts and feelings were the only ones that mattered in the slightest. Since he had said that he would kill Old Juan, he would do it personally. And as he had said, he would do it like he was slaughtering a pig. He would make him regret every bit of the last moments of his life. For a long while now, Ryu had been unsatisfied with his Tao. But now he would take matters into his own hands. According to both etiquette and just in order to preserve one's own life, standing within the tribulation of another was little more than a death sentence. There was a reason why Ryu hadn't been targeted by others when he was undergoing his. But now, Ryu planned to stand beneath not just one, but two of them. And he didn't plan on allowing Old Juan the chance to escape such a fate with. "Why are you backing away?" Ryu asked, looking down to Old Juan again with a menacing light in his eyes. "Don't you love taking advantage of tribulations? Here, let me give you another chance." Boom! 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 Ryu triggered his own Lord Tribulation. Chapter 2091 Slumber. Ryu looked like an absolute madman. But when your goal was to stand across from your own terrible fate and flip the table, there was only one way to do that, and that was precisely to be a madman. Ryu wasn't just doing this for the sake of revenge. He was confident in his abilities to deal with Old Juan. Even if the man had a trump card hidden away in his body somewhere, it wouldn't make a difference to Ryu. The fact of the matter was that no matter how well hidden the trump card, the moment it was activated, it would have to reveal itself. The moment that happened, Ryu would have the chance to overturn everything. He simply didn't believe that there was anything Old Juan could do to him that he would be unable to counter. Ryu simply had too many trump cards and too much flexibility. He had seen so much of the world, and even until this day, his strongest abilities were probably that of being a ruin master. Although it sounded crazy to be unbothered by something he knew existed but couldn't find, this wasn't just unbridled arrogance on Ryu's part. The fact of the matter was, if Old Juan could have used it to kill Ryu directly, or take control of him, he would have done it already. In addition, anything that could hide from Ryu's senses had to be particularly special. But what special meant in this context was actually quite constrained. This was almost certainly a case where Old Juan was forgoing power and potency in exchange for secrecy. However, because Ryu knew that there was something lingering in him, one of the biggest reliances of this hidden method was already destroyed before it could even take action. The only thing he could praise Old Juan for was the latter's insight. Back then, Ryu hadn't even been a match for the weakest disciple of their sect, and yet Old Juan, despite having him unconscious right in front of him, still decided to use such a rare, unheard-of method. However, that was the only praise he would receive from Ryu. From here on out, Ryu would simply do everything in his power to make this man's life a living hell. And he didn't mind relying on 3 tribulations at once to do it. Old Juan froze as he found himself locked onto. It wasn't from Ryu, but it might as well be. Somehow, Ryu had redirected the fate of the tribulations in the surroundings to lock onto Old Juan as well. At that moment, a 4th tribulation triggered. "Do you think I cannot tell that you are still a lord? You're too selfish to take such drastic measures that would ruin your own future." So how about I ruin it for you? For the first time, a trace of emotion sparked in the depths of Old Wan's gaze. Rage. Ryu could feel it form a piercing tide that nearly thrust through his heart. Anyone else would have been taken aback. Old Wan's killing intent was so dense that it was practically an attack on the psyche, so savage and unforgiving that even the Dragon Emperor felt wholly inferior. And yet, all Ryu did was laugh even harder. It was as though he relished in the chaos of the world. The more ruined and chaotic things were, the more satisfied he felt with the situation. Old Wan's fury was like a tonic that pumped through his veins, peeling through his body and making him feel as though he was standing atop the world. A fourth tribulation blended into the others, and suddenly there were 4 men locked in the skies, imprisoned under the auras of their own tribulations. The tribulation clouds expanded to the point they covered the entire skies of the 7th heaven. The weak and commoners looked up in horror, fear painting their eyes as they faced off against what they thought just might be the end of the world. As for those in the skies, the only one laughing seemed to be Ryu. At first, Black Worm and Chaotic Space felt excited. They had been pining after the Tao God realm all their lives. But they never expected that they would be used like this. They didn't know what Ryu's purpose was, but they were experienced enough to know when they were being used. Worst of all, Ryu didn't even look toward them a single time, as though they were nothing more than pawns to be used at his own leisure. He didn't have the posture of someone in the omniscient realm at all. Down below, Jojo and Aika found themselves gripping one another's hands, while the 2 armies that had once been facing off had no choice but to forget any plans they might have had. The world fell into a silence for a moment, one where the only sound that could be heard was Ryu's still echoing laughter, as though he was the only one that didn't understand the gravity of the situation. That was when the 4 tribulations began to shift and change. From 4 separate tribulations, there was a pulse that rippled through them all. 2 God tribulations, a sovereign tribulation, and a Lord tribulation shuddered as they were suddenly sucked into one. In that moment, the black cumulonimbus clouds of the tribulation clouds changed color. They only flashed a rainbow of light for a short while before they became a dense mass of dark gold. As though ancient bronze, the tribulation clouds shimmered with this dark gold color, bearing down with a weight and heft to them that reminded Ryu of the infinity mist of the 9th heaven. However, this dark gold particle cloud felt even heavier than that by not just a single order of magnitude but several. And yet, it moved with the fluidity of a cloud. Staring at it from down below, it was like watching a creature the size of a world slowly awaken from its slumber. Chapter 2092 Vanguard. Just because the highest level tribulation of the true martial world until now had been an 8th revolution elemental rage of the heavens tribulation didn't mean that this was the highest form of tribulation there was. In fact, Ryu had already faced higher. In the fiend world, he had faced off against his own elemental tribulation before, fighting against tides of fire, winds, and others. But the truth of the matter was that the elemental tribulations that those of the true martial world knew of weren't even the strongest in existence. In stronger worlds, these elemental tribulations were known as lower elemental tribulations, tribulations that only encompassed fire, water, earth, and wind. There were also incomplete elemental tribulations beneath that could only have one or a few of the 4, but not all of them. However, due to whatever reason, likely the unique quirks of the true martial world's laws after they were suppressed by the martial gods, these incomplete elemental tribulations never appeared. However, above lower elemental tribulations there were still middle elemental tribulations, these ones encompassing variants of fire, wind, water, and earth. Middle elemental tribulations would force cultivators to face off against ice, crystals of earth, or even heavenly winds twisted by nature. And then there were higher elemental tribulations. These tribulations would incorporate the elements of light and darkness, as well as lightning. This lightning, however, would be far different from normal rage of the heavens tribulations. This lightning was known as true tribulation lightning, carrying various colors and changes that would exhibit differing abilities. Even more rare elements like wood would appear here, and then there was the perfected elemental tribulation. Aspects of space and time would descend, and the world would be overturned by the menace of the heavens' rage. This perfected elemental tribulation was so impossibly rare that those that managed to survive it almost always became figures of a generation, hegemons of their own clans and powerhouses that stood above the masses. And yet this was far from the last tier of tribulation. Ryu had yet to face a perfect elemental tribulation, and yet he had already faced tribulations beyond this. Wrath tribulations. These were tribulations where the heavenly skies opened up and sent down its plasmlas, Maimterstraslasterafizer Mpal MFHREDS.BTT Scepter ASE. Warriors. The Wrath tribulations were also separated into Nink. There were 9 revolutions of normal tribulations, 9 revolutions of elemental tribulations, and 9 revolutions of Wrath tribulations. The first stage was the aspirant Wrath tribulation. What Ryu hadn't known until recently, and mostly thanks to Ailsa's memories, was that Heaven's Knights weren't all of one rank. That much was obvious enough to him, as their strengths were certainly not created equal. The lowest class of Heavenly Warrior was known as Heaven's Aspirant. And until now, these were all Ryu had yet to face, even a single one of them. A true named Heavenly Warrior was something that Ryu had never faced. Instead, he had only faced unranked Heavenly Warriors. The number who had faced off against a ranked Heavenly Warrior and lived to tell the tale were simply too few and far between. Such existences had likely long been taken into Heaven's court, brought into the fold to become one of their lackeys. The gap between the Heavenly Warriors that Ryu had faced off against and aspirants was a fathomless chasm. But the rank above them was the reason he no longer called them Heaven's Knights. That was because above aspirants were knights, existences that were even stronger. It was hard to wrap your head around what it truly meant to be an aspirant, let alone a knight. But according to Ailsa's memories, an aspirant was already comparable to a genius with a perfect god talent. A perfect god talent was to the wider world what a Grand Ancestral Circle had once been to Sacrum, and existence with a perfect slot of talent in all 6 pillars to Sacrum's 4. That meant that an aspirant was like a genius with a god-grade bloodline, god-grade meridians, a god-grade bone structure, a god-grade soul talent, a god-grade spiritual foundation, and founding Tao. This was the standard of the lowest tier of ranked Heavenly Warrior. They already represented a level of perfection, tailored to the standards of your world, that was simply impossible to match under normal circumstances. And then there was a ranked knight. Already, at this point, Ailsa's understanding was somewhat murky. But it was still far clearer than the rank that stood above knight. A ranked knight was a genius that not only had the talent of an aspirant, but took it a step beyond. They likely had something to bolster their abilities, maybe a rare soul nature, maybe a pair of heavenly pupils, maybe they had not just one set of meridians, but 2 of them. This was a knight. However, the more Ryu observed the largest swath of dark gold clouds above him, and the more his eyes danced past the laws etching themselves into the skies, the more certain he was that this was a 3rd revolution wrath of the heavens tribulation. A ranked vanguard. The only explanation Ailsa had in her memories about this rank of Heavenly Warrior was wariness. It was an insecurity that her own power likely wouldn't be enough to face off against one of them despite her capabilities. A Heavenly Vanguard. An existence that stood above an aspirant and a knight. It was a talent that broke logic and understanding. One that crushed a knight with the flip of a palm and forced an aspirant to non-existence with a single gaze. It made the geniuses of the world look small and insignificant. A pressure the likes of which the 3 around Ryu couldn't even fathom descended. But Ryu, who had long begun to get serious, was focused on something else. The aura of this tribulation isn't godlike as I expected. This Lord, my tribulation swallowed theirs, not vice versa. A wild grin spread across Ryu's face as his forearms pulsed with the raging intent of his great sword staffs. Chapter 2093 Good Luck. Ryu's grin plastered across his handsome veins, the runes of his bone structure glowing as he unleashed his momentum. Boom! His cultivation broke through the veil of the Lord Realm finally, not due to his tribulation, but due to his heavenly pupils. Before, no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't seem to use Heaven's Gate to break past the omniscient realm. But now, with his tribulation here, a tiny sliver of a chance had opened up. His white hair danced in the wind, a stale sort of fate hovering around him as though it might want to suffocate his very breath to death. Good luck, Ryu's voice echoed, but it was hard to tell if he was speaking to anyone. Was he wishing the three sovereigns he had dragged into this mess good luck? Was he really just taunting them? But then why did it look like his eyes had never left the dark gold tribulation clouds? Only Ryu knew. Bang! Ryu shot into the skies, his blade leading his motion forward in a sweeping arc. A normal Heaven's warrior had barely formed when Ryu had already shredded him apart. His blades moved like streaks through the skies, splintering space and severing the life of anyone he could find before him. He took on a tribulation 4 times the strength it should have been without a care for whether the sovereigns behind him would act. It was as though he had already forgotten about their existence. His blood boiled and his heart thumped with the might of thunder, its reverberating echo only being drowned out by the rumbling of the dark gold tribulation clouds above themselves. Bang! 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 A forming army of heavenly warriors found themselves minced to pieces, the very laws used to construct them being shattered beneath Ryu's might. However, there was only so much room for this to continue. Tremble. The skies shook as a legion of heavenly warriors took shape. The heavenly warriors that Ryu was used to were wreathed in black, but these all wore bronzed, dark gold armor. Their momentum, despite not being aspirants, was also clearly stronger than any Ryu had ever faced off against before. And when they finally solidified, Ryu found himself entirely surrounded. Shi'ing, the heavenly warriors all unsheathed their blades and pointed their spears at the same time. In the back rows, even their archers pulled back their bowstrings taut, and the twang of a heart-shuddering echo pealed around the skies. In an instant, the entire situation had flipped. From being an unstoppable wrecking ball, Ryu found himself smashing into an immovable wall. His power was reflected back at him, and blades and arrows pierced toward him at the very same time. It felt like everything before had been nothing more than a joke, and the weight of such a tribulation set in for them all. 4 legions appeared, each one with 9,999 warriors in them. Not only had Ryu only managed to kill a few hundred from a single heavenly legion before they solidified, but their momentum seemed to combine into one when they had an army formation. They might not have been aspirants, but any single one of these heavenly warriors made a genius, even of JoJo's caliber, feel insignificant. And now, these geniuses were all pooling their strength into one. How could it not be suffocating? Ryu's eyes blazed with battle intent as his heavenly Tao tree bloomed into existence. His chaos chi danced in the skies, clashing with the dark gold of the army around him with his own. Standing there in the midst of an army of thousands, each one carrying the weight of the moniker of genius on their backs, Ryu should have been small and insignificant, and yet felt like he was something more than belonging. He stood above. His white hair danced in the air, and his Lord Realm cultivation bloomed like a lotus slowly peeling apart in the skies. A suffocating might erupted from the depths of his bones as he slashed out. His 9 revolution skybreaker bone structure bloomed, and his one strike became 0.13. Boom! 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 The cascade of thunderous echoes matched his blade. Every time one shook the skies, the scythe of energy would double in size until it went from just 3 meters from tip to curved tip to 24. Ryu, who should have collapsed beneath the pressure of so many attacking at once, instead shredded apart the scene before him. The heavenly warriors felt their combined formation collapse under the sheer power of Ryu's strike. Seichuyu, 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 Puchi, Puchi. Ryu slowly lowered his raised great sword staff, raising the other and resting it on his shoulder. The blazing intent in his eyes and the grin on his face told the entire story. One strike, thousands dead. An entire legion wiped out in a single sweep. The beat of his heartbeat thrummed as he tilted his head back toward the other 3. I hope you're not expecting me to wipe your own legions. Suddenly, the meaning of Ryu's phrase good luck became clear. It was neither one nor the other. It was both. Ryu had such power in the palm of his hands as an omniscient. How much power did he have now as a lord? The world trembled around Ryu, but he looked back calmly as though he had already expected this. He knew exactly what was coming as soon as he saw the first wave. 99 heavenly warriors to kill. But once they fell, their bodies would reform, forging the body of a single heavenly warrior. Or, most accurately, an aspirant. The winds kicked up and a swirl of dark gold energies formed into the body of a single, 3-meter-tall entity. The aspirant's body stood tall and straight, a pair of sabers with large cutouts in their blades solidifying in his palms. The world shuddered as the aspirant took a step forward. A peak lord with perfect realm talent. The aspirant vanished. Chapter 2094 Dim. Ryu chuckled lightly. Too arrogant. Boom! A pair of twin-crossed blades met in the air, one side a pair of sabers, and the other a pair of great sword staffs. The arms of the aspirant shook as a thunderous echo suddenly boomed through the skies. Boom! 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 A layer of 3 skybreaker revolutions shook the aspirant and sent it taking a heavy step backward. Ryu lowered his blades, facing off against the aspirant calmly. He didn't seem to be in much of a rush to finish off the battle at all. That was because he knew what was coming next, and because he took his eyes off of the aspirant again, looking toward the 3 remaining legions. As expected, they had charged the 3 sovereigns. On one side, Old Juan was pretending to struggle. Ryu couldn't really understand why he was still bothering to act at this juncture, but it seemed that scheming was in the very depths of this man's bones. Then there was Black Worm and Chaotic Space. Ryu could see instantly that they would struggle. Of course, Ryu's definition of struggle was pretty cutthroat. They were still weaving through the army with decent efficiency, but there were still clearly some times where they didn't deal with a situation cleanly, or they were forced to expend excess energy in order to maintain a facade of calmness. They didn't want others to see through their weakness and take advantage. A part of them probably even felt that Ryu had just expended way too much energy just now. Well, only the fools would assume such a thing. After all, why would someone with chaotic silk meridians need to worry about energy expenditure? Did they think that this chaos chi was just for show? Ki. Ryu casually raised his blade to block a strike from the aspirant, and an echo of 3 defensive maneuvers shot out once more. He used his 9 revolution skybreaker bone structure almost carelessly, and it made this aspirant look like nothing more than a fool. The aspirant stumbled back, its body shuddering. After just 2 exchanges of strikes, its blade was already chipped in several locations. I guess that maybe I should focus. Ryu hadn't become arrogant after this battle. In fact, while it looked like he was just joking around, he had a very specific purpose for all of this. First, he was gathering fate. Such an unprecedented tribulation was bound to shake the world. He was sure that there were already several figures tuning in. The strongest of the 9th heaven undoubtedly were. But compared to his other goals, this was tiny and insignificant. Ryu took a step forward and pressed down on the aspirant, sending it flying away. His eyes flashed as he tried to focus. He needed a path to victory, and he knew that this wouldn't be enough. At this rate, he likely wouldn't even survive the 2nd revolution. A 3rd revolution Wrath Tribulation would obviously have 3 revolutions to it. The fact that Ryu wouldn't even survive the 2nd despite the 1st being so easy to him went to show just what the jump of difficulty would be. And that was because Ryu had already seen through everything. Once he cleared this legion, 99 more heavenly warriors would appear. But this time, they would all be aspirants. Every single one of them. Ryu could easily defeat one. But how could he defeat thousands? It would be impossible, especially when they combined their strengths through their formation. And then, as though that wasn't bad enough, a knight would appear afterward. If he managed to make it through this, the pattern then became obvious. He would then need to defeat 9,999 knights, all before he even laid eyes on a vanguard, an existence with a strength that even Ailsa couldn't properly define. Oh. And he would need to somehow do this 4 times over. There was no way these fools would survive that long. He doubted even Old Juan would be able to. That left Ryu in an awkward position where he blitzed through the 1st revolution but knew that surviving the next was basically impossible. There was only one path to survival for Ryu, and that was raising his Dao to the level he desired it to be at. However, doing that was much easier said than done. If he could have done it already, he would have. But he felt like he was missing something. His great sword staff clashed against the aspirant's saber and reflected it again, and then again. His eyes focused on every shift, every moment, every flow of energy. At the same time, his third perspective was honing in on the other battles around him. Those down below couldn't understand what Ryu was doing. It was clear that he was crushing the aspirant, so why hadn't he killed it already? It seemed like he was wasting energy for no reason at all. Chosen, why can't I see through what that means? Even now. Ryu's eyes glazed over as he began to restrain his power. From using 3 echoes, he reduced it to 2 and then just 1. The moment Ryu stopped using his 9 Revolution Skybreaker bone structure, he and the aspirant seemed to have become evenly matched. But there was a sharpness and case to Ryu's movement that still made it obvious he had the upper hand. He seemed 2 or even 3 steps ahead of the aspirant at all times. And then Ryu just began to use a single great sword staff. And then he put his blades away entirely and just fought against the aspirant with his fists alone. However, he was still shaking his head inwardly as wounds began to appear across his fists and forearms. The Heavenly Court ancestor said that he was a chosen, and such a thing should have a strong attachment of fate to it. It was something that Ryu should be able to sense, even without the input of this ancestor, but he couldn't for whatever reason. So what was it that separated a normal genius from a chosen? Where was the blessing coming from? The glow seemed to dim from Ryu's eyes entirely. Chapter 2095 Humiliation. There was something different at play here, something hidden in the shadows that couldn't be explained in just a few words. But even after thinking about it for a long while, Ryu couldn't quite grasp what it was. Why was it that the ancestor of the Heavenly Court could see through his status as a chosen, but Ryu himself, despite having eyes tailor-made to pierce through fate and karma, could not? Could it be that it was akin to observing someone's cultivation, something that was less of an exact science and more based on feel and experience? Ryu didn't believe that, not because it wasn't possible that it could be true, but rather because it didn't matter even if it was. If that was the case, he would have certainly figured it out by now. The reality of the matter was that even the inexact science that was cultivation was completely grasped by Ryu. Even when he came to a new world, it didn't take him more than a few interactions to figure out what he was dealing with. It didn't make any sense for him to have not grasped something like this, especially after specifically looking for it. That could only mean one thing. It was related to something beyond him or something that he had never thought of. When you die, what happens to you? Ryu suddenly asked. His eyes still seemed unfocused, like he was looking through the aspirant rather than at him. His movements remained fluid, his fists countering the sabers of the heavenly warrior as though they too were formed of precious metals. With every reverberating beat of his heart, his jade-bound clear heart bone structure sent a ripple through his body, making his skin look almost like reflecting ice as it countered the sharpness of the sabers. However, Ryu truly only seemed to be playing around. It was fine enough to use his jade-bound clear heart to defend, but then he would shift and change it for seemingly no particular reason at all. An iciness suddenly appeared in the air as his 9-fold frostbane bone structure heaved a heavy frost domain into the surroundings. Crackling ice appeared around the aspirant's body as it slowed considerably, weakening the swings of its blades. Then, as though he was bored of doing this as well, Ryu swapped to his Eternal Dawn bone structure, radiant golden lights coming from his bone as he shifted with a blinding speed and sent out piercing beams of light that reflected off the saber's surfaces and sent them reeling backward. He danced and swapped between his bone structures like he was doing carnival tricks more than battling. Anyone who was systematically observing the battle to try and understand Ryu's battle tactics would quickly find themselves confused. It didn't even make sense for Ryu to swap from using his 9 Revolution Skybreaker bone structure, but if he wanted to, fine, under normal circumstances, that is. The main issue right now was that the Heavenly Knights were able to learn from one another. They already understood all of Ryu's talents, but not how he might use them. Right now, every time he displayed a new skill, the aspirant grasped it and began to learn to counter it. The experiences of this aspirant would then be passed on to the others. To make matters worse, even if the heavenly warriors weren't capable of doing this, the fact that Ryu was allowing Old Juan and the others to see all his trump cards didn't make any sense either. And yet, he continued to do so. His question lingered in the air, but the heavenly warrior didn't respond. Ryu was certain that it could talk. If those unranked heavenly warriors could, then this aspirant most certainly could as well. He really wanted to understand more about these warriors. Who or what were they? Did it make sense that he was continuously referring to them as "it's"? Or were they actual people like those of the heavenly courts? Ryu was leaning toward the latter being false, which was why he had a hard time looking at this man like he would a he, but he was very much open to being wrong. This question he asked though, what happened to them when it died? That felt like the end of a string in a tangled mess that he could tug on. It was the only stone that Ryu had left unturned. If nothing normal could explain it, then it could only be related to reincarnation, maybe the most mysterious thing in the world. Maybe others didn't think much about it, but after experiencing what he had related to reincarnation, Ryu had spent a lot of time thinking about it. It seemed that every world had their own individual paths of reincarnation, but they also seemed to be connected in a way. Ryu had seen all of his past lives, and they certainly hadn't all been lived in sacrum. But oddly enough, Hope's path of reincarnation, and that of those of her world, were cut off because of the destruction of their path of reincarnation and nether plane. How could both of those things be true? Why could Ryu be born in so many worlds, and yet Hope lose the ability to do the same? The answer could only be that the paths of reincarnation were connected, but were also only one-way paths. But that still left the question of, were there really just a set number of souls throughout
Existence?
Had the world just been spawned with trillions upon trillions of sparks of life and they all separated themselves honestly through the worlds of
Existence?
That made no sense. Existence sparked from nothing. And if that was the case, then there couldn't have been anything that came before it, and naturally that would mean that life existed the way it did now only because something had created it. And that process of creation was likely precisely what Ryu didn't understand. You see, I've been patient, Ryu said slowly. But I'm really going to need you to answer. The dullness in Ryu's eyes suddenly sharpened and his Tao bloomed across the world. The Taos of those in the true martial world had yet to even catch up. However, Ryu's own Tao had long since reached the ceiling here. The aura of a peak founding Tao bloomed, but it was still very much in the omniscient realm. It seemed that even his heavenly pupils weren't able to push him past that level. But in reality, Ryu hadn't allowed it to. Right now, the paths he could see through fate didn't carry what he wanted. He wanted something beyond fate, something beyond reincarnation. If he wanted to stand at the peak of the world, he couldn't just rely on his own talent. He had to do exactly what he had done with his bone structures, superseding logic and conventional understanding. Ryu was more confident in himself than anyone could ever claim to be. He was certain that he was on the right path, that the secret he was looking for was down this road. Now, he just needed to grasp it. Ryu's figure suddenly exploded in speed, clouds pulsing with gorgeous blue-green veins appearing beneath his feet as he soared like a dragon. His azure cloud vein bone structure pulsed with life as he appeared behind the aspirant, grabbing onto a piece of its armor and viciously ripping down. Crack. The armor tore off, the aura of Dragon's Claw coming from Ryu's hands as he formed a vice grip on another and ripped down as well. Crack. The aspirant spun around, swinging its sabers at Ryu's head. But Dark Moon Veil manifested and the weapons seemed to pass right through Ryu's shadowy figure as though he wasn't there at all. Crack. All of a sudden, the aspirant found its chest bared to the world. Of course, this was hardly an issue, it was a man, after all. What was more interesting was that its skin was an unnatural bronze color, as though it was forged from the metal or was maybe circulating an odd technique. Ryu attacked with a figure, piercing a hole through the aspirant's clavicle as though to test something. However, it seemed perfectly normal. Skin was pierced, bone was broken, blood flowed naturally, but there didn't seem anything else to observe. It's deeper. I need to find a way to. Ryu was lost in his thoughts as he flickered around the aspirant, and soon the man found himself completely naked, being dissected before the eyes of all those watching. The tribulation, horror didn't seem to be enough to describe the emotions of those watching. It was like they were watching the heavens themselves being humiliated. The rumble of the dark gold clouds above seemed to grow fiercer, but Ryu directly turned a blind eye to it all, not paying much attention in the slightest as he continued to litter the body of the aspirant with holes. The more he did this, the brighter his gaze seemed to become. Chapter 2096 Fathom. The blood of the heavenly warrior flowed like a river. As it did so, it grew weaker and unable to fight back against Ryu's attacks. The process made the battle even more lopsided, and most would have forgotten that this was supposed to be one of the strongest tribulations in all of existence, if not for the fact that there were still 3 other large-scale battles ongoing. Old One, Black Worm, and Chaotic Space were all still fighting and had only destroyed about half of their legions until now. Unfortunately for them, they weren't able to destroy the formation immediately like Ryu had. As such, they had no choice but to take a slower approach to deal with these large swaths of enemies. But that was precisely what made things so shocking. Could Ryu really be so much stronger than 3 existences on the verge of entering the Tao God realm? Of course, what they didn't know was that Old Wan was only breaking into sovereignty. But it could be said that the man was quite obsessed with putting off a facade. A far cry from Ryu, who seemed to be displaying all of his trump cards one after another and allowing Old Wan to build a comprehensive understanding of his abilities. Suddenly, Ryu came to a stop. The aspirant thrust a saber at his chest, only for it to barely pierce his skin before coming out to a stop. Ryu, who was still lost in thought, subconsciously felt his muscles tense in defense, and the cracking saber finally couldn't seem to hold up anymore, causing it to shatter to pieces. It was another shocking sight, but it seemed like Ryu wasn't paying attention at all, as he raised a hand like he was pulling on the strings of a puppet. Ki. The aspirant froze, the blood in its body freezing taut. Ryu shifted his fingers and the aspirant moved, beginning to do all sorts of ridiculous things. It reached down to touch its toes. Then it turned around and shook its hips to the skies. It only made things 10 times worse that the aspirant was butt naked. At this point, this was something worse than humiliation. Most couldn't even bear to watch anymore, some even believing that Ryu was just doing this to squeeze as much fate as he could from this event. If he was alone, people might think that the tribulation was just a joke. But how could they when there were 3 others there for comparison's sake? It worked. Ryu nodded to himself. Right now, he was using Bloodmancy. The branch of Bloodmancy Ryu originally picked was all about himself and control over his bloodlines. It was what had opened the path of control he had now, and also what allowed his bloodlines to bloom into their more powerful state. In fact, without Bloodmancy, Ryu wouldn't have been able to reforge his bone structures the way he had. The fact he had a living spiritual foundation only played a part in that. A large part, but still only just a part. However, Bloodmancy had many paths that were much more like necromancy. And this was one that Ryu had casually chosen. The bundle of fate his master had left for him in order to guide him in the principles of Bloodmancy was already entirely analyzed by Ryu. Even if he had never practiced this path before, he was still able to grasp it. Now, this aspirant was entirely under his control. Will it work? Ryu mumbled to himself. With his free hand, he pointed out a finger to the side, and a heavenly warrior that Black Worm was swinging a blackened glaive had vanished. Black Worm swung at nothing but air and almost stumbled forward. Though he caught himself in time, he found himself assaulted from 3 sides instantly. He was forced to use up a large amount of his chi to escape the situation unharmed. He looked over toward Ryu with a blazing fury in his eyes, but Ryu still hadn't looked over to him a single time. Wrapped in a bundle of solid space, the heavenly warrior was completely restrained. It was far weaker than the aspirant, so what chance did it stand? Ryu extended his finger and poked at the heavenly warrior. Almost instantly, all of its armor shattered and Ryu's finger went right through its body. He didn't even seem to put in much effort at all, and yet it was as though his claw was formed from the sharpest blade. Pulling his finger back, Ryu looked at the blood and then flicked it away from himself. The heavenly warrior's body convulsed, struggling for a moment before Ryu adjusted something, and it found itself being completely under his control. Still, Ryu shook his head in disappointment. It seems that there's no easy linkage between them all. Each one is slightly different. If it took this much effort for a normal heavenly warrior, this won't be enough to help me through the next phases. That said, Ryu's flexed fingers clenched. The heavenly warrior shattered into pieces, leaving behind nothing but a concentrated ball of flesh and blood. Ryu observed it for a moment before his eyes narrowed. They don't have corporeal souls. He had been looking for what felt off to him all this time, but he didn't expect that it would actually be this. Were these heavenly warriors not living existences? Wait, no. Ryu's heart skipped a beat as his head snapped back toward the aspirant. Technically speaking, the only thing you needed to be reincarnation were the 3 incorporeal souls. In fact, you only needed one of them, whether it was your ego or Tao heart. Both of them were things that only formed after you reincarnated. In much the same way, one's corporeal souls were literally only grown when they gained a body of flesh and blood. Everything else was only extra, but they were also part of what made a person a person. That was why, despite so many reincarnations, Ryu only truly acknowledged this life as himself, because this was the only life he had this unique combination of corporeal and incorporeal souls. In the others, there was the shell of what made Ryu, but there was none of the inner substance. But these heavenly warriors seemed to lack any substance at all, whether good or bad. No substance. Oh. Ryu's eyes glazed over, a subtle hint of something brewing in his mind. Deep within him there was a stirring, and then he sensed it. In the distance, Old Juan's head turned over and his body suddenly became nothing more than a streaking shadow. In a silent bid for Ryu's life, he struck at the very moment. Ryu seemed to have lost his mind, a crystalline dagger coming out from the shadows he was wreathed in. He didn't seem to cut through space at all, and yet he moved with no less speed. The dagger ripped into Ryu's back, severing his spine and piercing right through his heart. Ryu hacked up a mouthful of blood, his body shuddering. Old Juan knew that he had succeeded. He didn't know when the opportunity would come, but he knew that he would take advantage when it did so. And when he moved, he didn't hesitate to go all out. His dagger exploded with power, ripping a hole all the way out of Ryu's chest and sending rains of blood in all directions. But at the same time, the hidden danger Ryu knew was within himself activated at the same time. Tendrils of darkness peeled across his body like spiderwebs of lightning, corroding his inner organs and atrophying them. In an instant, Ryu seemed to have gone from a young male in the prime of his youth to a young man who was on his last legs. He aged, his white hair dulling into grays and unhealthy, straw-like whites. It seemed that the battle was already over in an instant, and the tense concentration in Old Juan's heart seemed to finally relax somewhat. As for the tribulation, he didn't even seem to mind it very much at all, almost as though so long as Ryu was gone, everything else would be much easier. Ryu didn't move, standing there with the dull, glass look of death in his eyes. A silence took over. Other than the rumbling clouds high above, most couldn't believe what they were seeing. It didn't seem to make sense that a young man who just had the world in the palm of his hands would fall like this. But this was the way of the cultivation world. One mistake in a single moment of carelessness was enough to draw the dividing line between winners and losers. And indeed it was. It just wasn't certain who the winner and loser was just yet. Indeed, a scurrying little rat like you really wouldn't miss an opportunity like this one. Unfortunately for you, I've reached a level you can't possibly fathom. Chapter 2097. Choice 1. Ryu's voice was frighteningly calm as his glazed-over vision seemed to slowly sharpen. As though a man waking up from a dream, his eyes seemed to be both open and brighten. And yet, they continued to carry an eerie calmness with them. As expected, what he was chasing with his Tao was the very same roadblock that stopped him from finding what hidden, lingering danger there was in his body. However, what he was more surprised about was that Old Juan was actually capable of such a thing. It was too bad that it simply didn't matter. The reason he couldn't find the root of the danger was because it was hidden in a part of him that didn't even functionally exist anymore. His path of reincarnation. Long ago, after deciding the path for his inner world and his future, Ryu had long severed his own path of reincarnation. But the danger that Old Wan had left behind was hidden away within it. Ironically enough, Ryu's own actions were the very reason Old Wan was able to hide from him for so long. Somehow, though, despite severing that path of reincarnation and accepting that this would be his final life, Ryu was still being influenced by something he thought he had long separated from himself. This didn't mean what it seemed to. This would still very much be Ryu's final life. The path of reincarnation was a two-way street, and Ryu had severed the path that he would need to return to it. But the path moving in the opposite direction was still there. It was just that this path should have been under the complete and undisputed control of the heavens themselves. This was something that stood above fate and karma, because fate and karma couldn't even exist unless it was triggered first. But it wasn't reincarnation either. At the very least, that wasn't what you should call it. Trying to call it reincarnation was like trying to call a vehicle by the action one could execute while using it. Driving simply didn't work, and it missed the big picture. The path of reincarnation was important, but only insofar as it was the ultimate result of this special layer of hidden laws. Ryu wanted to call it something like creation, but that didn't work either. Once again, that was more like describing the action than what the thing was itself. It was such a fleeting and hard to grasp. And yet, the moment Ryu felt the slightest edge of it, he knew what it was. Once again, everything had brought him back to square one. In his vision, a delicate white flame that almost looked like a deformed cotton ball swaying in the air danced in front of his eyes. For the longest while, Ryu couldn't even pronounce the name of this flame. But looking at it right now, he felt that he had the perfect summary of what it was. Spark. A spark of life, an impetus of creation, the starting fuse of reality and the dividing line between a world cascaded by an endless darkness and nothingness, and one filled with thoughts, hopes, souls, and aspirations like this one. Without an understanding of this spark of life flame, Ryu's Tao would always be missing something. It would always be somewhat distorted from the strongest path, from the greatest route that he could take. Trying to understand everything through fate and karma alone was like trying to understand a painting just by its grayscale and shades, ignoring the color or even more fundamentally, the shapes that decided its form. The moment Ryu saw the state of the bodies of the heavenly warriors, he had grasped this. He came to understand the dividing line between a living thing and a walking corpse. Sometimes that line was often blurred. As early as Sacrum, he had run into individuals capable of breaking what he saw as fundamental laws, like the path extinction realm expert that was able to make corpse puppets think and act for themselves. Logically speaking, this should be impossible, but now, it all made sense to him. This white flame was the magic touch that separated the power of the heavens from that of mere mortals. There wasn't anything wrong with Ryu's Tao. It was fundamentally sound and built upon a strong foundation. But it was just lacking one very thing. The issue was that Ryu didn't have any method of incorporating this into his Tao. This white flame was an external item, and if he could have comprehended this spark of life, the would have already done so. Ironically, for the first time in his life, Ryu had received enlightenment on the fact that it was impossible for him to reach enlightenment. Well, there was one way, and that was probably to take a step that no one wanted to see more than the Phoenix Sky God themselves. If Ryu took this flame into his perfect Black Buddy soul, his main pair of mysteries of heaven and earth pupils would gain this ability. By then, the things that were impossible to see through for him would become as clear as day. But doing so would completely eliminate his last path of retreat. He had already relied on the Phoenix Sky God to rebuild his bone structure and rise to a whole new level. But ultimately, his bone structure was just a piece of his body. It wasn't as integral to him as his soul was, and in the worst-case scenario, it could be abandoned. His soul, however, there would be no going back. The real reason Ryu was standing in such a daze was because he seemed to stand at a crossroad of two paths. Down one direction, there was this white flame, incorporating it into his body and reaching the level of Tao that he had always been striving for. Down the other direction was to rebuild a completely new Tao from scratch down an entirely different path. Chapter 2098. Choice 2. For Ryu to be stuck in a daze for so long, one could imagine that he had yet to make a decision. With his speed of thought, the pause that had given Old One the chance to attack him might as well have been years. Ryu had always loved his Tao. The choice to give it up for a new one wasn't easy. But at the same time, while the gamble to use his living spiritual foundation to trigger his bone structure reformation was one he felt that he could still win, this path was like giving over his life to the Phoenix Sky God on a silver platter. It might even be the case that all along, this was precisely what the Phoenix Sky God wanted him to do. But there was another thing to consider as well. Ryu now knew that at some point in the distant future, his future self returned to play the role of ancestor to the zoo. Right now, he still didn't know exactly why that was. But the odds that his future self had played a role in the reason his perfect Black Buddy soul was stored away in the Death Shrine were incredibly high. The question was, why? Unfortunately, Ryu felt that he could make a solid argument for both sides. Maybe his future self had wanted to protect his perfect Black Buddy soul, so that he could use it right here and now to absorb this spark of life. But then, on the other hand, maybe his future self hadn't wanted him to have his perfect Black Buddy soul until after he realized that the Phoenix Sky God was a danger to him. After all, Ryu hadn't found his perfect Black Buddy soul until after the backlash the Phoenix Sky God gave him for trying to communicate with his old spiritual foundation. It was only after that event that Ryu became clear of the fact that the Phoenix Sky God was likely not his friend and just might still be alive to this day. If this latter case was true, then his future self probably only wanted him to use his perfect Black Buddy soul to absorb the spacetime Silver Star and build a different Tao based on it, avoiding the path the Phoenix Sky God wanted him to take. Both sides could be easily argued, and they both had incredibly strong points. Ryu took a deep breath as though his body wasn't rotting from the inside out. At this point, he had still yet to speak those words to Old One, weighing the decision in his head time and time again. But then he thought of a profound question. If he rebuilt his Tao, what path would he even take? There was no path of comprehension that could even remotely match the path that he was on now. So building a new Tao based on bolstering his comprehension abilities like he had this time would be foolish of him. He would just be creating an inferior product. So whatever Tao he forged would have to take a completely different direction. There were many paths to take, ones of attack, of defense, of control. Maybe this might not be so bad. After all, even without his Tao, the natural ability of his eyes to comprehend things would still be quite potent. At that point, maybe he could have the best of both worlds, a powerful comprehension ability and a powerful insert Tao here. But Ryu had built too many things on his Tao. He had so many Tao methods already, many of which he had spent years refining for them to reach their current strength. And how long would it take to rebuild his Tao? What would even happen with this tribulation if he chose to take such a path? Would he have to try and squeeze through a victory first, and then rebuild his Tao after the fact? But would he even be able to survive? Ryu dismissed the thought. He wouldn't make his decision based on that. This would be his final life. If he made a decision about the future of his cultivation based on immediate life and danger, maybe it would be smart, but it would be completely unsatisfactory to him. His path to the peak of the world wouldn't be decided by a moment of weakness. He refused. And it seemed with that thought alone, Ryu had already made his decision. If the Phoenix Sky God wanted to dance, then they would dance. Ryu's comprehension was too important to him. In fact, it was the only reason he could even stand here and think of all these things. Without it, he probably still wouldn't know or understand the true reality of the white flame and what it represented. Without his comprehension, he wouldn't be able to have 10 bone structures. Without his comprehension, he wouldn't be able to make such perfect use of his soul natures. Without his comprehension, he wouldn't have formed so many Tao methods so quickly. He had managed to do all of this with what he considered to be an incomplete Tao. So what would he be able to accomplish once it was? At that moment, the flame deep within Ryu's eyes flickered, and from the depths of his spiritual sea, he allowed his perfect Black Buddy to swallow it whole. From the moment he had been forced to accept the Phoenix Sky God's spiritual foundation due to the interference of the martial gods, he had been set on this path. It was inevitable that he would walk down this path and reach this stage. He had already known it before. That was the real reason he hadn't allowed his soul to break into the Lord realm ahead of time. He had known that this moment was coming all along. And now that his soul natures were all cemented before the formation of his lordship, he could feel the world so much more clearly. Control. He could finally see it now. The path to recultivation. Chapter 2099 Go on. Ryu's aura only seemed to change slightly. It was so subtle that maybe only he seemed to understand the difference. But that was nothing more than the start. There was a slight rumble that came from Ryu's body and his Tao broke through, piercing the veil of the peak of the world and then transcending to lordship. The feeling wasn't as resounding a difference as one might expect. At the very least, for a Tao that broke through the glass ceiling of a world this powerful and progressed to the Lord grade at the same time, it shouldn't have been so hard to grasp and sense. But it was precisely because it was so difficult to grasp that it was so powerful. Right now, Ryu's Tao seemed to have hardly increased in strength at all. And yet, by extension, it had become entirely unfathomable. The only one who seemed to sense the change was Old One himself. Realizing that something had gone wrong, he exploded into a retreat, shooting back with so much speed that the two heavenly warriors in the vicinity shattered to pieces. The sudden change in Old One's display of strength caused Aika's heart to break all the more. She had already realized that there was already no going back. Even when Ryu was attacked, there was still some justification for it. After all, if Ryu was truly lying all the while, then why wouldn't Old One attack him? But now there was no doubt at all. There was no reason for Old One to be hiding so much of his power unless everything Ryu had said was true. Or more accurately, if everything she had been speculating was true. From start to finish, Ryu had never truly explained himself. He couldn't be bothered to. Now, though, that meant that Aika had come to all the proper conclusions herself. The last vestiges of the man she had once known shattered in her mind. The three of them had all grown up together. They had watched their sect be destroyed together. They had all gone through pain and strife for a hope at one day reversing things. Aika had truly hoped against hope that she was still seeing things wrongly. That there was some explanation she hadn't thought of that would vindicate both Ryu and Old One, some misunderstanding, but now she knew that there was none. Ryu's gaze slowly gained a sharpness to them that seemed to pierce through the veil of all that was. Sweeping changes were occurring inside of his body, but mainly to his inner world. It seemed to have truly become a world of its own where the heavens were none other than Ryu himself. A single droplet of embryonic chi rippled through Ryu's body and all of a sudden, his heavy injuries were vanishing in the blink of an eye. But it wasn't just that they were vanishing, but that Ryu was actually somehow growing back even stronger. The process of improvement through the use of embryonic chi had always been slow going for Ryu for the same reasons it was a struggle for him to heal properly from time to time. For one, the fate his embryonic chi was tied to, and his own fate by comparison of it, created this push and pull effect where Ryu wasn't in perfect control of all the happenings. There was a long time where Ryu's embryonic chi took years before Ryu could experience its real healing effects, and the same was true for his wives that practiced taboo arts. This trouble was mitigated after Ryu gained the ability to connect to the fates of different worlds, pulling embryonic chi from stronger worlds with strong chi, or worlds that had fates that were more aligned with his path, thus smoothing over the process. But now, Ryu's second pair of meridians rumbled, a large gushing of embryonic chi coming out from him in a wellspring that replaced his previous embryonic chi. And this time, with just a single drop, it was as though Ryu had been completely reborn. The hole in Ryu's chest closed in the blink of an eye, the black veins crawling across his body receding as golden veins seemed to race to eat them up. When the last of the black veins vanished, the golden veins slowly receded, leaving behind skin so soft and supple it practically reminded one of a cloud of cotton. The ragged remnants of Ryu's robes flapped in the wind as his hair danced along with. Despite the power rippling from Old One's explosive retreat, Ryu's body reacted as though it had just been buffeted by a normal gust of wind. Even as the blood from the heavenly warriors splattered around, Ryu himself was entirely untouched. Ryu took a breath and the world around him seemed to breathe as well. High above, the heavenly wrath tribulation wavered as though it was about to be forcefully suppressed before it came back with an even more violent vengeance. Flashes of lightning arched through the skies, looking like chained dragons that, G-0-0, wanted to unleash their fury onto the world before. but they were being restrained by something that most couldn't understand. It didn't look like external forces were restraining it, but rather that the heavens themselves were. Rules, fairness, law. Staring up at the skies, Ryu's lip couldn't help but curl. There was a time in his life when he thought that the heavens were truly unfair. As he grew, he realized that they had the same rules for everyone. Maybe from certain perspectives they could be unfair. But no one could accuse the heavens of not equally screwing everybody at some point or another in their lives. Seeing the heavens restraining themselves now from unleashing what would certainly be an even stronger tribulation, Ryu could only find it amusing. A blade suddenly tried to attack Ryu from the back. But before it could even get very close, the blade wielder was shredded to pieces. After abandoning his legion, it was only natural that they follow up by coming to this region. Now, they were trying to surround both Old Wan and Ryu. Although Old Wan could have easily dealt with them, he was hoping to use them to slow down Ryu to at least a small extent. However, the heavenly warriors couldn't even touch Ryu before they were shredded apart by Ryu's cosmos fog. The gray fog carried a primordial character, so heavy and dense that it almost reminded one of infinity mist. And in truth, when rays of light hit it just the right way, there were odd hints of blue to it that didn't seem natural. The moment the heavenly warriors touched this fog, the droplets tore through them as though each individual particle carried the weight of a world concentrated into a tiny dot. Ryu didn't even move, his expression calm as ever as his head turned toward Old Wan's retreating figure. Your chance to run was long before I returned. But you chose to stay here, hoping to use me to deal with my father. You think yourself to be so clever. How about you use that mind of yours to realize that you're trapped? Ryu took a step forward and the cosmos fog around him spun. Just hovering there silently, it already shredded through the heavenly warriors foolish enough to run into it. Even attacks from afar were torn to pieces. All the while, Ryu remained unhindered. The color of his cosmos fog suddenly changed and from a subtle blue, a subtle green gold took form. With another step, Ryu's body truly became akin to a wind. Wrapped in his cosmos fog, he appeared before Old Wan in an instant, almost carelessly patting at the air. With a palm, bang! Old Wan was sent flying, his chest collapsing in a cave of bone and gore. He fell from the skies like a meteor, and to add insult to injury, the waves of heavenly warriors rushed after him, raining down attacks. The color of Ryu's cosmos fog changed again. He aimed a palm downward, his expression indifferent. A pulse of golden light gathered on his hand before it suddenly erupted, tearing through the skies in a laser beam of gold. Old Wan was pierced right through so fast that his downward speed didn't even increase. It was as though his body was as thin and sparse as the wind around it. Boom! Old Wan crashed into the ground with such force that the wave of earth took out several heavenly warriors, crushing them in exchange for the shattering of every bone in his body. The world trembled every time Ryu took a step as though it could no longer withstand his presence. Old Wan coughed up a mouthful of blood, his body shuddering as he tried to push himself up. Even now, his eyes were cold and emotionless. Ryu smiled. Go on. Show me why you still think you have a chance to survive. Old Wan didn't say a word, but he obliged. The world rippled around him as starlight began to collect. Whoosh! An enormous domain board covered the seventh heaven. Chapter 2100. Try again. Ryu stood high in the skies with his hands clasped behind his back and his aura surging. His cosmos fog billowed around him, for from time to time, it would grow so thick that nothing more than a pair of hovering silver eyes could be seen, shining so brightly that it cut even through this primordial fog. The domain board encapsulated the world and Ryu could feel the laws of reality bending, being forced to adhere to a new set of rules set by Old One himself. The Tao surged and fused with this Tao method, combining into one to a heart-shuddering momentum that immediately shattered. Old Wan's pupils shook as his Tao tried to influence jurisdiction over Ryu and the area around him. They had only slightly come into contact with the cosmos fog before they collapsed, shredding themselves to pieces. Old Wan stumbled back, coughing up a mouthful of blood. The blood came out foul and black, and his body seemed to have lost tens of pounds in the blink of an eye. This? Ryu looked around him, feeling partly amused. Trying to set new rules of reality while his cosmos fog was active was like smashing an egg onto a rock. What Old Wan had built his entire Dao on was just a small branch of Ryu's own. Maybe if his Dao had been more powerful in this focused niche, it would have had a great effect. But right now, there was only really one outcome to be seen from all of this. Ryu reached out a palm again before slowly condensing a fist. His cosmos fog tinged blue and concentrated into a point, forming a lance so large it looked like it was meant to drill through a city rather than a single man. The drill of cosmos fog rotated once and space shook before was forcefully condensed by Ryu's might. Bang! The lance shot forward, appearing before Old Wan in the blink of an eye. Everywhere it passed, the remnants of Old Wan's Dao method were shredded to pieces. The tip of the lance cut into Old Wan's body, the weight of a world falling down on him from above in a suffocating momentum. Sparks flew as Old Wan seemed to put up some token resistance. For the first time, there seemed to be some true panic in Old Wan's eyes. But all of this was relative. At most, his pupils were trembling, but the expression he carried still seemed to be one of silence and stoicism. However, even after the third attempt he made at dealing with the drill failed, he seemed to realize something. Ryu could have killed him already. Did you only just now realize? Ryu asked calmly. Ki. The drill rotated again and Old Wan's hands shattered into a bloody mist. And yet, somehow, the region around his chest was hardly touched other than a single line of blood coming from the shallow, skin-deep wound. It was a shocking amount of control, one that Old Wan had no way of explaining at all. It was just what Ryu had said. He had reached a level that Old Wan couldn't even begin to fathom. The lance shuddered and then rose up. Old Wan found himself forcefully attached to it, unable to extricate himself. His body hung dangling, armless and listless. A heavenly warrior suddenly made it through and pierced their weapon through Old Wan's body before they shattered. Then came another, stabbing once again before the pressure in the region crushed them. As the lance shrunk down from its enormous size, Old Wan's body was stabbed through again and again, blackened blood rolling down his body. Soon, the lance was no different from the size of a normal one, and Ryu carelessly held onto its handle, as though it didn't carry a shocking amount of density to it. I see. You're like that one, Ryu said slowly. He still hadn't forgotten about the man who stole Nemesis away. There would certainly be hell to pay for that as well. What pains he had suffered was just the beginning. But Ryu didn't expect that Old Wan would be hiding away corpse poison in his body as well. It seemed that even when he overestimated what sort of vile existence Old Wan was, he had still undershot it. The sort of thing someone would have to do to unlock corpse poison was akin to making it certain that you could no longer be counted among humans. You were nothing more than a vile creature, a spawn of hatred forged from your own sick, twisted desire for power and control. You were a cancer, a blight on the wall. Oh, so you know what this is, Old Wan said slowly. It was the first time he had spoken in this battle, and it was immediately obvious why the moment he did. There was a gravelly texture to his voice that was no longer normal. A power energy erupted from Old Wan, only to be ruthlessly suppressed in the next instant. Old Wan coughed out a mouthful of blood, a terrible backlash rattling his brain. So this is what you wanted to rely on? Ryu asked. Truthfully, it might actually be a little bit interesting to try and refine a corpse with so much corpse poison in it. I can't be bothered to form corpse poison myself. But this might be a little interesting, no? You? How? How? Well, you don't really need to know more than I've already told you. Usually, I really don't like repeating myself, but I'm also a hypocrite who loves that look on your face. Like I said already. Ryu's gaze sharpened. I'm on a level right now that the likes of you cannot fathom. The lance rotated once again and blood flew out from the many wounds on Old Wan's body. You have no idea what you're doing, Old Wan wheezed out. I don't? I'm pretty sure I'm in the process of torturing you. Isn't that obvious enough? A flash of rage sparked in Old Juan's eyes. He knew that Ryu understood exactly what he meant, but he was being purposely obtuse because he didn't care about Old Juan's thoughts and emotions on the matter. He just wanted to watch the man suffer. The fact that Ryu had run into more than one corpse poison wielder in his lifetime was enough to point out that there was certainly an issue here. Though two was only enough for a coincidence, Ryu was also someone who could see through fate and karma, so he could feel the link between Silent Kabus and Old Juan quite clearly. Well, he had only been able to feel it after he fused with the spark of life flame, but the when no longer mattered. Whatever connected Old Juan and Silent Kabus was definitely not normal. There was surely something nefarious playing behind the scenes. It was just that Ryu didn't give a damn. How large was existence? There were probably dozens of hidden organizations like this one. What was he supposed to do? Care about each one of them? He didn't care enough about the common people to step out of his way to do that. Unless they ended up being affiliated with enemies he had already sworn to wipe out, or they touched his bottom line, he would be fine to leave them to their own devices, after he ruthlessly tortured Silent Kabus, that is. Of course, as with all things in the world, matters would rarely be so simple. Even if he didn't care enough to go after them, that didn't mean that they wouldn't deem to do the exact opposite. But whether that mattered to him or not was another matter entirely. Ryu held up Old Juan, whose body was covered in black veins by now. If things continue like this, you're going to die before I finish having my fun. Ryu shook his head. Can't you hold up for a little while longer? How am I going to refine you into a living corpse puppet if you die now? Old Juan grit his teeth, trying to struggle free, but it was entirely to no avail. His struggles only seemed to make Ryu feel more amused. You have no idea what you've done, Old Juan roared. You already said that. Ryu replied. I swear I'll rip you to pieces. And hear me out for a second because I have a feeling that you're a little slow in the head. But how are you going to do that? Old Juan roared in fury to the skies, billowing black fog coming out of him as numerous summoning gates formed, only to be ruthlessly suppressed. I'm sorry, Ryu said with a shake of his head. Here, how about you try again? I won't stop you this time. Promise. Tears of blood ran down Old Juan's face. He had never felt so aggrieved in his lifetime. Crack. His soul suddenly shattered.
Chapter 2101 Isoer.
Ryu shook his head. It's not going to be that easy. He reached out with a free hand and grasped at the air. A strong constraining force formed in the region as the cosmos fog flared out, solidifying into divine chains. At that moment, invisible sparks of spiritual quintessence were forcefully condensed, and the countless pieces of Old Juan's soul were pulled together until they were trapped into a small, vaguely humanoid form. As early as the pre-sky god realms, a soul should have already gained its final form. But the fact that Old Juan's was only vaguely humanoid and not entirely so painted a different sort of picture. The man had several heads coming out of his soul, grotesque, cancerous growths pulsing like inflamed flesh across it. One's soul was meant to be the truest reflection of oneself, and it was often the purest part of the body. But for a wielder of corpse poison, it would be the reflection of all their wrongs. Just the appearance of the soul itself was enough to make people keel over and gag. Even Ryu's own disgust was on full display, not wanting to look at it anymore. The chains rippled and Old Juan's body was wrapped by them, forcing his soul back into his body. And now, with the divine chains present, there was no chance at all to escape with his soul once more. Old Juan tried to break free of the chains several times, even self-destructing his own soul again in a bid to escape, but everything failed. With every new idea that was ruthlessly shot down, it felt like he was watching all his ambitions light up in flames. To make matters worse, everyone had seen his true face now. There was no denying the form his soul had taken. No amount of inbuilt trust or years of manipulation could hide what he had become. Even those that didn't know of what corpse poison was would likely never trust Old Juan in their lives again. There was an ingrained disgust for such an aura that couldn't be explained in just a few words. This was instinct. Beneath the chaos, There was a single hollow echo of laughter that almost no one heard. Samson, leaning against the sect walls on his last breath, was the one who laughed this sad chuckle. Although he had never truly sided with Old Juan or co-signed his actions, his inaction might as well have been an endorsement. Many people heard throughout their lives about matters like this one. How it was never the perpetrators who carried the sole blame, but how those that sat by and watched deserved just as much culpability. In truth, Ryu would never co-sign such a thing. He didn't feel a need to beg Samson to stand on his side or not be a fence-sitter. He always planned to get revenge for himself and his wife personally. Even so, that didn't mean that he would accept Samson's actions either. When he did things, he acted based on his own moral compass. The world was filled with way too many shades of gray. He was too focused on reaching the top of the world and didn't have the patience to care or consider the points of views of others. As such, though he didn't bring Samson along to experience the same fate as Old Juan, he didn't plan on sparing him either. What maybe no one expected, though, was for Samson to raise a palm to his head and shatter his own skull and soul before Ryu's blow could take his life. The last bitter chuckle hanging in the air for only a moment before the booming cadence of the tribulations above swallowed them up. Ryu's gaze swept down from Old Juan to the now headless man below. He didn't react much to this at all, but at the very least, in his heart, he gave Samson a slight tick upward. As for how useful that was, it wasn't at all. The man was already dead and there was no coming back. Samson! Old Juan's roar layered with the voices of thousands. Some were the voices of women, some of children, and some of men with both high and low-pitched cadence. It sounded less like a single man had spoken, and more like an entire stadium of people had roared out. The fury and sadness of Old Juan's voice sounded real. But whether it was or not, Ryu couldn't be bothered to care very much, even when tears began to stream down Aika's face. Both Aika and Ryu knew quite well that it wasn't just because he was embarrassed that Samson had done this. Taking his own life also gave Aika her own way out. It was a way to justify it to her in case she really wanted to follow Ryu after all of this. It was clear and obvious that whatever chance the Radiant Star Sect had left would be on Ryu's shoulders. At the end of the day, he was still their throne. It was also precisely that made Ryu's victory against Old Juan so shocking. As a throne, Ryu was able to use his throne status to suppress those of the sect. Old Juan was probably prepared for such a thing, but Ryu had no need of his throne to deal with the likes of him. Revu turned his attention away from the dead Samson toward the writhing Old Juan. He seemed to have truly lost his mind, even going as far as to try and use his teeth to take a bite out of Ryu's neck. I almost don't want to turn you into a corpse puppet. Wouldn't that be a stain on my name? But I'm also a man of my word. Ryu smiled as the lance dispersed from his hands. He pressed his two palms together before his aura surged. The chains around Old Juan constricted and clamped down, suffocating his airways. And Meridians. Even his blood didn't flow as he wanted to. Tell you what, maybe I won't ever use you as one of my puppets. What do you think? Would that make you feel better or worse? Old Juan snarled at Ryu, the veins in his eyes having turned entirely black. A damning non-answer if I've ever heard one. Ryu clicked his tongue as his vision blurred. Soon, he had sights on Old Juan's fate star and he was planning on using the bloodline refinement method as well. After all, Old Juan's bloodline should be decent as he had at least half of the dual radiance bloodline, the very bloodline Aika was born with both halves of. Old Juan's fate star, though, it wasn't a star at all. It was a dense black hole that seemed to have lost all life, and yet carried such strong suction forces that Ryu's consciousness was almost torn out of his body. Interesting. Is this because of corpse poison? Or is it because of something else? Suddenly, Ryu was a bit eager to try. No, something feels off. This won't work properly. The methods documented in the human skin tome couldn't seem to properly latch on. Here. Interesting. This is related to the chaotic reincarnation that triggers the appearance of corpse poison. So the refinement method isn't perfect, but the nether spiritual quintessence in Ryu's spiritual sea churned. He hadn't used it much since he got it, but now he seemed to have found the perfect opportunity to do exactly that. The fate black hole pulsed out, nearly blasting Ryu's soul apart. But Ryu only grinned when the faint cracks appeared across his perfect black buddy soul. These injuries were nothing at all. Boom! A white flame danced in the depths of Ryu's eyes as he rapidly changed the foundations of the refinement technique in real time. His mind moved far faster than his hands, despite the latter leaving nothing but blurs and afterimages in their wake. Everything flowed so smoothly that even Ryu himself almost couldn't believe just how easy it all was. There was a shudder across time and space before Old Juan's body began to convulse. Soon, the roars of fury and sadness became ones of pain and rage. "Don't let me get my hands on you, Ryu Tatsuya.
I swear, I swear, I swear."
Old Juan's curses filled the skies, but with every moment, his life only further slipped away. Chapter 2102, Shadow. The screams and roars of Old Juan slowly faded until there was nothing left but a black husk. Ryu was quite surprised by the result as well. He had only tweaked the method so that it would work on Old Juan's fate black hole. But it had turned him into something that was once again only vaguely humanoid. This time, it wasn't because there were cancerous growths or anything of the sort, but rather because Old Juan just looked like a three-dimensional shadow. And yet, it ironically felt as though he had no depth to him at all, as though he was just a representation of nothingness pinned directly into the middle of the world. Ryu removed his chains from around Old Juan's body, but the shadowy figure instantly thrust a palm that turned into an axe midair right at him. Ryu raised an eyebrow before casually flicking the axe away with a finger. There was a clash that resonated through the air as though two blades had collided, and then Old Juan stumbled a step backward. "Oh!" Looking down at his finger, Ryu was a bit surprised. There was a nick there, but with Old Juan's current strength, there was no way that he should be able to injure him at all. This was a bit of a shock for Ryu. What was also interesting was that this shadow should be his corpse puppet right now. It was refined by Ryu, and it should have his soul imprint on it. In fact, after double-checking, Ryu was certain that his soul imprint was indeed there. But his own corpse puppet still wanted to attack him? Fascinating. After failing the first attack, the shadow actually got down to one knee and bowed to Ryu respectfully. So this is the opposite of embryonic chi. Ryu circulated a droplet of embryonic chi to his figure to counter the corpse poison. However, he was far more interested in this Old Juan shadow's reaction. First it attacks him, then it professes its loyalty? Ryu chuckled. "You want to devour me? I guess that makes sense. You're nothing but a bundle of instinct. I see. I've stumbled into a new form of corpse refinement." The key to the difference here wasn't the fate black hole, or at least not directly. Instead, it was the corpse poison. Old Juan now was a lot like the heavenly warriors, a bundle of instincts that had a soul but only in part. The difference was that heavenly warriors were likely refined from embryonic chi, while Old Juan was the opposite. The question was it worth it? Should Ryu try to refine Kira and Blue once again using embryonic chi? There would definitely be trade-offs. The corpse puppet wouldn't necessarily be stronger, and there would always be a hidden danger when controlling too many of them. The main benefit of this refinement method was that the load of computation was taken off of the necromancer's hands, but Ryu's computation was his best ability. The number of corpse puppets he would be able to control in the future, coupled with the fine detail he would be able to control them with, would set him far apart even from his own wife. Eliminating the chance to use that was more foolish than not for him. The only reason he wanted to make summons at all at this point instead of focusing entirely on corpse puppets was because of their strong Dao hearts. That was the offsetting measure that made them worthwhile. But obviously, this method wouldn't have that. This method does have potential, though. If I investigate it some more, I might be able to find something interesting that's worth keeping. I know too little about corpse poison to make a proper assessment, while embryonic chi is still a mystery I have to delve into. It wasn't lost on Ryu that he had an entire half of his Meridian system that he didn't quite understand. Was all his second set of Meridians really capable of just producing embryonic chi? Or were there other secrets he didn't understand? The answer was possibly no, but he would have to investigate it first to find out. "All right," Ryu said slowly, exhaling a breath and looking up to the skies. Go wipe out this wave. I have more dancing clowns to embarrass. The shadow flickered, its body concentrating into a beam of black that shot over the horizon. It appeared on the battlefield of the chaotic space sky god, ripping through the heavenly warriors as though they were nothing more than plastic dolls. This shadow wasn't much stronger than Old One. In fact, because it lacked the man's Tao and Tao methods, it was actually weaker. But this just went to show just how much strength Old One had been hiding, and also just how much stronger Ryu himself had become. In front of him, even this level of strength was nothing more than a joke. Soon, all the heavenly warriors were wiped out. Let them fight the aspirants. I want to see how they do, Ryu said with a smile. The shadow flickered and vanished, returning to Ryu's side and then vanishing into Ryu's own shadow. Oh! Ryu raised an eyebrow, but he didn't say much. It hadn't literally vanished into his shadow. It had instead just made it seem like that. But what it had done was slip between the layers of space and time, nestling itself in there. Ryu felt amused by the antics of the shadow. It seemed to have a personality of its own, which was odd. The more curious Ryu became, the more he wondered if he should make an enemy out of this organization just so that he could experiment some more with the corpse puppets he could form out of them. As he was lost in thought, the battle between the chaotic space and black worm sky gods against the aspirants erupted. The third aspirant, formed from Old One's legion, was easily caught by Ryu so as not to interfere with their battle. Can't you see they're doing their best? Don't interrupt them. Though Ryu was joking around, he really was evaluating their performance. After all, he had to decide whether they were worthy of being his corpse puppets or not. Chapter 2103 Odd. Ryu observed the battle in silence for a long while. Odd. Ryu's gaze became entirely focused on chaotic space after a while. He gazed toward the man, feeling that there was something that was a bit off. According to his assumptions, chaotic space should have chaotic silk meridians. But Ryu couldn't sense such a thing. To be fair, this was the first time Ryu was actually seeing the man in person. But by extension, it was even weirder that chaotic space would be willing to hand out these meridians to his disciples, but have nothing to do with them himself. I'm also fairly certain that he said he had these meridians himself. So why would he bother to lie about such a thing? Ryu's gaze shifted away from chaotic space and landed on Black Worm. If anything, the man truly lived up to his name. His abilities were concentrated in his body, and his recovery abilities were frightening considering its ratio to his power. Of course, nothing would be able to match up to Ryu, who literally had embryonic chi in his body. But the fact that Black Worm's recovery abilities could intrigue him spoke for itself. However, that was all. Whether it was Black Worm or chaotic space, neither was really worth Ryu's time. From what Ryu could tell, chaotic space was trying to create a Tao that could replace the function of chaotic silk meridians. Maybe the reason he had never fused was because he was looking for a way to trigger his own, not much unlike how Ryu had triggered the blessing of so many meridians. It was an interesting path, but after not grasping it for so long, he probably never would. Ryu could guess that chaotic space was probably hoping that his breakthrough into Tao godhood would be what he needed to leap over that final hurdle. But Ryu knew that it wouldn't be enough. The man's comprehension wasn't nearly deep enough for any of that. And honestly speaking, even if chaotic space was able to do it, so what? Ryu didn't have much interest in having a corpse puppet that shared his own meridians. 1 access point to 2 access points to nigh infinite chi didn't make much of a difference to Ryu at all. The chi of a corpse puppet would always come from its master. That was one of the key differences between corpse puppets and summons. Even if chaotic space had control of a gateway, it would be marginally casier. Ryu could imagine a situation where turning chaotic space into a general of his corpse puppet army or something of the sort might allow for easier connectivity between the rest of his corpse puppets, especially as their numbers began to reach the astronomical margins of his wife. But, in order for that idea to work maximally, there would have to be more than one chaotic space. It would have to be organized a lot like a real army, where there would be a general like chaotic space to every few thousand corpse puppets. Ryu could see a world where that would be very useful, using these chaotic space puppets as jump points for his chaos chi, and using them to fuel larger numbers of corpse puppets with greater fluidity and efficiency. But there was only one chaotic space. Ryu couldn't be bothered to care. With a wave of his hand, a bow appeared. Chaotic space didn't even sense the danger coming. He had been paying attention to his surroundings, but for some reason, Ryu seemed to have disappeared at that moment. If one looked in his direction, they would see with their eyes that he was very much still there. However, their other senses would pass right through him as though he didn't exist at all. In a casual display, Ryu had displaced his own karma, ironically creating what could be the foundation for one of the most powerful assassin inheritances in existence on a whim. Ryu calmly pulled his grandfather's bowstring back, releasing with an equally calm exhale. The arrow tore through the skies and chaotic space suddenly froze. Ryu didn't bother to speak words of subterfuge. He didn't feel the need to grind chaotic space's loss in his face, or remind him of how arrogant he had been in the past. When they first met, Ryu rejected this man's inheritance because he couldn't be bothered to care about him. His own pride had always been more important than this man's existence. And now, Ryu couldn't be bothered to look him in the eye as he died. Without so much as another glance, Ryu turned toward Black Worm, pulling his bowstring back. If he could share his chi with his corpse puppets, why would he care about one that focused on recovery and being an unkillable cockroach? It was entirely worthless to him. In that case, Black Worm could die too. A silent arrow streaked through the skies once more and Black Worm froze much like chaotic space had. The two men stood in the skies for a brief moment, not even reacting as the aspirant before them hacked them to pieces. There was a moment of shock below as these two oligarchs of a generation fell from the skies in bits of flesh, bone, and blood. Even when their deaths echoed through the thumps on the ground, no one seemed to know how to react. Ryu loosened up his shoulders and limbs, putting his grandfather's bow away as he stared up to the skies as though the aspirants weren't now charging toward him. Down below, Aika's eyes brimmed with tears. Never did she think that the man that had haunted her nightmares for so very long would die just like that. She had thought that with time, she could eventually be the one to claim victory, to finally get revenge for all her dead family and friends. But seeing things end like this, a bitter sweetness seemed to want to erupt from the depths of her throat. Rumble. Chapter 2104 Copy. Ryu stared into the skies above, seemingly oblivious to Aika's thoughts and emotions. Calm. He could feel the tribulation unleashing its truest wrath as the aspirants were shredded apart by his cosmos fog. It seemed that this was where his true tribulation would begin. Let me see if you're still able to push me to my limits. The arrogance of Ryu's words caused the skies to rumble once more. For legions appeared high in the skies, and those that hadn't already understood what was about to happen felt like their worlds were being overturned. One aspirant was already enough to push Black Worm and Chaotic Silk, two men who had pierced the veil to the Tao God realm, to the limits. As long as they had passed this tribulation, they would have been able to be respectfully called God by their peers. But now, almost 40,000 of them had appeared, looming in the skies with menace as they faced off against a single Ryu. Each and every one of these existences represented the strength of a pinnacle genius of this world. And because Ryu had undone the seal, that meant that the standard they were powerful to had also been adjusted. This was precisely why Black Worm and Chaotic Space had struggled so much. If it had been geniuses of the standard they were used to, the old rules of the difficulty of jumping realms would still apply. Unfortunately for them, they weren't so lucky. Now, Ryu would have to face off against them all alone. But that was precisely what he wanted. Come. Boom. The four legions shot forward as though each one was a single man unto themselves. They moved fluidly, and despite being far stronger than the previous heavenly warriors, that didn't seem to make them any more arrogant. They were tools, cogs in the heavens wheel, and they acted like it. A fiendish grin spread across Ryu's face. Ji. The sound of the very laws of reality being ground to dust suddenly sounded. Ryu's cosmos fog shook, locking itself into the hidden runes of the world and savagely twisting. Boom, boom, boom. The first line of the legions crossed into Ryu's domain and found themselves ground to ash. Ryu's grin widened as he shot forward, his speed leaving blurring lines in his wake as he slashed outward. His arms were moving before the great sword staffs even fully formed in his palms. But by the time his slash finished, not only had they appeared, but their majesty seemed to have touched on a new tier of existence. Everywhere Ryu moved, death followed. His gaze darted back and forth, scanning everything so perfectly that not a single matter escaped his notice. There was a certain fluidity and confidence to his actions that made it feel as though he could peer into the very future itself. And that was no doubt true. His prediction abilities, especially against heavenly warriors, felt too perfect. They were cogs in a wheel, but it was also precisely because of that Ryu could see through them as though he was just opening the pages of a book. Ryu's wild laughter filled the skies as his cosmos fog shifted and changed to his whims, mapping onto his natural treasures and tapping into a great deal of their power. Ryu's cosmos fog was the secret to being able to separate himself from the heavens and build his own. By comparison, his beyond perfect extreme spiritual foundation always had the ability to copy and replicate. When Ryu thought about it, he realized that this ability to copy by his spiritual foundation wasn't some random additional effect. The main purpose of his spiritual foundation was to take things beyond perfect extreme, and how could it do that if it didn't have a method of copy and replication? It was such an obvious thing that Ryu had never really put into words before. But now that he had another equally as simple thought. What if he combined the abilities of his two talents? Ryu had already been able to multiply how much cosmos fog he had with his spiritual foundation in the past. Now he just went one extra step forward. Even if his body couldn't withstand his natural treasure just yet, his cosmos fog was about to tap into a full % of their abilities. And that was already enough to make Ryu nigh invincible at the same cultivation realm. Who cared how many of these heavenly warriors there were? They could die just the same. His infinity mist grinded them all to ash as though they had all been put into a millstone. They could hardly deal with the mist itself, let alone the blades that followed. Chi. Ryu moved like a blur, slicing and dicing the aspirants until he suddenly realized there were none left. Ryu took a breath and exhaled slowly, his great sword staffs practically steaming in his hands from all the pressure he had placed on them. But steaming was one thing. Their level of damage was none at all. In fact, they seemed hungry. They churned, a peculiar aura coming from them as they fed off of Ryu. From time to time, they would nip at his cosmos fog, absorbing small pieces of them into themselves before they went dormant again. Almost like naughty children snickering in the corner while thinking their parents hadn't already seen them. Ryu gave his blades a glance but didn't mind. Mostly because he didn't have the time to just yet. The auras of the dead legions rumbled before surging forward. Clang, clang, clang. Armors constructed themselves in the air until 4 existences who could only be called demigods took shape. Each one was either handsome or beautiful beyond compare, and unlike the others, they actually had faces to them instead of hiding behind heavy sentry helmets. All of their eyes locked onto Ryu at once, their valiant auras causing the air to solidify. Heavenly Knights had appeared. Chapter 2105 All Out. Ryu rested one of his great sword staffs on his shoulder, his other pointing toward the ground. He stood in the midst of the 4 heavenly knights as though he was just another one of them, not feeling the oppressive pressure coming from them in the slightest. The knights didn't move immediately, and their gazes seemed to flicker with extra hints of intelligence. However, not one of them spoke. It even looked as though they were slowly trying to find a weakness for Ryu to take advantage of. The tension in the skies increased until one of the 2 female knights suddenly exploded forth. In her palms, a great sword manifested from the swirling dark golden energies of the world, and she slashed down at Ryu's neck with all of her might. The world couldn't even keep up, not realizing that it too was meant to be sliced in two even after the blade had appeared right at Ryu's neck. Poochie! The blade cut into Ryu's skin beneath his narrowed eyes. But he managed to stop it from deepening the wound any further with a raise of his great sword staff. Fast. This woman was faster than the laws themselves, embodying such raw speed that reality only caught up several seconds later, only now shredding to pieces. Trails of cracked space burst from the path she had just taken and through the curved path of her blade. Bang! The echo of their blades clashing came moments later. Ryu's torn robes billowed beneath the shockwaves of their attack. Suddenly, one of the male heavenly knights moved. He was far slower, almost painfully slow compared to the woman. But when his attack descended, Ryu's pupils constricted. The strength was out of this world. Ryu felt that even with his current bone structure, facing that attack head-on would take everything he had. But he had yet to activate his bloodlines or enter his battle state, and he definitely didn't have the time to do it now. Truly strong. Boom, 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 boom. Ryu raised his blade and erupted with 9 Revolution Skybreaker. His one attack became 6 before he finally managed to make the Heavenly Knight take a step back. But the rattling in his wrist made him feel like it was on the verge of collapsing. Ryu took advantage of the momentum, shooting backward. ISEC. So this is why they're so powerful. Knights were a step beyond aspirants who already had a perfect slate of talents. They would usually have a mutation of some sort that made them particularly strong. The best way Ailsa's memories described them was like giving an aspirant with perfect talent a variable like heavenly pupils or a special soul nature to benefit from. In this case, the abilities of these 4 knights were shockingly simple, but they were also mind-numbingly effective. Speed faster than the laws. Strength heavier than the laws. Senses so piercing that they couldn't be fooled. Chi control so vast that they never seemed to run out of energy. It didn't take long before Ryu understood all 4 of their abilities, but that didn't make them any easier to deal with. It seems that I really will have to go all out so early on. Ryu knew that there was one final wave after this one where instead of just 4 of these existences, he would be facing almost 40,000 of them. He had been looking for a weakness, but now he understood that there was no simple solution to find here. The only path forward was absolute strength. Boom! Ryu's bloodlines erupted. His body shaking as scales surged across his skin. Horns grew from his forehead, piercing toward the skies as wings burst from his back. Ryu gained a sharpness to his eyes that wasn't there before. He stomped down and the air beneath his feet seemed to explode as he suddenly left a line of afterimages in his wake. He appeared before the speedster, his wings flaring out. She calmly tried to retreat, her legs carrying a shocking burst of power to them. Even when Ryu tried to use his spacetime soul nature to extend the space behind her, she always seemed capable of stepping beyond it. As he had learned from the very start, her speed was beyond laws, including those of his own. That said, it wasn't beyond karma and fate. It was just that Ryu had no Kazi way of targeting her directly normally. But that was what his eyes were for. Fate reversal. The woman had just crossed the barrier of Ryu's spatial distortion when she suddenly found herself standing in the same spot. She didn't even have the time to react in. Shock before her head was sent flying into the air. Ryu's eyes left silver streaks in the air as he rapidly turned his head to the side. The large hammer of the Strength Knight already tearing into the skin of his back despite still being 3 meters from touching a hair on his head. Ryu stabbed out backward toward the already dead speedster as though he had lost his mind. But the flicker in his eyes told a different tale. Fate reversal. The head of the speedster magically reattached, only to find a blade running right through her body. At the same time, the Strength Knight found his head flying into the skies. Ryu kicked out, sensing the Strength Knight flying toward the Perception Knight. His great sword staff flickered, deflecting an arrow from the Chi Knight and slashing out with his other in one fluid motion. A shudder came from Ryu's Meridians and his eyes flashed. Rob the world of its color. The Chi Knight tried to gather energy for a defensive maneuver, only to suddenly find all the Chi in the world stripped away. She was sliced in 2 without Ryu even paying much attention to her at all. Ryu's body vanished from the bounds of fate once again, suddenly appearing behind the Perception Knight whose vision was obscured by the flying Strength Knight. Pucci. Chapter 21060. Ryu's blade ran right through the body of the Perception Knight. He didn't even understand what happened. His senses were supposed to transcend the laws, and yet, he had somehow lost track of Ryu entirely. Ki. Ryu pulled out his blade, the amusement in his eyes having long faded to be replaced by a hollow coldness. His silver eyes shimmered with life and vitality. Today, he would show people the might of the number 1 ranked heavenly pupils in existence. He, Ryu Tatsuya, could only ever be ranked first. All those that thought he deserved anything less would only face his wrath. Rumble. The dark gold clouds above shook as Ryu exhaled a steamy breath. Sparks of flames lit in the smoldering heat, dancing like dying embers before vanishing into the howling winds. Gray, heavy fog rotated around Ryu in a grinding formation that seemed capable of compressing even a star into a black hole. The echoes of Ryu's raging heartbeat thrummed across the skies as his blood surged like tsunamis in his veins. He held out his great sword staff, feeling the weight of the world's expectations. He knew that there were quite a number of people watching now. In fact, that number had only certainly grown. As the commotion grew, and the weight of this tribulation truly began to set in, this was only the natural course. Rumble. Then they began to appear. The heavenly knights took shape one after another, each one carrying auras no less powerful than the 4 that Ryu had just fought, and their myriad of abilities were even more numerous and unpredictable. A solemnness fell over the radiant star sect. Ryu's breathing steadied and his heartbeat seemed to stop for a small moment. Lines of fate. The world turned into bundles of white, gray, and black in his vision. The only way he could win this was for every strike to be a death blow. No matter what, he could never use more than a single strike on any one of these 39,996 heavenly knights. In which case, death acupoint. Ryu's white hair billowed in the winds as he took a step forward. He vanished and he was already at the first line of knights by the time the location he had just left exploded with a cascading rain of energy and shattered space. Ki. The head of a knight flew into the skies. Show me what you have, heavens. If you let me survive today, I promise you that this will be the last chance you have to kill me. Ryu's arrogant words boomed across the skies. The 9th heaven was having its own upheaval much like every other heaven was. However, there was one location that was eerily silent. The martial god's domain. No one seemed to have reacted to the changes at all, and the heart-shuddering changes to auras and breakthroughs didn't seem to have begun here at all. That said, deep within their territory, hidden away in a location that couldn't be entered by anyone not of their closest inner circle, there was a gathering. Many martial gods the true martial world had simply never seen before or even heard of stood, watching a projection above. As for the person on the other side, it was none other than Ryu himself. Among this unknown group of martial gods, there were a few that were actually the exact opposite. Shocking experts whose names resonated so far and wide that their presences alone seemed to cause fate to churn and spin in their favor. In this group, there was Elena's father, Salvador. Salvador stood silently with his hands clasped behind his back, several of his wives around him. He stared ahead as though he was looking through the projection rather than at it. Even now, his aura was still very much at the Lord realm. It was odd for a man of his talent, but he hadn't improved in the slightest in all these years. However, judging by the sheer amount of respect he still commanded, this didn't seem to matter much to those around him at all. Not far away, the only one that seemed to have a gaze that flickered with the slightest hint of emotion was Elena herself. This matter had triggered entirely unexpectedly. They had been called here to prepare for the title steal event when things so suddenly and abruptly changed. And now everyone was silently watching her husband. There was a weight on her chest that she couldn't explain. Too many things had happened in the last several decades that she couldn't even begin to wrap her head around, and now it just felt like it was much too late to reverse things. However, as she stared at Ryu, her apprehension began to slowly wind down. Trust. She could still recall Ryu's smile when she tried to beg him to turn away from the martial gods and to just let things go. She had really thought that he would die that day. But he didn't. This time, her apprehension wasn't because of the tribulation that Ryu was currently fighting against, but rather what would surely come after the fact. Ryu was about to enter a stream of danger that he wasn't even prepared for. But this time, she chose the path opposite the one she had taken last time. This time, she chose to put her faith in her husband. If there was anyone who could make it through the world of shadows they were in right now, it was him. A young man by Elena's side looked at her face curiously, then toward the projection. in the distance and then back. Is he your husband, big sis? It was the only sound in the otherwise quiet space. It was hard to say if the young man was just ignorant or so confident in himself that he easily flouted the status quo without a care. But regardless, his voice echoed despite his otherwise normal tone. Yes.
Elena replied.
Oh. The young man replied as though disappointed. I don't like him. Elena's heart skipped a beat. Chapter 2107 Clashing Heads. Elena frowned, looking toward her younger brother. Say something like that again and I won't forgive you. The young man blinked, looking at his elder sister as though he had been wronged. You'd pick him over me? I wouldn't need to pick anything if you don't say such foolish things. You've never even met him, and you knew before you said that he's my husband. Is it because everyone has spoiled you so much that you think you can say whatever you want? The young man seemed genuinely surprised. This sister of his had always been forgiving and kind to him. This was the first time that he had seen her have such a response. But after shock, he couldn't help but feel somewhat angry. Of course, he hadn't really thought about things from Elena's perspective. But that was already not something he cared about. You! Enough! Salvador's voice cut the conversation off, stifling their voices until there was nothing more than silence. He looked over toward his son and daughter, his expression unreadable. Neither Elena nor her brother said a word after this. But it was for very different reasons. Her brother seemed to have stopped talking out of respect for their father. Elena stopped talking because she had already said everything that needed to be said. There was a coolness in Elena's pink diamond eyes that sparkled as she seemed to look through her father. Salvador gave Elena another look, but ultimately didn't say anything at all. It had been a very long while since this daughter of his had respected him as a daughter should her father. But that hardly mattered. Soon enough, none of it would matter. A laughter came from the side. A man dressed in white robes guffawed as though he was watching something interesting. Salvador, you shouldn't be so harsh on the kiddos. Aren't they just having a friendly little sibling rivalry? Why stifle them? The man was known as Baltar. Much like Salvador, he too was in the Lord realm. But there was something odd about the both of their auras. Something that made it feel like they stood above other lords by a margin that wasn't insignificant. Balthar's aura, though similar in breadth to Salvador's, was much different in kind. The aura of a divine hegemon, one of the 3 supreme bloodlines of the martial gods. Salvador gave Baltar a look, but didn't seem intent on replying. Ho, no response? I'm just giving advice. I heard that not long ago someone came looking for your head, but you didn't dare to show up. Baltar chuckled. A dangerous light flashed in Salvador's eyes, but Baltar continued as though he hadn't noticed at all. I hear you tried to make the man's wife one of your concubines. TSK. If I was him, I would also be very angry. You should take this as an opportunity to change your ways, honestly. Treat your family with more care and affection, or things like this will just keep happening. Have you spoken enough yet? Salvador said coldly. Baltar laughed more heartily at Salvador's unamused appearance. I haven't, thank you for asking. I also learned more interesting things. Do you know that man's last name? Salvador's gaze became more dangerous. Tatsuya. Batum. There was a clap of thunder in the skies and Baltar looked upward, seemingly having both expected this and finding it quite funny at the same time. Ho. I remember that name quite well. Isn't that your daughter's last name as well? Don't tell me that you tried to steal the woman of your daughter's father-in-law? So messy. Such a lack of propriety. Elena's own gaze became colder, but it was filled with disgust toward her own father and wasn't aimed toward Baltar at all. Although Baltar was only doing this because he had a particularly deep-seated rivalry with Salvador, that didn't change the truth of the matter at all. Sheeing. Salvador's wings suddenly flared out in a majestic, silvery white light. However, to the common man, it sounded as though he had just unsheathed 2 blades. If you would like to die an early death, please continue speaking. Balthar's own grin became dangerous as well, an illusory crown flickering into existence above his head. You dare to fight me, but a little Tatsuya makes you tremble in fear so much. Salvador didn't bother to respond. Fear? He didn't fear Titus in the slightest. He had been busy, and it also wasn't yet time to remove the seals on himself. If not for this, he wouldn't have suffered that loss at the hands of Summuary either. But the time was now ripe already. If Baltar wanted to be the first head he took after unsealing himself, he would gladly oblige. Now's not the time. A soft voice echoed from the side. A woman, fair and elegant, and so petite one would be hard-pressed to see her as a day over 18 or 19 years old. However, there was an ancientness to her that was hard to explain, almost as though the flickering image of an aged, wizened woman was constantly being projected into your mind instead of the fair skin of the woman before them. Solara of the divine chains. The dangerous auras of Baltar and Salvador slowly edged away, but the clashes of their gazes filled the skies. After a moment, Salvador sneered, his arm reaching out as he snatched the waist of a woman. The moment he did so, Balthar's temper almost exploded from his eyes, but the words of Solara seemed to keep him forcefully rooted in place. It's been billions of years and you're still not over it, it seems. Salvador kissed the woman's head, breathing in the scent of her hair. The woman wasn't very beautiful. Well, by mortal standards, she would be enough to topple nations. But by the standard of cultivators, she was very average. She had a cold, indifferent sort of attitude, one that made her particularly difficult to read. Even after her husband showed her such affection in public, she hardly reacted at all. This woman wasn't Elena's mother, though their temperaments were very similar. Instead, she was one of Salvador's 3 favored wives along with Elena's mother, Aurelia. She was Leander, an enigma amongst the martial gods and a woman who had birthed 2 of Salvador's most supremely talented children. In the past, Salvador only had for such children. But then Selim was born to him and Aurelia, and then Elena seemed to have broken free of her cocoon, displaying the talent he had always known she had. That now gave him 6 supremely talented children. Of all the elites of the martial gods, he had given birth to the most powerhouses of the younger generation. And it was precisely because of his seed that Leander had chosen him in the past. Something that Baltar was still very much enraged about. However, after a flare-up of fury, Baltar seemed to have remembered something and calmed down into a sneer. One of these days, I'll castrate that ballsack you and your gang of whores are so proud of. But before that, I'm going to enjoy the show. Salvador's eyes narrowed, not quite understanding what Baltar was referring to, until Baltar turned toward the screen above, where Ryu was facing off against his tribulation. This is what you're banking on? Salvador said with a sneer. You might not fear him or his father, Baltar said with hearty laughter. But some of your children will. I wonder if you'll get unlucky and lose a few. Salvador's gaze became dangerous once more. You think my children will lose to this ant? Don't speak about my husband that way, Elena said coldly. Silence. Salvador's booming voice suppressed Elena. This was the very first time that he had ever snapped at his daughter like this. But he hardly held back in the slightest, his pressure so powerful that she almost fell to her knees. However, there was a stubbornness in her eyes that still continued to look right through Salvador. The only reason my husband won't take your head is because he wants his father to do it. Don't fool yourself into believing that there's any other reason. Salvador's gaze turned malevolent as Balthar's hearty laughter echoed again. If the latter could have brought out popcorn and a chair to enjoy the show, he would have. The tumultuous atmosphere only grew more feverish. The internal competition of the martial gods was quite fierce, but for some reason, their ancestors didn't seem to care at all. High above, they continued to sit there as though they hadn't noticed a single thing. Not even Elena's words moved them in the slightest. They were the truest definition of above-worldly affairs. They didn't care who their descendants married, what their affiliations were, and almost hardly cared where their loyalties lay. There was only one thing they cared about, and that was returning to the peak. As for their definition of peak, it was the very one Ryu had. Their aged faces sat in silence, their eyes closed as they didn't even bother to watch Ryu's tribulation. Chapter 2108 Good. Ryu's body was a blur. At that moment he forgot about everything else. All he cared about was the battle before him. Every blade was precise to an extreme, reaping a life every time it attacked. The problem was that he didn't always get a chance to attack. The feeling of so many powerful geniuses bearing down on you at the same time was hard to explain in just a few words. A single genius was already enough to elevate a sect or clan for generations to come. The feeling of so many coming together to form a tidal wave of linked attacks was more than the word overwhelming could describe. But it was a feeling that made Ryu's blood boil. Moments like this, it was what he had dreamed for all his life. To stand against the world, against opponents that made him feel apprehension and pressure, and still raise his blade proudly. And in the end, to stand above them all nonetheless. Ryu's gaze flashed as lines of fate swirled around him. He dodged a sword and found an opening. Death acupoint, painting a pretty picture of a reaper's scythe slicing through the air. The head of a heavenly knight soared into the air. Ryu's body vanished in a swirl of space as a blade passed right through the location he had just been in. A great gravitational pressure descended on him the instant he appeared in the real world again. There was another flash in Ryu's eyes as he saw through the method in an instant. Illusory instant flickered and Ryu appeared outside of the range of the gravitational push as though he had always been there. The image he left behind bent and twisted, before bursting into a cascade of runes that countered the gravitational force. The heavenly knight that sent out the attack found themselves flying into the air, their gravitational attack reversing until their body became so light they couldn't control it properly. And they just so happened to fly right into Ryu's blade. Pucci. The heavenly knight was split in two as Ryu's aura blazed. Every kill seemed to fuel something else within Ryu's body, his Tao heart blooming like a polished mirror, so perfect and resplendent that the white scales around his chest felt too blinding to even look at directly. Ryu thought several moves ahead, sometimes seemingly wasting an inordinate amount of energy just to dodge, only to suddenly erupt with a sudden trap that killed a dozen heavenly knights at once. From above, it almost looked like he was playing on a chessboard. His stamina was endless, his body flourishing with more and more strength with every passing second. Kill, kill, kill. Fate reversal. Ryu's two great sword staffs swung out, slicing the heads of two heavenly knights preparing a long-distance attack into the air. At the same time, he suffered a blow from the two heavenly knights he had ignored to his back. They tore through his dantian and his heart at once, their energies exploding within his body. But at that moment, fate reversal activated and the two long-ranged attackers regained their heads while Ryu's sneak attackers found themselves losing theirs. In one move, he killed his sneak attackers and disrupted a powerful attack. Even if the long-ranged attackers regained their heads, the backlash to their disrupted technique wasn't avoidable. Ryu's chi erupted and the blades in his body were forcefully ejected. He didn't even bother to circulate his embryonic chi using fate reversal again, but this time the power seemed to be controlled onto his blades. A swirling power of fate shook the air, the scent of death lingering along with it. There was no doubt that the wounds he had just suffered would have been capable of killing almost anyone else, and this concentration of power wasn't something that he was in a position to waste. So why not share it? Rob the world of its color. Fate reversal and rob the world of its color combined into a suffocating end. One carried the scent of death, and the other dismissed all the laws of the world to the point even chi could no longer thrive. Ryu unleashed a roar, unleashing his slash at seemingly empty air. But in his eyes, he was aiming for the very line of fate that connected two legions together as a single unit. Ki, 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 rumble. The heavens above were completely infuriated. Unable to hold back any longer, a bolt of dark gold lightning pierced downward, carrying a mesmerizing power that could even kill a heavenly knight in an instant. Ryu seemed to have already expected this result. His body spun, the torque of his hips sending out an upsurge of power as he pierced out with all his might. His Lightning Qilin talents layered onto one another as he used his blade as a lightning rod to inject his body with this wrath lightning. Ryu's body continued to spin, the lightning churning through his body and into his meridians. His chaos chi spun and changed, becoming primordial lightning chaos chi. 9 Revolution Skybreaker thrummed once more as Ryu's blade went from pointing to the skies to the army below. His gaze flashed and a malevolent intent erupted from the depths of his soul. 9 booming, thunderous cascades shook his body and his arm almost shattered beneath the impact. Ripples of blackened lightning shot through the air, ripping through the legion that now lacked any sort of communal support. Without the formation backing them, their ability to rely on one another to fight back against Ryu's strength hit rock bottom. Heavenly Knights fell by the dozens after the first boom, then by the hundreds soon after. The ripple of lightning grew weaker as it spread outward, but the support of 9 Revolution Skybreaker made it feel like its power was endless. Ryu coughed up a mouthful of blood, but he forcefully withheld the lingering lightning in his body, circulating it up all the way to his eyes. God's eye. At that moment, while he was still high in the skies above the legions, countless weapons formed from above, so powerful that Ryu's seemingly indestructible eyes began to bleed. The weapons rotating with the subtle hint of a weapon god aura no one had ever sensed before descended, shearing apart the remainder of the 2 legions. Ryu gasped for breath and he could feel his eyes blurring, but he still vanished, dodging an arrow that had been prepped to tear right through his head. Tears of blood ran down Ryu's cheeks, veins popping in his eyes as they strained themselves to the limits. 2 legions down. 2 more to go. Ryu's momentum was only increasing, his injuries seemingly only fueling his desire for battle. Images of roaring dragons and stomping Qilins appeared to his back, the mighty air of a phoenix soaring through the skies layering through them all. Ryu's blades shook and he stomped a foot, shooting forward and leaving a blazing arc of black and gold in his wake. His wings flapped once and land hundreds of kilometers beneath him shattered to pieces as though a bomb had just gone off. Shying, sheeing, shying, Pucci, Pucci, Pucci. Ryu's Tao heart became as blinding as the sun. The world bent to his whims and the power of his cosmos fog only seemed to increase with it. Violent, relentless, suffocating, like a wild beast prowling, Ryu's strength continued to increase at an astonishing rate. His cultivation wasn't changing in the slightest, and he didn't seem to be comprehending anything new either. But for some reason, his blade was becoming sharper, more incisive. Every use of death acupoint came smoother, more perfect. Every head he shot into the air became another stepping stone on his rise to the top. Ryu howled to the air, a maddened swirl of faith trembling around him. At that moment, the slumbering martial god ancestors seemed to finally stir, sensing something. They didn't look at the projection, as though they could see right through the world itself to lay their eyes on Ryu directly. The sudden pressure almost caused Ryu to falter in the skies. Almost. Boom! Fetters wrapped around Ryu's body crumbled to pieces as his Tao heart bloomed with an undisguised majesty. In this world, there was only room for a single man at the top of it all. And he had sworn long ago that that man would be him. White flames shuddered in the depths of Ryu's body, and white heavenly runes flourished. Ki, ki, ki. Ryu's blades cut across space, cut across time, cut across fate and karma themselves, only to cut down upon the fundamental root of the world itself. Crack. His great sword staffs couldn't seem to withstand the burden of his control, fissuring along their blades. But the scythes of energy that tore across the world, fusing into a mighty descending blade that swirled with colors of black and gold, shredding everything in its path apart. Judgment. Ryu's own body seemed to be fissuring at the seams, but he laughed heartily to the skies, tears of blood still running down his face as he laughed at his tribulation clouds. Give me everything you have. The words were met by a cascade of 4 booms. However, the 4 heavenly vanguards that should have appeared didn't. The runes that were meant to form them shuddered and were suddenly sucked together, forming a single looming giant. Ryu's laughter didn't cease as he felt the changes. If anything, it grew more boisterous. Good. This wasn't a heavenly vanguard. It was a step above. A sentinel had appeared. Chapter 2109-10-1. Aspirant. Knight. Vanguard. Sentinel. A vanguard was already beyond what Elsa's memories could properly describe, a talent the likes of which might never appear in a world's entire history. If a knight was already a perfect talent in all aspects while also having additional bonuses like heavenly pupils and such, Then what about a sentinel that was 2 ranks above? The heavenly warrior was wreathed in dark gold, an aura so thick hanging around it that it wasn't easy to tell where it ended and where its armor began. There were 2 horns that extended from its forehead, but much like with its aura, it was hard to tell if it was only there as a cosmetic attachment to its helmet and face guard, or if it was there to make room for real horns that were hidden beneath. A pair of long, dark gold, metallic wings extended from its back. The feathers weren't shaped like feathers at all, but rather looked like long, slightly tapered, straight blades. The sentinel's armor was finished off with the face of an angel, not in beauty, but rather stoic loftiness. Standing there in silence, with golden orbs for eyes, it felt as though it could stand at the very peak of the world, bearing down its will on all those it felt to be lesser to itself. The strength, the power, the valiance, everything was perfect. But Ryu just laughed, holding out his great sword staffs. A hint of his earlier seriousness faded away as he allowed his mind to relax. When the Night Legion battle began, he had entered a state of utmost seriousness, scratching and clawing for every advantage that he could get. However, right now he felt that the heavens had made the most foolish decision possible. Others would find it absolutely idiotic for him to say so, but he would feel more apprehensive against 4 vanguards than a single sentinel. It had to be remembered that fighting against multiple enemies at once as a sky god was incredibly difficult. Even when there was a seemingly massive power disparity between 2 sky gods, the matter would be firmly placed into perspective when facing off against 2 or more of the same. The reality was that even if a sky god felt so far and beyond another, the true difference in strength between them might not be more than 10%. But this 10% difference was enough to be one-shot. Why was this? On the surface, it sounded ridiculous. But this was the reality of control and its importance at these higher levels. Even if a person was just 1% stronger than another, a gap in control could mean near-instant death. The heavens couldn't parse out its laws so easily. You either gained all of it or none of it. So why was this a problem when facing multiple opponents? It was because they could coordinate their control. This was why even if you could one-shot a sky god, you wouldn't necessarily want to fight 2 such sky gods of the same strength, let alone more. The pressure that had been on Ryu while fighting so many enemies at once could only be said to be tremendous. Balancing between protecting his control, refining his Tao heart, and dealing death blows was incredibly difficult. Often, he had to maneuver around the battlefield like he was playing a game of domain just so that he could pull a target out from a range where they could rely on those around them and finally kill them. If Ryu had been facing off against 4 vanguards, the difficulty would have been even higher than facing off against the 4 legions he just had. Not only because they were more powerful, but also because he was just one person and there was a point of limited return when the numbers grew too large. After all, it wasn't like coordinating control was easy. Especially not when there was an army formation to target and destroy as a result of it. But now, you have angered the heavens, chosen. This jurisdiction is not your own. Accept your punishment. An ambiguous, unisex voice layered with the tones and cadence of many echoed. One could tell that it had spoken softly, and yet it sounded like raging tides and avalanches. It was far too loud, booming across the cosmos and nearly shattering Ryu's eardrums, despite his powerful body. But Ryu's laughter didn't stop. So what? Ryu said after a while. What are you going to do about it? You will die. You talk quite a lot for a heavenly warrior. This is a courtesy I am giving to your world. However, you have overstepped and overestimated yourself. You have humiliated my fellow brothers and sisters. 10 moves. Ryu said lightly, his laughter fading and his placid, cold indifference returning as he cut the heavenly warrior off. What? Your head. I'll take it in 10 moves. Boom! Ryu took a step forward and his aura surged. His bone structures activated at once, but none brighter than his Empyrean warframe. His great sword staffs vanished from his hands and his eyes shone so brightly that they looked like a pair of silver stars. All of his phenomena disappeared into motes of light, and all of a sudden, it looked like he was just one man beneath the roars of a mighty tribulation. Breath of earth. An aura of oneness with the world spread out slowly as the light in Ryu's eyes only grew brighter, shimmering to the point his own seemed to mirror the golden orbs that formed the sentinels with silver orbs of his own. There was a shudder in the air as Ryu's child of order constitution bloomed in full force. And then he took another step forward, vanishing. Bang! When he appeared again, his fist and that of the sentinels met. The skies churned and shook, the tribulation clouds above nearly collapsing beneath their combined might. But not a single one of them took a step back. Chapter 21, 10:10:2. The sentinel no longer spoke. It was clear that it wasn't lying earlier when it said that it had only done so for Sacrum's sake. As for Ryu himself, it didn't seem to care. 10 moves? What a joke. The sentinel's aura shook and its fist seemed to blur through Ryu's. Bang! The sentinel was sent flying. Just when it thought that it would collapse Ryu's chest, Ryu's own fist reached it first somehow. It couldn't even properly orient itself before Ryu was upon it again. The sentinel spun in the air, its heel cutting across the skies like a vicious scythe, but it passed right through the location of Ryu's body as though it wasn't there at all. An afterimage. Bang! The sentinel was hit from below, sending it spiraling into the skies above. Ryu took a step, icy flowers blooming beneath his feet. His arms and hands moved as though flowing through forms of Tai Chi. However, one hand formed an eastern dragon snaking through the skies, while the other shifted between the variations of phoenixes that had existed in this world. Ryu's blood churned in his body as he ran through his martial forms and suddenly punched out. Roar! His fist seemed to unleash dragon's roar. The billowing might caused tsunami-like ripples through the dense dark clouds above. Boom! The open maw of the dragon bit right through the sentinel. Boom! 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 The reverberating echoes of 9 revolutions left concentric circles of might pulsing across the clouds above. And every one of those echoes ripped through the sentinel's body, causing cracks to appear across its armor. Ryu's body seemed to reach a deeper state of calm as he continued to move through his martial forms. His hands flowed like water, his feet as steady as mountains. Every step he took, a new flower appeared beneath his feet. But at the start, it was a path of ice, but now it had become one of fire. The world solidified beneath Ryu's might as the sentinel hacked up blood. It tried to change positions and move, but something about Ryu's movements seemed to have checkmated it. All of its routes forward were cut off, leaving nothing more than a single path where Ryu's fist lay in waiting. There was a pulse of clear light that came from Ryu's Tao heart, and the entire world sparkled in wonder beneath his majesty. As though a painting being drawn across the skies, every movement of Ryu's was in tune with the heavenly Tao, and the heavens that were supposedly enraged with him could only prostrate. Boom! Ryu appeared high above the sentinel after knocking it up so high that it almost re-entered the tribulation clouds. He smashed down a palm that pulsed with the weight of the world. The resplendent light of his Tao heart resonating with his jade-bound clear heart bone structure and tapping into the strongest of the earth chi in the world. His palm seemed to suddenly expand just before he hit the sentinel. A beautiful, reflective jade earth that shimmered like diamond taking shape. The sentinel was sent flying back, moving so fast that flames didn't even have the chance to form around its body until long after it had hit the earth. In the path it had taken, streaking fires formed as Ryu's control forcefully kept the laws from collapsing. These flames convulsed and were suddenly sucked into Ryu's flowers as he took another step, ascending higher into the skies. At that moment, the tribulation clouds were still rippling violently. But as Ryu's martial form's dance began to be executed beneath its waves, it felt as though it was beginning to move to the cadence of Ryu's own movements. Ryu entered an even deeper state of focus. Breath of world. The sentinel burst out from the ground, its body littered with cracks, but its aura no less valiant. In fact, it seemed to have tapped into a long-lost fury, roaring up to the skies above. Ripples of dark gold made the formations that Ryu had formed look as though they were about to collapse. But even as they continued to sway beneath the sentinel's roars, it was as though they began to move to its rhythm as well. Soon, it had matched the sentinel's resonance, and it no longer looked erratic or as though it would collapse at any moment. Instead, it felt like the sentinel was only giving it more power. Ryu's azure cloud vein bone structure thrummed with life as the tribulation clouds entered a perfect resonance with him as well. And then Ryu punched down. It was a fist that was hard to describe because it didn't feel like a fist at all. It instead felt like the world was furious with the sentinel. It, a heavenly warrior, was actually despised by the world it had given everything to protect. The first fist drove the sentinel back into the ground, boring a hole so deep that it couldn't even be seen to the depths of the sky gods themselves. However, oddly enough, the earth didn't overturn, nor did mountains in the distance collapse. Ryu's control was so perfect that nothing but what was in the direct line of his fist was damaged. And then the second fist descended. The sentinel was driven even further down, its body long collapsed, and its existence no longer detectable by the masses. But Ryu's senses weren't so easily fooled. In fact, his third fist never stopped at all. The flowers of various elements around him finally bloomed, forming a complex formation high in the skies that churned and then fused with the heavenly tribulation. Ryu's final fist clenched as he pierced down. Rippling waves formed around his knuckles as his control showed the first signs of wavering. But this didn't last long before the elements combined into a gauntlet of radiant gold. Boom! Ryu's fist tore through the sentinel and the seventh heaven. The citizens of the sixth and seventh heaven watched on in horror as a heavenly warrior was shredded to ash. Chapter 21:11 Overestimated. The world fell into silence. For a moment, it seemed that there could only be one man that stood at the very peak of it all. Even those that would usually be the most resistant to such thoughts found themselves involuntarily accepting it. Although it was for just a moment, this moment was likely one that they wouldn't be able to forget for a lifetime. The bright glow in Ryu's eyes slowly faded away, and his meditation state faded along with it. I guess I overestimated you. You only lasted 7 moves. Ryu's voice echoed through the silence, riding the last waves of the rumbling tribulation clouds. His scales faded and he opened his arms wide to the skies. A grin spread across his face. Don't be shy now. If you force me, I'll just have to take it myself. Rumble. The moment Ryu's voice faded, a blessing descended from the skies. The pillar enveloped him completely, so large and all-encompassing that it ran through the hole that Ryu had just formed, piercing into the sixth heaven. However, Ryu himself didn't seem to care as a broad smile hung from his handsome features. He hadn't felt this good in a very long while. The ability he had used to finish off the sentinel was actually one of the few borderline techniques. It still wasn't quite refined yet, which was why he struggled a bit with it, having to incrementally raise his state of meditation rather than jumping to the highest state immediately. If Ryu wanted, at this point, he could even reach the highest state of meditation there was. But it had been a very long while since Ryu had even relied on this broken ability of his heavenly pupils, because he simply didn't need it. Honestly speaking, most of the time, Ryu's raw comprehension prowess was so excellent that using his state of meditation was like overfilling a cup. Was that the point? The last time he had relied on it heavily was when he was creating his body realm cultivation method, but even then it was hard to do so. Ryu realized then that he had reached a bottleneck of diminishing returns. His mental capacity was so great on the one hand, but on the other, precisely because of that, the boost that states of meditation gave were too large for his focus chi to handle. The benefits one got from states of meditation weren't consistent across the board. Different people would gain different levels of insight depending on their abilities and also the world they were in. A state of meditation usage in sacrum weighed very differently from one in a powerful world like this one. This was all to say that one of Ryu's best abilities had become worthless because he was ironically too powerful. One might think that Ryu's new Dao had fixed things, but actually it only made things worse. This was because with his new Dao, Ryu's mental capacity had reached a completely new tier. Because of that, the boost he got from states of meditation was even higher than ever before, and his focus chi was even less capable of keeping up. It was a vicious cycle that Ryu didn't quite have a solution for. Although improving in cultivation would improve focus chi, it was limited. Usually, the only reliable way to increase focus chi was time. Unfortunately, though Ryu's cultivation speed was quite slow compared to most, he had still lived too short a time. While his cultivation was now only just ascending to the Lord realm, His mental capacity needs were already well into the Tao God realm. When one looked at things like that, then Ryu really didn't have enough focus chi to go around. It could be said that this was the real bottleneck between himself and his truest, fullest potential. So, he had found another way to use it. Empyrean Warframe. It was the bone structure Ancestor Mysteries had used to defeat the war god Heavenly Pupils. Baked into its very foundation was a shocking close combat ability that relied on instincts to read and react to one's opponent, offloading the pressure away from one's mind to one's body. This was the very close combat bone structure that Ryu had originally dismissed, but had recently chosen to make a part of his foundation. The Empyrean Warframe was already capable of relying on his eyes to boost their strength, so Ryu just took it a step forward. If he used focus at the same time, entered a state of meditation, and his child of order constitution as a secondary bridge, then he could offload even more of the computation of the battle onto not just his body but the heavens themselves. In that state, it made one feel as though they weren't just fighting against Ryu, but against the heavens themselves. And as of now, it was Ryu's strongest state, give or take a few trump cards. And much like Ryu had said it would, it defeated a sentinel within 10 moves. Unfortunately, this state was very difficult to use against more than one opponent because the computational rigor needed to calculate for more than one person increased exponentially with every leap forward. Ryu even had to dumb down his own abilities while using it, which was why he had put his great sword staffs away. If he increased the difficulty anymore, he would have run out of focus chi. But by the same token, if he hadn't defeated the sentinel within 10 moves, then he would have run out of focus chi just the same. This was why Ryu had laughed when the singular sentinel appeared. It was like the heavens were handing him a victory on a silver platter, one that he would gladly take. And now, he would claim this opportunity to recultivate from the very start. When he had said that this would be the last chance the heavens had to kill him, he meant it with every fiber of his being. Chapter 21:12 Control 1. Ryu crossed his legs and sat in the skies in meditation, his focus deepening as much as it could without touching onto the bounds of a state of meditation. He didn't have much focus chi to work with left after entering his Empyrean state, so he would have to make do with this alone. But he had endless confidence in himself nonetheless as his aura began to regress step by step. Time flowed around him, fusing with his embryonic chi. As expected. The reason why this was the perfect time to do this was because Ryu knew that this tribulation was precisely what he needed to revert back to his previous state. When one completed a tribulation, the heavens would undergo a process of undoing your bottleneck for you. After all, the heavens were the blockade ahead stopping you from stepping into the royal realms. It was only by breaching this gate yourself and being bestowed the right by the heavens that things would work out. But Ryu was taking advantage of this bridge that the heavens were building with his own cultivation realms to reverse everything. That was because this gateway could be used not just to sense the Lord realm, but to also sense every realm that came before. As for why that was, it was obvious. Every cultivation realm was built upon the previous one. While it was the case that cultivators conveniently separated them, the reality was that the heavens didn't see such a separation at all. The entire path of cultivation was exactly that, a single, long road, starting at awakening. Ryu's body reverted to that of a mortal. It was a familiar feeling of weakness, the kind that he had experienced for several hundreds of years. Even though he had now officially lived longer in his second life than he had his first, that was only if you counted the time he had spent locked in rebirth. Outside of that time, Ryu wasn't even 150 years old yet. Even with how much time he was spending moving through the cultivation realms, he was probably one of the youngest lords in existence nonetheless. Upon a successful awakening, one would undergo rites. These rites would baptize one in the blessings of the heavens, and this would ultimately decide the depths to which chi could flow through one's body. This was the fundamental explanation of the realm, and there were 9 basic rites one could achieve, as well as 4 more beyond that for a total of 13. Ryu had, of course, finished all 13 rites, including all the named rites. The rite of limitations, the rite of perseverance, the rite of death, the rite of origin. The question was, then, what did it really mean to decide the depths to which chi could flow through your body? What were the rites really? Ryu's body pulsed and he completed all 9 of the first unnamed rites in an instant. There was a radiant glow that ran through him as the blessings continued to pour down on him from above. Obviously, the answer to the question was control. What was the rite of limitation? Crackle. The barrier shattered and a reddened aura began to circulate around Ryu. It was none other than a breaking down of a barrier that existed between a cultivator and the world around them. It extended the limitations of oneself from the body alone to the world. What was the rite of perseverance? It took that one-way bridge and made it a two-way bridge, forcefully expanding the capacity of the body so that it could not just communicate with the world around to control it, but likewise internalize some of that control. Crackle. What was the rite of death? It touched upon the truest limits of a person, pressing past just the limits of the body, but extending to the soul itself, touching upon the spark that was the core of one's reincarnated self. Crackle. What was the rite of origin? It extended deeper yet. The origin was one's very own spiritual foundation, the root of one's awakening and the reason why one could cultivate in the first place. Only by extending one's control to that point would one be able to touch upon their greatest strength.
Ryue sera soared.
With this change alone, he felt like he could slaughter a spiritual severing realm genius born in a world of this caliber with a mere thought. And that was without using his eyes. Back in Sacrum, even with all of his talent, even a chi refinement realm ant could crush him while he was in the awakening realm, let alone a spiritual severing realm genius. But this was the gap between a cultivation system built on control and one that wasn't. Ryu's aura shifted as he broke through once more. Pulse opening realm. Many in Sacrum believed that this realm only had 4 pulses, but there were actually a total of 6 of them. This realm opened up the Meridian channel system, allowing one to begin using chi to more than just strengthen the body, but also give a path toward one day using chi-based techniques. With this realm completed, most of one's Meridian channels would be opened up. However, what was neglected was connection with one's spiritual foundation.
Ta, 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 ta.
All 6 of Ryu's heavenly chi pulses opened in a single go, resonating with one another. And then, they began to hum along with his rite of origin. The rite of origin passed on his control to his spiritual foundation, and now it was time for his spiritual foundation to pass on this control to his heavenly chi pulses. 6 golden points of light shone resplendently in Ryu's body as he triggered his advancement to the chi refinement realm at the same time. In the past, Ryu had relied heavily on 3 different cultivation methods at once to complete his chi refinement. His meridians were made from the 3rd strongest material in existence, so it felt like a shame to not push them to their absolute limits. But right now, he had no need to rely on any cultivation method, especially not one from Sacrum. With his heavenly chi pulses resonating with the heavens, and his control blooming, he would use his control to infuse the heavenly laws into his mortal chi itself, refining it to the absolute limit, and then taking a step beyond. By this point, Ryu felt that even an immortal ring realm genius would fall to a single glance from him. Chapter 21:13 Severing. Ryu felt his control take hold of his chi, refining it and saturating it with his chaotic silk meridians with it. Last time he went through the chi refinement realm, Ryu hadn't had chaos chi and had instead worked with normal neutral chi. The difference was clearly akin to night and day, but that also posed a great challenge for his control. Trying to impose his Tao heart onto normal chi was of course very easy, but to try and do so with chaos chi, one of the strongest chis in existence, that was a different matter entirely. Until now, Ryu's use of chaos chi was always a series of borrowing actions. When he needed chaos chi, he communicated with the chaos plane and took the chi in for himself. However, doing so was obviously less efficient than having chi directly in his meridians, and there was also a lag in chi control as well. Of course, this was negligible, especially when Ryu's usual levels of chi control. But it was something that was noticeable to Ryu. This would change all of that. Chaos chi would be directly influenced by his control the moment it was transferred to his meridians. By extension, this would also mean that primordial chaos chi would be entirely unable to harm him any longer. Under the influence of his control, what right did it have to do so? The chi refinement realm was separated into revolutions. Completing 1 to 3 revolutions would leave you in the lower chi refinement realm, 4 to 6 would raise you to the middle, all the way until 10 to 12 for the peak and 13 for a half step to spiritual severing. These were the 13 revolutions open to Ryu thanks to his 13 rites. But therein lied the secret. It was the rites that allowed one to complete these revolutions and this communion with chi. By completing the rite of origin, Ryu had made his chaos chi far more docile than it would have otherwise been. When this was matched with how resplendent his Tao heart was, there was a shudder as 13 ripples of dark gold spread out in all directions, blessing the land with Ryu's might. However, it was at this point that things would change. That was because Ryu didn't have just one set of meridians. He had 2. At that instant, another 6 heavenly chi pulses radiated with an oppressive might. Ta, 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 ta. This second set of meridians was a complete mystery to Ryu. According to convention, they should have been the essence silk meridians, but due to the intervention of the martial gods, their path had deviated, instead becoming the embryonic meridians that he had now. Unlike his chaotic silk meridians, Ryu couldn't seem to use this set of meridians in battle. All it did was sit there and produce embryonic chi. If this was all there was, Ryu would, of course, be very much open to it. He was probably the only person in all of existence that could produce this chi for himself. But he knew that this couldn't be all. Meridians were a complex network of what were essentially formation lines, but Ryu had never been able to see through these meridians of his. Even if they had no other special abilities, the secrets that lay within their configurations should be enough to study for a lifetime. Who knew what shocking chi realm techniques could be created from meridians that could form embryonic chi? And the first step to opening up that world to him was opening up their heavenly chi pulses. By the time Ryu gained these meridians, he was already well into the immortal realms. He had never experienced what it felt like to be immortal with them by his side. But now, 13 white gold ripples spread out with Ryu as the center, fusing with the dark gold ones and forming a resonance that almost overshadowed the first. Ryu's control descended onto his embryonic chi, and he felt like it carried fathomless depths. It was truly a chi no weaker than essence or chaos chi, and though it wasn't meant for combat, at that moment Ryu was certain that it could be used for far more than just healing his injuries. A cycle formed in his body as his 13 revolutions compressed his chi all at once. In the end, Ryu finally felt as though his chi wasn't just an external item. It was a part of him, another limb. And because of this, he gained access to atmospheric chi even without forming a single immortal ring or relying on a unique ability like he had in the past. It just came naturally. The chi of the world was influenced by the chi in his meridians, being reined into his control. At that point, Ryu was certain that at the mere peak of the chi refinement realm, even path extinction realm geniuses would be crushed beneath his feet. And then he faced off against one of the few failures of his cultivation path, a realm that he had failed to enter the last time, only for it to accidentally benefit him, the spiritual severing realm. Ryu had never really let this failure go. In the past, it was like a mirror put up right to his nose, reminding him of just how lucky he was to be where he was, that not everything he had accomplished was due to his efforts alone. It seemed that now he would have to fail again for the sake of allowing his chaotic silk meridians to flourish. But that wasn't the case. The reason the spiritual severing realm had to be skipped in order to properly trigger the chaotic silk meridian's true abilities was only because everyone's method of cultivation was incomplete. Without control, this was the only path. But now that Ryu was completing it, it was a different matter entirely. The sound of a blade's howl filled the skies. Chapter 21:14 Path Extinction. Shi Yang. A hiltless blade rose above Ryu, splitting the pillar of blessings falling from above almost in two. It was only now that the world seemed to shockingly realize that Ryu was actually recultivating. The eyes of several cultivators turned red. Who wouldn't kill for such an opportunity? Who could say that their path of cultivation was entirely without blemish? However, much the same way a tribulation couldn't be interfered with, so too could the blessing process not be interfered with. After seeing the strength of Ryu's tribulation, who would dare try to oppose it even if this was probably the best chance to kill Ryu that they would ever have again? Shiiraing. A second blade appeared high in the skies, identical to the first in everything but color. One blade of dark gold and another of white gold hovered above Ryu's head as his head shone more and more resplendently. All of the refined chi in Ryu's body began to surge upward, filling the blades with a majestic might. This shocked the spectators all the more. The spiritual severing blades were meant to be forged by the chi in your meridians. Why did it seem like Ryu's had formed first and he was only now incorporating his chi? That didn't make any sense. The spiritual severing realm existed for the sake of strengthening one's connection with one's spiritual foundation. One was meant to make one's chi as dense and strong as possible to form a blade and sever the connection between one's meridians and spiritual foundation, and then reforging the connection. This would allow one to gather more chi fumes from one's spiritual foundation, using it to temper one's chi further to strengthen it beyond what revolutions allowed. Once one reached a certain threshold, this severing blade could be formed once again with even stronger chi. The more severings one could complete, the stronger they would be. But how did Ryu form his spiritual severing blades without chi? Control. Chaotic silk was the third strongest material in existence. By some miracle, Ryu was able to sever his own back then by targeting the closest point of connection between his spiritual foundation and meridians where the chaotic silk was thinnest. But even then, he had ended up using all of his chi to complete the severing, leaving him with none left to reform the connection. But now it was different. He wouldn't be targeting the weakest point. He would be targeting the strongest points, and he wouldn't just be severing a connection with his meridians, he would be severing even his meridians from themselves by cutting out his heavenly chi pulses and strengthening them to the point they were no weaker than divine vessels. At the same time, he would saturate them with his control even further, and by extension, tweak the spiritual severing realm to allow a stronger connection not just between his meridians and spiritual foundation, but also his meridians and his realm heart. Both of his spiritual foundations would gain a much stronger foothold. Shi-ying. The blades fell and cut through Ryu's body. He didn't even flinch in the slightest, his control was simply too perfect. At that moment, all of his severings were completed in a single bound. His body felt empty, his 12 heavenly chi pulses having lost their home, and his 2 spiritual foundations falling into an abyss far away from himself. However, there was a calmness to Ryu as his body seemed to fall into a dormant state.
Ta, 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 ta.
All at once Ryu's divine vessels opened up like floodgates. Ryu's seemingly ignored body realm pulses and vessels, as well as his soul pulse and vessel, all resonated at the same time. The world shuddered. Boom! Ryu's aura exploded forth as chi rolled toward him from all directions. One connection after another was made, causing one halo after another to appear to his back. Ryu's immortal rings flourished until all 13 were formed. At that moment, it felt as though all of the chi on the 7th heaven had frozen in place, unable to mobilize because their emperor had appeared. The moment Ryu had opened his divine vessels, he was already invincible beneath the sky god realm. He felt untouchable, as though the world's elites didn't have the right to stand before him. Maybe the heavenly courts would have someone worthy, but beneath them, what right did they have? However, after entering the immortal ring realm, he felt that he was already capable of slaughtering sky gods. Before his control, they couldn't even hope to manifest their own. His abilities were simply beyond their understanding. Ki. One after another, Ryu shattered his immortal rings, reforging them only to shatter them again. The Path Extinction realm had always been the greatest enigma to Ryu. It was the realm one had to shatter one's own comprehensions and build them back up again. However, back in Sacrum there was no Tao, so this was done with inheritances instead, understandings of the elements and things of the like. Even after forming a Tao, though, Ryu felt like this was out of place. What were we meant to shatter wasn't your inheritance or your Tao. You were meant to shatter your Tao heart, the source of your control. Ki. A deathly aura rose around Ryu, but he didn't seem to notice it at all. He had already experienced the shattering of his Tao heart once before. If he had been able to maintain his wits then, why wouldn't he be able to do it now? This world was entirely unable to stop his steps. Maybe in existence, He was the one person who would dare to take such a step, to dare to shatter their own Tao heart on purpose. But he was Ryu Tatsuya. What did he ever have to fear? He stood on a plane all to himself. Nothing would stop him. Not even his own heart. Ki. Bang! Ryu's 13 immortal rings shattered into a rain of light, and the world fell into a deep silence. Chapter 21:15 Extinction. There was a lull in the world as though time itself had come to a stop. There was nothing and yet everything at the same time, like one was experiencing the birth of the universe itself. Somehow, though there was nothing at all to observe, many found tears coming to their eyes. They quickly wiped their tears, not understanding where this feeling was coming from. It felt like something hidden deep within their souls was stirred and shaken awake. Boom! The explosion carried the same emotional depths, the same kernel of hidden truth. White flames surged out in all directions. White phoenix heavenly patterns painting the skies like jagged lines across glass. Ching, ching, ching. They forcefully condensed the spark of life flame until it condensed into a new set of immortal rings. But, bang! The immortal rings exploded once again, only to slowly reform. Bang! Once again, shattering into a rain of flames that fell to the ground below, spreading love and affection through the world like a mother embracing their child, soon after the ache of birth. The first extinction, the second extinction, the third extinction, the fourth. Ryu continued as though shattering his own Tao heart was nothing more than a casual affair for him. It was only after the sixth extinction that the sharp eyes of those who truly understood the secrets of the world were able to grasp what they were seeing. Every time Ryu shattered his Tao heart, a toxic energy would take form, a bundle of karma that was bad and suffocating, bearing down with the world of a world. But every time Ryu burst through that curtain, it was like he was embodying the artistic conception of life itself. The seventh extinction, the eighth extinction, the ninth. Ryu's aura continued to climb, so much so that there was no doubt in anyone's mind that even a genius of the fragmented sky gods would find themselves crushed beneath his momentum alone. And yet, despite having reached the final extinction, his momentum within the path extinction realm only continued to grow continuously and endlessly, relentlessly pushing the pace forward until, crack, bang, the immortal rings shattered once again. By this point, they were so solid that they couldn't be looked at like illusory projections of will at all. It looked as though solid wheels of white flames were circulating through the skies. Every circulation sent a pulse of power, lines of white phoenix heavenly patterns jetting out in a torrent and solidifying in the world before slowly fading away. Every time this happened, there was another upsurge. And yet the calmness that returned soon afterward grew calmer and calmer, almost as though Ryu was taming the world itself. But it was then that the 10th extinction began. The path of shattering one's comprehensions and building them back up wasn't completely groundless. In fact, Ryu could understand where it came from. Inheritances were named as such because they were either shared wills across many people, or passed down directly from one existence. You were carrying on the Tao heart of a path, so to speak, which was why it worked as a replacement for the true path of cultivation. By using them as a stand-in, you could use it as a proxy to strengthen your Tao heart because constantly shattering that connection and reforming it placed a great deal of pressure on your spirit as well. It just wasn't as good as the real way. And this method of Ryu's obviously came with far more than just power alone, because when it manifested itself, Ryu's 13 immortal rings quickly reformed. But this time, the illusion of a mountain had formed in its midst. The Shrine Mountain. Maybe in the future, if anyone dared to follow Ryu's path, they would call this a martial soul. However, to the world of now, it was known as a natural enlightenment, one of the two types of inheritances. In the past, Ryu was told by a heavenly warrior that he wouldn't be able to complete a perfect breakthrough into the sky god realm unless he was about to reach the state of natural breath. The state of listening. The state of feeling. The state of immersion, the state of control, the state of heart, the state of soul, the state of natural breath. These were the 7 tiers of natural enlightenments, and taking even a single step forward was a nightmare of a lifetime. Ryu had thought that things would change after coming to this world, but the number of people he had seen with a natural enlightenment of even the lowest level could be counted on a single hand, starlight and serial. That was the end of the list. It was clear that even in this wider world, the value of a natural enlightenment was not only not lesser, it was even larger. But now, Ryu was raising it to an entirely different level, a level that most would never fathom in their lifetimes. Until now, he had only been able to raise his Shrine Mountain natural enlightenment to the state of immersion. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't raise it to the state of control. But now he understood that what he was missing had been right in him the entire time. A natural enlightenment was formed by observing the world, forming a connection with it and experiencing its wonders. The state of control was taking a step beyond just understanding and observing. It was about making this natural enlightenment your own. Bang! Ryu broke into the state of control and his Shrine Mountain and immortal rings shattered once again. The 11th extinction. Ryu's aura continued to surge as he entered the state of heart. This was the state where one's Tao heart and one's natural enlightenment became inseparable, a state where they were one in the same. Bang! They shattered again and Ryu tore into the state of soul. The Shrine Mountain overlaid with his body, surpassing the external state of the spiritual foundation and Tao heart, to truly become a new soul nature. And that opened the door for the final stage. Bang! Chapter 21:16 Lord Control. Ryu exhaled a breath that spread across the world. When he breathed, the mountain to his back trembled along with him. The state of natural breath. The Shrine Mountain came to life. It was no longer just a projection, but it soared into the world as though the real thing was here. A loop formed between Ryu and the world around him and then back again. As with all things, there was a balance to be struck. He had learned long ago that being immature to the point that he wanted to abandon the heavens entirely was the epitome of foolishness. Cultivation was the process of taking from the heavens. But that didn't mean that you had to abandon the heavens entirely. At that moment, Ryu felt like he had when he first took a seat on the prayer mat. The world whispered into his ears and he found that his focused chi was being quickly drained, and then replaced with a far more flourishing energy. Ryu had found the prayer mat in the heart of the Shrine Mountain to begin with. Until now, he used it to passively recover his focused chi, but what he had never considered was why the prayer mat was there to begin with or what purpose it served in leaving it there. But now he understood. The prayer mat had been in the heart of the Shrine Mountain precisely to comprehend it. And the reason it could replenish focused chi, albeit to a very small extent, was because it had grasped just the tiniest bit of power from the Shrine Mountain. The prayer mat itself wasn't a treasure at all. That was why it never had a name and why Ryu had never heard its whispers in his ears. It had been placed there by an ancestor of Sacrum in hopes that they could grasp the secrets of the Shrine Mountain. But in the end, they failed. And now it was Ryu who succeeded in their path. At that moment, pieces of Ryu's mind that were suppressed by his body to protect him were unlocked one after another. For the first time in his life, he could truly access the deepest recesses of his mind, and the truest potential of his intelligence was unleashed just as the 13th extinction completed. Boom! 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 Ryu's aura rocketed upward, shattering the barrier to the Tao pedestal realm. The aura of the Shrine Mountain descended and shook, enveloping his two spiritual foundations. A calm resonance was formed between them all. Ryu's connection with each one deepened considerably. His aura plowed through the Tao pedestal realm, through the cosmic seed realm, and all the way up through to the world sea realm. It almost seemed like he was completing all three realms simultaneously, as though there was no distinction between them at all. Except for the fact shrines began to appear in Ryu's White Phoenix spiritual foundation. These shrines trembled and vanished, appearing in Ryu's heavenly chi pulses and divine vessels. Like hubs of traffic through his meridians, they formed a linkage between themselves, and for the first time, Ryu felt as though he couldn't have been in more control of his body. His momentum shook the world as he broke through the sky god realm. Peals of dark gold lightning fell from the skies, crashing against his body continuously. But if one looked at his face, it was as though he didn't notice in the slightest. Bang! 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 The fragmented sky god realm and fragmented control. The false sky god realm and false control. The true sky god realm and true control. Ryu tore through all of these realms one after another, feeling that each breach of control took his body to an entirely different level. By the time he cleared the true Sky God realm, he already felt like genius lords were ants in front of him. He had left the standards of this world so far behind that it hardly made computational sense to most. And yet he tore through the perfect Sky God realm like it was nothing but a thin paper plane. The skies rolled and overturned, peals of lightning falling down even faster. Unfortunately for the heavens, it had no choice but to follow its own rules. No matter how much lightning it sent down, it couldn't trigger another tribulation, not unless Ryu tried to make it to sovereignty in one go. The skies rumbled and shook like a toddler throwing a tantrum, and for a moment, Ryu couldn't help but grin wildly. Was this how he had been back then? Constantly blaming others for his troubles? Hey, you should learn some personal accountability, Ryu said with a laugh. You're more than old enough by now. Boom! A particularly dense and wide beam of lightning descended from the skies, but Ryu ignored it entirely, breaking into the transcended Sky God realm and right into the omniscient Sky God realm. He was absolutely relentless as his momentum continued to grow. At the moment he reached the very peak of the omniscient Sky God realm, Ryu slowly opened his eyes and stood to his feet. It was finally about time that he truly crossed this realm. Boom! 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 Ryu basked in the fury of the heavens, raising his arms far and wide as his silver star appeared to his back. The abyssal plane shook as a particular fate star suddenly began to show signs of waking up. I'll be needing you to finally wake up. Chi. A massive, gaping cavern was formed in space, so large and filled with endless darkness that Ryu looked only like a tiny dot of silver in the midst of it all. But then it appeared, a resplendent fate star, bursting with silvery flames and solar flares. From some angles, it even seemed to carry the slightest hint of a silvery blue. Since you, Ryu looked up toward the heavens above him, couldn't do the bare minimum and protect an infant's fate star, I'll just have to take it upon myself. This was the true path of the Lord. It was the royal path, a dividing line that separated those that towed the lines of the heavens and those that drew the line themselves. Lord control. The world shook as Ryu's fate star, for the first time in millions of years, began to slowly rotate. Chapter 21:17 Sway. The aura of a lord spilled out over the world. But it was unlike anything the world had ever experienced before. It didn't feel like a lord was being born at all, but rather like a god was descending from above. The pressure they felt from Ryu now overshadowed the momentum of Tao gods they had experienced before. It was like the world's logic had ceased making any sense whatsoever. Whether this meant that Ryu was stronger than the best Tao gods of the true martial world was still unknown. But what was certain was that the Tao gods born under this world's laws before Ryu freed them could only stand on the same stage as him at best. And whether they could protect their lives or not on that stage was another matter entirely. If one of them was asked to answer that question, not a single one of them would dare to answer with great confidence. Boom! Ryu's hair danced violently in the wind, his robes almost being shredded to ash as his aura alone overwhelmed them. In a distant world, Ailsa looked up, feeling something stir within her. At that moment, the last shackles on her strength vanished in a puff of smoke. Along with it, the last remnants of her dissatisfaction and grievances likewise vanished. She had already felt guilt about her previous actions, but when she felt the changes in herself, she couldn't help but be even more embarrassed. When she and Ryu first met, she had told him that he was too selfish, that he was luckier than anyone she had ever met when it came to talent and a chance to grasp his own fate in his hands. But the two of them were too similar. Ryu had become bitter because of a suppression on his potential and strength, and she followed along right with him. Although it took longer because she had experienced so much eventually, she and her husband were really too similar. In a rare showing, Ailsa actually pouted. If those that feared her saw such an adorable expression, it was hard to say how they would react. Suddenly, she really wanted to see her husband, but she felt that it would be too embarrassing to go and see him now. I'll go find Yana first. The moment she had this thought, a laughter echoed in her ears that made her cheeks redden. Stop reading my mind. Why? Ryu's voice echoed in her head. Isn't this what you wanted me to do? We're life partners. I'm ignoring you. Oh my... When my beautiful wife becomes such a tsundere, after her husband left her stranded for more trillions of years than she can bother to count. Interesting assessment. I choose to think of it as letting meat marinate. The longer, the better, right? Elsa's lip twitched. Ryu had always been shameless, but now that he was so much more cheery than she ever remembered him being, his words were at least 10 times more annoying than before. The world was spared from his sharp tongue back when he couldn't be bothered to speak, but now he had fully unleashed it and none of them could escape. What a nightmare. Are you trying to call me a piece of meat? Elsa snorted. This is what I get for trying to be original. Did you want me to say something generic like, absence makes the love grow fonder? What do you take me for? Elsa was speechless again. Stop talking. You're going to irritate me to death. Ryu's laughter echoed across the dark skies around her. He laughed so heartily that Elsa couldn't help but smile herself. For some reason, Ryu's happiness made her happy. It was an odd thing to say. Wasn't this only natural for a wife? To feel happy for her husband was the way of the world. But truthfully, she had forgotten how it felt. I've said it before, but my women are allowed to be as willful as they please. If I frown a single time, feel free to cut it off. Then hand it to me. I remember you yelling at me more than once. Brazen lies, I've never raised my voice. I just told a disobedient woman off. A dangerous light flashed in Elsa's eyes as her cherry lips quirked into a gorgeous smile. The way her golden hair fell down the small of her back, curving slightly to the gentle roundness of her ass, was truly intoxicating to an extreme. Tread lightly, husband. Elsa could practically see Ryu's own grin shining through. Next time it won't just be a pinch. I'll have to count how many ripples my palm can make. The light in Elsa's eyes deepened. Is that so? Well, it's waiting right here. I can't wait to see you try. I can't wait to see a lot of things. And since I can't be bothered to wait very long, you won't be waiting very long either. If you were so confident you'd put a time on it. I can see through you like an open book. If I told you the time frame I'm thinking about, it would scare you. Like I said, my wives are allowed to be as willful as they please, even if that means living in delusion. Hypocritical bastard. Why thank you? Elsa snorted, turning with a pivot of her foot and vanishing into the distance. She didn't plan on saying anything else, but Ryu's voice echoed in her ears again. Truly a beauty. Why haven't you gone away yet? I love to watch you. Is there a problem? Elsa almost stumbled in the skies. This husband of hers was so unserious. Aren't you supposed to disappear and go into a training arc? And miss the sway of your hips? Are you kidding me? I'll be staying, thank you. Don't you have things to do? Of course I do. Accompanying my wife is at the top of the list. That was when it dawned on Elsa. The changes to Ryu's mental capacity were far and beyond her expectations. He really was going to just follow her around with third perspective. She audibly groaned, but deep inside, she couldn't help but smile a beautiful smile. Chapter 21:18. Now. He really did have no intention of leaving Elsa's side. Why would he? His mental capacity was so great now that using third perspective to follow his wife across the universe was a mere drop in the bucket. She couldn't get rid of him that easily. However, therein lied another problem. Despite the scope of his third perspective having reached such a shocking range, he still couldn't find Yana. So, belying his laughter was a cold determination. If not the Lord Realm, then the Sovereign Realm. If not the Sovereign Realm, then the God Realm. And if not the God Realm, he would just have to break the mold and soar beyond it. He didn't believe that he wouldn't be able to find his wife. Once his space-time mysteries of heaven and earth pupils were completed, he would even be able to use third perspective to search for Yana through time and space, not just space alone. At that point, it didn't matter which point of history she had vanished into. If his future self was able to go back in time, then he would do it as well. As for going forward in time, that was as easy as waving a hand. It was going back that was a paradox and had to fight against the flow of the heavens. If Yana was stranded in the future, Ryu could even go right this moment to find her, taking everyone he cared about with him. However, If she was stranded in the past, he would have to make it to the Tao God realm before he could even think about forming a method to retrieve her. But that was fine. No matter what the requirement, he would do it. He just needed to complete his spacetime mysteries of heaven and earth pupils first, then everything would finish. Unfortunately, his Lord Realm tribulation had only helped him to complete about 10% of it. He would either have to find another method to refine them, or he would have to try again at the Sovereign Realm. This time, he had used most of the blessings to complete his recultivation, so there wasn't much left over to complete his breakthrough and refine his third eye. But next time, he wouldn't have to waste so much. In truth, because of this, Ryu was more of a quasi-lord right now than he was a true lord. Because he had used so much of the blessing to recultivate, he didn't spend much on his actual breakthrough. And yet, he was already so powerful. When his realm stabilized, he would only be more so. But only Ryu knew all of this. To everyone else, he was probably the strongest lord that they had ever laid eyes on. And that reality made their hearts tremble almost entirely out of their chests. If they knew that he had only placed a half foot into the Lord Realm, it would be hard to say if the world would even be able to accept this. Shoo! 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 Radiant silvery lights spread out from Ryu's fate star until it was eventually swallowed up by his inner world. In that instant, Ryu's aura vanished entirely. He became no different from a normal man. If a mortal could cross the skies with a single step, that is, all of the phenomena, all of the projections and illusions, and even the distortions in space and chi storms disappeared one after another until the world had fallen into complete silence. The tribulation clouds trembled just a single time before they too vanished, leaving nothing but clear blue no matter where you looked. Ryu's head suddenly turned in a particular direction. He brought his thumb to his throat and made a slicing motion. Then he pointed his thumb down. Space shuddered beneath his nail. It was just a small ripple, but it made the air look like a pond of disturbed water. The martial gods had been watching everything silently all the while. The ancestors had even opened their eyes, their gazes sharp as they stared at the image before them. That was when Ryu suddenly looked right at them through the screen. It felt as though he was staring at each one of them individually. Then his thumb moved, slicing across his throat and then pointing down. Bang! The screen of light shattered into countless pieces. It tried to quickly reform itself, establishing a connection with Ryu's fate to see the scene once again. But it failed. Black fog began to bubble up from the runes swirling in the air, and they corroded in on themselves as though they had met something particularly sinister. Flames sparked and they then fell from the air in a rain of ash. Silence. Everyone here knew how that screen of light was formed. It wasn't just a normal projection. It worked on principles of fate, and the runes that made up its body were formed by one of the strongest existences in their entire clan, the Divine Chain Ancestor. The Divine Chain bloodline was the strongest of their martial god bloodline, and yet its foundation was ripped to shreds right before their eyes because a young man pointed a finger. When Ryu defeated the Sentinel in just 10 moves, the ancestors had already opened their eyes. But his recultivation, that truly stirred them. The martial gods were a clan that prided themselves on their research. They had countless cultivation methods, and they had tried out countless different paths and methods. This was why they encouraged intermarrying and didn't particularly care who their descendants married or had children with. But right before their eyes, Ryu had gone from someone who had to use their cultivation methods as a reference, to a young man who had created something they had never thought of. This cultivation method of Ryu's. They could tell with their experience that it was the strongest in existence right this moment. And they had to have it. A fiery light blazed in the eyes of the martial god ancestors. Go! I want that boy here. Now! A gruff voice caused several weaker martial gods to burst into a rain of blood. Chapter 21:19. Remember. He landed on the city walls of the Radiant Star sect, the pressure of his existence causing many to subconsciously take a step backward. This number included Aika, who still seemed to be in somewhat of a daze. In one go, she had lost 2 brothers that might as well have been her true blood relatives. It was a difficult blow for anyone to take, let alone Aika, who was used to being carefree and acting as she pleased. The weight of the destruction of her dual radiance sect was something that had weighed on her soul for a very long while. but she had managed to suppress it after years. But there was a difference between suppressing something and truly dealing with it. It was clear that while Aika had moved past it, she hadn't truly buried it. Or maybe it was the fact that she had buried only for it to resurface that caused her current problems. "All right, let's go," Ryu spoke, landing right in front of Jojo. Jojo was startled. "You? What are you talking about? I've decided that you're my next summon. Unless you want to wallow in mediocrity for the rest of your days, I'd suggest you follow me." Jojo's reactions practically made it look like she was jumping out of her skin. Shi-ying. Her sword appeared out of nowhere, slicing down at Ryu's neck. However, the sound was almost too dull. The blade was blocked by a fingernail. Where's this animosity coming from? To the world, we're technically a couple. Who would be in a relationship with you? Quite a number of beauties, actually. But don't be mistaken. I'm not offering you such a position. I need a warrior. You're a little useless right now, but I think we can fix that in a couple days. Fuck you, Jojo growled. I'm not going to be your puppet. Ryu nodded with a smile. If you didn't have that sort of response, it would be a waste of my time to bring you into the fold in the first place. Jojo was rendered speechless. This man was already annoying before, but now he was several orders of magnitude worse. Bang! Ryu blinked and suddenly held out a palm, stopping an attack that came from Aika. Truthfully, he didn't expect her to suddenly attack like this. At first, he thought that Samson and Old Juan's death had only just settled in, but after giving her a glance, he seemed to see through to the depths of her souls. She was attacking for Jojo's sake. "Oh, so you do still have some backbone after all." Aika didn't reply. In fact, her gaze was somewhat dull, almost as though she was just clinging onto this one thing to make her feel something. Jojo was her disciple. She had spent that last over 50 years giving her everything she could, pouring everything she had into nurturing this one young girl. By this point, she and Jojo were practically mother and child. At the same time, Jojo was the very last hope that the Radiant Star sect had. Even now, she was too unwilling to give up this chance. She was moving practically on autopilot. When Jojo saw this, her expression changed and her eyes began to ripple with tears. Though, these tears were quickly burned away by her flaming eyebrows. Her grip on her great sword tightened and her aura flared. Ryu blinked. His palm quickly pushed out against Aika, causing her to stumble back before a finger tapped Jojo's forehead like lightning. In that instant, the surging aura was wrapped in divine chains, and like a bucket of cold water had been poured over her head. Jojo was suppressed. "Relax. Now isn't the time for you to break into the Lord realm. It's not that I can't raise you to the level I need you to be at before you break through, but it would cost substantially more resources. It's a bit embarrassing to say, but I'm just a tiny little bit poor right now." Jojo felt as though she had been trying to take a deep breath only to suddenly be punched in the gut. Aika grit her teeth. "Just take me instead." She ground out those words, but Ryu only chuckled. "Right now, you aren't very worthy. Your Tao is very interesting and has a lot of potential, but the path I want my summons to follow requires a strong Tao heart. If you can't withstand this little bit, then you'll die after I pour so many resources into you. Wouldn't that be wasting my time?" "Ryu!" Jojo roared. "Why are you so cruel?" "Me?" Ryu looked over. "My cruelty is a matter of perspective. I guess right now you feel that way, but when you stay stuck at the omniscient sky god realm for the rest of your life or die beneath your Lord Tribulation, would you think me cruel then? Or maybe you wouldn't be thinking about me at that point at all, too fearful for your life, or too busy being enraged with the heavens. You wouldn't consider the fact you could have avoided it all just by following me from the very beginning." Jojo didn't even know how to respond to this. Was she supposed to thank Ryu for saving her from a future she hadn't even experienced yet? Let alone the fact that she didn't believe that anything would be able to stop her steps. "Ryu." Aika breathed out a heavy breath, finally stabilizing the rolling of her inner organs from Ryu's earlier attack. It was just a light push, but it actually took her so much effort to regain her bearings. "You are my fiancé. I've heard how you treat your women." "So?" Aika grit her teeth. "Back then, She had already been embarrassed that Ryu had to save her from the fate of being married off by the Radiant Star Sect ancestors. She thought it would be nice to just forget that matter had ever happened. But she never thought that today she would be using it to pressure Ryu. She couldn't be more embarrassed about the matter, but you would never guess it by the look on her face. Even when Ryu chuckled, her stare at him didn't waver in the slightest. Technically, she was right, but Ryu had never taken it very seriously. Ryu sighed. If I do this, that means I also need to go back to Sacrum. Do you know how annoying that'll be? Aika's gaze flashed in confusion, but Ryu was only remembering a woman that he had forgotten about long ago. He just hadn't cared enough to return to see how she was doing. But then again, maybe he needed an excuse to also go and see Granny Miriam's little sister. He wondered how she was doing as well. These years, he honestly didn't plan on cultivating very much at all. At least, he didn't plan on cultivating personally. This wasn't out of laziness, but rather that he could feel that his body needed this time. He had just put it through a lot of stress, and whether it was his own personal comprehension or his wife's cultist fairy lineage, both pointed him toward the fact a rest would actually help him to improve even further, while cultivating now would have the opposite effect. The main reason for that wasn't comprehension this time, or that he needed to accumulate more. Instead, his body was adapting to his chaotic silk meridians. Until now, the process required failing the spiritual severing realm so that one could progress while focused entirely on the meridians without the influence of the spiritual foundation. But this time, Ryu had obviously not done that. That said, he felt that he had found the true path of his chaotic silk meridians. The meridians were meant to be part of the body. Constantly having to communicate with an external land to retrieve your chi was foolish, and it shouldn't be relied upon unless you were truly running out of chi. By this point, Ryu had too many methods of increasing his chi output. His beyond perfect extreme spiritual foundation alone was 1,000 times larger than most spiritual foundations. He had an overabundance of chi to begin with. This aside, this time period would allow the chaos plane to come to him rather than the reverse. The process of forming a chaos plane within one's body. Like this, Ryu would have one inner world of the real plane and one inner world of the chaos plane, striking a perfect balance. And such things took time. Lost in his thoughts, Ryu forgot for a moment that he was even speaking to Aika. Interesting, Ryu said with another chuckle. Aika was about to sigh a breath of relief before Ryu spoke again. In that case, I'll take you both as summons. He reached out with both hands at the same time. Chapter 21:20, Promises. It wasn't until that moment that they realized just how weak they were compared to the current Ryu. Aika was a true genius, and for all her life, she had existed above others. However, right now, she couldn't even put up resistance against a lord that had just broken through despite being an entire cultivation realm above him. Ryu clapped lightly as though thanking himself for a job well done. He swept a gaze over the sect, but didn't see anything else of interest. So he turned and left. The sect was left in silence, staring at the location Ryu had just been in. 3 of their most powerful existences had either been killed or kidnapped, and their best genius, the pillar of their future, had been taken as well. What hope did their sect even have any longer? The armies that had acted to attack the Radiant Star sect were stuck in a no-man's land, not knowing what to do. Should they return to their sects? Would Ryu even let them? Boom! A pillar of flames erupted in the distance, and they all froze. None of them needed to look to know that there would be no sect to return to. The entire fate of the 7th heaven had been flipped by a single young man. Ryu left the sect behind, and with a step, he had already crossed the skies, appearing above the fading star sect. He moved through their defenses as though they weren't there at all, and soon, he was in the heart of the sect. Most of the powerhouses weren't even here any longer. They had all set off to war, but those that remained had already seen his tribulation. There wasn't a single person on the 7th heaven that hadn't. So when they saw him appear in the depths of their sect, clearly aiming for their faith well, they didn't even dare to stand in his way. They had been fighting with the Radiant Star sect for so long, but they had never thought that things would end up like this. What they didn't know was that Ryu wasn't even acting on behalf of the Radiant Star sect right now. He was acting on behalf of the Frost clan. When he first arrived in the true martial world, he had gained the favor of Flowing Frost. Back then, he made her two promises. The first was a child that carried her Frost clan's bloodline. And the second was the destruction of the Fading Star sect. Maybe she didn't expect that Ryu would actually succeed one day and make it this far. Maybe she had just been tired and didn't want to hold on any longer, living out a lonely existence. But regardless, today Ryu would fulfill that promise. He raised a hand and his palm trembled. At that moment, the flowing waters of the faith well shook and were about to be completely torn apart and devoured, when a suffocating presence descended. Ryu's pupils constricted, a feeling of danger welling up in his heart. But he didn't weaken his grip. If anything, doing so would harm him more than help him out of a situation like this one. At that moment, the form of a familiar man appeared. Sky God Radiant Star, his master's husband. Who? Radiant Star stopped speaking when he saw Ryu. What are you doing? Isn't it obvious? Ryu asked. Radiant Star's eyes narrowed. He had never liked this kid, and now he was even more arrogant than he remembered. He hadn't recognized Ryu at first because he had changed too much. How long had it been? Had it even been 100 years since he saw him last? Making it to the Lord Realm in that time was acceptable. In fact, it was even a bit slow in his eyes. But the main problem wasn't the cultivation realm, it was Ryu's aura. He was measuring his surprise by the rise in Ryu's strength, not the change to his cultivation realm. You can leave now. This faith well is under my protection. Ryu ignored him, his pull on the well becoming stronger. His fate soul nature thrummed with life and the churning of the waters became all the more obvious. I said stop. A booming voice came from Radiant Star. Ryu ignored him once again, his pull becoming even stronger. Read exclusive chapters at Empire. Radiant Star's expression became ugly. Don't make me kill you, boy. Do you not know that this sect is tied to your master? How ungrateful can you possibly be? Kill me, then, Ryu said coldly. He might have changed a lot, but his unwillingness to explain himself was just the same. If these two had taken their duties as founders more seriously, would the situation of the sects have ever reached this point? Trying to save it all now was too little, too late. Radiant Star's temper flared and he really did move to attack. But at that moment, a throne appeared high above Ryu's head, and the god's expression became as ugly as ash. It had to be remembered that the throne Ryu had was for the dual Radiance sect. The heavens still recognized this sect as just one existence, and as such, as effective as his throne was on the Radiant Star sect, it was just as effective on the Fading Star sect. Since this place was important to Radiant Star for whatever reason, then the throne would obviously be effective against him as well. There was simply no escaping it at all. Bang! The faith well exploded and the waters that ran through it formed a sphere that pulsed in the air. You! Radiant Star couldn't believe that Ryu had actually done it. But worse than just that, he was controlling fate with a turn of his hand as though it was only natural. This was something that even Tao gods could only faintly touch the edge of. There were only a rare few that could actually begin to manipulate it like Ryu was. But Ryu was only in the Lord Realm. Alright, if you're done, I'll be going now. Radiant Star's eyes practically billowed with flames. But there was nothing he could do. Even if the foundation of the Fading Star sect was destroyed, the Radiant Star sect still existed. Because of that, the throne was still effective. Against his real body, it wouldn't have much of an effect. But this was just a projection linked through fate. As a result, he was extremely susceptible to it. If Ryu wanted, he could destroy this projection of his and even harm the fate of his real body. That would be the absolute worst outcome, and there would be nothing that he could do about it. Those outside of Sacrum might feel less hesitation when dealing with thrones, but that didn't mean that they didn't have their apprehensions as well. For a throne like Ryu, who not only wielded a great number of thrones by now, but also faced a greater challenge when claiming the dual Radiance throne, the danger he posed was even more potent. Because of this, Radiant Star could only watch as Ryu disappeared into the distance. A flash of anger sparked in Radiant Star's eyes, but he no longer had anything he was tethered to, so his projection was forced to slowly fade away. Ryu returned to the Radiant Star sect unexpectedly, but barely anyone noticed him. He was too fast. With a flick of his fingers, the fate of the fading star sect poured into the wellsprint of the radiant star sect, and a pillar shot into the skies. A rain of chi sprinkled down from above, and as though a desert had finally been watered by the life spring of existence, the aura of the sect began to flourish. At the same time, Ryu's actions as their throne began to truly take root. The things that Ryu had accomplished were beyond the imaginations of those of this sect. Just how much fate had he managed to gather in these last several decades? Just his tribulation alone had shocked the entire world, and now everyone had to thank him for the fact their bottlenecks were undone. It could be said that other than a handful of Tao gods, Ryu's presence on the true martial world was second to none. The radiant star sect rumbled and the ground shook. Then, under the astonished gazes of those present, it began to rise. Since Ryu was in the mood for keeping promises, he might as well do one for Aika as well. She had dreamed about returning to the 8th heaven all her life, so he might as well give her that very opportunity. All the while, Ryu didn't seem to realize that he was being hunted down. Just when these martial hunters made it to the 7th, Ryu had risen to the 8th. Unable to use fate to track him down, Ryu was practically rubbing their incompetence in their noses while leisurely acting as he pleased. Chapter 21-21. Ryu's breakthrough wasn't the only one happening across the world, and for the 8th heaven, there was an especially large bottleneck. The highest concentration of talent in the true martial world was located in the 9th heaven, obviously. However, the largest concentration of suppressed talents was most definitely located in the 8th heaven. The 9th heaven was once thought to be the only heaven without any suppressive formations in the past, and while this was no longer true as proven by Ryu, the 8th heaven still housed the most unsung heroes. Often, these so-called unsung heroes had even once been geniuses of the 9th heaven, but unable to find a place to carve out for themselves amidst the suppression of so many powers and interests, they had no choice but to retreat. It could be said then that compared to all other heavens, the 8th heaven had the most competition. The 7th heaven had the heavenly path protecting the road up, while the 9th heaven had settled down into a calm balance after so many years. This left the 8th heaven as the heaven that maybe captured the essence of what it meant to be a cultivator to the greatest extent. Due to all of these factors, there were a great number of tribulations triggered in short order on the 8th heaven. The skies were particularly volatile, and it didn't feel like there was a single location one could go to without being immediately swallowed up by the aura of death. There were probably a great number of people hovering on pins and needles, so when the radiant star sect suddenly pierced through the veil of space separating the two and established itself once more in the ruins of its own sect, there weren't very many people who noticed because those that would have the power to do so were occupied by their troubles. Every single one of them was now dealing with a tribulation they hadn't prepped for in the slightest. This should have been a good thing, but there were probably a great number of these former geniuses that could only sigh up at the skies. Being unable to control the circumstances of your own breakthrough was a great taboo amongst the best of cultivators. But now, their accumulations were too great to stop it even if they wanted to. They had to settle for the Daos being weaker than they hoped and their foundations only being rated to the former world they were used to. It was the geniuses who had yet to break into the sky god realm that truly benefited the most from this change. These juniors began to rise up one after another, experiencing a rainfall of breakthroughs in their Daos. Things that they didn't understand in the past came to them with the ease of a flowing stream. It was only now they understood just how much the world had hidden from them. But it wasn't just comprehension that changed either. The greatest changes were to the order of talents. The weight of a god-grade talent completely changed as the laws that dictated their strengths were overwritten. Slowly but surely, the entire face of the true martial world was undergoing a great change. But Ryu himself didn't seem to care much at all. After raising the Radiant Star sect to its former position and fulfilling a second one of his promises in short order, he seemed to vanish from the world entirely. Serial sat in silence, her thighs pressed together as she leaned on a railing. The deep look in her violet eyes kept changing as she looked out into the world of fae and fairies. She, too, could feel the changes in the laws, and she could almost feel how it had come about. She really didn't like that annoying man. The look in her eyes continued to change. From indifference to coldness, and from coldness to disdain, and then from disdain to innocence, and then from innocence to insatiable lust. The changes are coming faster, she thought to herself in a voice that underwent just as many changes. Still, through them all, there was a bitter sweetness that shone through. She had gone through so much trouble, meticulously laying her foundation step by step, so that she could break through the shackles of this world at some penultimate moment, just in time for the tidal steel. But this bastard went ahead and just up and made all of her previous efforts useless. Well, that wasn't exactly the case. Unlike the others already in the Sky God realm, well, her along with a select few, she wouldn't experience a sudden breakthrough that left her in deep regret. Stay tuned to Empire. She, along with those few, were ready for this change. In fact, they had been waiting for it. It was just that none of them could have ever imagined that someone in their generation would be able to undo it all himself. Most weren't aware of this at all, but even though she hadn't been there, Serial was quite confident in her assessment. This matter was definitely related to that man Ryu Tatsuya. She wondered just how much more powerful he had gotten in such a short time. A sigh left her lips as her personality changed once more, but then it quickly became a snort, and then a slight moan as she squeezed her thighs together a bit too strongly. "I don't plan on thanking you," she said in a demure tone. Hearing her true personality shine through even under the influence of this fluctuating soul, she knew that the time had come. Her cultivation technique was about to reach grand completion. Next time she saw that man, she would have to thank him properly. Chapter 21-22. Repaying. He wasn't at the point yet that he could just read someone's thoughts from such a large distance away. The main reason he had sensed it was that Serial's pining was particularly tortured, and her soul was undergoing a great amount of fluctuations. The reason powerful gods could feel when their name was mentioned was due to an interaction between fate and a spoken name. Usually, if one was just thinking their thoughts in their head, they wouldn't influence the world around them, and thus such a thing would never be triggered. But by comparison, Serial's soul was undergoing a great upheaval, and she seemed to be on the verge of some sort of breakthrough. Because of that, her soul was influencing the world quite greatly. For the current Ryu, that sort of focused thought about himself might as well have been someone yelling directly into his ears, especially since they had just been in the same world although separated by planes. He snorted in laughter. "I knew she liked me." Despite saying this, Ryu felt quite indifferent to it as he didn't bother to change his route. He was going home. At this point in time, if Ryu didn't want to be found, he wouldn't be found. The martial gods probably thought that if they put their minds to it, his capture would come with great ease. But that was very far from the case. In fact, Ryu wasn't even running away right now. He was on a completely leisurely stroll through the universe. When he first came to the true martial world, he had to risk his life through several storms before he finally paid an exorbitant price just to ride a shuttle to the world. But now, he was not only not in need of such transportation, he was thousands of times faster than it had ever been. Using space-time in the void was countless times easier than doing so under the suppression of a world. It would still take Ryu some time if he wanted to move from one end of a world to another. But out here, he could cross triple that distance in a single step. It was both a freeing and disorienting feeling, because Ryu realized that there was quite some chaos attached to this. The disorder of the void was precisely what made it lax in its regulations, and this laxness also resulted in danger. Out here, it was far more likely for Ryu to accidentally phase his head through something and end up with a meteor in the middle of his skull. Without absolute precision and confidence in one's abilities, even more spatial affinity geniuses wouldn't dare to casually travel as far in a single bound as Ryu was. But Ryu himself didn't seem to sense the danger. And as a result, a journey that should have taken years of time was completed by him in just a few minutes. One would have thought that the true martial world was around the corner from Sacrum. Ryu took a step into Sacrum's chaos plane and breathed in. A single huff from him almost drained the plane of all of its chaos chi. But although it felt like this was about to happen, the amount of chaos chi that rushed in to replace it was equally as overwhelming. It seemed that there was truly something special about Sacrum after all. From Ryu's understanding, there was simply no way it should have recovered that fast. But even with his current strength, he couldn't see through exactly what that secret was. Curious. Ryu stepped through the skies, but after returning to the real plane, he was part disappointed and part relieved that he didn't sense his parents' experience more on Empire. Though he wanted to see his folks, he didn't want to deal with his father's side eye when he inevitably brought back more wives even after their last talk. Ryu chuckled to himself, a hint of warmth sparking in his gaze. His old man was probably the only one that could make him admit to the fact that he wanted to avoid him at all costs. At the very least, he couldn't meet with his old man without his mother present. She would definitely be the buffer he needed. In fact, in her opinion, he might not have enough wives yet. Ryu found himself aimlessly walking across the skies. The laws didn't reject him, and it felt like he was a god in the truest sense here. Nothing could stop him. Somehow, despite the mysteriousness of Sacrum, he felt like if he wanted to destroy it with a single palm, it wouldn't even fight back against him all that much at all. Like a mother coddling her children, she would smile even as he drove a knife through her chest. Ryu couldn't help but recall the words of the Heavenly Court ancestor. Was this what it meant to be a chosen? Was this how much Sacrum loved him? It was truly ironic that he once used to hate a world that gave him so much and was willing to sacrifice so much for his sake. Ryu looked up at the skies, a light smile on his face. It looked like he was truly at peace with something. The shrines in his beyond perfect extreme spiritual foundation pulsed with light, resonating with the world around him. At that moment, he realized that, in all likelihood, it didn't matter which ancestor of the martial god came. In fact, they might not dare to come at all any longer. If he was willing to go as far as to destroy the life root of Sacrum, he could kill anyone. But, in a rare showing, Ryu shook his head. If I'm repaying debts, then I owe you a debt as well. I promise that no one will harm you. Not even myself. Chapter 21-23, Loom. Repaying one's debts, the cycle of karma, the wheel of fate, these were all things that Ryu felt that he had the ability to escape already. Even if he ignored his promise to Flowing Frost, it would have no possibility of harming his foundation. Even if he didn't raise the Radiant Star sect to the 8th heaven, it would have had no impact on him. Even if he destroyed Sacrum with a single palm right here and now, it wouldn't affect him in the slightest. This was what it meant to reach the epitome of control. This was what it meant to have a oneness with fate and karma, to have it rooted in one's very soul nature. However, Ryu had never been someone that did things for the sake of the gazes of others. He had his own moral compass, and he abided by it even if it meant others saw him as a hypocrite. Being a hypocrite didn't mean that he walked around doing things without rhyme or reason, or ignorant of consequences and care. To Ryu, being a hypocrite meant that he was able to live life by his own whims, to his own level of control but his own cadence. This was why he had chosen this path. And for him, repaying debts to those he owed would always be something that he took very seriously. That was something that his pride wouldn't allow him to neglect. What sort of man couldn't do at least that much? With another step, Ryu crossed the skies once more and appeared above a sect. Although he was in plain sight, no one could seem to spot him at all. The sect of women bustled about. Their innocent laughter and joyful fervor was quite warm to experience. Before that, their beauty just seemed like the cherry on top. Despite the harsh cold of the environment, there seemed to be a warm embrace waiting for you nonetheless. The Awoken Moon sect. In truth, Ryu hadn't expected to find it in such good condition. He had neglected it quite a bit, but it seemed that his mother had taken action at some point or another. He hadn't paid attention to these matters in a long while, but someone was certainly keeping Sacrum afloat if it wasn't him. He had never had much interest in leading a clan or ruling large amounts of people. He was always interested in his own personal strength. The only reason he was building up an army of summons and corpse puppets now was because if he had to wait until he was personally strong enough to counter his wife's own army, the poor woman might not get laid for at least thousands of years, on top of the trillions she had already experienced. Truth be told, he really was just doing this for the sake of his wife. As a husband, it was his duty to look out for her best interests. Luckily, though, Ryu's parents were much more responsible. Soon, Ryu laid eyes on the person he had come looking for and smiled. Melody, Granny Miriam's younger sister. It seemed that she had indeed returned to the sect. And not just this, but she was already on the verge of the sky god realm. For Sacrum, this was a mind-numbing pace of cultivation. Most sky gods here were on the order of trillions upon trillions of years old. But it had only been 1,000 years or so since Ryu saw her last. Undoubtedly, this was also thanks to Ryu's mother Himari. Ryu nodded and turned to leave. Since she was doing well, there was no need for him to stay here. He owed Granny Miriam a great deal. She hadn't been able to save his life, even at the cost of her own. But she had shown familial warmth to a version of himself that didn't even know how to define the word family. As far as he was concerned, she was no less a true grandmother to him than any of his flesh and blood relatives had been. Making sure that her sister was doing well was the least he could do. Ryu waved a casual hand and a droplet of embryonic chi shot out. Melody didn't even notice it enter her forehead. But her expression did change as she felt her cultivation stir. She hurried to stand, barking out a few orders as she rushed into seclusion. Soon, the awoken moon sect would have the first sky god in its history. Ryu stood high in the skies of the pedestal plane, his thoughts and expressions unreadable. The Loom clan was no more. Probably hadn't been for a long while. That location where he had almost been forced to kneel was nothing but a patch of dirt in an endless forest now. He stood above that exact location, knowing that his memory wasn't failing him, but rather that the former structures of power that had once been there were just no longer in existence. Ryu had killed Patriarch Ember, the former ruler of the plane. So the collapse had probably started from the core region, and then spread to the inner ring here. No one would have been able to escape the battle, and all the powers that called this place home would be embroiled in the war. In the end, what once was Loom City was now destroyed. Find adventures at Empire. Ryu didn't need his ability to scry fate to know this. But when he did use fate to read what likely happened here, he only confirmed his guesses. He took a step and appeared in another location of the forest. There was a small cabin within, and the door creaked open as a woman stepped out. Chapter 21-24. Tydra. She wasn't quite middle-aged, but there were definitely some faint signs of age on her once delicate face. Considering she dared to live out in the middle of the wilderness alone, her strength wasn't bad. But she was still only in the divine vessel realm. Though it seemed that it might not be long before she had a chance to break into the connecting heaven realm. She wore simple clothing, a pair of loose pants and shirt. Her hair was a bit messy, but the sort of messy that said she had been working all day, not the sort that made one feel like she didn't care for herself. Stay connected with Empire. In her palm, though, she held a bloodied rag that smelled of beast. Maybe she had just gone hunting and used it to clean her knives, or maybe something else was going on. For a moment, the two just stared at one another for a while before her eyes opened wide. You! Her pupils trembled. She didn't know why it took her so long to remember that face. It had hardly changed at all, though it had somehow become more perfect than she remembered. No, that wasn't the case. She knew exactly why. In her mind, Ryu wasn't a man, he was practically mythology. That part of her life was something that she had long forgotten, pushing it down and erasing it. There was too much hurt, too much pain, and, truthfully speaking, the two were from completely different worlds. Much like Elsa had said back then, Tydra's peak in this life would likely be the Path Extinction realm and no further. That said, after what Ryu left and given Mateus, her brother's talent, Ryu expected her to have accomplished more by now. It had to be remembered that geniuses of Sacrum made it to the connecting heaven realm by age 100. Of course, those were Shrine Plane talents, not Blossom Plane talents like Tydra. But it was still honestly a bit disappointing. Not everyone had the passion for cultivating, and it was clear by how long it took her to recognize him that he wasn't a figure at the forefront of her mind either. Of course, Ryu didn't care very much about this. If not for Aika, he wouldn't have ever stirred up the intention to go and find this woman. He would have also cleverly avoided the topic with his mother. But since it had been brought to the forefront of his thoughts, he couldn't just ignore it. Otherwise, it would bother him and his chi would no longer flow freely. Tydra took a deep breath and exhaled, regaining her bearings. She was no longer a little girl. As bad as her experiences with Ryu were, she didn't have much ill intent toward him either. They were just people from different worlds, and honestly speaking, she should be thanking him for the opportunities he allowed her brother to have. She didn't know where Mateus was right now, but she knew that he was living the life he wanted to live as the genius he was. Her brother deserved to become a great sky god in the future, while she had no fate with such things. After collecting herself, Tidra bowed respectfully. Tidra greets Lord Husband. Ryu didn't react to this very much. It could only be said that this woman was quite intelligent. It was obvious that she had basically never thought of him in his absence, at least not after she got over the initial event, but she still used such a greeting. She knew that with Ryu's strength, even though she couldn't see through it, if he had kept even a fraction of his talent, he would be able to kill her with a thought. Such men, even for women they had discarded, wouldn't tolerate even the slightest bit of disrespect in this regard. She could only thank herself for being lucky enough that she hadn't fallen for another man. In the past, Ryu had told her that if she ran into someone she fell for, she should feel free to marry. Back then, his heart had been dead set on Elena, to the point he even ignored his own life partner. So obviously, Tay wouldn't receive any special treatment in this regard. Tidra had mostly taken those words to heart back then. But now, she had matured considerably and she had seen too much of the world. Only a naive woman would believe in such words so casually. A promise made by a teenager to another teenager could hardly hold up to the test of time. Of course, she still didn't know that Ryu had already been over 1,000 years old in lived experience back then. Ironically, after his rebirth stalled his aging, they were about the same age now. "Where are Mateus and your father?" Ryu eventually asked. Tidra slowly raised her head. "My father died in the war for the Blossom Plain. As for my brother, I have not seen him in several centuries." "I see." Ryu nodded. A silence fell between the two of them. Tidra shifted somewhat uncomfortably beneath Ryu's gaze, not quite knowing what to do. But she had a staunchness to her that surprised Ryu nonetheless. "Would you like to see your brother?" Ryu asked. Tidra blinked in surprise. She didn't know what to say. Was Ryu just asking to be polite? Did he even know where he was? Could he bring her there? Ryu suddenly smiled, leaving Tidra in a daze. "You can be honest. Since you call me Lord Husband after all of this time, how can I not treat you with some modicum of respect?" Tidra found herself truly starstruck. She never thought that words she had spoken for no other reason than to spare her own life would be painted in such a light. Inwardly, she couldn't help but feel slightly embarrassed, and she began to fidget about things she hadn't even considered before. Did she smell? How terrible did her hair look right now? Why had she chosen to wear this today? Didn't she have anything better? "So?" Ryu asked again, his smile not fading. Yes, I do want to see my brother." "All right, then come." Ryu held out a hand. Chapter 21-25. Funny. After being alone for so long, she longed for family. It was hard to reject a change like this, especially since she still didn't know what Ryu might do if he was rejected. That was a large part of the reason she was acting like this to begin with. She was also quite well aware of her current standing. Ryu didn't look like he had aged a single day. In fact, there was even a good argument to make that he looked even healthier and more exuberant than back then, although not necessarily younger. His presence seemed to take up more space, and he was even more handsome than she remembered by a margin that wasn't too insignificant. While she wasn't yet in her middle ages, she was already showing signs of aging that were all too obvious to her. For someone who hadn't seen her in so long, they would be even more obvious to Ryu. On top of that, while she had been a beauty, that was by the standards of the Blossom Plain, and she wasn't necessarily city-toppling. Originally, she didn't quite know this. She lost in her own bubble and didn't have much interaction with the elites of the world to understand the difference. But after seeing the woman Mateus loved all those years ago, she realized just what kind of gap it was. She didn't know why the heavens were so vain, but it was clear and obvious to her that the higher one's talent and the deeper one's cultivation, the more attractive they were. Well, no, she had always known this. It was obvious. The universe existed for the sake of progressing to an unknown peak, and every creature under its charge was tasked with improvement and evolution. How did the opposite sex know that you were worthy of them? Was it not by how you looked? The more attractive you were, the more you would signal to others of your caste just how healthy and strong you were. It was the way of the world, the way everything worked. In some shape or fashion, Tay had always known this. It was just that she was blissfully unaware of just how large the gap was until that day. Seeing Ryu return to her now, she was reminded of that truth all the more clearly. So much so that after she took his hand, she somewhat regretted it already. Read new chapters at Empire. Maybe she should just stay in this small little shack. Maybe this was just where she belonged. She wasn't beautiful enough to catch Ryu's attention. Maybe she was better off just staying in this forest. Ryu looked toward Tay as he suddenly felt some resistance from her arm. With a glance, he could guess many things about her state of mind. In truth, she was probably right in many respects. Even back then, she had never really caught his attention. She failed both in temperament and in the looks department. She just wasn't his type. That said, the way she acted today had actually impressed him quite a bit. She half expected to come back to find her pining after him. Maybe it was arrogant, no, that was exactly what it was. But he didn't think he was particularly wrong to feel that way. Although it sounded like he had been joking with Wobbling Fairy, the odds of her finding a man better than himself was truly non-existent. And if it was impossible for her, it was magnitudes more difficult for Tydra here. The fact that she hadn't been thinking about him despite the early imprint on her he had had from an early age, it went to show her character. Rather than bruising his ego, it made him more interested in her. Right now, she was showing signs of hesitation. And sure, much of that came from insecurity. But it wasn't insecurity in the normal sense. In fact, Ryu would go as far as to say that it was self-assurance. She knew and understood her limits. She didn't want to be swept up into a storm she knew that she couldn't manage. While it was true she felt that she wasn't beautiful enough or talented enough to catch Ryu's attention, this didn't make her feel embarrassed. It instead made her feel apprehensive, standoffish, wary. This woman, after having lost so much in her life, had her own sense of Tao heart, and it was quite strong. Interesting. Ryu had never seen a Tao heart like this, mostly because he didn't interact with mortals much at all anymore, and this wasn't quite a Tao heart, at least not in the normal sense. It was just strength of character. Ryu released Tay's hand, catching her off guard. For a moment, she thought that she had enraged him, but Ryu actually walked past her and into her small cabin, not saying anything. Tydra was taken aback, but she could only bite her lip and follow, not sure of what Ryu wanted to do. The cabin was truly quaint. There wasn't much at all, just a simple bed Tay probably wouldn't need to use often, many plants, and a single desk by the side that was filled with notebooks. Ryu walked to the desk and looked down. One of the notebooks was open to a page of aged leather. There was beautiful calligraphy written across its pages, but Tydra seemed to have stopped in the middle of a sentence. Poetry. Ryu chuckled to himself, not because the poem was funny, but it was clear that Tydra had filled these dozens of books and probably much more with these poems. If this poem was anything to go by, she was highly introspective and yet observant of the world around her at the same time. Didn't that make it even funnier that she rarely thought of him? Chapter 21-26. Quaint. Ryu muttered out the words. It was just a short few words, but he felt something stir in him. There were an endless number of contradictions in these words alone. Vast but quaint was just the most obvious of them. But mentioning quiet and then speaking of things that very obviously made noise was yet another. The final line, however, seemed to reframe it somewhat. Ryu stared at the poem for a long while, and soon, a picture of a woman seemed to form in his mind. A woman who found peace in this endless forest, alone and seemingly abandoned by the world, and yet still felt like she was missing something. The rustling of leaves and the rush of water was her quiet and her silence. She could quite easily lose herself in them, forgetting that they were there in the first place. But if she could so easily ignore the sounds and calls of nature, then wouldn't it be even easier for the world to forget about her existence? If the sway of such gorgeous trees and springs of water that descended from glacial monuments and rained down from the heavens couldn't even keep her own attention, then wasn't she even smaller? They came from such vast, grandiose origins. And yet to her, they were just quaint and small, easily ignored, easily forgotten. And yet, even in their subtlety, they carried a depth that she cannot match. She chases after them, trying to encapsulate their secrets in a few words, taking their vastness and making them feel as small as she feels, but in the end, she's yet to reach that threshold. Guile? Sly or cunning? Hours later, after reading the same words again and again, Ryu looked toward Tidra. It seems that your own guts aren't very small. Tidra had stood silently by the side all the while. At first, she had thought that Ryu would just read for a little while before he did what he actually wanted to do by bringing her here. Half of her thought that he was probably just bored of all the women around him and wanted to take her for a spin after she angered him. There were plenty of men like that in the world, men who bedded women to try something new or out of sheer boredom. She wouldn't have been surprised if Ryu was one of them. At this point, she was already so old. If it could save her life and allow her to finish what she started, then it would be fine. After a day or two, Ryu would just get bored of her body and leave. It wasn't as though she was saving herself for anything important anyway. At this age, she had already stopped caring about such stuff. But he didn't do that. Instead, he read the same 2 lines over and over again for literal hours. He didn't even seem to grow bored. Although cultivators were known for their patience, it wasn't to the point they could focus on something so small for such a long period of time, unless their minds were likewise undergoing such a myriad of changes. But it was Ryu's words that shook her to her core. Her gaze flashed brightly, and a hint of pride Ryu didn't even know she had until reading this passage sparked. All of a sudden, her hand moved and she rushed to her desk with 2 brisk strides, practically knocking Ryu out of the way. She picked up her quill and wrote out some words with vigorous strokes. Ryu smiled, only lightly taking a step back, but there was actually a heavy dose of fatigue between his brows. Tidra was a very long ways away from this step, so far away that he could see that she would more than likely die before she managed to succeed. Because she hadn't dedicated her life to poetry like a true mortal might, she was unable to give it her all. But ironically, it was because she had lived so long that her poetry managed to reach such depths. It was a paradox of sorts. The 100-year life of a mortal was probably the best chance one would have of reaching untold levels with an art. But it was likewise not enough time. On the other hand, if you cultivated at the same time in an attempt to extend your life so that you could reach that threshold, reaching that bar would only become harder. There were many stories of mortals who had never cultivated becoming sky gods in a single bound, but there were none that Ryu knew of that came from powerful cultivators. If you wanted to dedicate your life to such a thing, you had to truly dedicate your life to it. Ironically, Tidra had found this love of poetry too late in life to make maximal use of it. Had Ryu not come, she would have eventually died of old age, not writing out the last line that she sought after so desperately. But now, Tidra took a step back, staring at the line she wrote in half confusion and half pride. It was an odd mix, as she both wondered if she had really finally done it and that she had truly finally done it at the same time. Silent and lost, vast but quaint. The quiet of the rustling leaves and springs of water fill my mind, tempting with their guile, but subtle in their influence. Their veneer lies dominion, a kingdom of roots gripping the core, a whispering unyielding, not swayed but sovereign, not grand but calm, a voice that carves stones and shapes valleys, a pen that paves destiny and lays unseen, a force that lays dormant but waiting. The words echoed through the air, and yet neither Tidra nor Ryu had spoken even a single word. Experience more content on Empire. The heavens themselves seemed to have spoken, and a light descended from the skies in response. Chapter 21-27. Congratulations. Given the current strength of his mind, one could imagine what he had to go through to decipher the perfect words to speak. Handing someone comprehension was impossible. You had to guide them to eventually reach the proper conclusion themselves, even if that conclusion was a little biased toward yourself. Tidra's original path was trying to seek a method of tying the vast origins of the world into the quaintness of a little pen and a few lines. But quaint was the operative word. Although it was often used as a replacement for words like small and tiny, The root of the world itself didn't just refer to size, although it often could, carried a sort of style with it as well. When Ryu read the word, he had felt all sorts of possibilities rolling through his mind. Read latest stories on empire. It could refer to an ancient family, the quaintness carrying the confidence of a lineage confident in their wealth and not finding the need to display it so grandly themselves. And yet, every one of their actions exuded that hidden elegance and confidence nonetheless. It could refer to a true state of humility and returning to one's origins, distilling an elegant sense of gentle style into a small region that held a great deal of character. There were many other roads to take this down, but it was precisely because of that Tydra didn't know where to go. She was pushed and pulled in all sorts of directions, but Ryu was able to find it in the midst of the jargon. Guile. It was a word that stood out the most prominently, seemingly almost out of place, like it didn't belong at all. Tempting with their guile. It had felt out of place from the start, especially since the poem started off with praising the quiet of nature. But then Ryu understood. Tydra was trapped in her own world, allowing herself to become lost in this stream of nature that she couldn't break out from. She thought that by immersing herself in this world, she would be able to reach the state of enlightenment that she was chasing after all this time. But the ultimate result was that she only sank deeper. As she had said, silent and lost, the world was ultimately too vast for her to capture. At least, it was too vast if she insisted that it was, while likewise doing nothing to try and suppress it. In the end, Ryu gave her a little nudge. Was there a method of solving this without going down the path of domination and arrogance? Sure, there probably was. But Ryu was a glutton for punishment. He not only took the harder path, but he also had a feeling that he knew how this matter would end as well. What was another arrogant wife to add to his Rolodex? Maybe if his wives kept causing him problems, his father would be less likely to berate him. He could deal with a few "I told you so's," but if his dad insisted on giving him the side eye instead, he just might die on the inside. Tydra's aura soared, but it was an incredibly gentle process, almost as though the hands of angels had descended to massage her body. Ryu watched this rare process from the sidelines, his gaze bright. The path of a mortal becoming a sky god in a single bound was something rare throughout history. If not for the fact Tydra was already somewhat close on her own, and for the vast improvement to his mental capacity and the improvement to his Tao, there was no way he would be able to help her take this step. As he watched the process, though, Ryu couldn't help but chuckle. That was because Tydra's appearance wasn't changing very much at all. Though she was becoming more perfect, she wasn't becoming any younger, which made little sense considering her aura had already soared into the immortal realms. Just a normal breakthrough into the immortal ring realm should have made her look not much different from a 20-year-old. Although she was showing some signs of age, it wasn't as though she had lost a step or had a foot in the grave. But she didn't. And the only reason that would be the case is if she didn't want it to be the case. The heavens sensed her resistance and obliged. The extremely faint wrinkles remained as her cultivation continued to grow. The process took months, a gentle flow of chi massaging her body and increasing her strength step by step. It was as though the heavens themselves were cultivating for her. But Tydra herself hardly seemed to notice. She continued to stare at her own words, the voice of the heavens still echoing in her ears. And then, there was a sudden rush as her aura vanished. Like a drop of water into an ocean, even Ryu could hardly sense her. It was as though she had truly become as vast as the world, vanishing into it. Tydra continued to stand there, her expression blank and the simple clothing she wore only gently swaying in the wind from the door to the cabin the both of them had left open. After a long while, she turned to face Ryu. There, a woman nearing her middle ages stood. She had a delicate, subtle, elegant sort of beauty to her. What pride she had was buried deep within her body, as obscure as her pen itself. Even standing there, it was like she might as well have not been there at all. Ryu smiled. Someone else would have felt a great deal of pressure from this woman, but he treated it all like a calming spring breeze. Congratulations. I didn't do anything, Tydra said softly, looking into Ryu's eyes. With how vast the world is, I don't think this counts for much. Chapter 21-28. Shameless. Ryu only chuckled when he heard the words. They were the epitome of a fake humility. But it was different at the same time. Tidra hadn't changed much. The only difference now was that she no longer feared that Ryu would kill her. Much of what she had said earlier to appease him were only for the preservation of her life, and that wasn't because she feared death, but rather because she had wanted to accomplish the goal of writing those final lines first before she died. But now that she had accomplished that goal, she felt like her life was complete. Even if Ryu was strong enough to kill her even now, it was fine. She had done what she set out to do. In that case, what need was there for her to continue pretending with him? If she wanted to tell him to fuck off, she would. But she also had no desire to do that either. After all, with her scope of the world increased, she also knew that it was thanks to Ryu she had managed to accomplish this. Otherwise, she very likely would have died before reaching this step. After Ryu's words, though, she took a simple step forward and everything seemed to be so clear. And now, the aura of a Tao god revolved around her. Your adventure continues at Empire. The most amusing part was that she didn't even know what this cultivation state was. She was still under the impression that all sky gods were created equal. But even if she did know, she would have no confidence in battling Ryu. She had battle experience, but only against small fry of the Blossom Plane. If she was a battle genius, her father would have never died in the first place, and her cousin wouldn't be seen as the better successor for their family. Plus, she had been blessed by Sacrum's heaven. She didn't know where Ryu had gone, but if he was anything like Mateus, he too had gone off to a much stronger world. Of course, what Tidra didn't know just yet was that Ryu would have never allowed Sacrum to bless her if he felt that it was inferior. But she was right about one thing. She had not a single chance in a battle against him. It wasn't just the fact that he would run circles around her on a battlefield. With how much experience he had, that would certainly be the case, but that wasn't the main point. In Sacrum, no one could defeat him. It didn't matter if even the martial god ancestors themselves descended. Of course, if they destroyed the world first, that was another matter. But that wouldn't be so easy, not with Ryu here. Ryu took a step forward until he towered over Tidra. His gaze bounced between her brown eyes as though trying to find something. She remained quite calm all the while. The more time ticked back, the more she seemed to revert back to the Tidra he had met in Looming City, a young woman with pride in her bones and duty in her heart. "Do you think you've accomplished all there is to accomplish in your field now?" Ryu asked with a smirk. Tidra's gaze flickered before returning to calm. "I don't think I've ever said those words. You implied them quite well. I'm not sure why you would try to lie to me about that." Ryu replied, his smile not fading. "If not, then I am close." "Is that so? Do you know why you were blocked for so long?" Tidra frowned. "You want to be a wordsmith, but you only speak one language. Do you think that's enough?" Tidra's heart shook. "If your goal is just to write some flowery words on a page, fine. That's enough. But if you want to encapsulate the meaning of nature with just a single language, I can only say you've overestimated yourself. The heavens speak in runes. The language you speak is an imperfect skeleton used to refer to the complex in simple terms. It's flawed, lacking in depth, biased by culture. The only way to mitigate that is by understanding multiple languages at once, and that's just one of the methods I can think of." Tidra's breathing became a bit heavy, as she seemed to understand something as well. Indeed, how could she distill the complexities of nature into a single, inherently flawed language? That would simply never work. "Just one?" Tidra asked slowly. Ryu raised a hand, pulling Tidra's chin upward. The bright smile on his face seemed to light up the night. Even in the depths of this darkness, she could see him clearly. The waning of day into night had happened many times since Ryu had arrived here. But now, the difference seemed to be particularly stark. "Acting like this is the last thing you should do, honestly. But then again, I'm taking you as my woman, not one of my summons. So I can tell you right here and now that I won't be helping you with your cultivation so directly anymore. If you're following me just for a bit of power, wouldn't that be too embarrassing?" Tidra didn't know how to reply to this. Was Ryu trying to make a joke? However, the smile in Ryu's eyes made it clear that he had no intention of clarifying at all. He didn't think there was a need. He said what he meant and he meant what he said. There wasn't a need to overthink it beyond that. All right, now it's time to go. Tidra once again didn't know what to say. What happened to giving her a choice? He wasn't even asking now. Oh, one more thing, Ryu said with a wide grin that left Tidra a bit dazed. If you wanted to push me away, you would have had a better chance if you became young. Mature, arrogant women are the type of women I like the most. Tidra's mouth opened to say something, but nothing came out. What could you even say in the face of such a shameless man? Chapter 21-29. First time. Although she was only a newly advanced Dao god, she wasn't exactly ignorant of everything. While she didn't know what a Dao god was, she did know what a sky god was. She couldn't see through Ryu's cultivation enough to know that he had long become a sky god, but she could vaguely sense that her aura was above his, so she thought that he was unlikely to have already entered the sky god realm. And yet, she couldn't keep up at all. In a bit of an unwilling tantrum, she had no choice but to take hold of Ryu's hand when he offered it. Otherwise, they would spend years crossing the skies just to make it to their destination. The further they went, however, the more Tidra realized what it meant that they had to go so far to begin with. Just how far had her cousin gone? How had he managed to travel so far with his strength? Did he rely on himself? An opportunity? Something else? A bad feeling welled up in her heart. Originally, she hadn't worried about her cousin not because she didn't care for Mateus, but rather because she didn't have the right to. She was too weak. What good would her worry do her? But now that she had some strength, there was a constant stirring deep within her. She suddenly hoped that Ryu could move even faster as she gripped onto his palm tighter. She just hoped that her only remaining family member was still all right. Lost in all of this, she never once considered just how it was that Ryu would be capable of finding Mateus from such a far-off distance in the first place. Meridians. It was a world not known for much at all and seemed quite barren from an outsider's perspective. But much like it was with all such worlds, this place was all its inhabitants knew. To them, this was the world and everything it encompassed. Though things were described in this way, this world was still far greater than anything sacrum, at least on the surface, could compare to. In fact, this world was only one tier down from the former true martial world. Essentially, before Ryu broke the seal, an existence with peak founding Dao here would have higher founding Dao in the true martial world. All things considered, it was an excellent world, better than most. Just not very special. But once again, to its inhabitants, it was all there was. Stay connected with empire. And with that came the very same arrogance, politics, and overall cultivation hell that one might expect. In this case, all of it was being experienced by a young man. Rather than benefiting from it, though, he was suffering greatly. The chatter in the square was deafening. One would have thought that by now they would have grown bored. After all, Mateus, the former rising star of their world, had been chained here for over 40 years already. But not at all. Without fail, every day there would always be a crowd here. Though it wasn't lost on the people here why that was. Those that were responsible for Mateus being here had a vested interest in ensuring that he was never forgotten. It wouldn't be worth it if there wasn't this continuous stream of humiliation. If not, how would they get their fill? Of course, these perpetrators weren't present and they rarely were. But which of those that were dared to disobey their intentions? That said, there was another reason why there was such a frenzy today. Such a thing would occur once a year without fail on the anniversary of Mateus' humiliation. It was on this day that those responsible would appear. And it was also on this day that Mateus would suffer the most. Not from the chains that adorned his body, but the ones that restrained his heart. At that moment, a sparkle of light filled the air, streams of gold and bright rainbow lights spilling over as unicorns appeared, pulling open war chariots that housed men and women that looked like Greek gods. In the center of them, there was one particular couple that stood out. A young man with flowing golden hair crossed the skies with a triumphant smile on his face. A band of violet gold wrapped around his forehead like a subtle, minimalistic crown. His chest was bare of everything but a white lion pelt that hung from his shoulders, its maw roaring out into the world. Maybe if he was mortal, this would have been nothing more than a dead animal skin. But This lion was very clearly not so simple. Several in the audience below who looked at it for a moment too long found themselves collapsing to the ground. Some lost consciousness while others directly died, unable to protect their souls. What linked them all was what they had heard the moment before their visions went black. The roar of a mighty beast. The young man's laughter echoed through the skies, not caring about the casualties in the slightest. Those that were still so foolish after all these years were truly few, while the others were aware but had simply overestimated themselves, not believing the rumors. And then there was the young woman, petite and gentle, pale-faced and silent. She stood there, her golden hair falling down her forehead and obscuring much of her lovable features. She was like this every time this day came. She would lower her head, not speaking a word as the young man arrogantly claimed her waist with a palm. It was a silent sort of helplessness that the two faced. As though to mimic her perfectly, Matthäus, too, hung his head low, his hair having grown so long in these years that it sprawled across the ground in a river and lake of its own making. Compared to the young woman's only partially obscured face, his couldn't be seen at all. The only reason many knew that he was still alive was because from time to time the chains that housed him would rattle, drawing more blood. If he was dead, he would have long stopped bleeding by now. The boisterous laughter of the young man only grew more unbridled. Honestly speaking, he too had long grown bored of this spectacle. As exhilarating as it was in the first few years, after decades this Matthäus was truly no longer worth his time. The only reason he was still alive was to stop his little lover here from killing herself as well. If she was dead, how would he have all the fun he had had with her body? A sick and twisted nature was in the depths of his heart. He had long given up on winning this woman's heart. But who cared? Wasn't casting a shadow she could never step out of just as good as being the reason for her love? He would truly love every second of this. With Matthäus' woman on his arm, the young man flashed forward, landing on the platform Matthäus was chained to. Matthäus didn't react in the slightest, but the young man's wild grin didn't fade. Moving forward, he released the young woman, squatting down, picking up Matthäus' head by his hair, and forcing the young man to look at him. When the White Lion clan young heir is gracing you with his presence, don't you think that you should be groveling? Not replying at all like this, TSK TSK. A resonating slap echoed through the air. But even now, Matthäus didn't respond. His gaze dull as he seemed to look right through this White Lion clan heir. The young man laughed, not minding it. He began to speak again, but this time, the crowd couldn't hear him. Would you like to hear about all the things I've been up to in the last year with your beloved? Honestly speaking, even though this young master is quite experienced, I've run out of ideas. There are only so many positions you can put a woman in before you grow bored and have already seen her from all the angles she has to offer. Honestly speaking, it's already been 3 years since the last time I've touched her. I'm letting her marinate a little bit more, enjoying the process of torturing her, making her go through humiliating matters she would have never considered in the past. I can't possibly say this for the masses to hear. After all, she is at least my wife in name. But I had to alleviate my boredom somehow. So I let a few of my soldiers toy around with her a bit. The dullness in Matthäus' eyes shook and it seemed to be slowly regaining some sharpness and clarity. But this only made the young man's grin deepen all the more. Honestly, I didn't think I would like it very much at all. But that thrill was truly different. Since her heart doesn't belong to me anyway, what is the difference between that and her fucking other men? I might as well go all the way. The chains rattled fiercely as Matthäus lunged out, biting at the White Lion heir's neck. He seemed like a wild beast who had completely lost his mind. The crowd grew agitated once again. How long had it been since Matthäus had had such a fierce reaction? The laughter of the young man pealed through the skies like claps of thunder, until a sudden voice echoed. This is the first time I've heard of a man being such a proud cuckold. Chapter 2130. Cuckold. It had to be remembered that the White Lion young heir had made certain that the only two that could hear his voice were Matthäus and his former lover. Ryu descended down from the skies indifferently, a raging tempest coming from his back. But this raging tempest had little to do with Ryu himself. Rather, it was a certain woman that was having a very hard time controlling her temper right now. The volatility of Tay's aura was enough to cause changes across this entire world. In terms of raw strength, the moment she stepped foot into this place she had become the apex predator. Unfortunately, when it came to situations like this one, just having strength wasn't enough. The chains that bound Mateus weren't normal chains. And after having so many decades to seep into his body, things had already reached the point where there was no going back. Not with her level of skill. The only way that she could have hoped to change things was by destroying the chains, but as one might imagine, taking that step wasn't just a matter of whether or not she could succeed. It was also acknowledging the fact that should she take such a route, she would be leaving her cousin's life behind as well. The only path forward seemed, then, to catch the White Lion heir and get information about how to undo these chains and change everything. Unfortunately, that wasn't possible either. Not because she wasn't strong enough to catch him, but rather because she wasn't in control of her emotions or strength enough to ensure that he didn't die during the process. In the end, she ended up standing there in silence, completely useless as she realized that she was someone who had all the power of the world at her fingertips, and yet a complete lack of ability to execute on that power. She could only helplessly stand there in the skies, realizing and understanding her inferiority in just split moments. It was when she was truly at the end of her rope that Ryu had suddenly stepped forward and spoken those words. She wanted to call out, she wanted to tell him to stop, to relax, that his antagonism would only make things worse, not better. And yet, she couldn't manage to bring herself to say such shameless words. Was she really worthy of telling Ryu how to and not to act when she had only just come into this power of hers? Although her scope of the world had expanded wildly as a result, she was still wholly inferior to the man before her, and somehow she was able to accept that wholeheartedly. Or maybe she didn't have a choice. A man who could bring her to this level of power with just a casual word was an existence that she couldn't fathom. What right did she have to feel pride in an achievement that she wouldn't have been able to accomplish in the first place if not for him? Yes, it was true that she had played a great role. But it was also true that this last step that she had already failed to take for so long in her life was a last step she would have probably been stuck on to her final dying breath without Ryu. The more she learned about the world, the wider her scope grew, the more shocking Ryu's feats became to her. On their way here, she wasn't just passively watching the scenery go by as she rode on Ryu's coattails. She had been observing, analyzing, building up a Rolodex of thoughts and feelings that she would be able to use in the future. And it was precisely because of this that she realized the gap between herself and Ryu wasn't shortening at all. If anything, it was widening. You? Who are you? The White Lion heir growled. Mateus, how'd you let such a loser put you in this sort of predicament? Mateus looked toward Ryu with a ravenous gaze. He looked like the next neck he might want to take a bite out of was Ryu himself. However, Ryu knew that this was because the man had truly reached his breaking point. The fact that he had taken so long already was worthy of respect. Honestly speaking, even Ryu wasn't quite sure what he would do in this situation. Of course, he felt that it was only natural to avoid these sorts of things because they would simply never happen because he would never be caught in the first place. Still, if he ignored this matter and just thought about the meat and bones of it all, the answer didn't come quite so steadily as one would have thought. Normally, Ryu would just outright dismiss the thought, but he was really questioning himself this time. In fact, the truth was that most of this was an act, and he had to admit that Mateus' woman was quite cunning. Ryu could see through the fact this woman was a virgin. How could she possibly be a virgin, though? The answer seemed to be that the heir was just lying about everything. But then why the show? Why the pomp and circumstance? And if the woman was untouchable to the point that he couldn't even bed her after all these years, then why was it that the heir was allowed to parade her around like this without a care for consequences? The truth of the matter was that it wasn't a lie. At least to the White Lion heir, he thought he had truly done all of those things. And judging by Mateus' reaction, he too seemed to believe them. So how? The answer was obvious. Wasn't this a world of necromancers? Not only was the White Lion heir a cuck, he was a fool that had been fucking a corpse all the while without even knowing it. Then he actually let his trusted confidants go and do the same. It was funny beyond compare and something that Ryu could hardly hold back on laughing about as well. But the reason he didn't was because Mateus was broken, and Ryu didn't want to see this. The ideal situation would be if Mateus could rise out of this shadow all on his own. But that was still much more easily said than done. Obviously, Ryu was quite fond of Mateus' Dao heart and was also eyeing him to become a summon. Was it a bit odd to have his wife's family member as a summon? Sure, probably. But he didn't really care. Plus, to him, a summon was more akin to a subordinate than a corpse puppet ever would be. He was essentially building up his own sect now. It was just that those sect members didn't have voluntary submission. There was only one rule of law they abided by, and that was Ryu's whims. But these whims were more difficult to satiate than one might otherwise hope. And now he was eyeing another project. It was just that this project might be beyond salvaging. Ryu couldn't just tell Mateus that his wife was untainted. It would obviously be ideal if Mateus thought it was the truth and still managed to push past it. But Mateus had already done exactly that so many times now. Eventually, there would come a point where a man reached his very limits and there just wasn't a chance to return. And it seemed that Mateus had reached precisely this point. There was simply no going back. However, Ryu believed, so he spoke out these words. He didn't say anything else. Even when the white lion air leered at Ryu, a smoking tempest hiding in his gaze, Ryu ignored him, just looking at Mateus. The cries of Mateus' woman began to echo, softly and silently. But Ryu didn't allow him to hear them either. She softly covered her mouth, her choked sobs pulling at the heartstrings of all those that saw her. Mateus' mind was nothing more than a storm-fueled mess. None of his thoughts ran smoothly and everything he did seemed to corner him further. He had had enough. He had had enough. Read latest stories on Empire. Cuckold. The word echoed in his head again and again, but it was hard to tell if he was saying them toward himself or the air. The fact that the word applied to them both struck to the very core of his soul. Us both? Finally, of his own volition, Mateus looked toward his fiancée. His wife, the love of his life, the woman he should have already given everything to, but he had been far too busy chasing the shadow of the man that had suddenly appeared before him now while he was at the lowest of his lows. Her heartbroken expression shook him to his very core. He couldn't hear her sobs as though they had faded away, erased from his senses. I have her heart. This single line echoed moments afterward, a beautiful cascade of realizations hitting Mateus all at once. Wasn't the only reason the heir had to go so far to begin with because he couldn't win his wife's heart? Wasn't that what triggered all of this to begin with? Wasn't it the dividing line that allowed him to hold on until now? She, too, had held on until now for the sake of a fleeting hope that he might one day be able to live and escape. How could he let her down? Chapter 2131. Path of Necromancy. The fact the man had managed to hold on so long was a testament to his heart. Ryu wasn't someone who was easily impressed, and until now, none of his summons could be said to have achieved the feat of doing so. But this time he really was. It wasn't perfect, but with these sorts of things they rarely ever were. Ryu originally wanted Mateus to break out of the shadows on his own, which was why he had muted his woman's voice. But in the end, he ended up looking over on his own. There wasn't much Ryu could do about that, so he decided not to fight it. Although Mateus' Dao heart would definitely be contingent on the life of his woman now, it would practically be indestructible so long as she was still alive. That would be good enough for now. Ryu waved a hand, ignoring the infuriated white lion young master. Ji! Bang! The chains that bound Mateus shattered to pieces, falling in a scattered rain of metallic ash to the ground. A single wrong step and one could find the soles of their feet skewered through. The toughness of the metal was surely on a level most of this world couldn't fathom. Even Ryu found it to be a little bit interesting, especially the way it seemed to form a seamless transition between Mateus' bone structure and itself, making it difficult to tell where Mateus' body ended and the chains themselves started. If one was reckless with destroying these chains, then the subject would die a gruesome death as well. An interesting material. It's almost like a spiritual herb, but not quite. Almost like an ore, but not quite. It's somewhere in between, carrying both organic and inorganic characteristics. Using similar materials in my refinement methods might be interesting, Ryu was somewhat intrigued, but not enough for him to be impressed. It had to be remembered that, in the past, his body realm cultivation method was built on a similar principle, though not quite the same. Essentially, back when he was still quite far from the Sky God realm, he used the Refinement Sutra to cultivate. By creating new ores, he had been able to trigger heavenly tribulations to refine his body. The more in line with his body and path the ore was, the stronger the effect of the refinement. Explore hidden tales at Empire. Ryu hadn't completely abandoned this path, as he still had some tidbits of its shadows in his current cultivation method. But these chains reminded him of it. Obviously, using N ore to refine the body was bridging the gap between organic and inorganic, much like these chains were. The reason why this was important now, though, was more than about just the intrigue. There were also changes that had triggered in Mateus' body as a result of being tied with such a special material for so long. Unfortunately, this change wasn't positive. In fact, it was almost entirely negative. Not only had it tainted his original bone structure, making it difficult for even Ryu to tell what it had once been, but it changed Mateus' affinities. As such, much of what Mateus had built his path of cultivation on until now collapsed. It was like his previous foundation was entirely useless now. But Ryu didn't mind. As far as he was concerned, his summons only needed to have powerful Dao hearts. As for the rest, whether it was their path of cultivation, their techniques, or even their Daos themselves, he would carefully guide them, whether overtly or subtly. If Ryu could create such powerful techniques for himself, even if they weren't of the same value, just what could he create for others? With the advancement to his Dao, it would almost be a shame if he only used his eyes and comprehension to create techniques for himself. He didn't fancy himself a good leader, and he didn't have the patience to become a sect or clan leader to begin with. But this path of necromancy, where everything was under his control and his summons and corpse puppets just became extensions of himself, the feeling was a bit intoxicating. In the past, Ryu was far more fond of the idea of being a one-man army. Although he had been convinced by Ailsa that he could do this through necromancy, he honestly wasn't very convinced. That was part of why he had ignored the path for so long, even when it would have likely been of great help to him. But his new insights allowed him to see another path. Most necromancers were restricted in their choice of corpse puppets and summons. They followed specific paths, like how Mateus had once been a member of the armored beast lineage of necromancers. However, Ryu felt that there was another path for him. His Dao and comprehension were too powerful for him to maximize it for himself alone. His comprehension was so great that the things he could think of were often too powerful for him to use in the present, forcing him to either store them away for later when his cultivation was deeper, or sometimes not bother finishing them at all. This led to him wasting a ton of his potential. He was like an investor with his money sitting, accumulating inflation and slowly devaluing itself. It sounded like a good problem to have. But why make it a problem at all? What if instead of wasting his time creating a whole host of techniques that he likely wouldn't be able to use, he instead diverted his attention to refining and perfecting the paths of his corpse puppets and summons? Just how powerful would his path of the necromancer be if he could pick and choose the paths of his puppets, controlling every aspect of their cultivation? He would be able to create an army that was more than just powerful. It would be untouchable. Its name would reverberate no less boldly than his Dao title. Chapter 2132. Kill Me. His body had atrophied too significantly, and he seemed to have forgotten how to coordinate his muscles entirely. Ryu, though, didn't catch him. Instead, it was Tydra that appeared out of nowhere. Boom! The platform cracked and shattered. Ryu could only chuckle, seeing just how bad Tydra was at controlling her power. Luckily, she managed to save Mateus from the fate of dying from the rubble. Tears streaked down her face, and there was a strong, vibrating aura coming from her. It looked like even now, she was very close to losing her temper. Her hands shook as she propped Mateus up, seemingly too scared to use even a little bit more than the smallest power output she could muster on him. Ryu could see that her thoughts were a scrambled mess. Despite having all the power in the world, she just felt helpless. Not knowing what to do, she looked back toward Ryu with a pleading look, her lips slightly parting as though she wanted to say something but didn't know how to put it. Instead, though tears flowed from her eyes, her throat moving as though a sob was about to burst through. Ryu smiled lightly. I understand. He waved a hand again. The white lion air had been sent flying back under the momentum of the shattering platform, but in a blink, he found himself ripped back the way he had come from, soaring past it until his neck was firmly caught by Ryu's hand. Fleeing figures scattered all around, trying to escape the range of the destruction. Those that could stepped into the air, their hearts apprehensive. A bit to Ryu's surprise, the number that stepped into the skies included Mateus woman. An interesting change to be sure. Suddenly, an idea bloomed in Ryu's heart, but for the time being, he only gave the lovely blonde woman a single glance before looking toward the man in his hand. The white lion air scratched and clawed at Ryu's hand, trying to free himself, but to no avail. Trying to pinch at Ryu's skin was like clawing at an indestructible leather. It had the softness of skin, but the moment you tried to dig deeper, it became tough to an extreme. You've made my woman angry. That comes with consequences. Ryu spoke with a light smile. Stop. Halt. The chariots in the skies seemed to have finally reacted to what was happening. Everything changed so quickly from the moment Ryu appeared to now. Even now, they had no idea how Ryu had managed to sneak past all of them without a word, and not one of them could see through either Ryu or Tidra. However, the consequences of the death of the heir weren't something that they could bear. Unfortunately for them, bang! Those that rushed forward blasted apart into a rain of blood and gore. The atmosphere froze again as a fury-filled Tidra looked toward the skies. Ryu didn't even spare them a glance. Had they attacked him, the ending would have been much the same. The strongest up there were all in the true Sky God realm at best, while this white lion heir seemed to have only recently broken into the fragmented Sky God realm. For whatever reason, he was hiding his cultivation right now, probably to deal with Mateus with another blow before he left. But whatever it was, he couldn't possibly hide from Ryu's senses. Let me go. Do you have any idea who I am? Nope. Ryu said lightly, but it was hard to tell if he was replying to the first or the second part of White Lion Air's words. But he also clearly had no intention of clarifying. With his free hand, Ryu raised a hand. All at once, the shards that remained from the shattered chains rose into the skies. Like tiny pinpoints of metallic sand, they trembled under Ryu's control. We'll make this easy on you. A few hundred years of torture should probably be enough. I doubt you'll last much longer than that anyway. Your Tao heart is incredibly weak, so I'll probably have to adjust it to something that you can manage. Ryu spoke like he was half thinking to himself, half trying to stir the fear of God in the air. But his words didn't pause the movement of the ashen metal. Ki. They cut through the air and covered the white lion heir's body from head to toe. At first, he was still struggling, not feeling like anything was wrong, until a piercing scream came from his lips. If Tay just wanted this man dead, she could have easily done it herself. The reason she looked toward him with that pleading look wasn't because she wanted him dead, but because she wanted him to suffer. Ryu himself didn't care enough to torture this man. But since that was what Tidra wanted, how could he not oblige? The metal shavings pierced into the heir's body, drilling into his skin and turning him the same shade of bluish-black the chains had been. But that was only the beginning. The small bits and pieces drilled even further down, cutting into his bones and drawing out his bone marrow, only to replace them. Discover hidden tales at Empire. In the blink of an eye, Ryu had forced the highest state of fusion between the air and this special metal. Even Mateus had only been about 20% of the way toward this state after decades. Veins popped across the white lion heir's body, his shrill screeches painting the skies like peals of thunder. Then, Ryu just let go of his neck. He collapsed to the ground, convulsing wildly. He scratched and clawed at his skin, but the changes had made his body no less indestructible than the metal. He couldn't even kill himself if he wanted to. Of course, he could ask for outside help, but, kill me now, kill me. Ryu smiled a knowing smile, as if it would be that simple.
Chapter 2133. Familiar.
He didn't really feel like dealing with the rest of this situation. As for his own methods, he was very much confident in them. The White Lion heir would most definitely spend the next several centuries in great pain. Ryu rose into the skies. Tidra gave the White Lion heir a glance, her eyes bloodshot. He was still writhing on the ground, begging to be killed. After a breath, she managed to exhale. So long as this man suffered, she could put this behind them. Swaddling her cousin's broken body in a soft fabric, she picked him up as gently as she could manage and rose into the skies after Ryu. Caught in a no-man's land, the petite blonde stood not knowing what to do. She could feel that Tidra had some hints of coldness toward her, and it left her skin prickling. Venera! Mateus choked out weakly. Where's my Venera? The petite woman trembled from head to toe, tears falling down her cheeks in a rain. After the chains were ripped out from his body, the one thing that was keeping Mateus upright collapsed. He had spent so long fighting against it that when there was suddenly nothing to fight anymore, his body finally reached the very ends of its limit. Ryu looked back. Well, don't just stand there. Let's go. Venera looked up to Ryu, a slightly pleading look in her eyes. She was extremely hesitant even now. This was all caused by her to begin with. She didn't want to bring the love of her life more trouble. If you're worried about this woman of mine, don't mind her. She's just a bit upset and doesn't know the real story of what you've been through yet. Tidra looked up to Ryu as well, frowning. She didn't like Ryu's words at all, but Ryu only chuckled. Not willing to wait for Venera to make a decision, Ryu waved a hand. Whether it was for the sake of protecting Mateus' powerful Dao heart, or the plan for these two he had in mind, he couldn't let her stay here even if she had a heart of self-sacrifice. Otherwise, he really wouldn't care much. The group was wrapped up in Ryu's space-time affinity and about to vanish when the skies trembled. Who killed my son? Ryu raised an eyebrow. He hadn't killed anyone. The White Lion heir was still writhing on the ground right this moment. This could only mean that whatever soul methods this White Lion clan used to keep track of lives and deaths had some clear demerits and wasn't very accurate. Though, to be fair to it, the cuckold might as well be dead now. A Dao god with such a young son? Interesting. Tidra pulled her cousin's body closer to herself when she sensed the aura. Her apprehension shot through the roof. She could feel the oppression on Ryu's spacetime chi quite clearly. Felt like Ryu couldn't teleport away now even if he really wanted to. This was the worst-case scenario. Boom! 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 A shirtless man with bronzed skin and flowing golden hair appeared high in the skies. He wore a white beast skin skirt and had a roaring lion head draped over his shoulder much like his son. But the difference here was that this lion almost seemed alive, its eyes glowing with a fierce light as its presence trembled the world around it. The man must have been at least 8 feet tall. This wasn't shockingly tall by the standard of many races in the world, but for someone who was very clearly a human, it went to show that there was a powerful bloodline churning through his veins. Patriarch White Lion. Still, despite the imposing air this time, Tidra was wrong. Ryu could still just as easily use his spacetime affinity here if he wanted to. This man might be a Dao god, but he had accomplished this feat with a lower founding Dao set to the standards of this world. Even to the previous true martial world, this would only count as a peak ancient Dao. And compared to the current true martial world, it was a lower ancient Dao. For Ryu, whose Dao transcended even the current true martial world, it was a pitifully weak foundation and wasn't capable of obscuring his ability to see through spacetime. Plus, his god control was wholly inferior to Ryu's lord control. But just as he was about to directly leave to avoid this annoyance, Ryu paused. No matter what, a Dao god was a Dao god. Part of the reason Ryu felt like this was an annoyance was because killing one or battling one right now with his current cultivation would still require a bit of effort. He was supposed to be relaxing, and no matter what happened to Mateus, he didn't have some great grudge against the White Lion clan. Not to mention the fact the main culprit was writhing on the ground right this moment. However, just now, Ryu sensed something that made his lazy gaze slowly begin to sharpen. Patriarch White Lion didn't seem to notice this change. Instead, his gaze had snapped toward his son who was writhing on the ground. Confusion colored his face. Wasn't his son supposed to be dead? What happened here? Why was he in so much pain? The patriarch waved a hand and a flow of time took hold of the world. He seemed about to scry the past and see what happened. But the moment he tried, his body shook and he suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood. The man took a heavy step back, his body convulsing as he tried to regain his bearings. Read latest chapters at Empire. By the time his vision cleared, he found a calm young man dressed in robes of white and sky blue standing before him, his hands clasped behind his back. "You have a very familiar scent on you, Silent Qilin. Where is he?" Chapter 21:34. Scrying. The pain of the previous backlash was still lingering within him, but even that was dulled beneath the weight of the words. The skies clapped with thunder, and a bolt of black lightning descended from the skies. The singular pulse should have been enough to wipe Ryu from existence, but instead, it almost seemed to fizzle out when it hit him. Ryu raised his head to the skies slowly. "Piss off." The tribulation clouds shuddered and then receded. A shocking silence filled the air, and soon all of Ryu's oppressive might fell on the Tao god before him. "I don't like to repeat myself, and I don't like to explain myself. If you make me do so, your son won't be the only one suffering today." These words seemed to help the White Lion Patriarch regain some clarity. This was the man that did this to his son? The anger refocused his attention. As much as Ryu's current presence confused and made him apprehensive, could it possibly match up to the deity that Silent Qilin was in his mind? "Oh, I see. You fear that scurrying rat more than me, is it?" Ryu's light voice shook the patriarch's heart. With a wave of his hand, a golden great sword staff appeared in Ryu's palm. He looked forward indifferently, pointing the weapon toward the ground. "Stay tuned with Empire." There came a slight nudge of his intention, and Tidra, along with Mateus and his woman, were sent a far distance away. Ryu took a step forward and the Tao god suddenly struck out. Patriarch White Lion didn't know why, but he panicked beneath Ryu's presence. He felt like if he didn't gain an initiative, he would be the one to suffer here. Bang! A rippling might spread across the skies, several individuals that were far too close losing their lives in an instant. The tip of a golden blade and the palm of a Tao god met, but neither one took even a single step back. Patriarch White Lion's eyes opened wide. In this world, how could there possibly be such a powerful lord? To the patriarch's credit, he realized the sort of situation he was in instantly. Not caring for his face, he used the momentum granted to him by Ryu's attack to propel himself backward, slapping his palms together. Despite what it looked like, their White Lion clan wasn't a family of body realm cultivators. Roar! 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 The skies trembled as 3 lion spirits appeared. Their bodies were somewhat illusory, and their manes looked akin to flickering white flames. There was a regal sort of beauty to them that belied their nature as undead spirits. Pucci! The head of one went soaring into the skies the instant it appeared. Ryu took another step forward and his great sword staff danced. Patriarch White Lion's heart trembled for what felt like the millionth time since the battle began. Ryu seemed to see through the weakness of his wraiths instantly. With a sway of his body, Ryu's attacks crisscrossed through the air, each one filled with a hidden soul attack. Most had trouble dealing with Wraith Path necromancers because attacking blows to what were essentially spirit bodies was too difficult. Attacking directly with your soul put your soul itself at risk. So one would either need a soul technique or a visualization. Unless one had one of these two and was proficient with them, you would often end up in a situation where you had to overcompensate by pouring out more chi than you wanted to in a vain attempt, or you would die without even quite understanding what happened to you. But Ryu didn't have to do this at all. He seemed capable of directly severing their presence in the world with a stroke of his blade. Patriarch White Lion was forced to retreat, the injuries he had just suffered stirring again and again. His chi refused to flow smoothly. "You might have had a chance to make this battle interesting," Ryu said lightly, his body flickering and vanishing as a roar of white beaming light came from the maw of a lion. "But you were actually foolish enough to try and use fate in my presence." There was a flash in Ryu's eyes as the world became bundles of white, gray, and black lines. The location the patriarch stood in seemed particularly tangled up, constraining his fate and the actions he could take. Scrying was quite a basic ability of Tao gods. With enough control, they could reverse the flow of time in a certain location, not to change anything, but instead to see what had happened there in the past. The more skilled the Tao god, the further back they could go and the faster they could reverse this flow. Though there was a mention of time, this was actually just a very basic application of fate. As Ryu had learned long ago, the more powerful your cultivation, the more you would begin to interact with the foundational elements of existence. First one would gain some rudimentary grasp of space at the transcended realm, and then time would come shortly after that, usually in the omniscient realm. Upon becoming a lord, some inklings of fate would begin to seep into your understanding until you could eventually control it to a small measure. Because of this, it couldn't be said that the ability to control time, space, and fate was rare. Well, it was only about as rare as there were powerful cultivators to make use of them. Still, what separated Ryu from these individuals was that he didn't just have a surface grasp of these elements. They were him and he was them. The moment Patriarch White Lion did something so foolish in his presence, his fate was sealed. Fate reversal. Ryu slashed out and the third White Lion wraith was severed in two. The moment this last layer of protection was gone, Patriarch White Lion felt something within him stir. He hardly understood what was happening before his chest exploded into a rain of blood and gore, his face turning as pale as a sheet. Chapter 2135. Reversed. The scope of uses for fate reversal now was far more versatile than it had ever been in the past, and the freedom to which Ryu could use it was truly mind-boggling. Not only could he transfer damage between enemies and allies or vice versa, no longer restricted to using himself as a medium, he could also do things like this. In this case, the Patriarch had attempted to scry into fate and suffered a tainting of his own as a result. Whenever one was dealing with fate, there was an inherent danger that had to be considered. This so-called tainting was the most common, where threads of fate not related to your own could mar and mutate one's own. The results of this weren't always predictable. In fact, it was accurate to go as far as to say that it was the exact opposite. All Ryu had done was manipulate this fate so that the White Lion Patriarch's attempt to keep it separate from his own failed miserably. The backlash almost killed him in a single blow, and now his chest was bleeding out. The only thing that could be heard in what was almost an endless silence was the wails of this very man's son. This was a Tao god, and yet he stood in the skies, his heavy blood leaving craters in the ground below as the heavens seemed to weep. Ryu took a step forward, and as though pulling a book from a bookshelf, he reached ahead and plucked the Patriarch's heart out of his chest. The White Lion Patriarch coughed, dense blood oozing out from his mouth, drizzling and pooling at his chin. Ryu tossed the man's heart into the air and caught it as though he was playing with a ball. "Heavy," he said casually. Standing there, Ryu was reminded of a legend. Read latest stories on Empire. In this legend, it was said that after one died, one's heart would be weighed against a feather. If it was lighter, you would ascend. If it was heavier, you would face eternal damnation. It was a nice tale, one that introduced children to the concept of karma and the importance of living a good life, because you never knew when you would have to pay for the sins you had committed while among the living. Of course, this matter would never have anything to do with Ryu. After all, this was the last life he planned on living. After separating himself from the heavens to establish the path of his inner world, he had lost the right to incarnate, much like Hope and her people after their world was destroyed. Still, he couldn't help but recall this matter now while holding onto his heart. He paused, a small breath of enlightenment massaging his mind as he seemed to grasp something, the entire world waiting on him as though nothing other than his thoughts mattered. But in reality, it was just that Ryu's perception of time had been sped up considerably. Standing there, just a few seconds was already the equivalent of several days. After a long while, at least to him, Ryu finally looked up and met the haggard gaze of the White Lion Patriarch. This was a Tao god, after all. Even if Ryu plucked his head from his shoulders, killing him wouldn't be so easy, let alone a mere heart. As a necromancer, the White Lion Patriarch had an exceptionally powerful soul, so one would need to destroy that first before even considering anything else. Mai. A padding came from Ryu's head as Little Gem appeared from nowhere. With a chuckle, Ryu just tossed the heart to her and she started nibbling away, somehow managing to not get the slightest bit of blood on Ryu's hair or her pristine white fur. The brows of the White Lion Patriarch trembled. What kind of pain was it to watch one's body being cannibalized right in front of you? He coughed, more blood coming from his mouth as he almost fainted from the anger. But every time he tried to move, it was like his body was restricted by something, like fate itself was rejecting him. And that was precisely what was happening. If he had Ryu's eyes, he would be able to see that the lines of fate around him had bound him, restraining the actions he could take. Foul karma began to ooze out of him, curse lines appearing across his skin like complex chains that restrained his body even further. Fate really is quite versatile. There were no fate techniques that Ryu could find for obvious reasons. If such a thing existed, it was almost certainly in the hands of someone exceptionally powerful. But Ryu honestly didn't feel like he needed any references. The techniques he could form on his own would be enough to shock the world. This White Lion Patriarch might be useless, but he had given him many great ideas. The Phoenix Sky God was so powerful presumably because they controlled life, death, and reincarnation. The number of worlds they had swallowed up was innumerable. But when the time came that Ryu could control space, time, and fate with a flip of his palm, he wondered which of them would be more powerful. Me, of course. Little Gem finished up, licking at her small palms with a half-arrogant, half-adorable posture. She had a disposition that would make even the more imperial of cats feel inferior, yet she did so without feeling haughty. Now tell me, Ryu said lightly. Silent Kabus. Where is he? The White Lion Patriarch quivered, and the more he hesitated, the more dangerous Ryu's smile became. I wonder, is your pain tolerance any better than your son? What merry sounds would the screams of two kin make? I think you've misunderstood something. Silent Kabus might be a disgusting bastard, but he is unable to make you suffer more than I can. Chapter 2136. Something about, at the moment he was in an odd state. Tao God or not, logically speaking, if Ryu could rip his heart out of his chest, finding a method to kill him was easy. In addition, if a long enough period of time passed without a heart, then the Patriarch should also start feeling his life slipping away from him. Although it would likely take years at the very least before he breathed his last, if not orders of centuries if Ryu left him in this place with the sensory perception of Tao gods, he should still be able to sense how much time he had left. But right now, it was like he had been frozen in space, forced into a limbo where he had to experience every ounce of pain without the thought of an end in the future. Somehow, this was far scarier than feeling his life slowly slip away piece by piece, and the Patriarch knew that Ryu had done it on purpose. It was a warning that his life was firmly in his grasp, that there was nothing that he could do to escape even if he wished for it to the deepest depths of his soul. He began to shiver. How was it that he had come across two such monsters, two such demonic men without the slightest bit of consciousness? For some reason, the man didn't put his own son in the same category. The logic of these cultivators was truly something that left Ryu in awe. If he cared enough, that is, but functionally speaking, there was a difference. The White Lion heir had lashed out because of jealousy and his own twisted form of heartbreak. What he had done was cruel, but it came from a very human side of him. As for Ryu and Silent Kabus, there was a dark depth to them that existed outside of their humanity, the latter of which only seemed to be more obvious. Well, at least from the perspective of this Patriarch. To Ryu, his heart was clear and he never did such things. Something like preying on the weak in order to use their rage and anger to fuel his strength was so far beneath him that his nose twisted in disgust as the mere thought. Now, torturing the strong that pissed him off, that was a completely different matter. And with his abilities, he had far more bandwidth to make their lives a living hell than Silent Kabus could even fathom. Unfortunately, after the last interaction, Silent Kabus had managed to find a method to hide from his senses. Maybe this was only natural. Since Silent Kabus had dared to offend his wife so openly, he had to have some degree of confidence in protecting himself. Ryu had thought that whatever methods he would have shouldn't matter with his current degree of control over fate and the like, but the Kabus fairy had proven him wrong. Now that Ryu had the shadow of Old Wan as a corpse puppet, though he felt like he could understand why to a small extent. Corpse poison was the antithesis of embryonic qi, and it had a dense, cursed karma to it. A person stained with it would be difficult to find, especially if you were trying to use fate to scry their location. Fate and karma came hand in hand, and if the latter was tainted, then the former would surely be twisted. Ryu could think of many methods that someone with far weaker fate control than himself could use to obscure his vision of things. Realizing this, he had begun to study his own corpse poison now with more fervor, but it would take time before he could find a method to break it. Who knew, though, that he would come across his answer right here? Could only be said that Silent Quibus' luck had run out. As for the fact that the man was a particularly powerful sovereign, Ryu didn't even think about it. Setting aside the fact he had stolen Nemesis, this man dared to allow rumors about his wife and him to spread. If there was one thing that could bring a real demon out of Ryu, it was anyone who dared to step on this reverse scale of his. Still not answering? Ryu asked, his head tilting just the slightest bit. The White Lion Patriarch opened his mouth, but his lips trembled, fear seeping out from the very depths of his soul. Ryu pressed a finger onto the man's forehead. No, 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 Ryu said calmly. Not in front of me. A surge of corpse poison was ruthlessly suppressed by Ryu's embryonic qi. No matter how powerful the corpse poison Silent Quibus controlled it was an external item. Ryu's embryonic qi, however, was an extension of himself. They came from his meridians. And as was common knowledge in the cultivation world, meridians were like a secret map into a world of mysteries normally hidden away by the heavens. There were patterns, circulation methods, and powerful techniques hidden away in his meridians. He just hadn't been capable of deciphering them. But during his recultivation, he had also laid the foundation for understanding this mysterious second set of meridians as well. Just now, he had used one of the simplest circulation patterns he had divined, one used in the qi refinement realm to complete a revolution and strengthen qi. It made the potency of his embryonic qi heavier and denser than any corpse poison it came across, blasting it away. Feeling the weight of his death vanish for the time being, the Patriarch was so filled with fear that his words practically spilled out. I don't know. Days ago he came and took millennia of resources away. He seems to be preparing for a cultivation regression back to the Lord Realm in order to fix a deficit in his foundation. Something about a tidal steal. Ryu's eyes narrowed. Chapter 21:37. Peak. Every time he heard about this tidal steal, it only became more and more interesting. Honestly speaking, although he could feel the wheels of fate turning around this event, he truly hadn't been very interested. Maybe it was arrogant of him, but quasi-lord or not, he truly couldn't see anyone in the Lord Realm defeating him right now. Ever since his breakthrough, even against the Tao God, he hadn't even remotely pushed himself. The only reason he had left the true martial world was because he knew that the waters of the martial gods were far deeper than he knew. Otherwise, he would have been tempted to see just how far he could go if he went all out in an attempt to destroy them. But these matters were making things far more interesting for him. He thought that all he would have to do was show up and make his title known to the world, establishing himself as the number one of this generation, future generations, and generations that had long since come. But this, Ryu grinned. Crack. A pulse came out from Ryu's Tao heart, and the change caused several to feel their path of martial arts collapse. Just the slightest sliver of intent from his current Tao heart caused those that were wholly inferior to him to question their reason for existing. Ryu didn't spare these people a glance. Interesting. He thought that he had already left those of his generation far behind, but this feeling couldn't be denied. Okay, Ryu said. It was just a simple word, but their valiant momentum painted the skies with an air superiority, an artistic conception that grasped hearts and buried souls echoing. This will be the last chance I give the world. Block my path to the mountain peak if you can. Ryu's laughter boomed across the clouds, causing them to disperse in a forceful wave. Bang! The body of the White Lion Patriarch shattered to pieces, falling in a rain of blood. Let's go. I've grown bored of this world. I have preparations to make. With a wave of his hand, Mateus and his woman were sucked into his inner world. He appeared by Tidra next and took her away without a word. Ryu sat in silence, his thoughts spinning. He had so many ideas, and no clear idea of where to start. He almost wished that the title steal even would start right this moment. Unfortunately, there were still almost more than 2 decades remaining. Normally, this would be a blink of an eye for cultivators of his level. But the problem was that he still didn't have much experience with long-term secluded cultivation. He had worked on this a bit in the fiend world. But honestly speaking, he still wasn't very comfortable with it. The bubbling of his blood was too wild to ignore right now, and even he was having a hard time calming himself. He didn't think himself to be a man with such a lack of patience. But this moment, it felt like what he had built up to all his life. That mountain peak, it felt like he was getting closer and closer to it every day. Originally, he started as a young man of sacrum, believing that the world around him was the limit of all there was. He thought it was inevitable that he would reach that peak one day, but then it was stripped from him, and everything he had once built his identity on was taken away. He thought that that would be the end of him, but he sought out the peak through different means that he could never put his heart and soul into. That man had just never been him. It was a part of him, but it wasn't Ryu Tatsuya, not in the truest sense. When he regained his strength, he was consumed by thoughts of revenge, and the idea of his own goals, his own aspirations, had been pushed to the wayside. The joy of cultivation, just joy itself, felt fleeting, far from attainable, wishful thinking on his part, until he found it again. Now, he stood on that road he had last stood on when he was just 7 years old, looking toward the world with wide eyes and a full heart filled with yearning and expectation, so eager that he almost missed the forest for the trees. The beating of Ryu's heart became wilder and his inner world thrummed along with it. This was what he had wanted all his life. To fight with the best and crush them one after another, to display his might as a legendary being of a world beyond a world. A peak beyond a peak, a mountain beyond a mountain. Ryu pressed his hands together and forced them to stop shaking. A haggard breath filled with a savage heat coming from his lips. His body was practically overheating beneath the agitation, and for it to be reacting like this, it would be quite fair to say that he was emitting a radiance beyond that of even most stars right now. Patience, he said to himself slowly. He needed to find something to do with his time, and that could only be his corpse puppets and summons. Calm. Ryu used his powerful Tao heart to rein in his emotions step by step, using it as another tempering opportunity. When he finally calmed down properly an entire 2 weeks later, he stood. It was time to begin. Ryu lost himself in the world of summons and corpse puppets for an entire 20 years. He didn't miss a single day, nor a single moment, to aid his summons and corpse puppets in improving. But the truth of the matter was that he had only done this as a distraction. There wasn't a single part of him that thought to use them for the title steal even a single time. His Tao title would resonate through the world beneath the might of his own blades. Chapter 21:38. Late. The title steal. Not much was known about it, and what was known was obscured in the swaddle of mystery and ancient history, an endless game of telephone echoing the stories of a time long past. All those in the present knew was that this title steal had existed as long as the heavens had, an item existing to hold the names of the most powerful beings in existence. When it appeared, it carried the hopes of dreams of a generation. Make it onto it, and you would be remembered long after you were gone. Fail, and you would fall into the turbid waters of a dream wraith's embrace, memory of your existence forgotten to the annals of time and the cruelty of history. Those that rose and those that fell would be decided here and now. At the very least, that was what many thought. The existence of the title steal was normally meant to target individual worlds, forming a crossroads for its advancement or destruction. The path a world would lead would be decided by what heroes came out on top and which ones failed to rise to the occasion. However, this one was different. According to the oracles, the title steal would target a lesser mature world known as the true martial world. A lesser mature world fell into 3 categories: Lord, Sovereign, and God. This true martial world had been a Lord lesser mature world, one of decent standing in the wider world, but nothing very shocking. The fiend world had been a sovereign lesser mature world. Sacrum was what was known as an immature world, one where the laws were incomplete and uncharacteristically weak. They were worlds that didn't even quite deserve a ranking and were often colloquially referred to by whatever was decided upon in their quadrant of the universe. But that was when something unexpected happened. This Lord Lesser Mature world had shockingly evolved, skyrocketing upward until it became an elevated mature world. There were no divisions between elevated mature worlds. They all stood on the same level playing field, beneath the heavenly court. Read exclusive adventures at Freeweb Novel. Across existence, there were only 9 such known worlds. But now, there was an inexplicable 10th that appeared from nowhere. From a perfectly balanced state, existence shifted, and so too did the alignment of the tidal steel. All of a sudden, from its trajectory toward the true martial world, it shifted. However, it wouldn't have the time to make it to the next world before it erupted again. As such, an unprecedented event took place. The tidal steel came to a complete stop in the endless void. The tidal steel stood tall and proud, an obelisk with size of such shocking proportion that it rivals tens of worlds. Just its presence alone cast shadows from countless light years, and with a single tremble, it forced the world to bow in obedience. The world shook only once before it stabilized, and then tendrils of milky white began to spread out from the obelisk. If Ryu had been present, he would have recognized this milky white instantly. Embryonic chi. The tidal steel produced it in such large quantities that it made Ryu's own reserves look like a joke. This wasn't even the river's worth he had in his inner world. It was at the level of beginning to form and create an entire world. And that was exactly what it was doing. The world began to lose itself in this milky whiteness until it covered a scope larger than even the obelisk. Runes filled the skies, a complex intertwining of visualizations that would make even Tao gods feel small. Then it all solidified. A pulse of light rippled across existence as though the tidal steel was letting the world know that it was now here. Its presence was heart-shuddering, piercing into the soul and sinking into the mind. At that moment, even mortals couldn't help but look into the skies, feeling like something was calling for them. Ryu slowly opened his eyes. For a moment, he almost forgot about the large pair of breasts pressed against his body. Eska curled herself around him like a koala bear, forgetting her bearing as a Tao goddess entirely. Right now, she was no different from a young maiden deep in love. Every day, she found herself falling for Ryu more and more. The kind of man he was now was precisely the sort she had the greatest fondness for. Ryu didn't move to get up, tracing a finger across the milky skin of her shoulder. Eska's eyes opened and the tender affection in their whiteness faded to a hint of seriousness. She looked up much like everyone else did, feeling the changes quite profoundly. But quickly, she was distracted again. Ryu's hand had found its way to her plump ass, taking a handful with more forcefulness than he would usually use on her. Eska looked to her husband, finding that a light he had fiercely suppressed for years was awakening again. His body temperature began to skyrocket. A slumbering dragon was stirring. Eska flushed, finding herself in a complete daze. "I love you, Lord Husband," she said softly. Ryu blinked, snapping out of his own trance as he looked toward his wife. Their gazes met and Eska found herself blushing profusely. She didn't know why she had said that. It didn't feel like something she needed to say out loud. Suddenly, she let out a surprised squeal as Ryu flipped her beneath him. He pulled up one of her legs, pinning her thigh to his chest and pressing his cock against her entrance. "I think I'm going to be late," Ryu said with a grin. Eska blinked, her gaze flickering between confusion, desire, and embarrassment. She could feel herself being slowly stretched. This position was one that she was very much not used to. Just how deep would he reach? She quickly got her answer. Her cherry lips parted and a gasp left her lips. Her legs trembled, almost breaking free of Ryu's pin as her eyes rolled back. "Since you're going to make your husband late for such an important event, I think it warrants a little bit of punishment." Chapter 2139. By the Gods. The world of dragons. The world of Qilins. The world of griffins. The world of rocks. The world of fae. The world of devas. The world of demons. The world of fiends. The true martial world. All 10 worlds had one very clear thing in common: the simplicity of their titles. In the world, this denoted power, strength. It wasn't necessary to stand apart with a name alone when everyone knew one could only be referring to you when the name was said. This was the weight that an elevated world held. There was no need to consider what these worlds were good at, what they represented, or the reason for their existence. Each one captured a legendary of existence, a race of beings that stood above all and looked down upon the others with impunity. The only real anomaly amongst them was the true martial world. The mystery of the martial gods was still unanswered by many. Those that knew of their existence or the reason for their existence were very few. Even Ryu, who had been fighting against them either openly or in the shadows for much of his life, despite his intelligence, knew very little. What he did know, though, was that the martial gods, despite what they called themselves, were of the human race. In this tapestry, woven by the strongest races to ever exist, it seemed that the human race did have a seat at the table. That said, Ryu Tatsuya had never cared for such things. He never felt more closeness for the human race than any other. He never fancied himself a leader, so he didn't feel the sort of desire to please and/or experience loyalty to any one race of people. No matter the race, phoenix or dragon, demon or fiend, deva or martial god, none of it mattered. Before he even stepped foot onto this battlefield, he had certainly already pissed off over half of these individuals. Phoenix, dragon, and Qilin blood ran through his veins. Just by virtue of his existence alone, they would hunt him down for all they were worth. He had stolen the treasure of the griffins, ensuring they would be quite furious with his existence as well. How could they possibly take into account that little gem had come of her own free will? His troubles with the martial gods didn't need to be rehashed. Between them, there could only possibly be one surviving in the end. They could no longer coexist beneath these expansive skies. The fiends sat in the same bubble. Because of Ryu, the rise of a second world of fiends had been stifled and destroyed, ruining generations of work. Could be said that of all of these, they might want to see Ryu dead the very most. And these were just the grievances that Ryu was well aware of. Very soon, he would realize that this wouldn't be the end of it. Maybe by the end of it all, Ryu would be an enemy of existence itself, no longer having a place to rest his head. As these groups of worlds all displayed their might, because the only ones that could even begin to cross the expanse of darkness to reach the great obelisk, the wheels of fate began to churn. This tidal steel gathering would cause a change to the world that even the strongest couldn't possibly have predicted. And yet, the young man it would revolve around was busy. Ryu's hips moved with a rhythmic cadence, just a tick above agonizingly slow, and almost heart-shudderingly consistent. Eska felt her heart tremble with every stroke, her lips sinking into her husband's as though their tongues couldn't intertwine fiercely enough. She was practically gushing, not just in a physical sense as fragrant juices fell from between her smooth legs, but in a spiritual sense as well. An outpouring of love pulsed from her soul as she fell harder and harder. Maybe she had underestimated the power of the words she had spoken earlier, because all at once, her heart bloomed like a flower at the dawn of spring. Her thoughts danced between how good it felt, to wondering how she could get even closer to this man, to even hoping that Ryu would impregnate her right here and now. She had never desired children before, but now she wanted them more than anything, if for no other reason than to carry the seed of this man she loved so dearly. A faint part of her brain laughed in derision, looking down on her for having fallen so far. But that part of her was only growing smaller with time. With every bright smile that came from her husband's lips, every teasing joke, every caring stroke. "By the gods," she said, moaning out the words between bites of Ryu's lips, holding onto the sides of his face so tightly her arms trembled beneath the strain. "Take me. Take all of me." Ryu's hand gripped the underside of her other thigh, pinning it to her body again. Now, both of her legs were pressed beneath his chest, dangling over his shoulders. Eska went limp, the pleasure too overwhelming for her to handle. Her consciousness faded in and out, her lips growing too weak to continue holding on to Ryu's own. Ryu, though, didn't miss a beat. transferring a delicate trail of kisses down her collarbone. Every deep stroke led to another convulsion, building into one another in more and more frequent spikes. Enjoy new adventures at Freeweb Novel. The grip of her walls around his cock only grew tighter as well, their moist, tender folds enveloping him in a warmth that pulled at the depths of his soul. Ryu pulled back from her neck, gazing at her flushed features and her almost glazed-over eyes. Even now, her beauty was almost unmatched, and he felt a tenderness stirring deep within even his own heart. He bottomed out, stirring his hips and releasing deep within her. Eska's toes curled, her legs flexing so hard she nearly flung him off of her. Chapter 2140. How could I possibly not? She cleaned every inch of him, not missing a single spot and almost carelessly rubbing her silky body across every inch of him. Ryu smiled. The stamina of a Tao goddess truly couldn't be underestimated. Not long ago, she hadn't even been able to breathe without a shudder coming from her chest. The sound of her heartbeat had come like the rapid beating of a snare drum. But now, she was already teasing him again, as though she needed to be taught another lesson. Her actions, though, were fair enough. After all, how could he be clean if that didn't also include his dick and balls? Eska wrapped around from behind him, her large breasts swaying with soapy suds as they pressed against his crotch. With an almost innocent smile, she rubbed them against his member as though this was truly the best and most efficient way to clean them. Ryu watched her work between his legs with a smile in his eyes. She truly didn't seem to be trying to arouse him at all. He could tell that she was just helping him clean up in the way that was most pleasurable to him. Truly, she had given herself over to the dutiful wife role without the slightest hesitation. Indeed, in that way she was quite a bit different from Ailsa. It wasn't that Ailsa would never do this, but it would be akin to the difference between desiring to do it and wanting to do it. These seemed to be the same thing, but if Ryu had to describe it, Ailsa would do it because she wanted to please him, while Eska was doing it because it pleased the both of them. Not only did she know it made him happy, but she gained quite a bit of satisfaction from taking care of her husband in ways she felt no other woman would do nearly as well. Ryu cupped her cheek while she was lost in her work, pulling her face to his and giving her a deep kiss. The two of them lost themselves in their own world again not long after coming up for air. Ryu laughed as he walked through the endless expanse of darkened skies. "You're mad at me?" He looked over to Hope, who carried an unamused expression. "Today is the last day and you actually spent all that time with Eska. What about the rest of us?" "You mean what about you?" Ryu asked. Hope snorted, crossing her arms and turning away. Ryu smiled, looking down at Hope's belly. It was minor, so unnoticeable that most wouldn't realize a thing. But he could see it. A small bud of life. He could tell why she was stressed. She hadn't even told him that she was officially pregnant yet, and the longer he took to notice, the more peeved she became. Ryu didn't blame her. Not to mention the fact he didn't have that bone in his body to begin with, not for his women, that is, he had sympathy for it. It was what his father was speaking of, and likely one of the main reasons he had been given such warnings. He was only one person, even if he was a person with seemingly infinite strength and time compared to mortals. There was only so thin he could stretch himself. And if children became involved, it would only become worse. That said, that was the mentality of a weak man. If he was stretched too thin, didn't he just have to grow more powerful? As for why he had pretended not to notice, Ryu took Hope's hand. She put up a mock resistance, but considering she was a Tao god and could have easily ripped her hand out if she truly wanted to, it was clearly just a token effort. She harumphed softly, looking away, but no longer resisted. Ryu smiled, taking a step forward. Hope felt that something was wrong almost immediately, but she didn't have the time to react before she found herself standing above a world she could only describe as a beautiful marble of swirling green and blue. "Wow," she said softly. The world wasn't radiating a particularly powerful aura, but somehow it felt better than a world that was. She didn't know how to put her finger on why that was. It was contradictory and didn't make much sense. This world is a mortal world. It doesn't look very special on the outside, but it makes one feel at peace. That's because it's actually not far away from blooming and gaining a heaven of its own. awakening its people to the existence of Qi and allowing them to set off on their own cultivation stories. Hope's eyes widened and her head snapped toward Ryu. This, Ryu. The value of such a world couldn't be explained in a few words. This was even more valuable than finding a realm heart. That was because a realm heart was in a state where it still needed to be coaxed. It was a bundle of instincts that could easily become hostile and dangerous. But this sort of world, its realm heart was in an in-between state, one where it was still very vulnerable, but it was also anchored in the world in a way it couldn't escape. Essentially, it had all the upside of a realm heart with none of the associated difficulty in reining one in. Explore more at Freeweb novel. Tao gods would fight bloody wars over such a world. Hope's lips trembled before she slowly regained her composure. This is great, Ryu. This will be of great help to you. To me. Ryu smiled knowingly. What do you mean to me? This isn't for me. This is for our child. Hope's eyes opened wide before tears began to spill over. You! Ryu beamed. How could I possibly not know? Hope threw herself into Ryu's arms, sobbing her heart out. Chapter 2141. Why not me? Hope pouted. Don't make fun of the woman carrying your child. You did this on purpose. Ryu laughed heartily, not minding it at all. He had done this on purpose, but it wasn't for the sake of making Hope feel antsy. How could he prepare a surprise if she already knew? And how could he allow his first child to come into this world with a great amount of fanfare and grace? The Tatsuya clan needed a rebirth, and though this child wouldn't have his entire bloodline due to his promise to the Frost clan, that didn't mean that they wouldn't have the backing of all the power he could muster. Plus, having the Frost clan's bloodline wasn't necessarily a bad thing either. At the very least, even if it was a bad thing, Ryu had the means to make certain of that fact it wouldn't be in the end. Who cared what the heavens had to say about it when he was here? He had all the embryonic Qi in the world, all the comprehension in the world, and if he lacked in resources, he could just find them like he had now. If he could find something as valuable as this world, who dared to say that he was poor? He had methods that most in the world couldn't hope to fathom, nor did they need to. When the time came for his child to make their presence known to the world, they would come to know the sort of weight the Tatsuya name held. Hope snuggled up against Ryu's arm, beaming from ear to ear. Her mood swung with the wind, but she didn't seem to notice at all. As for Ryu, he didn't mind it in the slightest. Whether it was her hormones or not also didn't matter to him. As far as he was concerned, as much grace as he extended to his women normally, Hope deserved 10 times as much right now. Plus, like he had said before, he understood her perspective. It was one thing for her to make the conscious choice to be with him, knowing that she might personally be neglected from time to time, but the calculation was very much different when children became involved. Ryu would never blame her for that. And likewise, he would never neglect his children. Come. Let's take a stroll. Enjoy more content from Freeweb novel. Hope blinked. But they can wait. The situation around the obelisk was beginning to grow more tense and people began to appear. Of course, for the time being, it looked as though there was no one at all. An endless black expanse surrounded a soft white glow and the world knew nothing but silence. However, from time to time, just the slightest of ripples would go out, so faint and immeasurable that if not for the sensitive senses of the powerful individuals here, no one would notice at all. Out of an abundance of caution, no one was eager to show themselves just yet. Who among them didn't know that what they were facing now was probably the most unprecedented event in history? The number of people that would come here, and from the powers that they would, could all only be said to be truly unfathomable. But not everyone had such patience. Since you're already here, Phoenix King, why not make your presence known? It can't be that you're afraid. The rumbling voice tore through the void. Don't try to use me as your stepping stone, Qilin King. Turn your ire where it belongs and we'll see if your tone remains the same when the Dragon King arrives. A snort echoed like a clap of thunder. That cowardly rat will likely not show up. He lacks any sort of grace or etiquette. Since this isn't a matter he can participate in, he has no interest in it. Is that so? The voice was even deeper, more rumbling. Even the gentle white glow trembled beneath its might. Why are you asking questions as though I wouldn't say it to your face, you scaled rat? Come out and fight if you have the balls. The Dragon King didn't bother to respond. Even after he finished speaking, his voice continued to echo through the expanse. The Qilin King snorted again. As expected, you didn't even show. A claw tore through the void. What use did a dragon have for talking when he could attack? Space tore into 5. A claw wreathed in golden scales descending from above toward a seemingly inconspicuous location. A hoof took shape to meet it, flaming hairs jetting out from its ankles. Boom! The skies shuddered and the hoof was almost blasted to pieces. Watch your tone when you speak to me. I am of your father's generation, not yours. And in case you've forgotten, he's already died beneath my claw. The growl echoed through the expanse, carrying the undertones of Dragon's roar. Boastful bullshit. The Qilin King roared, his bursting spatial shards into mirror worlds of fire. My father didn't die at the hands of the likes of you. You cowardly, scaled rat. The Dragon King didn't respond. This time it was clear that it was because it was beneath him to take such action. All those present could tell that the Qilin King was right. The Dragon King hadn't appeared personally. But that was what made his attack all the more horrifying. Just how many worlds had that claw crossed? The shattered space the claw had formed rippled, and then one Dragon Kin after another began to appear, an array of scaled colors adorning their bodies, but each no less radiant than the last. At the forefront, a young dragon with golden scales, and one with delicate lavender scales roared into unison, their bodies intertwining in a serpentine dance as they soared out from the spatial tear. Even those not of the world of dragons knew who they were. The current Dragon Prince and his heiress, the Dragon Princess. Their bodies wound around one another until their large forms had completely exited the tunnel. They had an imposing momentum around them that was undeniable, but more oppressive than that was how their auras seemed to meld into one another. One of gold, the other of lavender. They formed the perfect shades of royalty together. A gorgeous golden violet that exuded a powerful majesty. The dragons that came after them streamed in with an array of colors, their figures dancing through the skies and giving life to an otherwise dull atmosphere. For a moment, it seemed that the dragon race would snatch up all the momentum, until the Qilin King growled, "Go!" A hoof stomped down from above, and yet another spatial tunnel was formed. Out from it, a young Qilin took a slow step. His scales were a reflective ruby, so bright that they truly seemed carved out from the gem. Each one also seemed coated in a reflective, glass-like texture, opening one up to a mirror world of flames dancing and flickering within. His mane was a beautiful white, his horns curling back and then up, piercing toward the dome of the skies. The mane seemed to be mostly hair in some lights, but then they became dancing flames of white. Beneath its reflections, even the young Qilin's scales seemed to become white from time to time. For a long while, the young Qilin seemed to be alone. But soon it became clear that this wasn't the case. Instead, it was because his presence was so overwhelming compared to the others that one couldn't help but forget them. The Qilin Prince had appeared. Well, you had might as well go to. And you as well. The Phoenix Princess descended, flames and feathers of bright pink, gentle blues, and ethereal violets coating her from head to toe. But unlike the others, she stepped down in human form, her large body wrapping around itself to reveal a young woman with beauty beyond what a few words could describe. Her skin was crystal clear, her hair a bed of feathers and flames. The curves of her body weren't exaggerated, and she seemed quite petite in stature. But she was tall nonetheless, her long, slender legs drawing the sights of all. And then came the Griffin Princess. Her coat was a beautiful brown color, her wings carrying the soft tan of a warm, creamy cup of coffee. Faint accents of gold adorned her in just the right places. The tips of her wings, the reflective hues of her eyes, the crown of feathers that adorned her head. She didn't take human form, but it was easy to tell that if she cared to do so, her beauty would be no less than that of the Phoenix Princess. A snort came from the distance as a silvery streak passed through the skies, taking the form of a human. This is why you'll never amount to much. Silvery gold lightning flashed and a lightning rock soared through the skies. The Rock Prince. The Phoenix Princess only smiled lightly. I have no desire to marry any of you brutes. I would much rather find my prince among the humanoids. A fanciful glint lit in her eyes. Ha! Then why not me?
En imposing aura flouricht.
Chapter 2142. Silent and bombastic. Bright. He was almost hard to look at. In fact, if it wasn't for how powerful those here were, he would be more than just hard to look at. Just gazing at him a single time would be enough to cause blindness in the best of cases. In the worst of cases, it would be enough to incinerate one's mind, searing a permanent image into one's retinas with nothing more than a glance. The young man wore robes of white gold, and his golden hair fell like a waterfall down his shoulders and spilling over to the small of his back. His hair, though, could hardly hide the large pair of white wings on his back. In fact, there wasn't just a single pair, but rather two pairs, each one so large they dwarfed the size of his actual body. There was a golden slit right down the middle of his forehead that looked almost like a tattoo or a marking, and above his head covered a radiant halo, pulsing with light every time he spoke even the simplest of words. This young man was known as Young Master Bright, the young heir of the Devis. He was surrounded by women no less gorgeous than the Phoenix Princess, some with skin like warmed milk, and others that were delicate shades of milk and dark chocolate, that covered the entire color array, and each one seemed promised to the young man before them. And yet, when he spoke to the Phoenix Princess in this way, they felt that it was only natural, all of them giving her beautiful smiles as though inviting her in. The Phoenix Princess gave young Master Bright a once-over and giggled. Not bad. We shall see. Near the back of the group of Devis, there was another that stood out. She was silent and would have been entirely unassuming if not for the fact she wasn't among the women flocking young Master Bright like a pack of birds. And she was the only one without white wings and golden hair. Her hair was a dense black, emitting a powerful fog, and her wings were an agonizingly bright crimson. She wore black robes that seemed fit for a man, and the coldness on her gaze seemed to freeze the space before them solid. However, while she stood apart of young Master Bright, she was surrounded by her own group of figures. It was just that every single one of them was a shadow with a vaguely masculine form and a large pair of wings each. It wasn't possible to see even their faces. Young Mistress Knightley. She was the shadow to young Master Bright's light, the moon to his sun. I don't like my women to have such hesitation, young Master Bright said, his smile still as illuminating. Is that so? Well, I like my men to only have eyes for me. Young Master Bright laughed to the skies. In that case, young maiden, you have two options. Either you forget your daydreams, or you marry a mediocre man who will chase you around like a lost puppy. Phoenix Princess' smile didn't fade. In fact, it only became deeper. Experience Tales with Freeweb novel. There is a third option. Oh? Please enlighten me. Crush all the men in the world, and then take my pick of the litter. Her words carried just the slightest hint of chill. Another man would have found his balls shriveling into his body, vanishing, never to return again. However, young Master Bright only laughed harder. If there was such a day you could do such a thing, you would never marry. I know women like you quite well. Would you even bother with a man you could press beneath your thumb? In fact, I think I've decided. I'll show you what a true man is very soon. We'll see if we can't thaw that cold smile in the throes of passion. Would your cock even be able to hold up to the heat? Ah, such crude words for such a fair maiden. I prefer my women gentle and demure. But I think I'll take you as a concubine nonetheless, if for no other reason than to prove a point. The two seemed to be smiling at one another, but the biting chill in their words caused those from inferior worlds to not even dare to appear. Tsk, tsk, tsk. A deep rumbling voice that seemed to almost match the Dragon King's in rhythm and cadence appeared. With it, a demon appeared, a skeleton with bones as black as night, as a foggy crown of dark gold billowing above his head. Loose black robes swept down from his body. Flashes of eerie silvery white light coated his body from time to time, revealing the face of a ghostly young man who was handsome beyond what words could describe. In fact, he was even faintly beyond young Master Bright in looks. If not for the fact he spent half the time as a skeleton, it would likely not be a contest at all. Souls howled every time he opened his mouth, making it sound as though thousands were scrambling to talk over one another. The aura of this young man continuously shifted and changed, and somehow, he seemed to encompass all the auras of the Demon Kings. Young Master Shade. Several individuals looked over with a serious expression. Even young Master Bright was no different. This was the one young man who appeared alone, and it wasn't that there were others hiding. He was truly alone. Not a single god of the world of demons had appeared. It was as though they were signaling the very same thing. Their confidence in this young man had no bounds, no limitations. Maybe deep inside, they felt like even if the Dragon King took action to kill him, it wouldn't make the slightest difference. The fate concentrated on this young man was so great that targeting him was more likely to kill you than it was to kill him. When courting a woman, you need to be much gentler. You show no regard for the fairer sex. Of course, a powerful woman will be a little willful. If you cannot handle her, then just say so. Young Master Bright smiled. I think I do well enough with women. Using your status to capture women who would do anything to birth your children for no other reason than your powerful bloodline is not something to be proud of. Young Master Shade said slowly. Young Master Bright's expression didn't change, but his wives were all instantly infuriated. How could they not be insulted by such words? They were all proud daughters of heaven. They might be inferior to these top geniuses, but it was only by half a step. How could they have been so easy to appease? However, before they could say anything, their husband raised a hand so they obediently fell silent, glaring at young Master Shade. Your tongue is sharp for a man without one. I wonder what other important bits of flesh you're missing. A dangerous light flashed in young Master Shade's eyes, his neck tilting to one side. The sound of chains rattling echoed through the air, whipping scythes of energy accumulating. Would you like to find out? A sneer flashed on the young skeleton's face as his visage pulsed in and out of existence. I don't have a fondness for men, and it might hurt me more than you. But I do wonder if you would have the same arrogance if you were pressed down beneath me. Or would you kill yourself right then and there? A cold shiver ran through their soul. If there was one thing young Master Shade was known for, it was his lack of a bottom line. These words weren't empty. He never said such things just for the sake of saying them. As the tension grew, a young man appeared in complete silence. He was followed by a group of fiends, but even now he seemed to be the center of them all. He looked petite and almost fragile, his face pale and his eyes swirling with 3 colors. He seemed to have no presence at all, and yet, the longer you looked at him, the larger and looming he seemed to become, as though he had no bottom line at all. At least not one anyone could properly see through. Ryu had never seen this man before. In fact, even to the fiends, he was a relatively new character. Yet, despite the dissatisfaction in the eyes of the fiend that followed behind him, even she did not dare to speak a word about it. But Ryu would surely recognize him nonetheless. That was because this young man was the only trielemental fiend child in existence, an anomaly amongst anomalies and someone that had survived against all odds. Yeager's son. The skies trembled. To the dawn there was dusk, to the sun there was the moon, and to the silent entrance of Yeager, there was the bombastic presentation of the martial gods. Chapter 2143. When? However, unlike the others, it was very difficult to tell just who the top dog was. The only other group where this was the case were with the Devis. They had young Master Bright and young Mistress Knightley, both of whom seemed the same, but separate, one's light to the other's shadow. Though the dragons had the Dragon Prince and the Dragon Princess, the latter was clearly a quarter step beneath that of her husband. The gap between the two wasn't as enormous as there existed between the others and their subordinates, but they were there. However, for the martial gods, they had 3 figures that they couldn't quite decipher between 3 powerhouses with a strength that seemed perfectly on par no matter how you looked at it. Salvador of the Divine Wings, Balthar of the Divine Hegemony, Solara of the Divine Chains. And then, behind them there was another group that felt just a quarter step beneath. This group included Aurelia, Elena's mother, and Leander, her stepmother. The concentration of geniuses the martial gods had brought forward seemed to dwarf all the others, not just because of these 5, but because there were very clearly even more budding talents hidden behind them that seemed somewhat overshadowed, and yet seemed to also deserve the right to stand there. Among this number, there was Elena, her brother Baron, and their step-siblings. Something was very clearly quite special about Salvador's bloodline, and this also quite clearly underlined the reason both Leander and Aurelia had chosen him as a husband. When it came to the lineage with the highest concentration of talents, he was second to none in the martial gods. There was a silence as the martial gods descended. The focus of everyone fell on them. After so many years of seclusion, not much was known about the martial gods. There were some echoes of fate that only started to make themselves known just 20 years ago, especially as the martial gods returned from the special training and converged onto the true martial world once again. However, even those were just faint inklings. It wasn't until today that the Tao gods that had scried fate could see the manifestation of those eerie shadows they had picked up on. This martial god race seemed capable of doing something that powerful races had always failed at, procreating in large numbers. Their methods, the freedom they gave their sons and daughters to bed and birth children as they pleased, had very clearly had their positive impacts. It was a style of governance rarely if ever seen in the martial world, but it was also only possible because of the specialty of their bloodlines. Elena stood in silence, her pink diamond hair sparkling in the darkness as though it emitted its own radiance. Her gaze looked forward, a calmness radiating in the depths of her eyes. Maybe in the past, she would have been looking around in worry, hoping and praying that Ryu wouldn't appear. But right now, she felt a sort of endless confidence in her husband that had been born through years of trials and tribulations. Her husband was no longer that fragile young man who she had to coddle and care for. She had loved him then, and she loved him even more now. Looking through these geniuses one after another, her gaze wasn't filled with contempt, but rather complacency, an unfeeling dismissal of what she was seeing. Their imposing momentums didn't matter. Their boastful tones or their deep foundations disregarded. In the end, the result would be much the same. Interesting, young Master Shadow said lightly, a chuckle rumbling in the depths of his throat. His wraith-like feature popped up in a ghostly wind before vanishing again. A race no one knew about suddenly appearing in such large numbers with such an imposing aura. It was interesting indeed. But in the end, there was still one world that wasn't here. As though on cue, a fair maiden descended from the skies. Her hair was a silky black, part fusing into the void and part shimmering within it in streams of subtle silver that vanished in deep darkness. Her eyes, though, it was hard to take your eyes off of them. Deep, layered lines and folds of violet, streaking from deep hues to light ones, painting a scenery of rays of an amethyst sun and an exploding nebula of gorgeous purples. They were eyes that carried unfathomable depths. Her ears pointed, her body wrapped in a tight armor of pearly white that shifted between smooth leathers and hardened plates of white steel. A katana longer than even her body was strapped not to her side, but on her back. Explore more stories at Freeweb Novel. Unlike the other women here, in their pretty dresses and elegant gaits, she seemed like she had come here to battle, a warrior goddess with only thoughts of a single thing: victory. Her Tao heart reflected in the darkness, and her ethereal aura paved a road for her ahead. And then the others appeared. Or rather, much like with Jaeger, they had always been there, but this was the first time those around could actually see them. There was a young man with a tail as white as snow. His face was gloomy, his gaze focused. He seemed like a sheathed sword ready to explode at any moment. But this ready-to-erupt volcano was buried deep, suppressed and suffocated. "The Fae have become more arrogant than I remember," Baltar said lightly, "actually daring to arrive after us." Serial didn't even look over toward him, her gaze entirely focused on the screen of white ahead. Her sword trembled within its sheath, crisscrossing lines of sharpened chi spiraling in all directions. As much as Ryu's blood was boiling, she was no less. A violet upsurge was rolling in her heart. Young Master Bright's eyes suddenly snapped in a certain direction, his pupils constricting. When had this person arrived? Chapter 2144. Make certain. Ryu stood beside his wife, happily chatting. Although things were described as though everyone was close, the reality was that they were separated by spans of entire worlds. The only reason they could chat and interact was because of their formidable cultivation bases. Still, it was also because of the endless darkness and unobstructed views from all angles that they were able to do this as well, which was why the sudden appearance of a man they hadn't noticed before just being there didn't make any sense at all. Ryu didn't speak to them, he didn't introduce himself, he didn't make a large showing or flashy entrance. In fact, the only person who knew he was here before anyone else was another one of his wives, Elena. He gave her a smile that put her heart at ease, then pointed at Hope's belly. Elena instantly understood, and her eyes shone bright with excitement and a hint of jealousy. She had never been obsessed with the idea of having children either, mostly because when she originally decided to marry Ryu, she didn't think that they would have long together to begin with. It was already hard enough for Ryu to choose to be with her. Convincing him to leave a child behind in his death as well would have been even more difficult. So to save him the potential heartache, she chose to never bring it up. But now, she suddenly felt a great urge to have children as well. Elena took a step forward and became a streaking light of pink, sparkling diamond. Her wings unfurled in a delicate array. It was only because she did this that people noticed Ryu's presence at all. In fact, others thought that he had always been here, but in reality he had only just appeared. He thought that he was going to be late, but who expected these people to care more about vapid displays of superiority than they cared about the actual title steal event? Each one was obsessed with appearing later than the last, so by the time he got here, he had only just barely managed to be the last. It seemed intentional, but quite frankly, he didn't care enough about these people to do such a thing. What did it matter to him? One way or another, he would crush them just the same. When the time came, they would certainly know him. That said, he also couldn't possibly appear and ignore his wife, right? Elena had already flashed over, and the martial gods could only frown at the change. This Ryu. They had been looking for him for over 2 decades now, and he had just appeared out of nowhere. And he didn't care to hide his presence from them at all. They frowned. Their ancestors weren't here. They couldn't leave their location for the moment, not until the time was ripe. Had Ryu done this on purpose? But how could he see through such a thing? After a while, they calmed. It didn't matter. With Ryu here, was there a need to worry about how things would end? The result would only be one thing. Elena threw herself into Ryu's arm and gave him an excited kiss on the lips before entirely ignoring his presence. Explore stories on Freeweb novel. Hope and Elena hardly knew each other, but in barely a few seconds it was as though they had been lifelong friends. Elena held onto her sister-wife's hands, talking excitedly about the baby as though it was her own. And truthfully speaking, it might as well be. This was the sort of thing Elena had always wanted. There was a reason she was so obsessed with getting Ryu to have more wives. This way, in the future, she would have a real family, not one where her parents bedded one another for their bloodlines or her mother was on her own in an attempt to carve out a path for her and her child. A real family, one no different from the Tatsuyas. Ryu smiled and brought his other wives out. There was an odd sense of satisfaction in his heart as he watched these beauties interact with one another, fluttering around like gorgeous fairies. In the distance, Serial rolled her eyes, her focus slipping for just the slightest moment before she went back to staring at the white screen before them like a hound. Even now, she had still only come for one thing. Her final battle with Ryu would come in due time. Oh! The Phoenix Princess covered her lips with a hand. Their delicate pink blossomed like petals, a chuckle leaving them. Ryu didn't seem to have eyes for the world around him at all. His white robes and hair completely still. He seemed unmoved and unbothered by it all, as though he had come here for sightseeing as opposed to anything more substantial. You! A rumbling echo pealed across the skies. Young Master Bright, who had been smiling all the while, suddenly had a gloomy appearance, sparks of golden lightning shooting out from the sides of his eyes like fine line cracks in space. His wives surrounded him, trying to see what was wrong and soothing his spirit. But though he didn't push them away, his fury wasn't abated. He locked eyes with Ryu. Or, rather, on Ryu's side profile, as Ryu still wasn't bothering to pay much attention to the world around him. A scum of the mystery's lineage. I didn't think that there was still one that existed after so many were wiped out. It's good that you've appeared. I will make certain that you are the first to die. Clink, clink, clang. Pieces of illusory golden armor clasped onto young Master Bright's body and then solidified. A howling pressure filled the skies as the call of ancient weapons rang. Several individuals felt the need to restrain their weapons lest they rage out of control. The war god Pupils had appeared. Chapter 21:45. Inappropriate. But as quickly as it was there, it vanished. He turned away from young Master Bright once again, turning back to his wives and his smile returning as though nothing at all had happened. He had thought about attacking just now, but in the end he felt that it wasn't worth it. If he attacked now, wouldn't he have to leave his wives? He had already been suppressing himself for several decades now. The likes of this young Master Bright were entirely unable to shake him now. By Serial's side, Falling Snow's rage also flared, his tail swaying and claws growing from his hands as his canines extended. Stay tuned with Freeweb novel. But in the end, he too managed to calm himself. His rage burned in a fiery ember, suppressed and protected from the chilling cold for just the time being. Young Master Bright, however, was so infuriated that he laughed to the skies. He couldn't remember ever being ignored in his life. Since the days of his youth, he had always stood atop of the world. Even if he had been telling Ryu to lick his shoes, the latter should have obediently listened to every word even if he erupted in a rage afterward. Mystery's lineage, huh? Young Master Shadow's eyes flashed with interest, a ghostly tongue flicking out from his mouth and licking over his lips before his visage disappeared again. They are indeed all quite arrogant and aloof. I've never heard of one having so many women, though. What a fascinating change. A fascinating change. Indeed. Although young Master Bright was the first to sense it due to their connection through fate. When Ryu brought his wives out to interact with one another, they had all sensed small inklings of what his heavenly pupils were. No one here was surprised by the appearance of heavenly pupils. It wasn't something that they had to care for in the slightest, considering they were all geniuses amongst geniuses. Maybe 90% of them had heavenly pupils. It was truly so exaggerated. The war pupils of young Master Bright were only one of them. In fact, many of those here had established new rankings for their heavenly pupils in their own worlds as well. However, even amongst heavenly pupils, there was something special about the mysteries of heaven-earth heavenly pupils, an odd tug at their souls that made them feel the desire to suppress it beneath their feet. That was because these heavenly pupils were the only ones that fell in rankings not due to being surpassed by subsequent generations, but because they took too long to appear. And every time they did, they would inevitably return back to their position at the very top of that perch. Now, unbeknownst to them, another member of the Mystery's lineage had appeared right before them all. Phoenix Princess chuckled, her delicate laughter tickling the heart. Interesting indeed. I am a little bit jealous, though. If I were to choose him, how will I compete with so many Tao goddesses? Despite her words, she didn't seem to take the title of Tao goddess very seriously at all. And maybe she was right to be so flippant. To geniuses like them, so long as they crossed the Lord threshold, reaching godhood was an inevitability. If she wanted, she could reach the Tao God realm with a few years of seclusion at most. They all could. Of course, that was only a right reserved for the truest pinnacle of geniuses the world had to offer. For them, cultivation was never all that difficult to begin with, not after certain thresholds had been passed. In fact, the only reason Hope had failed to break into the omniscient sky god realm back then was because she lacked the fate. She had the right combination of exceptional talent and poor support from the heavens. But had her world still existed, she would have long become a god. Clearly, though, they felt that these Tao goddesses willing to become the wife to a lord couldn't have been very special to begin with. Any one of them could have a Tao god for a spouse if they so chose. This was the peak of the world. The way they saw things was very different from others. However, Eska slowly turned toward the Phoenix Princess. Her movements were just as elegant as always, not flashy in the slightest, and most almost didn't notice her movement at all. However, the moment the Phoenix Princess met her gaze, it was as though she had been thrown into a vat of ice-cold water. Cold sweat burst across her skin, the feathers and flames that made up her hair flaring out as she took a violent step backward. Her body burst apart and she returned to her true form, a phoenix wreathed in flames of violet, pink, and blue. She spread out her wings, and before anyone could react, she had retreated millions of miles. By the time she came to a stop, Eska had already turned away, returning to her chat as though nothing at all had happened. On Ryu's head, Little Gem closed her one open eye, yawning. She stretched out her little pink tongue, smacked her lips, then went back to sleep on her comfortable bed of hair as though realizing she didn't need to do anything now that Eska had. A silence fell over the region. The only thing one could hear was the heavy breathing that came from none other than the Phoenix Princess, who felt her entire life flashing before her eyes. Her Tao heart fluctuated and pulsed. But just when everyone thought that it would collapse, it suddenly shone as bright as a star. The Phoenix Princess momentum towered and pierced the skies. Even without a change to her cultivation, her power seemed to have reached a new stage. But it wasn't her who spoke first. That was inappropriate, don't you think, fellow Taoist? Chapter 2146. Crackling. This wasn't the Phoenix Queen. It was the mother of phoenixes, an ancestor who stood above even the former. The fact that she had to appear spoke all the words that needed to be said. Eska didn't reply, instead looking toward Ryu. But Ryu only smiled as though telling his wife to have her fun if she so pleased. It was only then that she deigned to speak, and the subtlety of their actions couldn't escape the sights of the sharp. Juniors shouldn't hide barbs in their words, and they should respect their elders, Eska said lightly. The mother of phoenixes paused. I think that we can forgive a child for making assumptions considering who your husband is, no? She finally said with the same gentle tone. I see where your disciple learned her tone from. Unfortunately, one day this will get her killed. As for those here, Eska swept a glance, her pressure making the juniors feel as though they couldn't even withstand her gaze. Your words seem to imply that they stand on the same level as my husband. Nothing I've seen proves that to be the case. After speaking these words, Eska turned away, ignoring the happenings and focusing her attention on the family around her. The light chuckle of the mother of phoenixes echoed, and then she too vanished. There was nothing more to be said. Even if Ryu wasn't already an enemy of those here, those words would have certainly made him one. But Ryu himself didn't seem to have noticed at all. The Phoenix Princess slowly regained her calm, her wings wrapping around themselves until she shrank back down to human form, her gaze sharp for a moment before receding in a placid chill. She gazed not toward Eska this time, but Ryu. It was hard to tell exactly what she was thinking, but her playfulness had vanished as well. Salvador's eyes narrowed and the situation seemed to only grow more tense. The only people who seemed to be having any fun at all were those around Ryu, but even Ryu himself seemed to be slowly growing more focused. As time ticked by, and more, much less substantial groups finally managed to complete the trek across existence, Ryu was finding it harder and harder to suppress his urges. At that moment, Ryu felt a small hand slip into his. He looked down to find that Elena was smiling up at him. Her lips spread into a happy curve. What is it? Ryu asked. You're happy, she said, the sweetness practically overflowing from her eyes. Am I? I can see it. I've never seen you so happy. Ryu smiled. Yeah, maybe he was. It was about time that he displayed his might to the world. Do you want to go? Ryu asked. Elena looked to the title steel. Not really, you know I don't like to fight. But you will. Yes. And why's that? Because I don't want to be useless to you. Ryu brushed a thumb across her cheek before he looked up toward her family in the far-off distance. He swept by her mother, then her father, then his eyes locked with her little brother. He had never met the latter of them, or her mother either, but it only took him a glance at fate to see through them all. You don't need to, Ryu said softly. You can if it makes you feel better. But it's entirely unnecessary.
Elena smiled.
Okay, then I won't. Ryu chuckled. As happy as Elena thought he felt, he was far happier to hear her say such words. It meant that she was willing to trust him with her future. And what more could a husband ask than that? Stay updated with Freewub novel. He could imagine how much blood, sweat, and tears she had put into the last several years. But cultivating was never her ambition. Her love for Ryu and her hope to make something better of herself for his sake was what had kept her going. She also didn't want to be a burden or a stain on his legacy. Would she be the reason her husband was one day looked down upon by others because she was too weak for him? But since her husband had said such words, there was truly no need. His meaning was quite clear. With him here, was there a need to worry about such things? But hubby. Ryu looked at her with a questioning gaze. I want a baby too, she said with sparkling eyes. Ryu erupted with laughter, his booming cadence trembling the otherwise silent atmosphere. Whatever my wife wants. Elena's eyes glowed and she practically skipped over to Hope, a devious light in her eyes. Of course, she would be asking for one of Hope's pills. But what Ryu didn't expect was that Elena was the only one. In fact, Eska also politely asked for one. Ryu chuckled. It seemed that he would have his hands full very soon. Selhira and May didn't ask for one. And technically, neither did Icemine. She and Eska might share the same body, but they wouldn't be pregnant at the same time. But he didn't take offense to such a thing. His wives were their own people and they had their own ambitions. Those three were still quite eager to grow stronger on their own. However, this wasn't the stage for them. They would be returning to his inner world. On this day, he would well and truly be letting loose. One after another, his wives kissed him goodbye and returned to his inner world. Then, standing in the vast expanse, completely alone, his blood erupted. Ryu's gaze swept across the skies until he landed on the world of rocks. His gaze sharp. A grin spread across his face as memories pulled on his heartstrings. Reaching up, he patted little Gem and then put her away as well, even after a little protesting on her part. He clenched and unclenched his fists, his bones crackling with the might of thunder. Whoosh! A strong wind buffeted the surroundings as the pulsing lights of the tidal steel spread out in all directions. It was well and truly time now. Ryu took a step forward and vanished before anyone else could say a word. Chapter 2147. Beaming. He hadn't even looked around the world he was in just yet because, honestly speaking, it didn't matter to him in the slightest what it might look like. It didn't make a difference. He was finally here. He finally got to do the things that he had dreamt of ever since he was nothing more than a child who still had to grab onto his father's robes to not get lost in a crowd. This was it. His eyes sharpened as he roared to the skies. At that moment, a figure that was across from him shattered into a rain of flesh and blood. They had just been about to launch a sneak attack against him, only to find themselves torn to pieces. Ryu wasn't even targeting them on purpose. But weren't they a little too foolish to try and stand across from him right now? Part of being a strong cultivator was knowing and understanding your own limits, and who you could or couldn't provoke. Clearly, this man had thought himself better than he was. Even after seeing the situation in the outside world, maybe he thought that he could still deal a swift blow to Ryu, or maybe he thought that this was his best chance to get a leg ahead. The Tidal Steel Challenge was open to all cultivators. Technically speaking, no matter what cultivation realm you were in, it was possible to enter, from the depths of mortality to the heights of godhood. The problem was that those who had already titled themselves could not enter, and one of the main requirements for becoming a powerful god in the first place was to take this exact sort of action. In addition, it could be said that in this Tidal Steel world, cultivation didn't matter very much at all. That was because the currency in this land wasn't chi, nor was it the strength of one's body or soul, but rather fate. Your next read awaits at Freewub novel. Ryu turned his gaze toward a steel floating off in the distance. It was so far away that it was nothing more than a black line in his vision, barely discernible at all, even with his level of eyesight. It was even further from them than they had been in the expanse of darkness earlier. Obviously, that was their destination. The Tidal Steel world was split into 9 perfect regions, and from each region, only 9 would gain the chance to move forward. Whether one could make it through would depend on this. A string of white formed from the dead participant, streaming toward Ryu and entering his body. He felt a seal on his cultivation loosen somewhat, rattling about in his body. Well, it wasn't truly a cultivation seal. It oddly felt like he still had access to all of his strength somehow, but that he also couldn't exhibit. Control, is it? The world isn't listening to me. Instead, every time I try to exert influence on it, it fights back. The more fate I gather, the looser its restrictions become and the more dominating my strength will become. Or rather, the more dominating a form it will return to. The difference didn't seem important, but it made all the difference in the world. That was because they weren't necessarily starting from zero. If anything, they had all been nerfed by the exact same amount. However, the levels they had fallen to were anything but equal. But this subtlety was also the reason why those above the Lord Realm were at a disadvantage and often didn't bother to enter. Although the amount of control stripped from you was the same if you were of the same cultivation realm, for those at higher realms, the suppression was more devastating. For the truly powerful, the ancestors amongst ancestors, the progenitors amongst progenitors, this suppression was even more exaggerated. If you already had a title, the suppression might even outright kill you before you could do anything. This aside, from Ryu's understanding, the title steal should separate them by potential. The odds that the true powerhouses would meet so early on was unlikely, at least for the others. Ryu, though, was a special anomaly. That was because although his fate star had begun to spin once more, what it hadn't been able to do was return to its peak potential. Because of that, Ryu's fate was probably counted among the small fry, so he wouldn't be granted a region of his own like the others. In all likelihood, there was someone else who was designated as the king of this hill by the title steal. Now, it seemed he would have the fun of being able to find this person. Ryu grinned. He preferred it this way. If he was stuck battling small fry until the end, where would all his fun come from? That said, battle wasn't the only thing to benefit from here. Still, without an adequate amount of fate, it would be impossible to make it to the next regions further ahead. However, Ryu wasn't worried about this in the slightest. Since he had wrapped himself up for over 2 decades, it was about time he let loose. He finally cared enough to look at the world around him. It was a bland stretch of forest, the splatter of blood and organs coating the otherwise calm atmosphere. There was more than just one dead too. It seemed that he had killed as many as 3 with his roar, and there were no doubt many more coming here for that goal precisely. Well, come on then. Ryu roared to the skies again. Several figures rushing to this location just to check it out found themselves exploding into blood mist. Tens of kilometers away, hundreds, even thousands. They didn't seem capable of protecting themselves despite the distance. Ryu rose into the skies, his aura beaming. Chapter 2148. Deduce. His laughter became akin to the ravings of a madman. Everywhere he went, he unleashed an onslaught and geniuses that had come here with hopes, dreams, and aspirations found them shredded apart. Unwillingness bathed the air and soaked the skies, blood hanging so densely it weaved into the trees and poured through the soil. Ryu should have felt bad, he should have been accumulating poor karma, he should have probably felt something, at the very least. Well, something other than sheer joy and elation. But he didn't. He didn't care about the slightest. All of his suppressed emotion, all his repressed rage for the world, boiled out at the same time. But this time it wasn't because he felt unwilling or weak. Instead, it was because he was taking back what had always rightfully been his. The geniuses scattered, fear gripping their hearts. Ryu rose so high in the skies that he could probably be seen from every corner of this region. But once again, he didn't care. In fact, he wanted them to come. The larger the numbers, the better. Today, he would let his Tao title ring through the skies, shatter stars and sprinkle their mass onto the world below. He would rip out the cores of worlds with his palms and shape them into his very likeness. He would tear out the hearts and destinies of these so-called geniuses, and for the crime of trying to stand in his way, he would make them know despair. Whether the smallest, most insignificant character here, to those who deigned to call themselves princes and princesses, they would suffer beneath his boot. He's already unlocked the ability to fly. Run. We can't keep up with this. Band together. Gather a force. We'll all die if things continue like this. There's a fate barrier keeping us trapped here. Fuck you. You build a team, then. A young man looked to the skies with a frown on his face. He had black scales running down his cheeks and seemed to have the aura of a dragon on him. But not quite. In fact, he was a dragonling, a race of creatures born from demons, not dragon kings. But after years of evolution, they ended up converging onto the path of dragons, becoming quite similar to them in many respects. Dragonlings had not only powerful bodies and the likes, but they carried many of the fate talents of dragons, even capable of using the path of reincarnation to tap into them and steal some of the methods of dragon ancestors of the past. Could be said that this was the true ability of dragonlings, but they didn't like to claim it. At the very least, half of their ancestry didn't. The dragonlings were separated into two factions, one of which wanted to be recognized as a member of the dragon race, and another portion that wanted to delve into the true abilities of their Ling demon race all the more. This young man didn't care either way. Known as the Dragonling Prince, the only thing he cared for was power. Since dragon talents came more naturally to him, he used them. But he was eager to see if he could break free of that and forge a new path for himself. One where maybe he would become the ancestor instead. However, the oddities in this region he was trapped in made him frown. There was someone formidable here. Just as he was hesitating, though, his gaze flashed. He turned his nose up to the skies and sniffed. The trees in the surroundings were almost uprooted with how violently they bent toward him. This smell. Dragon. The Dragonling Prince felt his heart tremble with anticipation. Was that the person causing all this trouble? Dragons had always been so arrogant, this certainly checked out. He took a step forward, but then hesitated. His eyes narrowed and then he turned, slinking away into the shadows. His body shifted and disappeared as though he had never been there in the first place. Your journey continues on Freewub novel. Ryu appeared above a dilapidated temple. So many people had scattered away from him, running with their tails between their legs. Now, it was more of a hassle than not to go and deal with them. Well, he would deal with them in due time, especially as the region began to shrink. But right now, it was far more convenient to him to deal with the other matters. Like he had said earlier, there were other methods of taking advantage of this realm. One of them was precisely right up his alley. Ruins. Ruins were dotted across the realm. Other than defeating and killing other participants, this was another way to gather fate. However, Ryu didn't think that this matter was so simple. The tidal steel felt like a treasure birthed by the heavens themselves, maybe some overlord force of law that controlled all of existence itself. He had even heard of some rumblings that the tidal steel had existed since the very beginning of time. But he had also heard that from several individuals in the true martial world that the tidal steel was the treasure of the Ruin Master Guild, and that even they couldn't quite figure it out completely. But not figuring it out completely, and not causing any changes to occur in it, were two vastly different concepts. Still, Ryu had already promised his wife to wipe out a certain guild. He was still quite a distance from that now, and was still trying to catch up to his wife first. But that didn't mean that he couldn't deal them a devastating blow now. The question was, how? These ruins were here by oddity. It didn't make sense that something like the tidal steel would use such a method, not when ruins usually represented the inheritances of others. By the time you were ready to accept your Dao title, how could you still be willing to accept the inheritances of others? If you were weak. So what did it mean for them to be here? A bright glow beamed out from Ryu's eyes as he began to deduce. Chapter 2149. Pluripotent. It took Ryu an entire 3 hours to deduce the secret. He even had to enter the ruin itself, checking it out without clearing it. A task that was much more difficult than it sounded. He had to avoid the traps, but by virtue of avoiding them he would be in the process of clearing them. In order to not succeed in clearing it before he was ready, he had to dance between life and death for as long as he could. Essentially, until the very end, his life had been on the line. That feeling, though, left him feeling quite alive. He wouldn't rather be doing anything else. Well, aside from maybe his wives. But even a man like him needed a break from that from time to time. Soon enough, he'd have a farm of kids running around everywhere. Who knew when the next time he would have such freedom would be? Ryu found himself smiling. For a moment, he forgot that he was in the middle of something quite important. The idea of Elena and Eska being barefoot and big-bellied put a smile on his face. He was especially happy since Elena finally trusted himself enough to stop striving through so much hardship all the time. Maybe it didn't sound like a very endearing quality for his first wife to be so lazy, but Ryu didn't see things that way. Much like all things in cultivation, the process and details were far more important than the end result. Elena might be lazy, but she was willing to set aside her true nature for his sake when she thought it would be of great help to him. That meant more to Ryu than anything else. The fact his wife was capable and simply didn't like to be was enough. Ryu shook his head and he sneered. The Ruin Master Guild sure has a good deal here. They almost fooled me several times. If it was before the advancement to his mind, Ryu knew that he wouldn't have been able to figure it out without at least several weeks to months of effort. However, this time, 3 hours to Ryu might as well have been millennia to others. His mental capacity was beyond 99% of Dao gods, and those that could boast to have such mental acuity were not only a very small percentage, but they were unlikely to be beyond him. At best, they could be on par or faintly better. This was all to say that it would have taken the smartest individuals in all of history to figure out the trick here. But the explanation was quite simple. The Ruin Master Guild was siphoning away fate. Essentially, they had managed to find a method to harness the fate one might receive from ruins, taking most of it for themselves, and only leaving enough behind to fool the participants into thinking they weren't being screwed. Every ruin, upon being cleared, came with fate. This was the case for all ruins, not just the ones in this tidal steel world. It was just that, for the most part, this fate functioned like all fate. Meaning, it was vague, hard to grasp, ethereal. It was the kind of fate even Ryu had a tough time sensing properly. This was the usual state of fate, the sort of fate one could gather just by accomplishing great feats and spreading your name and legend, or building a powerful sect or clan. However, the fate of the tidal steel was much different. It was tangible, transferable. It could be stolen and taken, exchanged, and most importantly, it could be easily sensed and easily manipulated. That milky white light Ryu gained every time he killed someone here was precisely that. The Ruin Master Guild was taking advantage of the tidal steel to turn the normal fate gathered from ruins into this more malleable fate. They would siphon away most of that energy for themselves, while giving the participants a sliver of what was here. Over the years, they would have surely accumulated a mind-numbing amount. Objectively, the ruins here would have far greater concentrations of fate than the geniuses participating. They were all from figures that had long established themselves as Dao gods, legends of past eras where fate was actually even easier to accumulate. Clearing their ruins essentially made you their successors, so how could this not come with a great amount of fate? The question was, why? What about this malleable fate was so special? Ryu flipped over a palm and a familiar milky whiteness appeared. Embryonic Qi. What was the opposite of embryonic Qi? It was corpse poison, an energy formed from an accumulation of terrible, horrid karma birthed from the most tragic of circumstances. The kinds of deeds one shouldn't even speak of or mention. Karma and fate, they were inextricably linked. And it seemed that the same was true for embryonic Qi and fate as well. But that was only natural. The only time embryonic Qi appeared naturally in one's life was during one's gestation period. It was what decided one's potential, one's fate. This more easily manipulated fate wasn't just a quasi-form of embryonic Qi. No, it was a form of embryonic Qi, even one that was slightly less omnipotent and all-encompassing. Or rather, the best word to use was pluripotent. The fate here was still somewhat limited. The tidal steel used real embryonic Qi, but due to the restrictions of the heavens, by the time it got to them, it became something very different. But this quasi-embryonic Qi was still valuable enough that the Ruin Master Guild set all of this up to gather as much of it as possible. Ryu's eyes glazed over as he entered the ruin. This time he cleared it, a process that took not even a full minute. When he came out, his second hand was adorned with a floating blob of quasi-embryonic Qi. It shimmered with a milky whiteness not much unlike true embryonic Qi. I see. Chapter 2150. I wonder. Fascinating, truly fascinating. Is this why I couldn't use my second set of meridians all this time?
No wonder. No wonder.
I never thought that this would be the reason. Ryu never expected that the answer he was looking for would actually be accidentally given to him by the Ruin Master Guild. If they knew the kind of mistake they had made this time, just what kind of reaction would they have? Unfortunately for them, very soon it would be very much too late for them to regret it. The ball of white in Ryu's hand vanished in a swirl of black, being sucked into his inner world. If he absorbed that now, where would there be any fun left to be had? The ruins weren't here naturally, so they weren't a part of the Tidal Steel's methods. The only reason things still worked probably was because the Ruin Master Guild took a large portion of the fate for themselves. So though there was a small boost from it, it wasn't enough to tip the balance. If Ryu absorbed this now, he would be able to walk through at least 3 regions unhindered. But if he did that, there would be no one waiting there for him to fight. He had spent all this time building up anticipation. Was he just going to waste it all here? Of course not. What a waste that would be. Ryu grinned. That didn't mean that he wouldn't ruin things for the Ruin Master Guild, though. A plan was brewing in his mind. If it worked properly, he would be able to destroy what was likely countless generations of effort in a single sweep. He'd see if that beautiful wife of his dared to look down on him any more after that. Though, he had to admit that shamelessly teasing her, while she could only helplessly accept it was fun as well. Of course, even now, a portion of his mind was with Ailsa. Right now, however, you've been cowering in that little shadowy corner of yours for so long. Haven't you grown bored yet? Do you really think yourself a dragon acting like that? Ryu's head tilted to the side, looking at seemingly empty space. Space warped and a young man stumbled out, forced to do so by a constriction in the space. The Dragonling Prince. It seems you've accumulated the fate I need for me already. Decent enough. The Dragonling Prince stabilized himself, looking toward Ryu with calm, placid eyes. To his credit, he was taking it quite well. Though Ryu would expect at least this much for geniuses who had made it this far. Why did you not absorb the fate? The Dragonling Prince asked. Ryu smiled brightly, but his gaze was frighteningly cold. Is that any of your business? It will be my business very soon. The Dragonling Prince vanished. Silvery steel claws appeared before Ryu's throat. The prince was indeed quite fast. In the time Ryu had distracted, he had not only caught up with the number Ryu had killed, but he had surpassed it by far, allowing his control over the world to extend beyond Ryu's. The reason he hadn't appeared yet was because Ryu was doing something quite odd. Now, he would just have to beat that answer out of him. Ryu took a step back, carelessly using domain for the first time in a long while. He didn't even like to use techniques that weren't his own anymore, but he rather seemed to be trying something out while Hope's lineage seemed to be the best to do so. He dodged again, sidestepping a tail sweep, and then the sharp edge of a wing, and then the spear of an arm. Ryu's hips pivoted around a stomp of his foot to the ground, the back of his hand gliding down the scaly length of the Dragonling Prince's forearm. His body spun and his gaze flashed. With a sudden explosion of power, his elbow drove right into the prince's chest. The sound of bone crunching echoed and the Dragonling's body bent away from Ryu, flying out in a spurt of blood and crashing through a line of trees. Ryu must have had barely 10% the power of the Dragonling right now, and yet, the end result was much the same. The gap between his mental capacity and that of others was too large, especially against this sort of existence that built their entire being off of dragon blood, something Ryu was much too intimately familiar with. Ryu took a step forward as the Dragonling Prince tried to pull himself off of the ground. Blood flooded down the latter's chin, a light of fear sparking in his eyes. Suddenly, Ryu looked like that towering mountain once again, the gap so large that he couldn't even fathom it. I can tell why you came, Ryu said with a smile. You must have smelled my dragon blood. I can tell. Your kind is very sensitive to fate because you manipulate it all the time. I have to say that your abilities are fascinating. Honestly, I have a fascination for creating summons. But you're not to my liking. Your Dao heart is too weak and you're a little too weaselly. I think I'll turn you into a corpse puppet instead. But it's a bit tricky. Your fate manipulation abilities would be very difficult to extract perfectly into a corpse puppet. This is why your demon race is much better used as summons, Most of your abilities are like that. That sort of problem, though, fascinates me. I wonder if I can do what even the summoned ancestors couldn't. The dragonling prince grit his teeth and then unleashed a roar as though to give himself courage. He shot forward, unleashing everything he had in a single violent blow. Ryu's eyes flickered with light. Death acupoint. He struck down with a finger from above, tapping the dragonling's wrist. The dragonling's entire balance was thrown off, his fist driving toward and then into the ground. Ryu took the opportunity to drive a knee through his head, bending and snapping his nose, and turning it into shrapnel that shredded his brain to pieces. With a light step, Ryu turned around his body, driving a palm into the back of his head before the momentum of his knee could even fully take hold. The two forces combined and nearly squashed the dragonling's head to minced meat. The dragonling shuddered, and then he fainted, his life barely hanging on by a hair. Chapter 2151. Send. This sort of injury would instantly be fatal to any mortal, but a Dao Lord had far more vitality than just this. Of course, this wasn't because Ryu wanted to spare him. Instead, it was because he wanted to complete a live refinement. As he had said, was there a better place in the world to build his corpse puppet army? He had no intentions of using them for this battle, but very soon he just might need them. He could smell something over the horizon. A sneer curled Ryu's lip and a swirl of dark space swallowed up the near corpse in his hand, sealing it away in his inner world. At the same time, he took the opportunity to pull the fate that the dragonling had gathered into himself. Normally, he would need to kill to do this, but with Ryu's level of control, he could just take it in the case of the target being too weak or too out of it to fight back. A surge of power filled Ryu as the world around him felt less restrictive and more inviting to him. He took a breath and realized something else at that moment. Part of what had taken him so long to decipher what was happening with the ruins was because the world wasn't listening to him. In fact, it was actively fighting back against him. Ryu took a step and shot into the skies. With his near fate, the range of his third perspective had expanded considerably, and in a brief instant, he scanned the entire region. There are still a few, but none worth turning into corpse puppets. Although he wanted to accumulate quite a number, it would be useless if their talents were worthless. They had to at least be of some interest to him, and if they hadn't lasted even this long with only the dragonling hunting them down, they weren't worth much of anything. Ryu had only been out of it for 3 hours, but they were all scurrying around like cowardly rats. It was needless to say that if none of them were worthy of being a corpse puppet, none of them were worthy of being a summon either. With a gentle tap at the air, Ryu attacked across a large distance, space becoming nothing more than a worthless construct to him as he drilled holes through their bodies, snatching away their fate. Eventually, he had accumulated enough and took another step, appearing near a barrier. This speed should be about right. There should be new challenges waiting for him on the other side of this barrier. Something has gone wrong. A voice echoed through an endless darkness. However, silence greeted it. If one person had sensed it, it was needless to say that they had all sensed it. Rather than clarifying what they were talking about, they instead got to the crux of the matter. Our methods have been discovered? Or is it a coincidence? It's impossible for it to be a coincidence. Then what should we do? We are too close. We can't allow things to continue like this. Too much is riding on the success of this matter. Send I am? Silence fell once again. Sending in a Dao god was troublesome for several reasons that Ryu had already seen through. While it was possible, you just might be co-signing the death of a talent. A weak Dao god would be shredded apart by the geniuses of the Lord Realm just for the foolish attempt of stepping in. So it was impossible for them to send one of those. The only way was to send someone powerful enough to actually be capable of playing this game of fate. But in such a case, they would be sacrificing one of their own talents. I am is very close to reaching that level. Close is relative. It's a matter of billions of years even now. Although this is a short time to us, our plans will bear fruit long before that. We are working on orders of centuries at most. He will not be useful to us. The reasoning was obvious. If I am took so long to complete this objective, then he obviously wouldn't be useful for the penultimate moment. And by the time he did complete that step, their plan would have either already long succeeded or long failed. At that point, I am would either be dead or adding a cherry to a sundae that already had one. Enjoy new adventures from Freeweb novel. On the other hand, if he entered that world now, and managed to wade through the tsunamis of suppression he would face as a Tao god of not only that level of power, but also one that had long formed his Tao title already, then he might be able to move up the timeline by a substantial degree. If that gamble paid off, then they would be benefiting in two ways. Not only would they gain an extra bit of power right as the penultimate moment approached, but they would also stave off whatever threat was targeting them from within the Tidal Steel world. Send him! Send him! Send him! They all unanimously agreed, their voices calloused and brewing with an ancient air as though they had already long since lost any semblance of their humanity. To them, the life of such an otherwise valuable Tao god was akin to a drop in the bucket. When that moment came, such a Tao god would be nothing more than cannon fodder. It was time for I Am to decide whether he would sink or swim on his own. The Ruin Master Guild has just made an odd move. Silent Kabus stood over a pile of corpses. This sort of scene was normal given the situation. But given Silent Quibus standing, one could imagine that his pile of corpses was far from the norm. And that couldn't have been more true in this situation. A couple curled in a fetal position by a tree to the side, their intestines intertwining around one another in a knot that formed a grotesque heart. To another side, a man hanging upside down from a tree had his private parts stuffed into his own mouth. The tip exited out a hole in his throat while its sac hung over his nose and forehead. To yet another side, a woman had her breasts cut off, forced to hold up their bleeding lumps of flesh in her palms in death. She sat frozen in shock, her mouth opened in horror, a curved blade mark across her lips and cheeks making it look like she was laughing her way into the afterlife. One grotesque scene after another played out, each one like a unique flash into a world of horror. Silent Kabus never repeated the same torture twice, as though his mind was like an endless well of darkness and brutality. However, right now he was staring up into the skies as though he was scrying the future. And in truth, it wasn't too different. What was Ryu's advantage in this world? Was it not the fact he had embryonic chi? The fate chi in this world felt like a quasi-version of his embryonic chi, allowing him to freely wield and control it. But what was the other side of embryonic chi? If not corpse poison. A pulsing blackness rose from the corpses around Silent Kabus, mixing into the milky whiteness before pouring into his body. However, even while this was happening, the Kabus fairy still seemed to be quite distracted, his thoughts still running through several simulations. This might be dangerous. The organization gave me a task to kill this Ryu Tatsuya as though I wasn't already going to. Apparently, a talent they were looking forward to raising was taken away and turned into a corpse puppet. But now there's this extra variable. The organization was not happy about this at all. Normally, they never worried about such a thing because turning their own into corpse puppets was like seeking one's own death. The corpse poison would kill even Tao gods during the refinement process. But somehow, Ryu had managed to not only kill him but also succeed in refining him. Now, their methods were in the hands of an outsider, and this was obviously not something that could be allowed. Silent Kabus sneered. They were willing to ruin my future just for their sake of their little petty revenge. They could have never guessed that I had begun preparing to enter the Tidal Steel world long ago. When I step out of here, I will be ready to reach that step in a single bound. I'll see if they still dare to order me around. Despite his arrogant thoughts, Silent Kabus became several points more cautious. If the Ruin Master Guild was making a move too, his path ahead might not be so smooth. He waved a hand and a crimson steed appeared. Its stomach was cut open, its intestines twisting with blackened chains. A fiendish light sparked in its eyes as it immediately bit at Silent Kabus. Chapter 2152. Embarrassment of Riches. Logically speaking, he should have hidden himself in the forest like everyone else. All those that could make it to this region were among 1 to 3 that had managed to survive the last. That meant in a quick sweep, they had already become the cream of a new crop. According to Ryu's calculations, if the fate was evenly divided, there should be just enough for 3 individuals to make it through the barrier. but the odds of that happening were quite low as the leeway was limited. More likely than not, it would be divided between two people and then both would make it to the next region, maybe with one carrying more fate than the other depending on the situation. Situations where there would be a sole entry from a region like in Ryu's case wouldn't likely only happen when there were dark horses involved or the princes and the princesses of the elevated worlds. Explore more at Freeweb novel. Even so, in the cases where there were two people, these individuals would still be of incredible strength. Flying through the skies like this was far too arrogant. Shoo! Ryu took another step and an arrow whizzed right at him. His head calmly turned in its direction, and yet, his hand flickered toward a completely different one, grabbing an invisible arrow out of the air while the one coming right for him passed through his head as though it was never there to begin with. Felt like something beyond an illusion. The arrow had made sounds. It had whistled in the air, cutting through the wind and causing fluctuations in space and chi. And yet, it had been completely fake. It was truly a marvelous technique. When facing almost anyone but Ryu, a flame sparked in Ryu's palm and the arrow crumbled to ash. Then he flicked out a finger. Down below, an archer's eyes opened wide, but it was only a hint of surprise. She was smart enough to know that someone as arrogant as Ryu was bound to have the skills to back it up. Plus, they had all seen him outside. A man who could have a Tao goddess bowing to his every whim, especially one so powerful, couldn't be incompetent. Although the princes and princesses were eager to fight Ryu head-on to prove Eska wrong, she wasn't so foolish. There was no genius here that didn't have their own pride, of course. But they were also aware of their own station in life as well. If they wanted to surpass those geniuses, they had to play the long game. That was why she had fired that arrow on a delay. She had long since moved from the location where the real, invisible arrow came from. Ryu flicking a finger toward the location she had been but no longer gave her an accurate gauge of his abilities. Next time, she would be more prepared. Poochie. She froze. The young woman looked down at her chest. She had never been particularly well endowed, but she was certain that it had never been that bad. Her eyes slowly dimmed and she fell over. Ryu appeared behind the woman, catching her before she fell and tapping her forehead to stop her soul from dissipating. Decent, he mumbled. The young woman barely heard these words before she was sucked away into Ryu's inner world. Boom! Ryu's earlier arrow landed. Why use an illusion when you could shoot two real arrows? One undetectable one for this woman, and another that happened to wipe out a large segment of cultivators drawn over by her earlier delayed arrow. With a step, Ryu rose into the skies once more, clasping his hands behind his back and continuing his stroll. His thoughts continued to swirl, his thoughts becoming more and more complex as his experiences from the last few hours began to accumulate. Is that really the path? He thought to himself for maybe the millionth time already. Given his thinking speed, this really might not be an exaggeration. After interacting with the milky chi in this world, he realized that the reason he couldn't seem to figure out the secrets of his second pair of meridians was because he wasn't using them properly. With his chaotic silk meridians, they produced chaos chi, so he used chaos chi with them directly and it worked just fine. However, what he hadn't considered was that embryonic chi wasn't such an available form of chi in the real world. It only appeared in a very short span of time while a baby was growing in the womb, and the amount was set. In addition, embryonic chi didn't do anything, not directly. Instead, it represented potential incarnate. It wasn't designed to act on the world in the same way that chaos chi or essence might. If one wanted embryonic chi to do something, it had to piggyback off of something else. Or, it had to be catalyzed into a usable form, a form that was more accessible. To understand this, one had to consider how circulating chi usually worked. One's meridians were just a complex network of formations birthed by the heavens. Circulating chi in particular patterns triggered these internal formations, allowing one to communicate with the world around you to trigger responses. When this was understood, it was clearly why Ryu couldn't just circulate embryonic chi in his meridians to trigger a response. The heavens, the laws around him, and the world as it usually was weren't designed to work with embryonic chi. One could imagine an engine that needed oil and gas to function properly. Trying to use embryonic qi to trigger changes in the world was like trying to fuel a tank with oil, when in reality it needed gas. This came with an oddly crude solution: dumb his embryonic qi down. If Ryu circulated not his embryonic qi, but instead this quasi-simplified embryonic qi, he could feel the world around him stir, and a shocking door began to slowly open up to him. But truthfully speaking, Ryu found it completely ridiculous. Was this really how things were supposed to work? This was like if his chaotic silk meridians didn't work with chaos qi, but instead only functioned properly with primordial chaos qi. It didn't make any sense. But when Ryu thought about it some more, he felt that maybe he was in the wrong this time. These pair of meridians, they should have been essence silk meridians, not these embryonic silk meridians. As far as he knew, this latter set of meridians shouldn't exist at all. They had only been forced to appear due to a mutation in the path he had taken, and also a unique change triggered by his spiritual foundation. All things considered, this was likely the first time in the history of existence that these meridians had appeared. Who was to say that the heavens had never made a mistake before? He was making the assumption that there had to be some way, some method to get it to work with embryonic qi. But what if that wasn't true in the slightest? What if his meridians, as powerful as they were actually defective, and this was the only way to make proper use of them? The more Ryu thought about it, the more he felt that this was probably the truth. Although he was somewhat disappointed, others would probably kill him for his thoughts right now. Who cared if he couldn't circulate techniques? His meridians produced embryonic qi that allowed him to practically infinitely increase his potential. His stamina was unlimited, the stamina of his allies would be unlimited, his ability to grow, raise, and nurture an army, a clan, a generation of elites, and generations more after that would be entirely second to none. If Ryu had the ambition to build an empire, it would become the strongest in all of history without the slightest shred of doubt. But now, for him to complain about it after actually finding a method to use them anyway, it was an embarrassment of riches. The truth of the matter was that Ryu was probably the only one in existence with this unique set of circumstances. Even if someone else had the very same coincidental encounter and managed to trigger the formation of these embryonic silk meridians, and even if they managed to figure out the method to use them, it would be impossible for them to do so. Not unless they, too, had mysteries of heaven and earth pupils and a perfect black buddy soul. It was only because Ryu had a fate soul nature that he could manipulate his embryonic qi to this extent, changing its character to become the quasi-embryonic qi of this tidal steel, and finally, Ryu's milky qi churned and a radiant light came from him. At that moment, the land beneath him shone with gold and the trees shot into the skies, instantly growing to over 10 times their original height. Ryu's lip twitched. That was just the simplest circulation pattern he had found, and he had only used a single droplet of embryonic qi. Wasn't the result a bit too exaggerated? Chapter 21:53 Ruby Light. These trees had their growth accelerated by thousands of years in a single breath. The air responded to him with a mother's warmth, and there was a gentle caressing that soothed his soul. But Ryu felt that there was something off. This is not natural. Ryu could feel that he was pulling from something, a potential lingering deep within not himself, but the world itself. The more he used this strength, the more the world around him would suffer for it until it reached a point where the world would die. There was a reason why this sort of strength wasn't handed out by the heavens. If not for the fact Ryu had undergone a shocking mutation, and a series of coincidences allowed him to reach this step, he wouldn't be able to do much other than just watch his embryonic qi sit and rot within his body, outside of its healing capabilities, of course. But now, with the power at Ryu's fingertips, he felt like he could strip a world of its future potential for the sake of immediate benefits, like he was shifting the fate it had to play with and taking it for himself. This was a shocking amount of power. Ryu could feel this drain so clearly despite the fact it was just the simplest circulation pattern of his meridians. With it, he could expel a great amount of life and healing injury, not only benefiting allies without having to pass out droplets of embryonic qi, but also accelerating the growth of plants and wildlife like he had just now. It wasn't very controlled, and quite frankly, it was a terrible technique. It wouldn't even count as a common technique, quite frankly. And yet, the results were so shocking. How many years of lifespan did I cut off from the world? A few seconds, maybe? This didn't sound like a lot, but this was an entire world. It was able to birth millions of lives every hour, sustaining them and nurturing them. For such a world to lose seconds off of its lifespan for such a weak technique with middling results by comparison, Ryu couldn't help but feel hesitant. Was this something that he should be doing? This sort of power was very dangerous. And if others knew he had it, well, if in the past he had once been worried about others coming after his chaotic silk meridians, this situation would make those potential ones feel like a complete and utter joke. Ryu didn't doubt for a second that even the Phoenix Sky God would drop everything to come after him for such an ability. And he didn't even know if he could blame them for it. Looking to the skies, Ryu couldn't help but let out a chuckle. Did he fear these people? No. Was he worried about the fate of the world? Not really. But if he used this power with too much impunity, let alone the fact the heavens would definitely start breaking its rules to come after him, where would he and his family live? Would he just destroy the world and then confine them to his inner world for the rest of their days? Interesting. Despite the thoughts he was having, Ryu wasn't actually worried. This was more power. Who would turn their nose up at that? Stay tuned with Freeweb novel. In addition, this was also likely a problem of just how unrefined the technique had been. Ryu would certainly be able to button it up more and lower the cost to the world. But there was still no doubt that as he refined more powerful techniques, the price to pay would only grow steeper. It was just something he felt that he needed to keep in mind, or else this sort of power, it could truly destroy the fabric of existence itself. Ryu smiled. Oh, look at that. Maybe I won't have to be so worried about focused chi anymore after all. As Ryu strolled through the skies, practically beckoning more to come and try and take his life, he began to study these meridians of his more earnestly. Of course, he had already memorized them long ago, but the formation patterns of one's meridians were just one aspect of the calculations. Obviously, circulating different chis even through the same pattern would result in different effects. Right now, Ryu was no longer using embryonic chi, but rather the quasi-embryonic chi he had catalyzed from it. The results were tweaking his perception of his meridians bit by bit, and after so long, he finally found what he was looking for. A method to replenish focused chi. Ryu already had such a method. It was the circulation method he had learned from the prayer mat. But it was far too slow and it couldn't keep up with him. It had probably taken its creator a great deal of effort to make it to that point, but in Ryu's eyes, it was only a crude method, especially after he saw the method that was baked into his embryonic chi. Fascinating. Ryu was completely lost in thought, as though he had forgotten that he was in the middle of a battle. What he didn't know, or more accurately didn't care to know, was that he was being watched. Projections of the event had already been spread far and wide. Usually, these projections would only occur within a single world, but with the tidal steel event encompassing so many now, it was only natural that this change. Ryu's dominance was clearly displayed, but what caught the attention of most wasn't this, but rather the oddity of his placement. Logically speaking, Ryu shouldn't have been running into such big shots so quickly, not with his level of talent. But first there was the dragonling, and now, young Mistress Knightley walked through the forest slowly, a scythe in hand. Her twin pair of wings shone with a ruby light as the sun set. Chapter 2154. Shall we? Her question was much the same as everyone else. Why was he here? Despite their rage toward Eska's words, the fact that Ryu was worthy of standing amongst them wasn't even a question in their minds. They wanted to knock him down a peg, yes, but they didn't have the same disdain for him as they did the others. With what they knew about the tidal steel, it didn't make sense for him to be here. However, other than a slight hint of surprise, young Mistress Knightley continued to walk calmly, as though she wasn't in any sort of rush. From time to time, her scythe would sweep out and sever another head, before she continued ahead just as calmly. In her mind, she was wondering, should she try to fight Ryu head-on now? Or should she try and wait for a better opportunity? She didn't fear Ryu. She didn't fear anyone in this world. Her Tao heart was firm and it was worthy of the title of Mistress of the Devas. However, she was also a calm and indifferent person. She didn't care about fame or face so long as the results justified the means. She wanted to come out on top and etch her name into the tidal steel, but fighting someone of Ryu's caliber so early on would only make that a further impossibility. So, she decided to just keep moving at her own pace. If Ryu came, then she would show him the difference between a deva and a mere human. If he didn't, then she would be fine with continuing on to the next region with just the two of them. It should be easy enough. If Ryu decided to cooperate, they would likely have quite an easy time of making it to the final region. After all, who could stop their caliber of genius? Ryu continued to walk through the skies, lost in his thoughts. Ah, there it is. He descended and landed before another ruin, a smile corking his lip. I should be able to find them with much greater ease now. Ryu walked into the ruin. It didn't take him very long to exit, it must have been 10 minutes at most. But in his hand, there was another large blob of milky fate. He tossed it into his inner world once more, thinking to himself that by the time he came out of this tidal steel world, he would well and truly become a complete existence. Not only would he have the talent he had always deserved, he would have the fate to back it up. This region is larger. There should be a second ruin around here, but they've made it a bit difficult to find. Despite the words, it only took Ryu a few seconds to lock his head in a new direction. With a step, he crossed the distance. He looked to the side, finding young Mistress Knightley approaching from the distance. Truly quite the beauty, Ryu said with a chuckle. He had sensed the young woman long ago, but he was focused on other things. The reason he walked through the skies was to force others to attack him so that he could conveniently deal with them while he looked for the ruins. These places were well hidden. The only reason he had found the second one so quickly was because of the things the first exposed to him. Read exclusive content at FreeWeb Novel. Young Mistress Knightley didn't respond to Ryu's gaze, and she continued to walk forward quite calmly. Ryu brazenly scanned her from top to bottom before entering the ruin without a word. Inwardly, young Mistress Knightley was a bit speechless. With the way Ryu had been waiting there, it seemed as though he would try to talk to her or strike a deal. But he didn't even wait for her at all, just entering the ruin directly. Young Mistress Knightley came to a stop, wondering if she should enter as well. It wasn't as though there was an entry limit. After a moment, she chose to do so. Like she had said, she wouldn't go out of her way to challenge Ryu. But she didn't fear him either. However, what she saw when she entered left her speechless once again. She had entered with the intent to catch up and see if she could take some of the fate for herself. Even half of the fate in this ruin would be enough for her to make it to the next region. But there was nothing. The traps, the challenges, they were cleared? Or maybe they never existed. She rushed ahead even faster, but she kept running into nothing at all. She frowned, her body leaning forward as she pushed off with a strong flap of her duo pair of wings. Wind sliced against the cave walls as she became a streak of black and red. However, she still couldn't catch up. Unless Ryu had taken a completely different path from her, she had no ability to understand just how he had managed to make it so far. Until she saw it. There was a burst of light and Ryu appeared before her vision. The region was an expanse of red waters and Ryu's light steps almost seemed to dance in the center of it. Everywhere he landed, a golden ripple spread and until he suddenly landed on a final location. The waters rumbled and overturned, an altar slowly making its way out. All right, that should be it. Ryu casually snatched it and put it away. Then, a strong pulse spread in all directions as a glob of milky fate formed in his palm. He turned over to young Mistress Knightley and gave her a wink before he vanished. By the time the young Devis had made it out, all she saw was Ryu's back, standing there nonchalantly, the blob of fate gone. Ryu turned back, his palms flipping over to reveal two great sword staffs. Shall we? Young Mistress Knightley's eyes narrowed. This guy actually wanted to fight. Chapter 2155. All. Ryu's posture was clearly a fighting posture, but he didn't seem very serious at all. It was almost as though he was treating her like any one of the other so-called geniuses that he had already slaughtered. He didn't take her very seriously at all. A fury threatened to bubble up from young Mistress Knightley's heart, but her forbearance, her calm, and her Tao heart itself were all exceptionally strong. Even though she was experiencing something she never had in her life before, It was like another spring breeze to her, a casual passing memory in her long life. And then she erupted. Her scythe was at Ryu's neck in an instant, her placid gaze gaining an intensity that had never been there before. It was as though she had taken all that rage, all that fury, all that shocking audacity she felt and channeled it into the power of her strike. It was a simple swing, but it carried a myriad of mysteries, so heavy and numerous that the unadorned arc almost seemed to change countless times in the air, shifting time and time again in Ryu's eyes. Lethal, powerful, potent, but more importantly than any of that, it made Ryu's blood boil. A wide grin spread across his face as he lashed out with a flicker of his wrist, his great sword staffs curving through the skies. They moved later, but somehow they were upon young Mistress Knightley first. This was what he was looking for. He had already grown tired of fighting those small fry. Now, it was time for him to truly erupt. One light great sword staff slid beneath the Devis Princess scythe, the other sliding above. With a twist, they deviated its path and struck at young Mistress Knightley from above and below at the same time. The young Devis felt an overwhelming sense of danger grip her, but her face was just as placid. Her wings flickered, two piercing toward Ryu's neck from above, the other two clashing against Ryu's great sword staffs. The world twisted around them as a reverberating clash resounded. Young Mistress Devis had already pulled her blade, coming after Ryu's retreating form with a vengeful fury. There was a blazing intent in Ryu's eyes that made the calm depths that were her own. However, they both had the same thought. Come. Bang! 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 The earth was dug up beneath them, the skies overturning as space split and clouds separated. They clashed and retreated, then clashed again in a harrowing sort of momentum. Their dance pulled at the laws of the world, bending and twisting them, culling and shedding them. Their control was unlike what one should expect from a lord. It was violent, relentless, pulling forward in a skyward momentum and carrying an earthbound steadiness. And then it suddenly broke. Ryu's blade snaked past, cutting against young Mistress Knightley's cheek and forcing her into a retreat. She reacted just as calmly as always, sidestepping the blow and sweeping her scythe from a downward position up toward Ryu's neck. However, its momentum hadn't even been able to gather yet when Ryu's great sword staff of darkness pierced against a weak point. Death acupoint reflected in the world, and Mistress Knightley felt her blade almost fly out of her hand. Ryu's great sword staff of light followed up, swinging down from above like a falling meteor. Akin to a guillotine of the heavens, it split the world in two, painting it in rivers of blood long before a wound was levied. Young Mistress Knightley made a move with her wings, ready to deflect it again, only for Ryu's feet to shift, his momentum suddenly swaying. His hips pivoted and his arms bent, driving an elbow right through the Devis Princess' pretty little face. Her nose was crushed and nearly splintered her face in two. She reeled back, blood flying from her nose. For the first time, her expression changed and she felt a great deal of shock. It wasn't just because Ryu's style had barely changed at all. He didn't seem to increase in strength, he didn't even bring out any new abilities. It was almost like he had just grasped her style of combat and countered it like he was playing a game of domain. But it was because, how is his body so powerful? She stabilized herself hundreds of kilometers later, trails of screeching space in her wake as she nearly collapsed to the ground right then and there. Continue reading stories on Freeweb novel. Ryu's body felt sturdy beyond belief. But wasn't he just a human? Among the humanoids, even in comparison to the humanoid demons and fiends, there was no doubt that the Devis had the strongest bodies. They were blessed by the heavens, given special heavenly patterns that etched themselves onto their very wings and bones. Their bones were actually quite special, being entirely hollow like that of birds. One would think that this would make them fragile, but instead, they were forged of materials that could shock the world. The more talented the Devis, the more shocking this material would be. For young Mistress Knightley, her bones themselves were forged of chaotic silk. While she didn't have chaotic silk meridians, this alone made her bones incredibly difficult to deal with. But it wasn't just this. Her tendons and sinew were also formed from it. However, just now, she had felt her nose break. although it had been quickly snapped back into place under the effects of her powerful healing abilities. The blood that ran down her now more than cherry lips were enough to make anyone apprehensive and feel shaken. She reached up a hand, lightly touching her nose as though to make sure that it really was her face that had experienced such a thing. Then, she looked up toward Ryu. When was the last time someone had made her bleed? She really couldn't recall. All of a sudden, a grin spread across her face as well and her posture changed, matching the madness in Ryu's eyes. They both shot forward at the same time, their chi blooming. Ryu's chaos chi left dark gold streaks in the air, and young Mistress Knightley's own suddenly bloomed in an unexpected way. Boom! 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 The sound of chi exploding within young Mistress Knightley's body reverberated. Her delicate body expanded violently in size for a brief instant before it went back to normal. But a sizzling heat popped out from her pores, pouring out in a torrential storm that sapped the air of all its water vapor. She had combusted her chi within her own body, crashing it into his vital chi and in a shocking feat, fused them together. Ryu's eyes shone as bright as torches. This was a method he had never seen before, one even he hadn't been mad enough to try. And yet, rather than making him feel apprehensive, he could only feel his blood boiling all the more, his body temperature rising until the point it matched young Mistress Knightley's own, and then surpassed it in a single bound. This feeling was the one he had been searching for all his life. Scythe and blades reverberated across the skies, each clash before forcefully suppressed beneath their control. And yet, while the region around them remained intact, near the edges of their control domain explosions of space and winding hands of times twisted and bent around one another. Young Mistress Knightley suddenly suffered a kick to the abdomen that sent her piercing right through a mountain sturdier than any Ryu had ever laid eyes on. It seemed that, in pure hardness, it was beyond even the Shrine Mountain. Bang! The Devis princess tore this sturdy mountain apart, carving out a new path out of it before charging Ryu once more. Her Tao bloomed across the skies, a peak-founding Tao of an elevated world pouring forth before it too took a step beyond. The booming cadence of her chi and vital chi within her body came to a sudden stop, calming like a gentle breeze before a coming storm. Her power increased several-fold, and yet it was far from done. A crimson crown of thorns appeared above her, and her Tao seemed to elevate to yet another level. And then, her chi, her vital chi, and her spiritual quintessence pooled into a single vast ocean. Her spiritual foundation rumbled, her Tao soared, and her 4 of her 6 pillars slowly fused into one as a triangle formed on her forehead. It was said that the strongest shape in the world was a triangle. Why 6 pillars? When just 3 was more than enough. And that was what young Mistress Knightley had based her Tao on. Her Tao title would shock the world when she revealed. She raised her scythe, her lips parting as she spoke but the words being obscured as though by the heavens themselves. Today I, Goddess All-Pillar, will show you your place beneath me. She had completely forgotten about the tidal steel event as the boiling of her blood reached a fever pitch. All she wanted was Ryu's head, not because he infuriated her, but because no one should dare to stand in her way. This world was hers to command. The winds, the seas, the skies and the earth. The tides of energy and the tsunamis of emotion. The very talent she had been granted by the heavens. And the fate that she would rip away for herself. She would stand atop of this world. Boom! A pillar of bloody light erupted from her, complex runes swirling about it as it solidified into a pillar that stabilized the earth and held up the heavens. 1 begets 2, 2 begets 3, and 3 begets all. 2 more pillars appeared and young Mistress Knightley vanished from sight. When she could be seen once again, her scythe was already cutting into Ryu's neck. Chapter 2156. True King. Ryu's voice boomed and the boiling blood in his body erupted. One after another, his bloodlines roared with life and vitality, pooling into themselves as birthed phenomena stacked to the high heavens. An ancient, rumbling voice pooled across the dark expanse, carrying with it a heavy sort of distaste. The Dragon King sensed the change the moment it happened, but it wasn't just him. The Phoenix Queen, the Griffin Queen, the Rock King, the Qilin King. All of the beasts felt it at the first instant, but none more than the phoenix, the Qilin, and the dragon. This boy! Their fury peeled across the skies like flashes of crimson lightning. How dare he! It took all of their disciplined self-control to not rush into the tidal steel world right this moment. But what pissed them off more wasn't the fact that Ryu had so many of their bloodlines, or even that they were so powerful, and not even that they were mixed when they felt nothing but endless disdain for their enemies in the 4 ancient beast clans. It was that despite having such bloodlines, despite the fact he surely knew it would piss them off to no end to reveal them, Ryu revealed them so openly, so boldly. It was like an extra slap to their faces. The words Eska spoke earlier reverberated in their minds. For a long while, they had taken the words seriously only because such a powerful woman had spoken them. A genius of Ryu's caliber marrying a Tao goddess wasn't rare. Well, it was rare in the sense that geniuses of Ryu's caliber in the first place were rare, but within said group it wasn't uncommon. To those like Ryu, reaching the Tao God realm after crossing the Lord threshold was all but guaranteed. Whether he could step beyond and enter the mysterious realm only the fewest of Tao gods could, though. That was another matter. All of that said, Eska was simply at a caliber all to her own. Because of that, they had paid more attention to the fact that she was speaking at all, and far less to the young man she was actually speaking about. But now that they thought about it, not only had Eska looked to Ryu for permission to speak before she did, he was so nonchalant about it. Even after she said the words she said, he only smiled, and it couldn't even be said that he was indifferent to them. It was something beyond that. It was like he hadn't been paying them any heed at all. Like it was more important for him to appease his wives and spend those last few precious moments with them than even care about what their reactions might be to these words. Confidence. Arrogance. A pride buried deep within his bones that exuded out with his every action. And now, as his white scales bloomed across his body and his wings, he displayed that pride boldly to the world. The scythe cut across Ryu's neck, swiping through and drawing a line of blood. Ryu took a strong step back as his blood was drawn, a single droplet of it spiraling through the skies and crashing to the ground below. Boom! The drop was nothing more than a touch of bloody dew, and yet it tore through the thick trunk of an ancient tree, shattering it to its very core akin to an exploding arrow before digging out a deep cavern in the depths of the hardened soil. Young Mistress Knightley's second attack came even more swiftly, as though she had already expected Ryu to dodge. All of her power was concentrated into a single point, her combat style encompassed by a single word: firm. There was nothing fancy to her attacks, nothing flashy at all. Her chi hardly leaked, and even the space around her only rippled the slightest bit, almost like a whimpering mirage in the depths of a hellish desert. But these simple attacks carried a strength that could sever the lives of most sovereigns. Lords, sovereigns, and gods were well known for their durability. But beneath Goddess All-Pillar's blade, one was no different from a mortal. A pierce through the heart, a decapitation of the head, the severance of a limb, any one of these injuries that Ryu might usually otherwise be able to shrug off with a strong pulse of his soul and a sweep of his embryonic chi would now be lethal to him. And he loved every single second of it. He was a man who was rarely impressed, but facing off against his first cream of the crop genius, he could say with a wide grin on his face that he wasn't disappointed in the slightest bit. Bang! Their blades crossed and their noses nearly touched beneath their momentum. There wasn't the slightest romance between the two, the wild murderous intent and elated grins on their faces painting a completely different sort of ambience. Read latest stories on Freeweb novel. Their roars filled the skies and they were suddenly blown apart, but they came back together even quicker than before. A cascade of blows set off a chain of booming strikes. Oftentimes, a single piece of land would explode twice and even thrice long after they had moved on to another location, purely as a result of their control deteriorating in their absence. Ki, ki, ki. Their wings clashed and sparked lightning through the air. The clouds shook and rumbled, peals of blue lightning and black battling against one another in a dance of flood dragons. Ryu's won out. Storm. Thick pillars of royal blue lightning fell, and the might of the Lightning Qilin descended. For a moment, Qilin King felt a hand grip his throat. Just in that instant, he almost felt like he didn't have the right to be king of Qilins. A fire Qilin at the helm of this mighty race? Absolutely not. Only the King of Judgment could sit on the throne. The Lightning Qilin. Chapter 2157. If you survive. Bang! The two great swordstaffs crashed against young Mistress Knightley's scythe and nearly sent it flying out of her hands. Boom! 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 3 echoes rumbled through Ryu's bone structure. 9 revolution skybreaker blooming with its magnified presence beneath his storm talent. The echoes of thunder were matched with pitched lightning. As though the rumbling in Ryu's bones and the trembling of the skies were matched to a single resonance. A rhythm played across the both of them, making the 3 pillars Mistress Knightley relied upon shake to their very core for the first time. A savage glow shone bright in young Mistress Knightley's gaze. This was it. This was what she had been looking for. She had felt that her Tao had already reached the peak of all there was. As much as she had searched for a path to improve it, it was simply impossible to find. She had already stepped beyond the threshold of an elevated world, so just how much further could she make it? However, she had felt that this tidal steel world would be one of her last chances to find that path. As she continued to grow, it would only become more difficult to take that step in the future. But just now she had felt it. Weakness. This was the very first time her 3 pillars had shown any sign whatsoever of trembling. And it was because of this man before her. Young Mistress Knightley ran a red tongue across her pearly white teeth, a lusty light of desire sparking in her eyes. However, this lust had little to do with Ryu's looks or her desire to bed him, and everything to do with her lust for improvement, her desire to grow stronger, and her anticipation to do both. The soft flesh of her tongue pricked against her cute, low-profile canines, drawing a line of blood that dripped down her cherry lips. For a moment, she looked no different from a tempting seductress before that aura vanished in favor of a towering might. Whether she would be able to step through the gates of heaven and reach that ever-elusive threshold would be decided within the next few moves. She unleashed a roar that was anything but delicate. Akin to war drums thrashing against heaven's limits, her chest expanded beneath the strain, her lungs almost bursting with the amount of air she forced into them. Her all-pillar chi, unique to herself, exploded out from her body. A line of meridians was drawn from her body to her wings and then back again, forcefully connecting them all. The chi for millions of miles was forced into obedience as the aura of a deva goddess descended. Or so it seemed. In that moment, she might as well have already stepped into that threshold. With her Tao heart blossoming and her momentum climbing, she was a woman truly worthy of stepping to the peak of the world and standing above it all. Ryu's booming laughter met her momentum, his lightning dancing and his great swordstaffs pulsing with light and darkness. The 3 auras danced around one another, forming an odd resonance that was eerily familiar. But maybe because she was so in tune with herself, so focused on improving on her own and surpassing this opponent before her, young Mistress Knightley didn't seem to notice. You are a good woman. If you survive this, I'll make you my summon and show you what the true peak of the world looks like. Young Mistress Knightley wasn't enraged by the words. Instead, she spoke out herself, her fiendish grin no less savage than Ryu's own. You are a good man. If you survive this, I will protect you from the ancient beasts and make you my prince consort. Ryu grinned in return. I'm a hypocritical man. I can have many women, but my women aren't allowed to be so frivolous. Those men are not my husbands. They are concubines prepared for me for when I cross the threshold of Tao Goddess. My Devis race has trouble procreating, so the strong amongst us must do this. I do not mind appeasing you a small bit, though, my future husband. You may be my first, and I will only allow you to lay in my bed. The others will be nothing more than tools. Ryu's laughter pealed across the skies like blooming thunder. He raised his blade to the skies, choosing not to respond for the moment. Very soon, the world itself would hear the words of his heart. Maybe they all assumed that this was a clash of equals, a stormy symphony of a two-genius ballad. But this was far from the case. Young Mistress Knightley was a peak lord. Ryu was only a quasi-lord. Explore more at Freeweb novel. Today, he had come not just to face against the geniuses of the world. He had come to assert his dominance. Suddenly, his light, dark, and Lightning Qilin solidified. 3 pillars descended from the skies, mirroring goddess all pillars own. Young Mistress Knightley's eyes widened as for the first time, she sensed Ryu's Tao. A vast chasm opened up between the two of them and her heart shook violently. What was this? I hope you survive. It would be a shame for such a beauty to leave this world. Ryu's lips slightly parted once more. Judgment. Chi. The sound was almost soft, like the world itself didn't realize it had been broken apart until it was too late. Young Mistress Knightley's momentum reached a peak at the same time as she too slashed out. But somehow it was hard for anyone to notice this at all. A shocking sweep of chi expanded in all directions, swallowing the battlefield whole. Chapter 2158. Fun. 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 Ryu stood high in the skies, exhaling a slow breath. Through his lips were sealed and his expression was calm. The rapid rise and fall of his chest showed that he wasn't nearly as calm and nonchalant as he had made it seem. And yet, it hardly seemed to matter when a woman dangled from his palm by her hair. Young Mistress Knightley hung limply, her robes tattered and torn, her wings drooping downward without nearly the same sharpness and rigidity they had just had moments ago. Blood covered her delicate features, her consciousness having faded to black. Her life itself hung on by nothing more than the faintest of strings. But there was a peculiar smile on her face. Ryu recognized that smile. It was the sort of smile he had had when he spoke to the Phoenix Sky God for the first time, the smile he had when he realized that maybe losing wasn't what he feared most, but rather the lack of a chance to try. If he failed while on his rise to the top, then so be it. Did he think he would? Not in the slightest bit. But he wasn't naive to the fact that the world was probably vaster than he knew, and the sort of challenges being painted into his future weren't the sort of things that even his fate-soul nature could scry perfectly. Young Mistress Knightley's aura waned like embers in harsh, cold wind. Ryu exhaled a final breath, his calm finally returning to him as his heart settled down. Dangerous indeed. Maybe he was too arrogant, but he had insisted on defeating young Mistress Knightley by copying her Tao. Well, he had copied it in part and then created a new technique based on it. This was the result of a perfect fusion of his new Tao, both the order half and the chaos half, one aspect analyzing the heavens and the other analyzing the opponents that stood across from him. When they came together, he was able to do even this. Young Mistress Knightley's Tao was truly extraordinary. The 6 pillars of cultivation were obviously bloodline, spiritual foundation, soul nature, bone structure, meridians, and finally the Tao. Using her Tao, she was able to shrink this to just 3. She combined meridians and spiritual foundation, combined bloodline and bone structure, and combined soul nature and Tao, forming 3 pillars from the original 6. When this was triggered, this allowed her the foundation she needed to combine her spiritual quintessence, chi and vital chi into one, effectively taking the 3 realms of cultivation and forming them into a single ultimate realm of cultivation. When this occurred, the energy she could wield was actually no less potent than Ryu's chaos chi. This was the weight of a true genius. To form a chi capable of standing together with essence and chaos through her own path, it was hard to see how such a person could even be capable of losing in the first place. She was right to be so arrogant to the point of turning her nose up at everything. What was truly shocking about this was that she was so very close to Ryu's one above all. But she had chosen the exact opposite path, choosing to place the emphasis on 3 rather than the 1. Ultimately, if Ryu was correct, she was probably looking for a path that would allow her 3 pillars to be further combined into one. But the difficulty in scaling such a thing was so exceptionally high that it was no wonder she felt like she had crashed into a wall. Enjoy more content from Freeweb Novel. Without a mind on the level of Ryu's, it was impossible for her to take such a step. In fact, even if Ryu dedicated the next decade to solving this problem for her, he likely wouldn't succeed. He would need much more time and experience for that, maybe even a sudden bout of inspiration. Ryu had said it once before in this battle already. He was rare if ever impressed. But in his first battle against a genius of such caliber, he had actually been so thoroughly floored. So this was the ceiling of the world. Or was it? Ryu looked to the skies, still holding up the delicate beauty by her hair, as though he didn't have the slightest hint of a soft spot for her. His gaze seemed to pierce through the veil, but even with the strength of his heavenly pupils, he still couldn't reach that height, the height of the heavenly court. Just what was it? What was it worth? Why did it exist? And why was it so eager to make him come to it and obey? Ryu's shoulder moved and he raised the young Deva's body by her hair until they were eye level. Her breath hiccuped and a deathly aura exhaled from her cherry lips. Troublesome indeed. He said that if she survived he would make her a summon. But this would no doubt enrage the Devas. Ryu chuckled. Since when had he ever cared about such a thing? With a swirl of space, she vanished into his inner world. Ryu's chuckle deepened and he clasped his hands behind his back, continuing his stroll ahead as fate poured into him. Fun, fun, fun. He laughed so heartily one would think that he was holding his baby in his arms already. Grinning ear to ear, he could feel his blood cooling to a low simmer. The boiling had calmed somewhat, but he could feel that it was already prepared to pool over any second now. Today was truly the best day of his life. Chapter 2159. Obedient. A male concubine was sent flying, his spine cracking in half as he collided against a pillar so thick with Tao runes that it didn't even rattle despite the strength the Tao goddess had used. He dropped to the ground in a heap, his body convulsing once before he fell over, dead. A middle-aged woman with faint lines of age on her face stood from her bed, a line of white liquid running down her legs. But she hardly seemed to notice at all, a cloudiness fogging her vision. Despite her age, the woman was truly a beauty few could compare to, carrying a grace and elegance that belied the scent of the room and the aroma between her legs. However, just as she was about to storm out of the room, a heavy hand appeared out of nowhere, landing on her shoulder. Enough! The man's voice was commanding and swayed with an imposing air. Swayed seemed like an odd descriptor for a voice, but the way the man's voice slurred and swung with laziness made it feel like he was constantly trying to seduce those around him with a long, drawn-out drawl. "Get off of me!" the woman shrieked, her aura flaring out like a tempest. Her crimson wings flared out in 4 pairs. 8 magnificently carved ornaments hung out from her delicate back, each feather like a beautiful carved ruby. But the man was uncaring. Her display of power didn't move him in the slightest, and he continued to clamp her shoulder down. Going now would fix nothing. You cannot enter that world. Not unless you don't want to leave with your life. You know the kind of danger Tao gods like us face in there. Unless you're ready to take that step, or willing to risk your life trying, forget it. That is our daughter, the woman growled. Have you already forgotten? She is my favored child as well. The others may as well not exist before her. Why do you think I haven't agreed to a marriage between herself and Bright? He will dim her into his shadow should he get the chance to. If she wants to crush him, and protect her primordial Een as she does so, she will need to take another step forward. Our daughter is no less talented than that scum. In terms of comprehension abilities and the pillars, yes. Unfortunately, our daughter lacks the support of a talent at an equivalent level of the mysteries of heaven and earth pupils. The fact she could stand with such geniuses to begin with is a testament to how strong she is. What good is that? She's dead. The woman's howl shattered the air. And this time, even her husband was forced a single step back. But even that was unable to make the man feel very moved. Not necessarily. The man spoke lightly, looking toward the projection. The woman wanted to snap once again, but instead, she frowned. What are you talking about? Enjoy new chapters from Freeweb novel. I can feel that our daughter's fate hasn't yet been completely severed, but now it is muddied, suffocated likely by the weight of the young man's. And what does that mean? Is she going to become some cheap whore for the pleasure of this little bastard? If that is her fate, then it may be so. You want us to just sit by and do nothing? It sounded like her husband was implying that they shouldn't do anything to Ryu even after he came out, and that was simply unacceptable to her. That was his little girl. What was he talking about? The man swept a gaze over his wife and she felt a cold chill. Her body shivered and she looked down to the ground, her head hanging obedient and low. Her husband allowed her to be plainly willful a lot of the time, But there were also times when he put her in her place for stepping over a line. This hadn't happened between them in what must have been billions of years, but it also was the first time she was experiencing the potential loss of a child she loved so dearly. It was impossible for those that lived as long as them to love every child equally. The death of most of their children would just be a matter of a loss of face to them, but they wouldn't truly feel any sadness, regret, or anger as a result of it. However, this daughter, she cherished her the absolute most. She couldn't control her emotions nearly as well and had gone too far. No matter how talented, talent is just talent. Potential is just potential. There have been many in our Devis clan who've been born over the years with a comparable level of talent. But how many reach that level? Our daughter will certainly become a Tao god. But will she reach that stage? That is an entirely different sort of unknown. With her head still lowered, the middle-aged woman didn't dare to reply. Now come. Knightley's father spoke lightly. It seems that all this time with these frivolous, effeminate men has made you forget who your husband is. The words had hardly come from her mouth when the middle-aged woman fell to her knees obediently, reaching for the straps of his robes. However, the man waved a hand, a rope of energy taking form. They wrapped around her wrists, then her arms, twisting them to her back and locking them in place. Don't use your hands. Work for it. The anger from the woman's eyes had long faded, and instead, it was replaced by a steadily growing light of desire, as though she wasn't being humiliated at all. How long had it been since her husband bedded her? Her teeth clapped onto the folds of his robes and she pulled, whipping her head to the side. Something slapped down onto her face and the mistiness in her eyes clouded her vision over as she looked past its mass and up at her husband. Chapter 2160. Don't mind. He shook his head slowly. Truly nothing of interest at all. Maybe he had peaked a little too early, but there was no young mistress Knightley equivalent here. It was such a shame. Though he was still a little fatigued, he was actually already looking forward to the next battle. Though there weren't any geniuses of young Mistress Knightley caliber, there were many of the Dragonling's caliber, and even several above. It seemed that the talent pool was starting to become sharper and more refined, and yet there was still such a long distance left remaining to go. There are some interesting candidates. Ryu smiled lightly and vanished. When he appeared again, he stood before a young man riding a white tiger. He looked like he had just stepped out of some primitive world, and his eyes had a certain level of brightness and curiosity to him that made him feel like a toddler at heart. He couldn't even react before Ryu grasped his throat. Technically speaking, because of his battle with Knightley, Ryu was actually quite late to enter this region. As a result, there were a large number who had accumulated a decent amount of fate already, and he could sense that a nearby ruin was being quickly cleared by someone. Yet, he didn't seem to be in much of a rush, and neither did the battle take very long at all. The young man found himself and his beast half crippled before they were tossed into his inner world. This tidal steel was well and truly like an enormous shopping district to Ryu. There was such a large number of accumulated talents here, and they were all of the perfect level, not so low that they would be useless, and not of such high cultivation that he was unable to mold them to fit his vision. This was perfect. He had been worried before about how he would accumulate an army as large as his wife's, a feat that must have taken countless millions of years. But here he was with a fast track. Of course, it would be a while until he could stack up to Ailsa. That was especially so if he considered the difficulty of helping those like young Mistress Knightley to improve. If even he had to spend more than a decade on her alone, one could imagine how much trouble he would have as he accumulated more of her caliber, because make no mistake about it, he would certainly be doing exactly that. However, he didn't allow this to perturb him. As far as Ryu was concerned, when he became true lord, his mind would take another enormous leap forward. By then, something that took a decade before might not take more than a year. Plus, there was one other thing to consider: time distortion. Ryu's spacetime soul nature allowed him to do the impossible: comprehend while in a time warp. Normally, the laws of the world became too distorted to do this even when the time dilation was especially slow and minimal. However, Ryu had gained the ability to see through these distortions long ago. Of course, the more difficult the problem he was facing, the less time dilation he could use. But he could still cut the time he would need for nightly by half. For a simpler path like the tiger-riding youth just now, he could distort time so much that probably just a few seconds would be enough. This was the gap between a genius and a true prodigy. However, he needed more. He needed to be stronger. As intoxicating as that victory was, he wanted more of it, and he wanted it in larger quantities. Plus, he had promised his wife to wipe out the Ruin Master Guild. That was going to take some doing. By the time Ryu cleared out the whole region of those he found interesting, killing those that weren't, the person clearing the ruin was just about done. It was into this situation that Ryu casually strolled in. A young man sat before a matrix of runes, beads of sweat falling down his face. It only took a moment for Ryu to realize that this young man's life was actually on the line right now. One wrong move and his life would be wiped out. It was quite the sinister set of runes. Or more accurately, it felt a lot more like a visualization. Interesting. Ryu hadn't seen a visualization appear outside of Sacrum. This could be considered the first time. Though this wasn't exactly the same. There were some hints and differences here and there, mostly in the method of construction used. Visualizations in Sacrum were more of a communication and communion with the heavens, listening to the laws, pulling them from the surroundings, and then building around them. But this visualization method was far more sinister, though all of that was relative. It didn't commune with the heavens, it commanded the heavens, forcing it into submission and twisting the laws into shapes and sizes it wasn't meant to have. This was the far more unnatural form of visualization. The soul was usually the bridge between the heavens and a person. It, of course, had to be remembered that the spiritual foundation was just one of the incorporeal souls. However, it wasn't the only method through which communication with the heavens was possible. This wasn't what was important now, though. What was important was the fact that the soul was meant to be in a symbiotic relationship with the heavens, so it was unnatural for it to use this form of oppressive visualization. Ryu had thought of this method in the past. In fact, one of the many techniques his Tao heart and perfect Black Buddy soul managed to think of was related to this method of rune manipulation. But in the end, he didn't pursue it. He wasn't very interested in it at all. The juice wasn't worth the squeeze. His comprehension was so high, so why wouldn't he just use the laws of the world directly instead of trying to twist them into something they weren't? However, this method had some merits. At the very least, in this application, it could create a great deal of danger for a man who was foolish enough to attach his soul to something that he didn't quite comprehend. But then again, maybe that was the boldness of a genius. Ruin Master Guild. Huh? Is this a genius of yours? Ryu crossed his arms, chuckling lightly. Pathetic. He wasn't surprised that members of the Ruin Master Guild had appeared here. But it went to show just how sinister the organization was. Even their own geniuses weren't aware of the truth of these ruins and were attempting to clear them much the same. Oh, would you look at that? He made a breakthrough. Ryu chuckled again. The young man showed the grit of a true genius and made a sudden breakthrough in his comprehension. Now, his momentum was steamrolling and he was just a few minutes away from breaking the visualization array before them. It was then that Ryu slowly raised a finger. Chi! The visualization array shattered and the young man was sent flying backward. Ryu casually caught him out of the air, and with a wave of his hand, the situation in the ruin reversed, all of the fate surging toward him once again only to be tossed into his inner world. Who? The young man immediately lashed out with a powerful attack. The momentum was quite imposing, but it was hard for the young man to muster up much energy when he had basically just drained himself so completely and wholly. Ryu easily blocked it with a palm, illusory divine chains stretching out of him and wrapping the young man up. Normally, Ryu would have already tossed him into his inner world, but he hadn't been paying enough attention to this young man's Tao heart to see if it was worth it just yet, and he also didn't have much desire for his abilities. Ryu wanted fighters, and a ruin master by trade didn't exactly fit that bill. Read latest chapters at Freeweb novel. So instead, Ryu just pressed a palm to his forehead. The young man felt his soul shudder before it was suddenly ripped out of him. Ryu weaved through the fate in the young man's mind, piecing together memories. It was easy for even low-level sects and clans to protect the memories of their descendants, let alone a power on the level of the Ruin Master Guild. However, Obscuring the fate adjacently related to memories was a completely different matter. Such a thing might not have a solution at all. Unless, of course, one had a fate soul nature master set the seal themselves. But how could such a caliber of warrior be so free? And even if they were, what were the odds that their fate control was also beyond Ryu's? Slim to none. Interesting, so that's the situation. I came here to prove the size of my fist, but I wouldn't mind showing some ruin master who stands at the top amongst them as well. Chapter 2161. Swore. A large number of ruin masters seem to have entered the tidal steel world in secret, adding to the already brewing chaos. If Ryu was correct, this was either as a method of preemptive preparation, or it was because the Ruin Master Guild already knew that he knew. In fact, it was probably oddly a combination of both. Ryu wasn't a fool. He knew that he wouldn't be able to hide such a thing, not when this was such an important part of the Ruin Master Guild's plans. But their preparation was beyond his expectations, or maybe it was that it had been purposely obscured from him. Interesting indeed. I can't blindly trust my feel for fate. Against most people it will work perfectly. But in the case I run into an opponent that has good control of fate as well, even if it's inferior to mine, if they have enough of a systemic advantage, overcoming it would be difficult. In this case, the Ruin Master Guild was an entire organization while Ryu was just one person. In addition, setting aside just how much depth and trump cards they had been planning this for much longer than Ryu had even been alive, even if you counted the time it took him to be reborn both times. Luckily, Ryu had decided to come here. Not only had he gotten a slight wake-up call, he was also able to find out something quite interesting. The smart thing to do was just to start hunting all of these ruin masters one after another, crushing them before they could clear any more ruins. But where was the fun in that? Ruin masters weren't known for their combat prowess. Of course, a few of them surely would be, but Ryu only had to continue forward to meet the truest and most shocking geniuses there were. Why would he waste time on small fry in hopes that one of them might be the man he was looking for? Plus, just killing them, while that would deal the Ruin Master Guild a blow, it likely wouldn't be enough to truly make them suffer. He had promised his wife that he would bring them to their knees, and for that, killing a few small fry wasn't enough. Even if Ryu was probably the only Tao Lord in existence that would dare to label such geniuses as such. What to do? What to do? Yes, that could work. Ryu flipped a part over and Selhira's spherical matrix appeared. It had been a long time since Ryu cared to use a matrix to clear ruins. What better matrix could there possibly be than his current eyes? They were even more shocking now than they had ever been in the past. Of course, he didn't bring it out because he actually needed it now. In fact, the only reason this matrix was still in his possession at all was because of sentimental value. This had been given to him by his wife. Even back then, Selhira had had some feelings toward Ryu, though only in a budding, fledgling sort of way that wouldn't grow furiously until many years later. And right now, this first gift of his from his wife would actually become a nice honey trap. The moment Ryu took out the matrix, frowns began to mar the faces of those on the outside looking in. Some had speculated that Ryu was a ruin master of some sort, but there was a vast difference between those that dedicated their lives to the profession and those that didn't like Ryu. Ryu clearing the ruins was so easy that everyone took the path of least resistance to explaining it. Obviously, he had brute forced it. Not every ruin had to be cleared with skill. Ultimately, ruins were crafted by cultivators, sects, or clans, and they were fallible. If a Path Extinction Realm expert had a ruin entered by a true sky god, did it matter what restrictions it had? Since the ruins had appeared so early on, everyone had just assumed that they were the relatively easy ones. Of course, there was no such thing as easy in the tidal steel world. Instead, this referred to a matter of Ryu's strength. Knightley wasn't a Tao god either, but she was still confident enough to try and enter the ruin herself before Ryu actually went in first. With the strength Ryu displayed, he had every right to be ahead of the young Devis princess in their hearts. But why was he pulling out a matrix? He couldn't actually be trying to be a ruin master, right? Ryu was oblivious to the thoughts of the wider universe. Even if he could read through all of their assumptions, it wouldn't make much of a difference for him anyway. There was no great scheme behind Ryu's actions. At least not yet. But if he was going to play with fate, he needed an audience. Or else how would it be effective? The laws of the projected images were too distorted for even the Tao gods to do much other than just watch what was happening. This was why Ryu had been able to use several interesting trump cards until now, but it wasn't until he unveiled his armor that they caught on. In fact, if it wasn't for the fact his bloodline was so pure, they wouldn't have sensed it so clearly either. But even then, it wasn't direct, the muddiness of the screen making them frown. This was all to say that Ryu could get away with a lot, and all he had to do was set things up properly. And now, the first seed had been planted. He stood there for 3 hours, not to help the seed become a large tree with a canopy overhead, but as though he was trying to calculate something. Then he suddenly moved. Ryu casually killed those he came across until he crossed over into the next region. Ah! Interesting indeed. Ryu suddenly landed by the side of a young woman. She was so taken aback that she nearly jumped out of her skin. Then she fiercely attacked. She didn't seem moved by anything. A true genius who only cared about dealing with her enemies as efficiently as possible. Unfortunately, the blade chi was flicked away by Ryu and the young woman was suppressed from all sides. Soon her neck was grasped. She thrashed about, trying to free herself. But Ryu didn't bother to say any words to soothe her. Instead, he just continued to stand there until she finally realized it. She was helpless. You're in luck. I don't want to kill you just yet. Tell you what, Amy, is it? If you can beat me in a ruin run, I'll let you live. If you can't, you die. Ryu smiled brightly. Good deal, right? The woman's eyes bulged. Don't worry. I won't use a single ounce of strength. I swear it on my Tao heart. Amy's pupils trembled violently. Even the reaction of those on the outside were quite violent. Such a genius swearing on their Tao heart wasn't a small matter at all. But what the hell was Ryu trying to do here? The battle with young Mistress Knightley had already put him behind. He was lagging behind the other top geniuses, but now he was finding reasons to lag even more? Amy furiously nodded and Ryu let her go. All right, go on. Amy inched away and then turned tail and rushed into the ruin. She pulled out her matrix in one hand, beads of sweat falling down her brow. She pierced through one challenge after another, displaying a might worthy of a ruin master genius that had made it so far. It could be said that her mind was very agile and nimble, and she had a sort of cleverness to her that wasn't common amongst even cultivators. It wasn't just a matter of intelligence, but rather the uniqueness of her solutions. To be able to think of things from such angles when she felt like her life was on the line was a true testament to her mental fortitude. The shadow looming over her neck grew thicker and thicker, but she didn't dare to look back or even to the side. She was here for one thing, to win. She roared as she passed through a final veil. Only 4. Poochie. Her body trembled from head to toe. You swore. She couldn't believe what was happening. She couldn't look back, but she was certain that it was Ryu. Could only be him. Read exclusive chapters at FreeWeb Novel. Yes, I did. I already cleared this dungeon 3 times over while you were still struggling with taking a step forward. I have limited time, so I can't have you prancing around like that. Amy didn't believe him. She really wanted to hope that it wasn't real. But her life fading away was too real. With her last breath, she managed to muster up her courage to look at a certain empty throne. The end of the ruin should have had treasures right here, but they were nowhere to be seen. Amy chuckled bitterly. He really hadn't been lying. That was her final thought before she was erased from the world. Ryu patted his hands, took one more look, then left with a leisurely gait. Chapter 2162. Own crime. Every time he came across another ruin master, he challenged them to a game of life and death. The task was simple: clear a ruin before he could. None succeeded. Elites that they had heard about for countless years. Some of the names even reverberated through elevated worlds beyond, reaching the ears of long-held experts powerful beyond compare, were like children. Step by step, and death by death, the world was reminded of the might of the mysteries of heaven and earth pupils. When it came to comprehension, insight, intelligence, there was simply no comparing to a user at all. The mystery's lineage was in a league of its own, and somehow, within this lineage, Ryu seemed to be even further beyond. Even past Mystery's lineage powerhouses still relied on matrices from time to time. But as they observed Ryu, they realized that he didn't actually need to at all. What they had no way of knowing was that Ryu had created his own mental realm cultivation method. The soul matrix he had created back in the complete heavenly path had long since evolved to untold and untouchable levels. However, even if they knew that Ryu was actually using a matrix, whether they would be less shocked or not was unknown. To create a matrix that was capable of not only replacing all others, but elevating one's Tao and comprehension, offloading the burden of focused chi a great deal, was something that had never been done before. Honestly speaking, Ryu had only gone so far because he had little choice in the matter. Before he learned of the secret of his embryonic silk meridians, he had needed this method because it was the only way that he could keep up with the expenditure of his Tao and other comprehension methods. Now, that was no longer as necessary, but it made the level of Tao that he had displayed until now just the very tip of the iceberg. Ever since Ryu had grasped the secrets of the spark of life flame, his Tao had touched a realm rarely seen. What would happen to that realm once he set his evolved matrix on it, supported by his new cultivation method and control? Well, the death of the Sentinel within 10 moves could be considered just the faintest edge of what he was capable of. He wasn't able to display that might just yet, not without his embryonic silk meridians. But now that he could replenish his focused chi at will, he was just looking for an opponent worthy of making him go so far. Ryu's fingers dripped with blood. His skill and nails were as slick, the blood drizzling down and leaving him fair and unblemished moments later. The eyes of an unwilling genius dimmed, the last look in his eye one of sheer, unbridled hatred. He went by young Master Stareye. He didn't have a pair of heavenly pupils, but it was said that his clan had once had the Stareye of the past before it was taken off of the list. One could imagine how powerful a clan of this caliber would be. Heavenly pupils weren't meant to be hereditary, let alone appear so many times in a single world. This was clearly breaking several rules. But this was precisely why they had fallen out of the rankings. How could the heavens allow such a thing to continue for so long? But anyone who knew anything about fate would be able to tell one very important thing. The fact such a family was still surviving and even somewhat thriving was a testament to their strength. For their acts against the heavens, they should have been wiped out from existence long ago. And then there was young Master Stareye. He was their hope of revival, a young genius who was well on his way to accomplishing the impossible and maybe bringing the Stareye back to the ranks of heavenly pupils. He had made quite a name for himself, and he was actually part of a list that Ryu had never heard of before, likely because he had never been a part of a world that interacted with so many other powerful worlds. The Ruin Master Elite List. There were just 2 of them, an overall list and the Heavens list that only acknowledged those beneath 1 million years old. On that list of 1,000 talents, young Master Stareye was ranked exactly 1,000th, and he was the first of even the slightest bit of interest to Ryu. And yet, he lost so handily that it was hardly worth mentioning his background at all, if it wasn't for the fact that Silas was somewhat interested in it. This was the first of the Ruin Masters he actually cared enough to make a corpse puppet. Ryu tossed him into his inner world and then continued forward. Husband. Why is he targeting Ruin Masters? A much more docile matriarch clung to her man, slightly panting. It seemed in that moment that she had completely forgotten about the capture of her daughter and only cared about the man before her. What was a daughter? She could have another, right? This man's seed was strong. They would definitely have several more talented children of Knightley's caliber before they were past their primes. Of course, that Ryu Tatsuya would still need to die in compensation. But everything else could be negotiated. Have you not noticed yet? He replied lightly. Is it really so simple? The child takes the Tidal Steel world as his own backyard, and maybe he has the right and capital to do so. However, whether he can continue to take things so lightly once he reaches near the end is still unknown. The matriarch blinked, seemingly sensing that there was another depth of mystery to her husband's words. Explore more stories with Freeweb novel. Her gaze flashed and the images shifted and changed until she finally landed on a candidate that caught her interest, not because he was the only other one strong enough to do so, but because he was one of the few that managed to obscure himself somewhat from detection. Ryu could have easily done the same, but it was clear that he was here to show off. As for this person, they were wrapped in an incredibly sinister aura, riding upon what looked like a steed. They had proceeded forward quite far, having already crossed 5 regions to what was Ryu's 3, nearly 4. However, this was also because Ryu was meandering, moving horizontally often when he knew that he should be headed forward straight. The image swapped again, shifting between several figures that had obscured themselves. Amongst them, there were none of the expected characters. All of the best geniuses, the Dragon Prince and Princess, young Master Bright, etc., they were all displaying their might for the world to see. And yet, these few had the strength to obscure themselves and chose to maintain a low profile. Something about her husband's words made her feel like these people were all coming for Ryu. Their numbers are increasing, the patriarch said softly. What? The disadvantage of entering the tidal steel world late was great. The requirements were much higher, and the death toll was as such much heavier. To make it worse, you would be matched up against those that had already gathered a great amount of fate on their own already, putting you at a severe disadvantage. Just, why would they do this? Worse than that, why obscure themselves in the first place? In a way, this made them stand out even more than before. If they had just entered like normal people and became dark horses who hid their powers, this would fly under the radar for a long while. So, just who were they that they needed to go as far as to hide their identities? And how did that relate to why Ryu was targeting Ruin Masters in the first place? There was only one answer: the Ruin Master Guild. This child truly knows how to overestimate himself, the matriarch said coldly. This time, her husband didn't reply, clearly in a sort of silent acceptance of the words spoken. And yet, as though on cue, Ryu killed yet another Ruin Master, rank 981st young Master Tidebloom. Ryu looked up as though peering toward all those observing him right now, a wide grin spreading across his face. These Ruin Masters are quite trash. I wonder who made such a ridiculous list. Why bother if there's no one worthy on it? Ryu's palm gripped Tidebloom's face, squeezing down and shattering his skull until it was nothing more than a compressed ball of flesh and blood. In the depths of the Ruin Master Guild headquarters, there were quite a number watching the proceedings. Even for them, it was impossible to miss out on such an event. And yet, Ryu's blatant provocations were all they could seem to focus on. He was hunting them down, ignoring the Tidal Steel World competition as though it was nothing more than a leisurely stroll. And soon, his target had shifted once again. He directly skipped over 773rd, and his intentions landed on rank 931st, Elena Reverend. Sharing the same name as my wife is its own crime, Ryu said lightly. Several coughed up blood in rage. Chapter 2163, Rev. She was a woman with short-cut, platinum blonde hair, wearing an outfit that came straight out from a nunnery. One would wonder, then, how it would be possible to tell what her hair color was. If she was wearing a nun's outfit, her hair would certainly be covered. But the thing was that while this was true, her eyebrows shared the same color, the platinum blonde quality shining bright rather than fading into obscurity thanks to her milky brown skin. A wooden necklace hung from her neck, and she walked around with its pendant in both hands, her steps light and her lips constantly parting to emit a delicate melody. She had an intoxicating sort of tone to her voice, one that made even the trees sway in pleasure. But then she stopped. Right across from her, a handsome young man with flowing silver hair stood. He stared at her with a cocky smile on his face, and this nun was caught between being attracted to this man and wanting to punch that smile off of his face. She parted her lips once more, this time to speak, but the man spoke first, hooking a thumb over his shoulder. Tell you what, if you can clear this ruin before I can, I will spare your life. Elena Reverend frowned, a sense of danger overwhelming her heart. She took a step back. Oh, you're smarter than the others. They all became very offended very quickly. But being smarter isn't going to help this time. If you don't want to take the deal. Ryu's gaze became malevolent. I'll just have to kill you right now. Elena Reverend's vision blurred and Ryu's outstretched claw was already reaching for her throat. She reacted quickly, her lips parting and a strong melody coming out. Lines of fate gathered and wrapped around Ryu's hand and her legs. The two became linked and Elena Reverend's body suddenly accelerated backward as though gaining the momentum of Ryu's strike. Ryu raised an eyebrow, suddenly coming to a stop. Elena Reverend came to a stop at the same time. Fascinating, he said slowly. I've never thought of using fate reversal like that. Well, at least not in such a specific sort of application. Truly fascinating. It was the first time Ryu was facing off against someone who clearly had some affinity for fate just like he had. But some affinity and the level of affinity Ryu had were two completely different concepts. Ryu vanished again, appearing to the nun's back and swiping out. There was a flicker as the nun sang once more, her body seemingly shifting into another place. The claw marks dragged across the air, severing space through the location the nun was in, but it passed right through her as though she had never been there at all. Ryu didn't react much to this, following up with another attack just as swiftly. His fist careened through the air in a simple sort of sharpness. The ripple of his robes sounded like the harsh slapping of thick leather, unadorned and unmarvelous, and yet the danger signs in the nun's head pinged again and again. Her lips parted once more and her notes sang, but she had only gotten part of the way through when her expression changed. Rather than burrowing Ryu's momentum again, she found herself going in the reverse direction she intended, right toward Ryu's fist. Bang! Ryu's fist passed right through her chest, shattering her heart and severing her spine. The nun coughed, blood leaking from her lips as she weakly grabbed onto Ryu's forearm, her small fingers still clinging onto her pendant. Ryu looked down at her indifferently, watching the fight vanish from her eyes, and then suddenly come roaring back. She coughed again, but her grip on Ryu's arm tightened, her nails trying but failing to pierce into his skin. She didn't speak, but Ryu could read her intentions well enough. She wanted to live, she wanted to fight even now. Oh yeah? And what do you fight for? As though his voice held a strong compulsion, Elena Reverend's lips parted on their own. The faith must be spread. My mother. Ryu grinned. Is that so? How about you change your god? I serve no god. I only seek peace. If you want peace, you'll need to have a fist large enough to manage it. And you certainly do not have that. I, however, do. Boom! A rippling aura came from Ryu and the nun almost shattered to pieces beneath his momentum alone. There was a shifting to her already damaged inner organs. I do not want to serve you. Ryu raised his head to the skies and laughed uproariously. Your Tao heart is good. From today on, you will be my summon. Reverend, if you want peace, I'll show you a world where no one dares to fight because I stand atop the mountain. Rev tried to fight again. This man fought her for no reason, killed her, and then wanted to change her name. This sort of humiliation. What genius could withstand it? Even a woman with such a gentle temperament couldn't withstand such a thing without feeling completely and utterly furious. And yet, it didn't matter in the slightest, because she too was tossed into Ryu's inner world without much fanfare. This endeavor was shaping up pretty well. He had found more summonings than he expected for so early on, obviously with young Mistress Knightley as a standout. The others weren't as good as her just yet, but Ryu had a feeling that it wouldn't be long before he could manage it. A grin spread across his face. My oh my, I didn't expect you all to get so impatient so quickly. Is there a purpose to trying to hide from my eyes? Shoo, 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 shoo. A dozen figures appeared all around. The weakest of them was none other than 773, the one that Ryu had skipped over. And the strongest? 392nd. Ryu looked up with amusement in his eyes. I take it you all don't want to have a friendly rune challenge? You're embarrassing yourselves here. 392nd was a young man, lanky and almost dry-looking. His skin crackled with what looked like a bad case of eczema. Whenever he moved, or he scratched a part of himself, Large pieces of dry skin would fall in a disgusting rain. But he didn't seem aware of his problem at all. For a cultivator of the Lord Realm to be in such a state, it couldn't be due to a normal affair. And judging by the scent of wafting poison coming from him, something that anyone could pick up, let alone Ryu the herbologist, that answer was all too obvious to the masses. 773rd was another woman, but contrasting the nun, she might as well have been her direct and opposing opposite. Ironically enough, this woman wore a nun outfit too, but a very different sort of time. She wore a single-slit leather miniskirt that rode up her thighs. Her breasts were certainly bouncing boobily, and the necklace that hung from her neck had a set of handcuffs on the end of it. She was a true degenerate woman through and through. Even the way she cocked her hips and licked her violet lipstick-smeared lips was provocative. Obviously, though, Ryu hadn't just skipped over 773rd because of Reverend. He had done so because he sensed that this was happening and he felt that this outcome would be far more interesting. What fun was it in defeating these losers one by one? But he was disappointed by the fact that they didn't seem to have come for a Ruin Master challenge. If it was just a matter of killing them, that would be all too easy. His real purpose was to defeat the Ruin Master Guild at what they do best. Do you think you're worthy? 439th sneered. Bang! His exploded in a rain of blood and gore. Ryu yawned slightly as the rest of the group froze. If you want to come here to flex some of your muscle, at least make certain that you have the right to do so. The reason I give you all this challenge is to give you a chance to live. Not a single one of you is on my level. Even if there were 1,000,000 of you here, I could take a leisurely stroll through you all and slaughter with impunity. So I'll ask again, do you want a chance to live? Or do you want to die right here and now? 392nd's eyes narrowed. We didn't come here to fight you. We came here to bring you to someone. And that would be? Ryu shook his head. Number 72nd. Sakamoto. Ryu shook his head again. Are you under the impression that I was having trouble finding you all? 392nd froze again, feeling his heart constrict. I can find you all whenever I want. I started at the bottom of the list on purpose. I'm giving you time to prepare, time to feel fear, time to know that I am coming, because I want to alleviate my boredom. Coming here to try and escort me to someone I can defeat just as easily as any one of you. Who do you think you are, exactly? Stay tuned for updates on Freeweb novel. A cold frostiness came from Ryu's body. Ki. 773rd retreated fast as ice began to coat her exposed skin. I'll take the challenge. I'll take the challenge, she screamed. Oh! Ryu's frostiness retracted and his smile returned like a spring breeze. Why didn't you just say so, then? Let's go.
Chapter 2164. 3.
The despair in their eyes was palpable, even in death. Never did they think that they, who had futures so bright and aspirations so tall, would fall like this. They were Ruin Masters. Even compared to others, they would have a bright future. Women, men, money, endless pools of wealth, prestige, respect. These were a number of things that they had already had before they were lords, let alone now that they were lords set on becoming the best of the best, even Tao gods in the future. Even if they didn't make their names ring in this title steal event, how many could? There were only 11 such geniuses they knew of that stood at that pinnacle before the appearance of Ryu. How could these 11 divide up the world all to themselves? Stay updated with Freeweb novel. There would obviously be those who remained to pick up what scraps were left. And now, there was no chance left at all. They were finished, their worlds dimming around them until they had nothing left to give, until they were worthy of gaining no more at all. And then the vision of 392 faded away. All the while, Ryu never bothered to learn his real name. An interesting ability, though, Ryu thought to himself, looking at the flaking skin of the 392nd ranked Lord Ruin Master. In the vast universe, this ranking was obviously shockingly impressive. There were trillions of people to a single star segment, let alone the fact that there were trillions of star segments themselves. But what really caught Ryu's attention wasn't this. He, quite frankly, didn't give a damn. This so-called 392nd ranked Ruin Master was such a joke before him that Ryu had a hard time getting up to care. If not for the fact that this was all to target the Ruin Master Guild, he wouldn't have bothered to finish the challenge in the first place, opting to just kill them directly. However, this Dao was unique, albeit flawed. The reason 392's skin was flaking so much was because he had a unique regenerative Dao. This Dao went deep enough to the point that it regenerated even his soul itself, and that's right, even focused chi. Ryu definitely didn't expect that he would see such a thing in the world, not after he had gone through so much trouble to find a method. However, after some observation, he realized several problems. First, the replenishment to focus chi was even weaker than the prayer mat's ability. This had been so useless to Ryu for such a long time that he hadn't even bothered to rely on it since re-establishing his foundation in the true martial world, let alone now that he was a sky god who had surpassed a shocking heaven's wrath tribulation. Second, well, just look at him. The price and backlash he faced for maintaining this Dao were as clear as day. It wasn't just a matter of looking ugly. 392 was in constant pain. Even normal movements like walking or talking spiked pain through his body, let alone something like fighting or beyond. There was probably a reason that he had chosen to focus his attention on Ruin Mastery when his Dao was so very clearly well suited to combat. Although the focus chi replenishment was poor, 392's normal replenishment in terms of vital chi, soul quintessence, and normal chi was actually quite impressive. Nothing compared to Ryu, but at least halfway there. And that was impressive in its own right. Ryu was suddenly very interested in the man. It was a shame that his Dao heart was weak. If he had a Dao heart at the level Ryu wanted, he would have never abandoned the path of combat because of the pain. Sure, the fact that he didn't abandon the Dao completely went to show that he actually had quite some backbone. But backbone was something all these geniuses had. It wasn't good enough to catch Ryu's eye. Not entirely. And, because of that, he was unworthy to be Ryu's summon. But because his point of interest was his Dao, making him a corpse puppet wouldn't be worth it either. Corpse puppets wouldn't be able to maintain such a thing. What was far more important for a corpse puppet was their baseline talent. That was why someone like Kira was so interesting for Ryu. But, maybe, thoughts flickered through Ryu's head as he tried to figure out a method. What was a Dao? What was it really? Well, in the physical sense, it was the structure one grew in one's spiritual foundation. In that case, it wasn't nearly as incorporeal as it seemed or felt. If I can use something like a fate star to refine a corpse puppet, there's no reason I can't do this. Ryu waved a hand and chose to put 392 away for the time being. His thoughts whirled around in his head as a new path opened up to him. What if he, in the future, managed to find a way to replicate Daos and etch them into his corpse puppets? He was sure that others had similar methods and paths already, but they were often pseudo or quasi-versions. Anyone with enough skill would just use summons. Why bother to use a corpse puppet when you could use a summon? But Ryu had exceptionally high requirements for his summons. He could fix everything about their talent, but their hearts, he wanted them to be firm. Only that way could they reach the peak he had in mind for them. Only that way could he build an army that would surpass his wife's. A wild grin spread across Ryu's face as his thoughts became more and more real. He crossed into the next region, continuing to hunt down Ruin Masters one after another. Not a single one managed to survive, and because the news was somehow being spread to them, they began to attack directly a lot of the time, some even setting up ambushes as only Ruin Masters could. It was worthless. Boring. Ryu didn't want to be wasting his time with this at all. But his promises to his wives came first. Since he had promised Ailsa that he would bring the Ruin Master Guild down to its knees, he would do exactly that. He just didn't know why they insisted on giving such weak Ruin Masters such lofty titles and fanfare. 102nd fell from Ryu's hand in a bloody heap. Another fool who tried to attack and then apologized profusely to challenge him to a ruin. Ryu could tell at a glance that this ruin was fake. But he still entered. 102nd could only watch as Ryu carelessly sidestepped every trap she carefully laid out, only to get to the end and grip her throat mercilessly, tearing it out. Ryu didn't react to the corpse dropping to the ground and turned to leave. It seems that it's about time to check out what this top 100 has to offer. I have a feeling it'll just be more disappointment. Ryu's steps paused as he seemed to sense something. He looked around for a moment, a bland expression on his face before it turned up into a smirk. Then he continued walking. He crossed region after region, eventually returning to the very same region path that he had been on to begin with. Moving lengthwise across the regions was possible. Usually, this was a method used by those who felt like they needed a better chance at accumulating more faith. However, there was a penalty to doing this as well. The requirements for breaking the faith wall were lesser than if one continued forward, but it was still pretty steep. Doing it once was fine, but by the third or fourth time, you would already be paying far more than you would have by just going ahead the normal way. It could be said that taking this path was a final resort left to those in a group that was far too powerful. But Ryu had used this method like he was on a leisurely stroll and had no doubt pissed off quite a number of people. In fact, he bet that it wasn't a coincidence that news of him was spreading so fast. It certainly wasn't only the Ruin Master Guild geniuses getting this information. So, then, what was the best way to deal with him? What was the best way to turn his own arrogance against him? Well, if Ryu was them, he would just find this Ryu Tatsuya and kill him. But he wasn't them. So the real question is, what would Ryu do if he was them and shared their cowardly temperament? Well, in that case, he would take advantage of the fact the cost of fate was only skyrocketing for him and clear out the regions of fate ahead of him before he could get to them. That way, he would have no choice but to take a different route forward as the lanes closed off, forcing him to expend far more effort. Ryu didn't have to come all the way here to confirm this. He had already sensed it when it happened. What he had come here to do was chuckle. Oh, and kill, of course. Even if he didn't care about such petty schemes, it couldn't be that just anyone would be allowed to target him as they pleased, right? Out from the shadow of what was without a doubt an already cleared region, an unfamiliar and yet oh-so-familiar face stepped out. Yeager's son, the only tri-fiend child of the fiend race. Chapter 2165. Yeager's son. Standing at just 5 feet 7 inches or so, relatively below average for even a mortal human man, let alone a fiend, he was slight of frame and small in presence. In fact, he looked no different from a lanky human boy. Fiends would usually be very obviously fiendish. They would have their elements weaved into their bodies, arms of fire and hair of flames. But Yeager didn't look like a fiend at all. It was uncanny how much he looked like the quiet kid at the back of the class. His somewhat pale complexion making people feel both pity and closeness to him. However, while that was what most would see, Ryu saw something completely different. Yeager's frame was slight, but his aura, that was a different matter entirely. Steady as a mountain, as looming as the moon. Your next read awaits at Freeweb novel. This man's Tao heart was on a completely different level, and in his life, this was probably the first time Ryu had met someone with a Tao heart no less potent than his own at the same level. And unlike the others, Yeager was only a lower lord as well. Arya, she is with you? Yeager asked lightly. Ryu smiled. She is. Do you want to see her?
Ido.
Interesting. After saying this, Ryu didn't seem to be making any sort of move to bring Arya out. He had no desire to do so, and Yeager's own desires had little to do with his own. Who cared if he wanted to see Arya? Yeager seemed to expect this and didn't react very much. It didn't seem like he was embarrassed in the slightest. He was a man with a heart as placid as a lake, as unmoved as an ancient tree. There was little that could be done to shake him, certainly not a little teasing. The wind blew silently between them, and their hair kicked up, one of flowing white and the other of black. A leaf was plucked from a tree, fluttering down and crossing their sights just perfectly enough that their line to the other was obscured for the briefest instant. The moment was less than a breath, but by the time the leaf fluttered by, the two had already vanished. Bang! 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 The two were like mirrors of one another. A fist, a roundhouse, flowing freely into an elbow. Their forearms clashed, sparks flying through the weaving lines of fate, as they both took a step back. The ground beneath them didn't so much as compress, their control having reached an unconscious level. Or so it seemed. Crack. Yeager's gaze flickered as he turned back. His foot snapped a tree branch in two. He stared at it for a long while, almost forgetting that he was in the middle of battle. He wasn't injured, his fist was just fine, and his inner organs were all in the right places. But right now, he felt like he had just suffered the worst loss of his life. He had actually lost in control? Ryu didn't follow up, his gaze having become empty and vacant at some unknown time. His previous smiling expression was replaced, a deathly seriousness coming from the depths of his soul. He suddenly took a step forward, and Jaeger finally looked back. However, Jaeger's body flickered with darkness. He vanished from where he stood and appeared in a tree high a distance away. It seems that I won't be able to defeat you so easily. Now is not the time. With these words, Jaeger flickered off into the distance. Suddenly, he crossed his arms before his face. Bang! Ryu's fist crashed down from above like a falling meteor. Jaeger's pupils constricted as a strong pulse came from Ryu's arm. Claps of thunder echoed, and Jaeger felt like his arms were just about to collapse. Unfortunately, his body was still quite weak right now, having only just crossed the threshold he needed. At this point, he was rapidly improving every day. But it wasn't quite enough, not to deal with a monster like Ryu. What shocked Jaeger the most, though, was that Ryu had seemingly appeared from nowhere. He hadn't even sensed the fluctuations properly. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been caught so off guard. He shot back with such force it was a shock when he landed lightly on the ground. This time, there was no shattering of a branch. Jaeger looked up, meeting Ryu's arrogant gaze. Although the latter hadn't spoken, his meaning was clear. You don't get to decide when you come and go as you please. Jaeger's eyes narrowed. Truly a loose cannon. As one might expect, Jaeger wasn't the type to care if others thought he was a coward. He had only come to test whether Ryu could be taken down now. In the case he couldn't be, he would just return and wait for the appropriate moment. But now, Ryu seemed to have no intention of letting him leave. They were just people with two different approaches and thought processes. Ryu didn't care where or when. In fact, he hardly cared about the title steal itself. All he cared about was fighting to his heart's content, about fulfilling the dream he had had since he was a child, to stand at the top of the world of geniuses. He didn't care to do it for the sight of others. All he cared about was his own personal fulfillment. And Jaeger wasn't about to rob him of that. Not today. A fiendish grin spread across Ryu's placid features. But somehow that wildness didn't reach his eyes this time. They instead remained deathly still. He was amped up. Bang! Ryu kicked at the skies, his body falling so quickly he left streaks in the air. Jaeger stood there calmly, and after some thought, a pair of scimitars appeared in his fair, pale palms. Ki! Ryu's great swordstaffs appeared at some unknown time, their blades crossing in a brief spark before they retracted and erupted into a flurry. Ryu immediately found that the size of his weapons slowed his speed compared to Jaeger considerably. By comparison, though, his reach advantage was suffocating. Jaeger knew what he had to do, slipping down beneath a swing with a parry and encroaching on Ryu's space. But that was when Ryu's body suddenly became as light as a feather. His azure cloud vein bone structure rumbled to life, and his hair almost floated above his neck in a gentle sway before he accelerated. Ryu's great swordstaffs more than doubled in speed, and Jaeger leaned back swiftly, barely dodging an arcing blade that nearly severed his head from his shoulders.
Ta, ta, ta.
The young fiend completed a rapid series of somersaults backward, but when he had just regained his footing, he found Ryu's great swordstaff still piercing right for his neck. There was a flash in the fiend's eyes, and a bit of his coolness gave way. It wasn't to fear, but rather dissatisfaction and a hint of annoyance. Did this Ryu Tatsuya really think that he was afraid of him? Shii. The wind kicked up and then suddenly stilled to a quiet vacancy. Time seemed to still, and a foggy darkness coated the already black scimitars. Bang! The blades met once again. There were no sparks this time, and both seemed to feed into one another. Darkness swallowed darkness as Ryu's own black great sword met Jaeger's scimitar. Somehow, the clash felt hollow, almost as though the sound was reverberating through a completely different dimension. Winds kicked up as well, but just as hollow, almost as though the flapping of their robes was triggering on its own, rather than from the harsh howling of air. Bang! The two suddenly separated as though the space had finally been overwhelmed, their control unable to keep things steady for long enough to continue. Light, dark, space. Ryu said these words casually, but they made the more focused Jaeger almost collapse. The three-elemental fiend child stared at Ryu for a good long while. And then, dudum. Jaeger's body suddenly expanded, his hair becoming a twisting nest of black, silver, and radiant gold. Like a stream of stars flowing into a river behind him, it continued to grow even as his body did, not stopping until the young fiend was well over 7 feet tall. Still short for a male fiend, but several inches taller than Ryu. He didn't say a word, not even asking how Ryu had figured out what his 3 elements were. Since he wanted to fight, they could fight. Dudum. White scales burst across Ryu's body, his wings flaring out as claws extended from his hands. Their auras soared in unison. Ki. One of Jaeger's scimitars suddenly became a blinding gold as he swung out in a single sweeping strike. Chapter 2166. Find. Felt like a world of gold and black collided. The colors swirled and intertwined around one another, the figures responsible for their sharpness vanishing. Their movements were so fast that the eye could only possibly track the arcs of light and dark they left in the air. These sweeping arches filled the skies, leveling trees and splitting the clouds. The sound they produced seemed far more muffled than it should have been, as though their control superseded the laws of sound themselves, suppressing them to the level they so chose. They blazed trails through the skies, their movements sharp and agile, then becoming languid and exaggerated. They shifted between the 2 styles of light and dark with practiced ease, competing to see which of them had the edge in comprehension. The answer was obvious. Ryu's golden blades were just a little bit sharper, just a little bit quicker, just a little bit more agile. His black blades were just a little bit more imposing, more all-encompassing, more suffocating. A dichotomy of light and quick versus dark and heavy weaved between his arms, and the gap between the ice jade crystal body in dual wielding and anyone else reared its head. Ryu could feel it. Jaeger's right arm was his weaker one, just by the tiniest bit, but it was there, while he had no such weakness. Chi chi chi. Bang! Jaeger retreated a step and heavily dropped a foot to the ground. His toes sank into the winds as though pressing into soft soil before he accelerated forward once again, appearing to slash at Ryu's neck in a brief instant of time. Ryu flipped his dark great sword staff in his hand, piercing its blade toward the ground and aiming the large flat of its body at Jaeger as though to use it like a shield. Jaeger's expression flickered, but it was too late. His blade slipped right into the empty spine of the sword staff just as Ryu twisted his wrist. Jaeger's scimitar was caught in the torsion, his wrist nearly snapping beneath the strain. But worse than that, his blow missed, piercing just under Ryu's armpit in time for him to press the blade to his body with an elbow. Ryu slashed out with his second great sword staff and kicked in the same motion. His body should have been off balance, especially since he was sending both attacks from the same half of his body, but he did it so fluidly and suddenly that it was hard to pick out the fault until it was too late. Jaeger was forced to block the blade only to suffer a foot right in the gut. Despite his attempts to summon spatial chi, it was bent and suppressed beneath Ryu's calculations, canceling them out perfectly. The young fiend child was sent flying, crashing into one ancient tree after another and ripping them out from their very roots as he continued to fly. Chi. One of his scimitars fell to the ground by Ryu's side, piercing so deeply that even its hilt almost disappeared. Ryu carelessly pressed his own great sword staff into the ground, reaching down and picking the scimitar up. He looked at it as though he was trying to see through something curious. "You're not much of a warrior, losing your weapon like that," Ryu said lightly. Ryu pierced his second great sword staff into the ground and flicked a finger out at the scimitar. A resonant hum filled the air, and leaves in all directions were suddenly sliced in 2, then 3, then 4. Jaeger slowly stood in the far-off distance, wiping blood from his lips with a forearm. Looking at Ryu, there was a slight hint of gloominess between his brows. Not out of rage or unwillingness, but dissatisfaction. Part of that dissatisfaction was toward his own performance, and the second part was that he didn't want to be fighting this battle in the first place. "I do find it fascinating. I wonder why the Ruin Master Guild and the Fiends are so close. Enjoy exclusive content from FreeWeb Novel. Ryu looked up from the blade and toward Jaeger. I've been trying to understand your relationship for a long while now, but in a rare showing by me, it still confuses me. Then there's the relation of all of that to the Fae. Well, I assume that you and the Fae are actually two sides of the same coin. The roots of your two races are far too similar to be ignored, but therein lies a question. Why be separated in the first place? Ryu flicked a finger at the scimitar again, a smile beginning to play on his once dull features. Honestly speaking, right now you're too weak to be interesting. I was expecting a great battle, but your comprehension is lacking, your body is weak, and if I wanted to, I could have killed you just now. That said, unlike a certain young Mistress Knightley, you haven't reached a bottleneck. You're rapidly growing every day, and you're probably only, 5% of the way through to your peak potential? Let's hope it's more than that. Ryu waved an arm, and the scimitar soared through the skies, piercing into a tree right by Jaeger's cheek. You can go. You bore me. Why don't you go reach that full potential of yours and then come back? Ryu's smile became a dark grin. Jaeger could feel his Tao heart twitching. This sort of open scheme, the kind that targeted his heart for cultivation, made him feel inferior and insignificant. It was the most effective kind against a genius like him. You will. Jaeger paused and then sealed his mouth shut tightly with a press of his jaw and a purse of his lips. He was Jaeger Sunday. He had no need to leave behind such threatening words. When the time came, he would make Ryu regret today. He pulled his scimitar out from the tree, shattering its enormous form to pieces. Then he turned and left. Ryu was true to his word, just standing there as Jaeger vanished. His thoughts unknown to all but himself. Did he actually just want Jaeger to get stronger? Maybe in part, but it was only in part. The things he had said about the Ruin Master Guild and the fiends were what truly interested him the most. There was a reason Jaeger, of all people, had appeared when Ryu had only been targeting the Ruin Master Guild all this time. They were connected in some way, and that much had been obvious ever since he had returned from the fiend world. It wasn't a coincidence that the Ruin Master Guild had appeared there as well. But why? Ryu was actually fairly certain that Serial would know more. Serial only had one goal in life, and that was to rebuild her Fae clan. Because of this, she wanted to find a powerful husband who she could have equally powerful children with. But if one thought about it, why would she then choose to suppress herself? She was obviously so much stronger than those Blue Moon and Falling Snow characters, at least back then, so why bother to treat them like real candidates? Logically speaking, if she was just going to suppress herself, then she might as well just pluck out any random man with decent looks and have children with him. It would probably be easier too, considering his talent would tip the odds of pregnancy in their favor so long as he was weaker. So why not? The obvious answer was that she had learned of something that changed her approach. Maybe she hadn't given up on finding a husband, but she had certainly placed the matter on the back burner for now. And the only thing that would make Serial do such a thing was if she had found new information about why her Fae clan was destroyed in the first place. As far as Ryu knew, the destruction of the Fae of Sacrum was related to the ancient beasts. This was part of the rivalry between the two races, and eventually, in their battle, it was the ancient beasts that came out on top to become the dominant and most favored race of the heavens. This battle played out countless times in countless worlds, and sometimes the ancient beasts would win, while sometimes the Fae would win. There was obviously something about this battle across worlds, across space, across time, that held a secret to it that shook the foundation of Serial's belief. And now, Ryu was suddenly very curious about it all. Letting Jaeger go now was in part to satisfy his desire to beat him at his very best, and another to figure out what role he had to play in all of this as well. Because something told him, given the fate swirling around him, this tri-elemental fiend child was quite the pawn piece. Ryu's lip quirked. Maybe he should put a little more effort into finding a certain pointy-eared beauty with violent eyes. He was sure that she was missing him by now. If she couldn't give him the information he wanted, he would just have to spank it out of her. Chapter 2167, Hunt. Not that it mattered. He passed through with ease, his thoughts still considering his battle with Jaeger. He wasn't blowing his own trumpet. He really could have defeated him with quite some ease. Maybe even easier than he had defeated young Mistress Knightley. But what fascinated him was the weapon Jaeger had been carrying around. Until now, maybe what had fascinated him most about the enemies he had come across were their weapons. It wasn't that they all had the same sort of specialness, but the exact opposite, actually. Each new opponent he faced seemed to have a new way to view the world. Their techniques reflected that as well, but none more obviously than their weapons. Slight tweaks here and there actually made quite a large difference. Funny enough. Ryu crossed the barrier while he was lost in thought, an unexpected wave of heat hitting him in billowing waves. He looked ahead, a sea of gold and red before him. The change was quite abrupt and without any sort of rhyme or reason. Before, he had been in a normal forest, and now suddenly everything had changed before him. Ryu looked off to the side, wondering how he should go about finding Serial. It seemed that the change in atmosphere wasn't enough to make him care for very long. But he felt that it wouldn't be so easy. If so, he probably would have found her before already. He had a feeling that, among those hiding themselves from the world right now, Serial was certainly among them. She had always been someone who kept her cards close to her chest, and she was very much invested in hiding her potential. That was to say that if she hid herself, it would be difficult for even Ryu to find her, and it was obvious enough that that was exactly the sort of situation he was dealing with right now. That said, it wasn't necessarily impossible to find her. After all, if Ryu just assumed that she was one of the handful of figures strong enough to hide herself from fate, then he could pick her out just like that. She would likely be hiding her combat style and even her gender as well, so he could narrow it down even further. It didn't take Ryu much effort to land on a single one of them and grin. It was a woman who was controlling 3 corpse puppets. Serial was, indeed, a summoning necromancer. During their first battle, she had definitely summoned an Ice Queen to do battle. But these corpse puppets were a few that Ryu had never seen before. That said, Serial rarely used her puppets in battle, so this was the perfect method of hiding herself. It hid her aspects as a fae, and also her 2 strongest assets, her heavenly pupils and her katana. Seems I have a date, then. I am stood in silence. He was constantly receiving reports about the state of things, but he had his own problems to deal with. The suppression of this world around him was suffocating, so much so that he even had to be cautious with how he approached lords. This wouldn't last for long, but he knew well that he had to take things one step at a time, especially since he had joined late. The weight of the matters he was facing now wasn't lost on him. He knew that he was being used. He knew that he was essentially being sent to die. But his gaze was calm. He was a Tao god. Even compared to these little geniuses running around everywhere, he had the Tao heart to reflect that. And his plans, his goals, his aspirations, they wouldn't end here. With a step, I am finally found what he was looking for. It looked like a stairwell, formed from ancient stone and covered in moss that was no less wizened by the annals of history, randomly placed in the ground. A ruin. He had carefully chosen this ruin because the plans he had for this mission were very different from what others might expect. What neither the ruin master nor Ryu would know was that I.M. had been studying these sorts of things for a very long time. In the past, Ryu had wondered why someone like I.M. would lug around dead weight like Kira and the others. It was odd. A Tao god wouldn't just casually take disciples like that, and normally even the weakest Tao gods would have disciples that were more powerful. They were simply too inferior. Though their talent couldn't be looked down upon so easily, and it was certainly up to par, their hearts were lacking. And the heart was far more important in deciding how far someone would go. For a long while, even Ryu himself didn't realize just how much of a bridge he covered with his heart alone. Not until he actually gained the talent to match, that was when he truly started imposing his will onto the world. However, what was important here was why I.M. had cared enough to take these few in. And the answer could be explained quite simply: experimentation. It didn't seem so, especially not considering the fact the 3 seemed perfectly fine. They didn't have any marks on them, nor did they seem to have suffered any sort of trauma. But they didn't need to have. All the while, I.M. had been observing them in silence, testing their limits, and seeing what changes they might experience. In fact, the fact their temperaments were so bad was precisely why he was so interested in them in the first place. Kira had been too cowardly to go after the bloodlines, he should have to make himself truly strong. Blue was a hypocritical coward who could only take killing others while fearing coming to harm herself. And then there was a certain young man of the true martial world, a martial god descendant who hated Ryu to the bone. He was probably the oddest choice of them all because he showed signs of teetering on the edge of a strong Tao heart. But it was precisely this teetering that was so intriguing to Iam, because it allowed him to observe the world from a completely different lens. With a step, he entered the ruin, slowly making his way through with leisure. There was one thing about these ruins that was different from those in the outside realm. Usually, ruins would have some sort of restrictions on them. Though not obvious on the surface, those that left ruins behind would obviously not want them falling into the hands of those without potential or those far stronger than them. As such, they would limit the cultivation. However, here, there was no limitation. And yet, the difficulty was set to the Lord Realm. That meant one very important thing. Iam could clear them with absolute ease. Soon, Iam got to the very end and found himself staring at exactly what he wanted out of this place. Its inheritance. Discover more stories at FreeWeb Novel. Using his own power here might be possible, but it would be like climbing uphill, and how much he suffered would be far worse than any damage he dealt. But what if he built a new power? Of course, building one from scratch would be almost impossible in such a short time. Well, no. It would actually be quite easy. The real difficulty would be in building one that could match up to these world-ending geniuses. So he wouldn't do it himself. Instead, he would conveniently use the ruins that were here to do so, building an avatar that could replace the function of his Tao. Or rather, be built from his Tao. Iam took another step forward, crossing the final barriers with ease and appearing before the inheritance. With one hand, he waved out a strong pulse of control, and with the other he grasped fate. The inheritance was sucked into the former, while a great surge of quasi-embryonic chi was sucked into the other. If Ryu had been there, he would have realized that Iam had actually just done exactly what he had. He took all the fate for himself, cutting off the Ruin Master Guild's piece. Except, unlike Ryu, rather than storing all that fate away, he began to form it, mold it. His gaze flickered with dense lightning as an avatar of him formed, and then he took out something else. A crystalline armor. Once again, this was something that Ryu would have recognized immediately. This material, wasn't it the very same one that his daggers were formed from? The very same material he had stolen away that day? The very material that formed the weapons he simply didn't care to use any longer because they would only hinder his progress? And now, when Iam slipped this armor on, his avatar fused into his body, and the volatile air around him shifted and calmed. Now, he could be more relaxed. It seemed that he would be able to hunt a certain Ryu Tatsuya very soon. Chapter 2168. Ruined. And yet, this tree was in the middle of a world that felt forged of brimstone and fire. Despite that, it was extremely cool this high up, as though the tree itself was shading Ryu from even the heat despite being rooted in the endless pools of lava. Ryu didn't seem to be in a rush, just sitting there, swinging his legs. His mind was in an endless state of peace, and he wasn't nearly as hurried as he had been before. And then, he looked over toward a certain location. His pupils trembled, and the sights before him seemed to zoom in. Soon, his sight had crossed millions of miles to land on a shadowy figure just crossing a fate barrier. The moment his eyes landed on them, they looked up as though to meet his gaze from so far away at the very same time. Although Ryu couldn't see their face or expression, he knew at that moment that they frowned. This was a normal enough reaction. After all, Ryu hadn't used the undetectable, third perspective. Instead, he had used his normal sight, allowing the person to sense him. He had no intention of hiding himself. So, it was only natural that someone capable of hiding themselves from the prying eyes of others would be able to sense such a blatant lock-on. Then there was a flash of annoyance, and it was all too obvious to Ryu that he had, indeed, found her. Sheeing. The sound came a fraction late. If Ryu had reacted to it instead of the beam of slicing light that appeared before him in an instant, he would have certainly been split in two. But how could he make such a mistake? His body flashed, appearing on another branch as the one beneath him was severed in two, lava spilling out from its innards. Bark of glowing black pulsed with life as the tree tried to heal itself. But it seemed that Serial's attack wasn't so easily dealt with, even for this behemoth. Ryu raised a finger and tapped at the air. The lava around the region where the shadow stood rippled and suddenly attacked her from all sides. It was then Serial's corpse puppets moved, acting to deflect the piercing lances of lava. They all shattered on impact. Ryu chuckled. The voice definitely didn't travel so far, but Ryu could feel the words she was speaking quite well. Trying to use those weak corpse puppets against him was really nothing more than a joke. Serial should know better, but as cautious as she liked to pretend to be, when it came to him, she seemed to forget all of her rules, including that of caution. She was more like a wild firecracker in his presence, and doing something like trying to prove to him that her corpse puppets alone were enough to deal with him was precisely something that would make her feel much better. Unfortunately, this time it didn't work out. This wasn't the same Serial by any stretch. But so what? Ryu pushed himself off the branch, taking a step into the air and crossing thousands of miles with a single bound. With a thought, he took out a bow, none other than his grandfather's. The spectators were shocked by this change, not only because they didn't know why Ryu had wasted even more time waiting for what seemed to be an unknown existence, but because this was the first time they had seen him using a bow. They were certain that he was the most proficient with those unconventional weapons of his, so why would he bring out a bow? Although they assumed that it might be because Serial was too weak, why wouldn't he just use his fists? He seemed quite proficient in close combat as well. The oddest part was that they had a small understanding of Serial as well. Without her corpse puppets, she was nothing. Or so they thought. Ryu grinned, pulling back his bowstring. The aura of a bow god filled the skies, and countless hearts were shaken. What these people didn't know was that Ryu was quite close to opening up a new path entirely. Just because they didn't feel a god aura coming from his great sword staffs, it was beyond any other god aura he had. But many who were spectating now assumed that all this time, Ryu had never used his true main weapon. Until now. Shoo! 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 3 arrows cut through the air in quick succession, and Serial grit her teeth beneath her mask and cloak. She knew that Ryu was doing this on purpose, but there was little she could do to change things. She could only respond with a flip of her palm. A sword that had moved too fast for even the crowd to notice earlier appeared once again, slashing out continuously. A tempest of wind kicked up, and 3 sword strikes met each of the arrows. It was all seamless, and it made use of skill to counter power, or so it seemed. Boom! An echo of 9 Revolution Skybreaker resonated and, Serial's arm was blown back beneath the pressure, throwing her timing off. She was forced to take a heavy step back as the last arrow pierced right into her body. Dead. Her figure froze up, and then she fell over, a corpse. Ryu shook his head. She actually managed to trick me. Just what level have her eyes reached? In an unknown region, a pair of violet eyes snapped open, seething with rage. Ryu, Tatsuya. Serial was absolutely livid, but inwardly, she was also somewhat shocked. That was a 20% clone, and Ryu still treated it like it was a joke, destroying it in a single volley of attacks. Before, she could toy with him with even a 5% true clone, but now, just what happened to him? What kind of breakthrough had he experienced? There was obviously a large gap between 20% and 100%, but it wasn't large enough that Serial felt any sort of ease. If anything, this made her increase the place Ryu held in her heart several-fold. This matter was too shocking. How could one person increase in strength so quickly, and in such a short time? Although she had had a shocking and vast improvement since the last time she fought Ryu, that was because she had been waiting and biding her time. It had to be remembered that Ryu lost 999 years due to his mutated rebirth talent. Serial had already left for the true martial world even before he experienced that, so her leg up on him was substantial. It wasn't just a matter of training time but also accumulation. Serial had been suppressing herself for a long time in order to burst forth with everything she had in this moment, only to realize the man that had been by her side for so long just might have left her behind. Ryu had not only managed to catch up in a few dozen years, but he was showing signs of firmly suppressing her. Serial's expression grew dark. Continue reading at Freeweb novel. He was also causing her problems. Creating another true clone was easy. Creating one in the perfect circumstances where someone wouldn't be able to link them again would be far more troublesome now. Especially since Ryu had already killed her. Plus, before, she had just been planning on swapping her true clone with her real body at the last moment. Because of that, her true body was still in one of the very first regions while her true clone had gone on ahead. That meant if she wanted to go again, she would have to restart from the very beginning. She was so frustrated that she almost went insane. Luckily, her Tao heart was incredibly firm. She could do it. Oh hey, there you are. The familiar voice made Serial's eyes almost pop out of their sockets. At some unknown time, a handsome man with flowing white hair and silvery eyes had squatted down in front of her. So close it almost looked like he was trying to touch his nose to hers. Serial struck out instinctively, only for the man to lean back and dodge with a natural flow to his actions. Her hand swung through nothing but air, missing entirely. That's not very nice. You insufferable bastard. You've ruined everything. Ryu grinned. Is there a need to hide such a beautiful face? The heavens would shed real tears if you keep hiding yourself. It's just unacceptable. I'm going to kill you. Please do. Do you know how many boring fights I've had in here already? What happened to this being a great collection of geniuses? A sword swung out in a mighty tempest. This was Serial's true strength, carrying a power with it that could flatten mountains to ash just by carelessly flying overhead. The wild grin on Ryu's face only widened. Chapter 2169. 7. Serial's pupils constricted. She knew the world of her sword, and she also knew exactly how sharp it was. Likewise, she knew that if Ryu wanted to dodge completely, a mere fraction of a millimeter would be what stopped him. That meant he had let it happen on purpose. He was showing her that the gap between them was no longer there. In fact, he was showing her something even more profound than that. He had grown to the point that if she wanted to mess around with him to test his bottom line, he could mess around with her right back. Fine, she growled. Serial didn't wait any longer. Her battles with Ryu tended to follow the same script. She wouldn't only show as much as she had to, pulling him into an ebb and flow until he was forced to respond to her rhythm instead of the other way around. But now it was different. Not only had he grown to the point where she couldn't afford to get away with something like that anymore, he had also truly pissed her off. Looking at that smug smile on his face, she wanted nothing more than to rip his lips off his face. She unleashed a shriek of fury, her black hair falling in a rain of black stars. A dark blue frosty dew flowing in the undercurrents beneath it. Shingles of black ice coated her body as she took a step forward, accelerating so quickly that Ryu almost couldn't react. Interesting. Icy runes bloomed across the surface of Ryu's body as well, forming nodes that linked the white scales that appeared in succession, as though building worlds of snowstorms in each individual shingle. Ninefold Frostbane. The speed domain around Serial found itself countered just in time. The blade had appeared at Ryu's neck, so sharp and fast that a layer of frost was already appearing down his collarbone. There was a flash at Ryu's forearm, and his great sword staff appeared. Ding! Bang! The echo of metal and then a reverberating explosion of air separated the two. Their feet dug into the ground, their bodies sliding back with a sharp speed. Serial's eyes practically popped out, red veins pooling around them as blood vessels pumped and writhed. That wasn't just any movement technique. It was a high-level application of her eyes and her ice inheritance that could influence even time and one's perception of it. On the one hand, her eyes distorted truth and falsehood, and on the other, her ice took hold of the laws of time, icing them over. It was far more complicated than just this, but the important point was that even someone with time affinity alone shouldn't have been able to counter it. That was because it influenced time by proxy and could only be countered through the same proxies. Who knew that Ryu would also have an ice affinity bone structure that was capable of influencing time? Not only did he have one, but he had seen through her ability in an instant, knowing exactly how to counter it even with the distortion of time active. Just what level had he reached? Serial slowly lowered her sword, her back straightening as her hair danced in the wind. Her cool, violet eyes regained a large majority of their calm, none of the previous anxiety or fury clear for anyone to see. She took a breath and exhaled slowly. The descent of her sword split into several afterimages, and for the first time, Ryu sensed something. Her Tao. There were two things that Ryu had never seen from Serial. He had never quite sensed the full extent of her Tao, and beyond that, he was certain she had a natural enlightenment likely no less shocking than his Shrine Mountain natural enlightenment. There were certainly other things she was hiding, but these two required the largest focus, because how powerful they were would truly make or break everything. And now, it seemed that she had finally given up on holding back. A grin spread across Ryu's face as his second great sword staff appeared in his palm. "Don't disappoint me, woman. All that edging for so many years. You'd better make it good." Serial's lips parted, and she spoke. Experience exclusive tales on Freeweb novel. But just like when Ryu used judgment, and when Knightley had tried to speak out her title as well, nothing came out as though the heavens themselves had muted it. Her face began to change expressions. From anger to contempt to disgust to fear to happiness, then sadness and finally surprise. She distilled all those countless personalities into 7 perfected forms. At the same time, the afterimages of her blade seemed to also come to a stop, forming exactly 7 as well, fanning downward into a beautiful array that hurt to look at, as though it was becoming more confusing to stare at the more one did. Serial grew in size, 6 more heads and 6 more pairs of arms appearing on her body. But then, with a shudder, it all fused into one. Serial's aura skyrocketed. From the Lord Realm to the Sovereign Realm. From the Sovereign Realm to the God Realm. From the God Realm to something that vaguely felt like it was beyond. She stood at 2.5 meters tall, her bearing just as graceful, her looks even more gorgeous, and yet now she just felt unapproachable, an entity that stood beyond all things as they saw them. "Ha!" Ryu chuckled a bit, his pupils trembling. Just what was this, exactly? This Tao? Not only could he not see through its depth immediately, it felt that it just might stand on the same level as his own. Serial opened her eyes, 7 pupils swirling within in a gorgeous array, their irises overlapping like lotus petals. Chapter 2170. No intention. Ryu saw it immediately. It was the one imperfection of Serial's Tao. If she had managed to fuse those pupils together, he would have no choice but to admit that she had formed a Tao on the same level as his own. But the fact she hadn't meant that she was just a step below. That said, that singular step below was more than made up for by the result. Ryu's Tao was purely auxiliary for the most part and didn't have such a direct impact on combat prowess. And as far as he could tell, this was just the surface of Serial's Tao. There was definitely more. And yet, even in this situation, he chuckled. Not bad. Serial didn't respond, her sword raising in an illusory mirage. It felt like every one of her actions took place both in reality and a dream world, making it impossible to tell what was true and what was false. Maybe even her cultivation was that way as well. But I can see 3 flaws with your Tao already. The first is obvious. Your pupils aren't fused. Serial still didn't reply. The second is that in this state your eyes are occupied, and you're unable to use their abilities. In fact, you likely only succeeded in forming this Tao by relying on your eyes as a conduit for your soul and Tao heart. Serial still didn't respond, but her once placid eyes now had a hint of danger in them, as though she was warning Ryu not to piss her off any more than he had already. But how could Ryu pay attention to such a threat? The third weakness is that one of its foundational abilities is worthless against me. Trying to fool the eyes of the mysteries of heaven and earth pupils is a fool's errand. Don't you think? Ryu flickered and vanished, a blade passing through where he had just been standing. But the problem was that Serial didn't seem to have ever moved at all. However, Ryu himself wasn't wasting any more time. Earth's gate. Open. Ryu's quasi-embryonic chi pulsed in his body. Right now, he needed more than he could easily give on a casual push. In that moment, his aura flourished, but to the astonishment of those paying attention to the battle, especially with the shocking changes to Serial, He was still in the Lord realm? Heaven's gate. Open. Fate churned and twisted. Relying on his eyes alone, Ryu could no longer leap an entire cultivation realm while relying on his heaven and earth gate. But with his embryonic silk meridians, Ryu's cultivation shot into the sovereign realm. He stood like a towering mass, his aura buffeting against Serial's. One was a god and the other, he should have been an insignificant ant, and yet it felt as though they stood on the same playing field. And then they moved. Of the spectators, there was a sizable portion of them who thought themselves to be powerful Tao gods. They had the sight and insight of such characters, and they had worked their entire lives to reach their current levels. They had earned every inch they had. And yet, watching just the start of this battle, it felt like they were experiencing something beyond themselves, something that stood on a level all to itself. It didn't even feel right to speak of the skies overturning and the lands being blown into an upheaval. That was because not the slightest hint of that was occurring. In fact, on the ground, they almost looked like a pair of mortals swinging their blades in a choreographed dance. It was just that their rhythm and cadence were infinitely faster, dodging blades by a hairbreadth and missing strikes by measures no less acute. They danced on the edge of life and death, keeping up a furious pace as though they didn't know fatigue. The grass didn't so much as bend beneath their feet, the wind pressure of their strikes vanishing into the pull of nature as though their attacks had always been one with them. Gliding through the laws of the world, it didn't feel like they were watching a man and woman battle at all, but rather like watching two forces of nature. And that was only further bolstered when it really did begin to feel like that. The landscape finally began to change, and yet, rather than just being destroyed like it would be in any other battle, it was almost like the trees, the grass, the clouds themselves began to fight on behalf of these two. Ryu stomped forward, and the ground shook, a crack opening up to swallow Serial whole. Serial stepped forward herself as though she didn't sense the danger. Vines weaved out beneath her feet, catching her plant. Then, with a sweep of her 7-foot-long katana, grass split the blades, forming invisible lines of sword chi that bombarded against Ryu's side. There was a strong wind for just a moment as Ryu's wings flared outward. His aura radiated out, and a tree swayed by his side, its roots bending and twisting as its trunk blocked the oncoming rain. The battle only became more shocking and mysterious, defying common sense and reason in cultivation. Not to anyone but gods. This was true god control, a control that went beyond just suppressing the world around you and forcing laws to remain intact, but a control that wielded the laws of nature as though an extension of your own techniques. And yet, it was being used in the hands of two lords at a level most gods wouldn't reach in their entire lifetimes. Bang! 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 The two suddenly separated, their relatively quiet battle exploding with a cascade of cacophonous noise. Breathing heavily, the two met one another's gaze, their expressions deathly serious. It seemed that their arrogance had been tempered just the slightest bit. But then Ryu smiled. All right, tell you what, I'm quite lenient with my women. If you can survive the next onslaught, I'll apologize and then marry you. If you can't, then I'll forgive you and then marry you. Serial's serious gaze flashed with rage, but it was only a moment before her eyes widened in shock. Ryu's grin softened into a gentle smile. Sorry, wife. I have no intention of losing. Find more to read at Freeweb Novel. Empyrean Warframe.